Marshall Peak, Chapter 4434. I'm not going to meet them. Upon learning that the Emperor Realm Cultivator before their eyes was the person who was in charge of managing all the affairs in Voidland, Wuxia and the others were astonished. This would never happen in other great forces. Usually, a person would only be given an important duty only if they were strong enough. Emperor Realm Cultivators were the strongest in universe worlds, but they were nobodies in the 3,000 worlds. In the outer universe, only when a person ascended to the open heaven realm would they gain a footing, but even that depended on their order. However, since the second manager was highly regarded by Xianxia, she must be a trustworthy person, so they naturally wouldn't dare to be impolite to her. After telling Bian Yuqing to help those from the shadowless cave heaven to settle down, Xianxia was ready to get some rest. Although he had escaped from the shadowless cave heaven unscathed, there had been quite a number of challenges along the way. He had gained some benefits from there, but he hadn't had time to digest them. Now that he had returned to Voidland, he decided to cultivate in seclusion to fortify the things he had grasped. Before he could leave, though, Bian Yuqing reported, "There's one matter that awaits your decision, Sect Master." Xianxia gazed at her and asked, "What matter?" He usually wouldn't manage the affairs in Voidland and just left everything up to Bian Yuqing's judgment. She would only report the matter to him if there was something she couldn't decide on herself. Bian Yuqing continued, "Many representatives from various great forces are now staying in the Star City, waiting for you to meet with them." "What great forces?" Xianxia frowned. Bian Yuqing then listed about 40 great forces. Upon hearing these names, Xianxia was puzzled and asked, "Do we have any cooperation with those great forces? Why do they want to meet me?" Bian Yuqing replied with a smile, "Just so you know, Sect Master, those great forces were the ones that joined forces with Heavenly Sword Union to invade us in the past." Xianxia became startled for a moment, but upon understanding what was going on, he sneered, "They're pretty good at gathering information." Those great forces had joined Kong Feng's Heavenly Sword Union to invade Voidland previously. Regardless of whether they did so voluntarily or were forced, the grudges between them and Voidland had been formed. The Alliance suffered immense losses in that battle, and the two divine spirits of Voidland subsequently revealed themselves, sending shockwaves out across the 3,000 worlds. After that battle, only a small number of people managed to flee, while most of the invaders were killed in Voidland. Upon experiencing the power and heritage of Voidland, those great forces were horrified, and since even Heavenly Sword Union suffered an immense loss, the others naturally wouldn't dare to think about getting revenge. After all, they were the invaders while those from Voidland were forced to defend themselves against them. It wouldn't have mattered if that was all that had happened, however. They could just not come to Voidland again. The 3,000 worlds were expansive, so they could just set the issue aside and ignore it. However, after Xianxia returned from the shadowless cave heaven, he brought a group of people to destroy Boundless Altar, forcing its thousands of disciples to abandon their foundation and become homeless. Then he demolished Golden Rainbow Province and wiped out almost all of its members. Now, Golden Rainbow Province ceased to exist in the 3,000 worlds. Those great forces, which were once part of the Alliance, were now quite alarmed. Both Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar were great forces that had invaded Voidland, but they were now destroyed by Xianxia. It was apparent that he was trying to settle accounts with them, and his methods shocked these people to their core. Among the 100 great forces, Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar were some of the strongest in the Alliance, with barely any of the others being comparable to them. There were a small number of great forces that were more powerful, but only by a slim margin. Since Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar were not even able to ward off those from Voidland, how were the other great forces supposed to do that? If they couldn't appease Voidland as soon as possible, the same fate would most likely befall them. Therefore, half a year ago, after the news of the demise of Golden Rainbow Province spread, many great forces sent representatives to Voidland with valuable gifts in the hope that the other party would forgive them. It was because of their arrival that those from Voidland learned that Xianxia had left the shadowless cave heaven and had made some shocking moves. These great forces were not aware that the reason Xianxia targeted Boundless Altar and Golden Rainbow Province was that the proprietress had made a heart demon oath in the past. They believed it was because of the fact that the Alliance had invaded Voidland, which was why they were apprehensive. While waiting in the Star City, they felt like they were sitting on pins and needles all the time, and they practically visited the governor's mansion every 2 to 3 days, which frustrated Imo made no end. "Are you going to meet them, Sectmaster?" Bian Yuqing asked cautiously. "No, I'm not going to meet them." Yang Kai waved his hand. He had just returned from outside, so he wasn't in the mood to handle this issue. Just let them stew for now. "Yes," Bian Yuqing replied. Although she was sympathetic towards those great forces, they only had themselves to blame. After seeing Yang Kai off, she turned around and helped Mao Zhe and the others settle in. Upon some probing, she found out that among the people that had come here with the sect master, there were 5 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. At that instant, she was both shocked and pleasantly surprised. When Yang Kai introduced them just now, he had only mentioned their names without talking about their cultivation. It wasn't until this moment that Bian Yuqing realized these people were truly powerful. It had to be noted that there were only 2 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland now. By joining Voidland, these 5 people would greatly boost their overall strength. She couldn't help but admire the sect master's capabilities. After a trip to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, B brought back a group of people from Abundant City. Now, upon his return from the Shadowless Cave Heaven, he came home with Mao Zhe and the other top masters. There was no doubt that the heritage of Voidland was on the rise. Even though there were a lot of people in Voidland, the sect was pretty expansive. Since Mao Zhe and the others were powerful, they naturally had to be treated with respect. Everything was settled after they chose spirit peaks they liked to live on. As for their duties in the sect, Yang Kai would have to make the decision. It was not up to Bian Yuqing to make a decision on his behalf. As the second manager, she was fully aware of her boundaries. The news that the sect master of Voidland had returned instantly spread out, which caused a commotion in the Star City. The representatives of the great forces, who had come to this place with gifts, visited the governor's mansion even more frequently. Unfortunately, Mo may refused to meet them, which made them anxious as they wondered about the attitude of Voidland towards them. With Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar as examples, they felt anxious to appease Voidland as soon as possible so their sects wouldn't be destroyed. Time went by slowly as Yang Kai remained seated with his legs crossed in his room, while refining various resources to strengthen the heritage in his small universe. He reviewed all the battles he fought since his ascension to the Open Heaven Realm in his mind. After he ascended to the 5th Order, he entered the Shadowless Cave Heaven and immediately engaged in intense battle with Ma Tianyuan. Then, he barged into Profound Yang Mountain and attacked the 2nd Mountain Lord Yunfei Bai. As a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he had the guts to battle against a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master head-on. This was rarely seen in the entire 3,000 worlds, and it was also a precious experience for Yang Kai. Then he broke through to the 6th Order and fought with the 3 Mountain Lords just outside Twin Spirit Island. Next, he intercepted the Mountain Lords outside Profound Yang Mountain and comprehended the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, which used an entirely new space-time strength. He then went on to destroy Profound Yang Mountain. Upon leaving the Shadowless Cave Heaven, Yang Kai got into trouble in the Giant Tornado while dealing with the Wind Spirits. Following that, he barged into Golden Rainbow Province and fought against Li Luo Shui, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, with the help of several 6th Order allies. The epic battles went through his mind as though they had just happened the day before. Yang Kai tried to grasp the experiences he had obtained while reflecting on his failures in order to strengthen himself. This trip had been truly eventful. Not only had he gone from the Emperor Realm to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, but the refinement of the world forces within the Wind Spirits had also saved him at least 100 years of cultivation, which greatly helped stabilize his 6th Order strength. The experience of dealing with a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was valuable as well. The battle allowed Yang Kai to clearly identify his own limits. If he came across a formidable enemy in the future, he would have a better judgment of the gap in strength between them. 3 months later, Yang Kai finally left his room. Compared to 3 months ago, his aura was now much more reserved. Unlike in the past, no one would be able to tell his true strength by just looking at his aura. Then, he sent a message to Bian Yuqing to assign some work to her before leaving his palace. When Yang Kai calmly arrived at the main conference hall of Earth Spirit Land in Voidland, which was already filled with people. These people were all in the Fourth Order and above, who were the most important members of Voidland. Upon seeing Yang Kai, they rose from the chairs and cupped their fists. "Greetings, Sect Master." Yang Kai raised his hand and brought it down to motion for them to be at ease. Then he moved and instantly appeared in front of the head seat. After adjusting his clothes, he sat down in a dignified manner. He swept a glance over the crowd, and soon his gaze fell upon Mao Zhe and the others from the shadowless cave heaven. Smiling, he asked, "Have you all gotten used to living in Voidland?" Mao Zhe replied, "Everything in Voidland is wonderful. Many thanks for your concern, sir." They had slowly learned about the various heritage of Voidland in the past months, so they thought that it wasn't a bad idea to have joined. The abundant resources here would be beneficial to their martial Dao. Furthermore, since 2 divine spirits lived in Voidland, this place certainly could accommodate 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like them. A grateful Hua Yong continued. "We had stayed in the shadowless cave heaven for thousands of years, and were extremely lucky to finally leave that place. Second Manager also takes good care of us. We feel fortunate that we were able to join Voidland." Compared to the shadowless cave heaven, the environment in Voidland was essentially paradise. Yang Kai nodded gently. "I'm glad that you've gotten used to living here." Then, he gazed at Bian Yuqing. "Second Manager, can you tell me everything that has happened in the sect while I wasn't around?" "Everything has been proceeding smoothly, sir." Bian Yuqing was fully prepared. Upon hearing Yang Kai's question, she immediately reported to him about the important issues that had occurred over the past 2 years in detail. During that period of time, Voidland didn't go through any drastic changes. The only thing that was different was that there were more Open Heaven Realm Masters now. Many of those from Abundant City were already on the brink of achieving an ascension to begin with. However, due to the various restrictions in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, they were unable to do so. Upon leaving the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Imo Mei and the others were the first batch of people who made it to the Open Heaven Realm. Nevertheless, more cultivators from Abundant City awaited an ascension. Over the past 2 years, about 300 people had attempted to break through. Most of them had succeeded, but a small number of people lost their lives due to their failure to make it to the Open Heaven Realm. Martial Peak, Chapter 4435, Fulfilling Their Roles. A cultivator had to refine yin, yang, and the 5 elements, then split heaven and earth apart within their body to form a small universe in order to break through to the Open Heaven Realm. The process could be said to be extremely dangerous, and regardless of how well prepared one was, one might still lose their life in the attempt. That was what happened to some of the cultivators from Abundant City. The people from Abundant City had been stuck in the Emperor Realm for centuries, if not millennia, giving them a long time to solidify their foundations and accumulate strength. The orders of the materials they had refined were definitely within their limits, as they wouldn't refine materials that they wouldn't be able to bear. However, some of them still lost their lives while attempting to achieve ascension. The first batch of people from Abundant City, about 300 of them, all successfully broke through because they each had the assistance of a heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill. However, over the past 2 years since Yang Kai left, more and more people from Abundant City had attempted to reach the Open Heaven Realm. Although Yang Kai had left behind some heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills before heading to the shadowless cave heaven, the supply wasn't sufficient to satisfy the demand. That was the reason some of them ended up falling. With that said, the percentage of those from Abundant City who lost their lives due to their attempts to achieve an ascension was comparatively lower than average. After all, due to the limitations of the environment they used to live in, they had more time for accumulation and preparation. Now, excluding the people brought back by Yang Kai this time, there were about 500 Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland. If Mao Zhe and the others were included, the number would be about 600. That was a terrifying figure. In terms of the quantity and quality of the Open Heaven Realm Masters, Voidland had surpassed 99% of all second-class Great Forces, though it still wasn't comparable to the Cave Heavens and Paradises. After all, it had only been a short time since Voidland was founded. More time was needed for its heritage to be accumulated. After Bian Yuqing was done with her report, she took her seat. Then Mo Mei rose from the chair and briefly talked about the current situation in the Star City. It could be said that the Star City was thriving. That was because they would put one heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill up for auction every 3 months, so the city could attract more and more cultivators from the 3,000 worlds. Even the Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises would appear in the auction house when the time was right. With more traffic came more commerce, causing many resources to flow into the Star City each day, allowing it to grow and develop further. It was a virtuous cycle. The shops in the Star City were all rented out by now, and their businesses were booming. Even the private cave mansions had all been snatched up by the cultivators who now lived or worked in the Star City. Voidland now earned about 100 million Open Heaven pills every month from the Star City, and the amount was still increasing even now. Wuxia and the other newcomers were dumbfounded upon hearing that. There was no doubt that the Star City could be considered first class, since it could help Voidland earn 100 million Open Heaven pills per month. The Star City alone could provide all the resources that those from Voidland would need. It had to be noted that one could buy a lot of things with 100 million Open Heaven pills. Although it wasn't enough to buy 7th order material, they could get their hands on several 6th order materials if they were lucky. As time passed, Voidland's wealth would continue to increase. The Star City could be said to be Voidland's cornucopia. With the rise in fame, more cultivators could be seen entering and leaving the Star City. This didn't pose a problem initially, as those from the governor's mansion were still able to keep on top of everything. The merchants who did business in the Star City had to pay rent and taxes. Voidland, as the overseer of the Star City, was responsible for making sure that the city and the people were safe. They had to ensure that no fights would take place, and when they did, they had to immediately settle the problems. Only by doing so could they give the cultivators a sense of security and showcase the heritage and competency of Voidland. However, following 2 years of rapid development, the governor's mansion was finding it increasingly hard to manage the city. This couldn't be helped, as the rise in popularity and development of the Star City meant that more and more powerful cultivators would come to visit. The person who could directly sense the changes was Jin Yuanlang, who was responsible for guarding the Void Dock. Since the reopening of the Voidland Star City, Jin Yuanlang had been appointed by Xianxia to guard the Void Dock and inspect the people who entered and left the city. Since he was a 5th order Open Heaven Realm Master, he could usually handle most situations that arose. However, 6th order Open Heaven Realm Masters were now more commonly seen in the city. As a 5th order Open Heaven Realm Master, it was difficult for him to deter 6th order Masters if they chose to be unruly. If 2 6th order Open Heaven Realm Masters got into a scuffle in the Star City, Mo Mei, who was responsible for managing the city, wouldn't be able to handle it alone. Once such a scenario happened, not only would the city suffer losses, but it would also have a huge impact on Voidland's reputation. This was the issue that had to be settled immediately. Fortunately, Xianxia had brought back some powerful Open Heaven Realm Masters, including several in the 6th Order. Hua Yong and Shu Mudan had already requested to join Voidland back on Twin Spirit Island, and Xianxia had appointed them to be the elders right away. Mao Zhe, Geng Qing, and Zhouya were 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters as well, so they couldn't be undervalued. Following Xianxia's order, the 3 of them also joined the Elder Hall. Mao Zhe and the others gladly accepted the appointment. They were restricted by the loyalty list, so their lives were under Xianxia's control. Strictly speaking, they were just Xianxia's servants. However, during the time they were together, he had never mistreated them, nor had he exposed the nature of their relationship to anyone, which saved them from any embarrassment. Although they had never said it out loud, they were grateful towards Xianxia for his discretion. Even if he really wanted to make things difficult for them, they would have no choice but to bear it. Now that they were asked to join the Elder Hall, they were certainly pleased. By becoming the elders in Voidland, they would be on an equal footing with the others apart from Xianxia and the two divine spirits. More orders were swiftly given, with Hua Yong and Shu Mu Dan being assigned to secure the void dock. Jin Yuanlang was still responsible for managing the dock's day-to-day business, and unless he was faced with cultivators that were too difficult to deal with, the couple usually wouldn't have to show up. Mao Zhe and the other former mountain lords would take turns staying in the governor's mansion to assist Mo Mei in managing the Star City. The other Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Shadowless Cave Heaven were also assigned various jobs in different departments. All of them received the orders one by one. Sect Master, the people who have come to apologize are still waiting. How do you want to deal with them? Bian Yuqing asked. Those people only knew that the Lord of Voidland, Xianxia, had returned. If they found out that more top masters had joined Voidland as well, they would be terrified. Xianxia would have forgotten about the matter if Bian Yuqing hadn't mentioned it, as he had no reason to remember those nobodies. As a glint flashed through his eyes as he asked, "Has anyone from Heavenly Sword Union arrived?" Bian Yuqing was startled for a moment, then shook her head. "I don't believe so." Xianxia snorted. The 100-sect alliance that invaded Voidland was nearly wiped out by him in the end. Other than Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar, which he would never let off, Xianxia didn't really care about the other great forces, nor did he have the intention to retaliate against them. It would be time-wasting if he really did that, so he reckoned it would be better to just spend his time on cultivation. Furthermore, those great forces were mostly third-class, and didn't even have a single mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master overseeing them. It would do more damage to Voidland's reputation and face if they were to oppress such weaklings now. With that said, Xianxia would never forgive Heavenly Sword Union, which was the mastermind behind the incident. Besides the fact that Heavenly Sword Union led the alliance, they had once again ambushed him while he was heading to the Shattered Heaven to look for the proprietress after he left Void Territory. Since those from Heavenly Sword Union had repeatedly provoked Xianxia, he couldn't be blamed for seeking revenge against them. Make them cough up everything they can before kicking them out, and let them know if they dare to appear in Voidland again. I won't be so forgiving. Xianxia directly decided the fate of those great forces. Bian Yuqing nodded in agreement. It was apparent that Xianxia was in the mood to meet those people, so he let her settle the matter. Now, Xianxia was now a powerful master and the leader of a peak second-class great force, so it wasn't like just anyone could meet him. It was expected that those great forces would accept the outcome, and they would also have to thank Xianxia for not destroying them. Also, there was a senior from Inyang Cave Heaven who requested to meet you a few days ago. However, since Sect Master was cultivating in seclusion, I turned her down so that you wouldn't be disturbed. Xianxia's eyes brightened when he heard that and asked, "Was it Chu Huashang?" Presently, there were two establishments directly owned by Cave Heavens in Voidstar City. One of them was the Azura Arena, which was set up by Azura Heaven. This facility was also one of the trademarks of Azura Heaven. The business of the Azura Arena was booming because many young cultivators like to engage in all-out fights to both train and make a name for themselves. In fact, the Azura Arena was established following a discussion between Xianxia and a representative from Azura Heaven. Voidland held a large stake in the Azura Arena, which generated an equivalent revenue share from this profitable business. Meanwhile, a Dao temple belonging to Inyang Cave Heaven was also established. Chu Huashang used to be stationed there in the past as its supervisor. Xianxia met that seductress in the grand ancient ruins boundary. Then, they went through many life and death moments there and in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, eventually growing quite close. After that, she tagged along when Xianxia headed to the Shattered Heaven. Although she didn't manage to help much, Xianxia was still grateful for the solidarity she had shown. This was no small matter. After all, Chu Huashang's identity was a little special as she was a core disciple from one of the 36 Cave Heavens, so everything she did represented Inyang Cave Heaven. As such, she wasn't able to do whatever she pleased most of the time. However, she still steadfastly followed Xianxia to oppose Ti Zheng and the others who had laid a trap for Xianxia. There were two reasons why Azura Heaven had set up an Azura Arena in every major star city. First of all, it was to train the disciples of their own sect, and secondly, it was to amass wealth. The disciples of Azura Heaven had to go through life and death battles in order to grow rapidly. Nevertheless, in the 3,000 worlds, there were rarely any places that would allow them to engage in such fierce battles. Therefore, the Azura arenas were their best option. Moreover, these Azura arenas were like a treasure trove for them. The Azura arenas from different star cities each generated massive amounts of revenue for Azura Heaven every year. Ingyang Cave Heaven had also set up a Tao temple in every major star city. However, they didn't intend to amass wealth or train their disciples in these places. Instead, the existence of these Tao temples was to attract more talented people. The disciples of Ingyang Cave Heaven were all beautiful women or handsome men, and their core secret arts revolved around forming intimate relationships with the opposite sex. In those Tao temples, their disciples could engage in discourse with talented young people from different parts of the 3,000 worlds and even find suitable life partners, which would then strengthen the sex power. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4436, a man she entrusted her life to. The Tao Temple of Ingyang Cave Heaven in Void Star City was built under the supervision of Chu Huashang. Therefore, when Yang Kai heard Bian Yuqing mention a senior from Ingyang Cave Heaven, the first person that came in his mind was that seductress. However, Bian Yuqing shook her head and replied, "It's not Senior Sister Chu. The master of Ingyang Cave Heaven's Tao Temple is now a different person." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel disappointed. If Chu Huashang was still in the Star City, he would have personally thanked her for what she had done for him. Bian Yuqing asked, "Are you going to meet her, Sect Master?" Yang Kai came to his senses and nodded. "Of course, I have to meet her. Please tell her to come in." If it was someone else, he would have decided whether he wanted to meet her depending on his mood. However, since she was from Ingyang Cave Heaven, he naturally couldn't turn her down. He could also ask this person about how Chu Huashang was doing. Upon receiving the order, Bian Yuqing immediately sent out a message. Since the meeting was over, everyone in the main hall rose from their seats and left while Yang Kai remained sitting on his own. An incense stick later, Bian Yuqing led someone to enter the hall from outside. Yang Kai looked up and saw that the person behind Bian Yuqing was an alluring woman with an enchanting figure. Her innocent-looking face and clear eyes gave off an ethereal feeling, as though she was unstained by the mortal world. Yang Kai's eyes brightened. He had met many beautiful women before, but he had never seen one such as this lady. His first impression of the woman was that she was clean. It wasn't the cleanliness of her clothes, but an indescribable feeling, as though the existence of everything in the world was a blasphemy to her existence. Anyone who saw her would have the urge to protect and care for her. At the same time, his chest tightened as he had a feeling that this woman was more complicated than she seemed. Since the guest had arrived, Yang Kai had to rise from his chair to greet her. Bian Yuqing saluted him. "She's here, Sect Master." Yang Kai nodded gently, upon which Bian Yuqing withdrew. The woman across from him elegantly greeted him, then said softly, "Greetings, Sect Master Yang. This mistress is Xianxia." Her pleasant voice tickled his senses. Yang Kai lifted his hand. "There's no need to be too formal with me, Senior Sister Su. Please have a seat." Xianxia thanked him with a lowered gaze. Her cheeks were painted with a tinge of redness, and her skin seemed extremely delicate. Yang Kai was unable to sense this woman's cultivation, but that wasn't too surprising seeing how she had no need to release her aura here. Nevertheless, he had a feeling that this woman wasn't any weaker than he was, so she was probably a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master as well. After the two of them were seated, a servant came over and served them tea. Following a bit of small talk, Yang Kai asked, "Senior Sister Su, what's the nature of your relationship with Senior Sister Chu?" Xianxia replied with a smile. "Chu is considered my junior sister on paper." Yang Kai arched his brow. "On paper? What is she to you in reality?" Xianxia said with a light smile, "I was the one who raised Chu." Yang Kai was shocked, thinking that the woman before his eyes was like a sister as well as a mother to Chu Huashang. After giving a thought, he realized that it wasn't so surprising. It had clearly been a long time since Su Yingxue broke through to the open heaven realm, and although Chu Huashang was now a Sixth Order Master as well, she had only recently become one. When it came to their age, Chu Huashang was probably much younger than Su Yingxue, so it wasn't surprising that she was raised by her. This was pretty common in the 3,000 worlds. Although many fellow brothers and sisters in the same sect were on the same level of seniority, there could be huge gaps in their actual ages. Therefore, some of the senior brothers and sisters were like foster parents to their juniors. Chu always talked about and praised you. Now, I can confirm that you're indeed both handsome and talented. Su Yingxue lifted her alluring eyes and batted her lashes shyly. A reserved Yang Kai replied, "Many thanks for your compliment, Senior Sister Su. May I know where Senior Sister Chu is now?" Su Yingxue sighed and replied, "After making such a huge mistake, she returned to the sect to apologize to the sect master. She's confined now, and she won't be able to leave seclusion for the next 100 years. 100 years? Yang Kai's face fell. Is her punishment related to me? Su Yingxue gazed into his eyes and said, "You seem quite concerned about Chuer, sect master Yang." Yang Kai replied, "I owe Senior Sister Chu a great favor. Since she's in trouble, I naturally can't turn a blind eye to it." "How are you going to interfere, then?" Su Yingxue looked curiously at him. Yang Kai became startled. "She's right. How am I supposed to interfere? She's confined in Yinyang Cave Heaven, and she's Su Yingxue's junior sister. This is their internal affair. Why do I have to butt into their business as an outsider?" Su Yingxue went on to say, "Since time immemorial, the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises have always been close allies, and internal disputes that go against our collective interests are strictly forbidden. Since she has made a mistake, she naturally has to be punished." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai finally figured out what had happened. As expected, Chu Huashang's confinement was a result of her helping him. She fought with those from Myriad Demons Heaven and the other great forces outside the Shadowless Cave Heaven, which had tarnished Yinyang Cave Heaven's reputation. That was the reason she was given such a harsh punishment. As a core disciple of Yinyang Cave Heaven, Chu Huashang was fully aware of these rules, and also that once she made a move, she would invite trouble to herself, but she did it anyway. Yang Kai had never expected that Chu Huashang's help would land her in such trouble. If he knew it in advance, he wouldn't have let her tag along. Now that she had to be confined for 100 years, he certainly felt guilty. It's just 100 years, so there's nothing to worry about. Chuer is now a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so 100 years will pass by in a blink of an eye for her, Su Yingxue said gently. Yang Kai frowned and stared intently at her in silence. 100 years of confinement was indeed not a long time for a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Furthermore, Chu Huashang had just ascended to the Sixth Order, so she needed time to consolidate her cultivation. The confinement might not actually be a bad thing to her, as, after she was set free, she would have completely solidified her new cultivation. With that said, it was still a punishment, and Yang Kai was the reason behind it, which was why he felt responsible. However, Su Yingxue didn't seem to take the matter seriously. "Sect Master Yang," she called out gently. Yang Kai came to his senses and gazed at her. "What's wrong, senior sister?" Su Yingxue replied, "To be frank with you, other than meeting you, this mistress is also here to seek your help." Yang Kai extended his hand. "Please speak freely, senior sister. I'll not turn you down as long as I am able to assist." Before Su Yingxue spoke again, she appeared bashful as her cheeks became a shade redder. She lowered her head as her hair hung loose over her chest. Her posture, coupled with her innocent demeanor, could make any man lust after her and have the urge to embrace and become intimate. Yang Kai couldn't move his eyes away from her as he thought that the disciples from Yinyang Cave Heaven were all truly attractive. Unlike how flirtatious and enchanting Chu Huashang was, Su Yingxue's innocence and charm were rarely found in the world. "Sect Master Yang, since you're close to Chuer, I suppose you're familiar with some of our sect traditions," Xianxia said gently. Her face was all red by the time she finished speaking. Yang Kai had no idea about the reason behind her bashfulness as he asked curiously, "What traditions are you speaking of?" Xianxia appeared to be embarrassed as she fell silent for a moment, then replied, "When the female disciples of Ingyang Cave Heaven reach a certain age in cultivation, we have to look for a suitable partner. That is the reason our Tao temples were built across the 3,000 worlds. The disciples who are stationed at these Tao temples can engage in discourse with talented people from all over to increase their knowledge and cultivation, but it is also a way to seek out appropriate partners." "I'm aware of that." Yang Kai nodded as an idea flashed through his mind. "Do you have your eyes on someone, senior sister?" Xianxia nodded her head. Yang Kai said with a smile, "Congratulations are in order, then. I wonder who the young man is that is lucky enough to gain your favor. If you need my help to pass on your word, just tell me right away. I'll invite the man over. If he doesn't want to come, I'll tie him up and bring him here." "There's no need for any invitation." Xianxia shook her head. A puzzled Yang Kai asked, "Why is that?" Xianxia appeared anxious as she subconsciously played with her hair with her slender finger. Her face had become redder as she said hesitantly, "That is, because the man is right before my eyes." The smile on Yang Kai's face froze, and then his lips pressed into a line as he examined her seriously. A moment later, he said with a faint smile, "That joke isn't funny, Senior Sister Sue." Xianxia looked down at her feet and spoke in a voice that was as soft as a whisper. "I'm not making a joke, Sect Master Yang. You're now the Lord of Voidland, as well as a fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master. You are completely qualified to be my partner." Yang Kai gazed at her with narrowed eyes. "Since you're so close to Chu Huashang, you should have heard something about me from her." Xianxia nodded. "And Chuer told me that she repeatedly wanted you to be her partner, but you had turned her down." Yang Kai nodded. "I value my friendship with Senior Sister Chu, so I'm not willing to tie her down with false hope. That was the reason I didn't agree to her request. However, Senior Sister Sue, this is the first time we have met, so how could you say such a thing to embarrass both of us?" Xianxia looked up at him with a pair of alluring eyes, which looked like two clear springs, and said in an enchanting manner, "Are you not willing to be my partner, Sect Master Yang?" "What do you think?" Yang Kai questioned her instead. Xianxia pressed her lips together, then asked, "What if I say that if you agree to it, both Chuer and I will become your partners?" A startled Yang Kai asked, "Is this your idea, or Senior Sister Chu's?" Since Chu Huashang was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, Xianxia was probably in the same order. Both of them were strikingly beautiful, and any man would have to consider himself extremely lucky to obtain the favor of just one of them, not to mention both. Rarely would any man in the world be capable of resisting such a temptation. Xianxia replied, "I had a discussion with Chuer before I came to Voidstar City. She said that the Lord of Voidland Yang Kai was a righteous man she could entrust her life to. However, since she didn't manage to gain your favor, she told me to come here and give it a try. Therefore, even though this mistress is not familiar with you, as it's the first time we have met, I believe Chuer's words. Of course, she will agree to the decision I've made. As long as you agree, Chuer and I will become your partners." Martial Peak, Chapter 4437, A Test. Yang Kai couldn't believe that Xianxia wanted to be his partner just because of what Chu Huashang had said. So he said after a sigh, "I suppose you do have trust in her, Senior Sister Sue. Chuer has a keen eye for people. Although I'm older than her, I'm not comparable to her in this regard." Xianxia lifted her head as she summoned her courage to look at the man. "Are you really going to turn me down, Sect Master Yang?" Her bashful expression could arouse any man's pity. Yang Kai took a deep breath and replied with a straight face, "It's this Yang's luck to gain the favor of the two of you, but I already have a few wives, so I don't intend to marry more women. Although I thank you for your intentions, I cannot accept them. There are many great men out there, and I'm just one of the countless men in the world. I'm sure the two of you will find your loved ones sooner or later." Xianxia stared fixedly at him with her dark gaze, as though she was able to look deeply into his mind and soul to uncover his thoughts. A moment later, she suddenly started convulsing with laughter, which was in stark contrast to her innocent demeanor earlier. She now looked so charming that it was hard for any man in the world to resist her attractiveness. Senior Sister Sue? Yang Kai scowled as he couldn't adapt to this sudden transformation. He was secretly shocked that the woman's demeanor could change in such a drastic manner. The Lord of Voidland. I suppose Chu hasn't fallen in love with the wrong guy. Xianxia covered her lips and looked smilingly at him. What do you mean, Senior Sister Sue? Xianxia replied with a faint smile. Yin Cave Heaven is one of the 36 cave heavens. Regardless of how immoral we're thought to be, no two female disciples would ever serve the same husband. Outsiders always say that we're lascivious people, but they have no idea how loyal we are to our partners. Yang Kai's face fell. So, what were you trying to achieve? He had a feeling that he had been made a fool of. If he really agreed to it on an impulse just now, he would have been humiliated. However, why was this woman trying to trick him? There were no grudges between them to speak of. Although Chu Huashang had to be confined for 100 years because she helped him, that wasn't enough of a reason for this farce. Chu has made a mistake, and she is being punished with 100 years of imprisonment. But that doesn't really matter. What does matter, however, is that in half a year, there will be a Tao Theory Assembly in Yin Cave Heaven where many talented young men will come together. The winner will be able to marry Chu after she is discharged from confinement. Yang Kai initially felt vexed because he had been tricked, but all his fury vanished in a thin air when he heard these words. Then, he asked in shock, Tao Theory Assembly? The winner will be able to marry Senior Sister Chu? Was that her idea? Xianxia snorted. Since Chu has fallen in love with you, why would she come up with such an absurd idea? It was a decision by the sect master, and she can't disobey. Yang Kai sported a dark expression. Since she is reluctant, why would those from Yin Cave Heaven hold such a Tao Theory Assembly? Xianxia glared at him. Since she has crossed the line, we have to make it up to the other cave heavens and paradises, and this Tao Theory Assembly is the result. Do you think she can refuse? Who do you think has caused all this? Yang Kai became startled upon hearing that. We've been sending out invitations since a year ago. However, due to the fact that the 3,000 worlds is expansive, we and the others who will participate need time to prepare. The Tao Theory Assembly will take place half a year from now, and regardless of who the winner is, Chu must marry him no matter what. Yang Kai frowned. I thought core disciples of Yin Cave Heaven would never marry outsiders. It was difficult to raise a disciple like Chu Huashang. If she was married to an outsider, another sect would reap all the benefits. Hence, for a core disciple like Chu Huashang, the man had to get married in her sect, not the other way around. Xianxia replied, she's not going to leave the sect. The man will have to get married into our great force. Upon hearing her clarification, Yang Kai said, I see. Xianxia stared at him and said, if you didn't pass my test, I wouldn't have informed you about it. Since you're a righteous man, however, I suppose Chu's eyes haven't failed her, so you have the right to know about it. Yang Kai rose from the chair and cupped his fist with a solemn expression. Many thanks for informing me about this matter, Senior Sister. After staring fixedly at him for a moment, Xianxia also got up. That's all I have to say. Farewell. I'll see you off. Yang Kai hurriedly followed her. Xianxia didn't turn him down as she continued moving forward. It wasn't until Yang Kai left Voidland with her and saw her heading towards the Star City that he returned. It surprised him that those from Yin Cave Heaven were going to hold a Tao Theory Assembly to look for a husband for Chu Huashang. However, Xianxia had said that the assembly was being held to make it up to the other cave heavens and paradises. After all, Chu Huashang had violated their rules, so her confinement was probably not enough to appease the various cave heavens and paradises. It wouldn't have mattered if Yang Kai wasn't aware of it, but now that he had found out about it, he naturally couldn't turn a blind eye. Nevertheless, he was in a dilemma as he wasn't sure what to do. If he took part in the Tao Theory Assembly, he definitely had to become the winner, which would then mean that he would have to marry Chu Huashang. Chu Huashang's appearance and aptitude undoubtedly stood at the apex of the 3,000 worlds, and hardly any women could surpass her. Certainly, no man could resist such a talented beauty. If Yang Kai had still been single, he would have leapt at the opportunity to marry her. However, he already had several wives, so he wasn't willing to become emotionally entangled with Chu Huashang. Moreover, she was a core disciple of her great force, so those from Inyang Cave Heaven wouldn't allow her to live with Yang Kai without him joining their force. With that said, he wouldn't be able to set his mind at ease if he didn't at least see her. At that moment, he was unable to make a decision. A moment later, he sent a message to Mo, May, to tell her to ask around in the Star City in order to find out whether things were just like what Xianxia had said. If those from Inyang Cave Heaven were really going to hold a Tao Theory Assembly, there was no way no one was aware of it. The fame of the 36 Cave Heavens dictated that every move they made would cause a stir in the 3,000 worlds. Half a day later, Mo May replied to him from the governor's mansion and informed him that there was really such an event on the horizon. Just like what Xianxia had said, those from Inyang Cave Heaven had been sending out invitations since a year ago, as they were going to hold a Tao Theory Assembly in order to look for a partner for Chu Huashang. Any cultivator in the 3,000 worlds could take part in it regardless of their cultivation or age, as long as they were below the high-rank Open Heaven realm. As a result, countless cultivators from different great territories started heading to Inyang territory. Those who were powerful hoped to become the winner and marry a beautiful lady, while those who were weak were going to watch a good show and gain some life experience. After all, it wasn't every day that one could freely enter Inyang Cave Heaven. Yang Kai clenched the jade slip, which contained the message, with a frown. The Tao Theory Assembly would be held in half a year, but he still couldn't decide whether he should go or not. Then, he fished out his universe chart and realized that it would take him half a month to travel from Voidland to Inyang territory, which wasn't too long a distance. If he decided to go, he would have a few months to prepare. After pondering on it for a moment, he finally made a decision. He had to go to Inyang Cave Heaven. Chu Huashang was being punished because of him, so there was no way he could just sit back and do nothing. By then, he could look for Chu Huashang and find out about her stance before coming up with any solution. The Star City was the major income source for Voidland, and the popularity of the Star City hinged on its auction house. A Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill would be put up for auction once every 3 months, which was why countless cultivators from different great forces were attracted to this place. There were not many Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills left, as they couldn't even satisfy the needs of their own disciples, which caused some of them to lose their lives while trying to make it to the Open Heaven realm. Therefore, Yang Kai would have to refine more since he was going to leave again. He still had a lot of the main ingredient required to make these pills, which was World Source Liquid. He just needed some supplementary ingredients, and since the Star City was now flourishing, he could easily get his hands on them. Therefore, after he gave an order, some people from the Star City immediately started preparing the materials he needed before delivering them to him. It was then he started refining Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. 3 months later, all the adjuvants were used up as he was surrounded by many bottles, which were all filled with Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. Countless cultivators were eager to snatch up the one available Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill whenever it came up for auction, but such pills were now everywhere in Yang Kai's room. It would be interesting to know what others thought if they found out about this. With that said, even though there were a lot of Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills here, there would come a time when they were used up. To Yang Kai and Voidland, every Open Heaven Realm Master was a precious treasure. So every disciple who was going to attempt an ascension had to be given a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, so that no tragedy would happen again. In other great forces, only the best disciples of the sects had high hopes for could get their hands on a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. But in Voidland, anyone who had the right to ascend to the Open Heaven Realm could get such a pill from Bian Yuqing. In the entire 3,000 worlds, only Voidland provided such a benefit. After getting some rest, Yang Kai told Bian Yuqing to come over and store these pills. At the same time, she informed him about a piece of good news. Madame Lan has arrived. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was elated. She's here? When did she arrive? Bian Yuqing replied with a smile. A few days after you started refining pills. She's been here for about 2 months now. Yang Kai quickly asked her about the proprietress location and then headed over to meet her. After leaving Golden Rainbow Province back then, the proprietress said that she was on 1,000 Bird Star City to put an end to some issues. Yang Kai didn't ask her what she was going to do, but she had said that she would pay a visit to Voidland soon. It never crossed his mind that she would come here so quickly. A moment later, he met the proprietress on a certain Spirit Peak. Yuhi was also around as she was having a chat with her. Bai Qi, chef, and accountant, as well as some of the shop hands from First Inn, had also come. Yang Kai could also see that Luo Hai Yi was here. An idea flashed through his mind as the speculation he had made him feel excited. Upon detecting the man's presence, the proprietress shot him a glance with a smile. Smelly brat, you're finally here. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4438, Proprietress Joins Voidland. Proprietress. Yang Kai walked over and saluted her. Are you all ready to relocate to Void Star City? The proprietress asked with a smile. What do you mean, relocate? Then Yang Kai was puzzled. Bai Qi said with a smile. Proprietress has left First Inn, so she's a free person now. Yang Kai became startled upon hearing that. Initially, when he saw that the proprietress had brought all her usual shop hand with her, he thought that she was going to open a First Inn branch in Void Star City. So it came as a great surprise to hear she had actually left First Inn. We'd like to join Voidland. Will you welcome us? The proprietress looked smilingly at Yang Kai. Of course. Yang Kai hurriedly nodded. Of course I welcome you all. Why wouldn't I? You can even be the Lord of Voidland if you want, proprietress. No thanks. The proprietress rolled her eyes. I've finally relieved myself of old burdens, so why would I take on even heavier responsibilities? Don't even think about it. Yang Kai grinned. What kind of position do you want, then? Just name it. The proprietress shook her head. I'm not going to take up any official position right now. Just prepare a serene place for me, as I'm going to enter seclusion soon. Yang Kai turned solemn. Are you going to attempt to break through to the Seventh Order? Since Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar were destroyed, her heart demon oath had been resolved as well. Hence, there were no more obstacles in her way to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. However, she had lost some of her heritage in the Shadowless Cave Heaven, so if she wanted to make it to the Seventh Order, she would have to spend some time recovering from those losses. The proprietress nodded with a serious expression. I've been stuck in the Sixth Order for a long time now. It's about time to ascend to the Seventh Order. A worried Yang Kai asked, Do you have the confidence to achieve it? Ascending to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm was no laughing matter. Although there was only a difference of 1 order between the Sixth Order and the Seventh Order, she was trying to cross the gulf between the mid-rank and high rank. This was a process of sublimation in the Open Heaven realm, and the risk an Open Heaven realm master had to bear when attempting this was as great as when he or she was first attempting to reach the Open Heaven realm from the Emperor realm. The consequences were deadly if they failed. Many Open Heaven realm masters had lost their lives during this ascension over the years. For cultivators in this realm, every ascension was a perilous trial. Once they succeeded, they would transform into even more powerful beings. However, once they failed, death was all but certain. I do have some confidence, but when it comes to a matter like this, it is ultimately up to the heavens to decide my fate. The proprietress replied calmly. Yang Kai nodded. Since you've made a decision, I'll say no more. If you need any resources, just tell us right away. Yuhi will prepare everything for you. The proprietress replied with a smile. I have all the resources I require prepared already. I've been a shopkeeper of First Inn for centuries, so I've collected some good stuff along the way. That's great. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai fished out a jade bottle and passed it to her. Take this, as it might be useful in case of an emergency. The proprietress took a glance at it and realized that the jade bottle looked familiar. Soon, she recalled what it was. After Yang Kai left the Blood Monster Cave Heaven back then, He passed her this jade bottle, which contained an innate open heaven pill born in the universe furnace. Blood monster divine monarch should have obtained this pill at some point far in the past. This open heaven pill was totally different from the ones refined by alchemists and was innumerable times more valuable. Although one open heaven pill seemed like nothing compared to the millions that flowed through Void Star City each day, many people would start wars just to try to snatch this single pill if word of its existence got out. At that time, Xianxia thought that this pill could help the proprietress break through to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, but she turned him down. As long as her heart demon oath wasn't resolved, even an innate open heaven pill would be useless to her, now that she was ready to ascend to the Seventh Order. However, this pill was the only thing Xianxia could offer that could be of some possible help. After giving it a thought, the proprietress took the jade bottle and said with a smile, "I'll give it back to you if I don't need it." Xianxia replied with a straight face, "I'll await your good news." Back then, the proprietress directly ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, so her aptitude was truly exceptional. Supposedly, given her aptitude, there shouldn't be a problem when she attempted to rise to the Seventh Order. However, she reckoned that she'd better be careful. The proprietress then suddenly asked, "Have you heard that there will be a Tao Theory Assembly in Yingyang Cave Heaven in a few months? You're aware of it?" Upon finishing his words, Xianxia smiled helplessly. First, and was in the business of gathering information. Basically, everyone was aware of it now, so why would the proprietress not know it? "I'm not deaf, so why would I not be aware of such a major event?" The proprietress shot him a glare. Chu Huashang is one of the core disciples of Yingyang Cave Heaven, and she has the right to succeed the sect master in the future. However, since she has made a mistake, she has to make it up to the other cave heavens and paradises. The Tao Theory Assembly is the punishment for her. Xianxia sighed. "It's all because of me that Senior Sister Chu is being punished." On the side, Yuhi asked, "Young Master, was it because—" Xianxia nodded solemnly. "All 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises have always been united, so internal divisions are not permitted. Senior Sister Chu broke that taboo." Yuhi exclaimed, "What should we do then?" Xianxia said, "I'm going to Yingyang Cave Heaven soon." Then, he gazed at the proprietress in puzzlement. Are there really no grudges between the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises? Why is there even such a taboo? The proprietress explained, "There are definitely grudges between them, but they have their own ways of settling such problems. If some of them are killed without anyone knowing about it, no one can say anything. However, since the other cave heavens and paradises know the details of this incident, those from Yingyang Cave Heaven have to make it up to them. That is the rule." "What rubbish rule is that?" Xianxia was incensed. "Since you're the cause of it, I suppose you should head to Yingyang Cave Heaven. Given your current strength, there shouldn't be anyone below the high-rank open heaven realm who is your opponent. However, you'd still better be careful. Although the disciples from Yingyang Cave Heaven would frequently look for suitable partners, a disciple like Chu Huashang is very rare. Many talented people will gather together in this Tao Theory Assembly, so the people from the cave heavens and paradises would naturally take part as well." Upon hearing that, Xianxia was startled for a moment. Those from the cave heavens and paradises would join as well? "I heard that the partners of the core disciples from Yingyang Cave Heaven would have to marry into Yingyang Cave Heaven. Are those cave heavens and paradises willing to let their disciples join another sect?" The proprietress replied with a smile, "The core disciples are definitely not going to join this Tao Theory Assembly. However, the heritages of the cave heavens and paradises are ample. Besides the core disciples, they still have other disciples that could join another sect. The effort will be worthwhile if they can become closer allies with Yingyang Cave Heaven." Xianxia nodded. Although a disciple would have to get married in Yingyang Cave Heaven, he would not sever ties with his master sect entirely. If his master sect fell into trouble in the future, that disciple and the connection he made would be of some help. "There's one thing I'm worried about, proprietress." Xianxia appeared anxious. "What is it?" she asked. Xianxia replied, "The cave heavens and paradises were already trying to suppress me before I even ascended to the open heaven realm. Now that I'm an open heaven realm master, would some of them try to kill me if I show up in the outside world?" He was already targeted by 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters outside the shadowless cave heaven, and he was just an emperor realm cultivator at that time. Now that he was an open heaven realm master, it was probable that some of them would still want to kill him ruthlessly. Given the heritages of those cave heavens and paradises, it would be easy for them to kill him unless he stayed in Voidland forever. With 2 divine spirits residing in Voidland, the effort to kill him would simply be too great for the reward. To his concerns, the proprietress just said with a smile, "The reason they targeted you before your ascension was that they were worried you'd directly make it to the 7th Order, and their suppression has yielded some results. In their eyes, you're just a 5th Order open heaven realm master, so you're no longer a threat to them. They have already nipped a potential threat in the bud, and a 5th Order master is nothing to them." Xianxia's eyes brightened. "In that case, I'm now safer since I've ascended to the open heaven realm." "That's right. There won't be any problems then," Xianxia nodded. After he chatted with the proprietress for a while longer, he bid her farewell. She was going to attempt to break through to the 7th Order soon, and no one else could help her with that. The only thing Xianxia could give her was that innate open heaven pill. This breakthrough would probably take her a long time. After all, she had to make up for the losses she had suffered in the shadowless cave heaven first before she could attempt to reach the 7th Order open heaven realm. The Tao Theory Assembly was just 2 months away now, so Xianxia had to set off immediately. A few days later, he shot into the sky, and as a crack appeared in the grand array, he moved past it and dashed into the void. He was on his own this time. Yuhi initially wanted to tag along, but he had turned her down. After all, he was now a 6th Order open heaven realm master that was significantly stronger than others in the same order. In the entire 3,000 worlds, only high-rank open heaven realm masters would be a threat to him now. Even if he really came across any danger, he could easily flee since he was on his own. Furthermore, the Tao Theory Assembly was an event to help get Chu Hua Shang a husband. Xianxia wasn't even sure how he would handle the issue, so it would be inappropriate if he brought Yuhi with him. The journey was long, and the void was dead silent, so Xianxia just moved forward at lightning speed. On a shattered spirit province, just outside the territory gate of void territory, stood an alluring lady. It seemed that she had been waiting there for a long time. When she finally saw Xianxia moving past the territory gate, she snorted, "I suppose he can still be considered a responsible man." The person was Su Yingshui, who had previously met up with Xianxia. Since Xianxia had left void territory at this point, he should be heading to join the Tao Theory Assembly. That was the reason she sported a milder expression now. Then, she dashed towards the territory gate and tailed Xianxia. After leaving the territory gate, she immediately sent a message to someone. Looking up, she could only see a small, in the distance, as Xianxia was already far away from her. She curved her lips into a smile and muttered, "I'll give you one last test. After all, you have no right to marry Chuer if you're too weak." Meanwhile, Xianxia was looking at the route in his universe chart and heading to the next territory gate. Half a day later, he suddenly lifted his head as he could see a ray of light charging towards him rapidly. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4439, A Pleasant Surprise. A figure could faintly be seen in the ray of light. Xianxia looked up, but before he could make out the person's face, the other party bellowed, "Where do you think you're going, boy?" Right after the person finished speaking, he pushed out his fist with an immense force. World force undulated. Even the void trembled slightly. A puzzled Xianxia had a feeling that the person must have mistaken him for someone else. However, since the other party was about to strike, he was unable to explain himself as he quickly extended his palm to meet the attack. Booming sounds were heard as the other party acted violently, while Xianxia responded in kind. They exchanged more than 10 moves in just several breaths of time. "Huh," the person exclaimed, as though he had discovered something strange. Following that, he exerted more force with his hands. If the power he showcased earlier was on par with the 5th Order, he was now using 6th Order strength. Yang Kai had never expected that he would randomly come across a sixth-order open heaven realm master as soon as he left Void territory, and for some reason, the other party initially hid his true strength. It wasn't until he sensed Yang Kai's power that he stopped holding back. As a sixth-order open heaven realm master himself, Yang Kai certainly wasn't afraid of this stranger, so he surged the power of his small universe as the battle intensified. A moment later, the attacker used a feint before widening the gap between them before raising his hand. Wait. Yang Kai abruptly stopped in his tracks and stared coldly at him. It wasn't until this moment that he was able to make out the person's appearance. The other party was a burly man with long dreadlocks, which made him look a bit eccentric. However, judging from the fluctuations of his energy just now, Yang Kai confirmed that he was indeed a sixth-order open heaven realm master. As their eyes met, the burly man examined Yang Kai and asked, "Are you Liu Pei Yuan?" "No, and I don't know him either." Yang Kai shook his head. The man landed a slap on his own forehead, then looked apologetically at Yang Kai and cupped his fist. "I'm so sorry for mistaking you for someone else. This is all a big misunderstanding. Please forgive me." Yang Kai furrowed his brow with displeasure as the other party directly attacked him without verifying his identity first. Although the man didn't have any murderous intent, Yang Kai was still upset. Fortunately, both of them had only made some probing moves, so no one was hurt. Otherwise, the misunderstanding would have turned into something serious. Since Yang Kai was in a rush, he wasn't willing to waste any more time on this man, so he simply nodded and declared, "Since it's a misunderstanding, let's forget it. Farewell." Then, he turned around and left. The man shouted from behind, "Farewell, friend." It wasn't until Yang Kai was out of his sight that the man stroked his chin with an amused look. Interesting. While remaining on the same spot, he fished out a communication bead and sent a message. A moment later, a ray of light came over from afar and stopped beside him. The person was none other than Xianxia. "Did you test him?" she asked. The man nodded. "How was it?" "Your information is wrong, junior sister." The man scratched his head and looked in the direction Yang Kai had left. "You said that guy ascended to the fifth order open heaven realm. Is he not in the fifth order?" Xianxia frowned. Chu Huashang had seen Yang Kai break through in person, and the fact was verified by the elders from Yinyang Cave Heaven. After all, besides Chu Huashang, there were also 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters who had witnessed the incident, so there was no way the information was wrong. He's not in the fifth order." The man grinned. "That guy's in the sixth order." "No way." Xianxia shot him a glare. "Did you intercept the wrong guy?" The man shook his head. "You sent his image to me, so there was no way I was mistaken. I was shocked when I traded moves with him just now. I almost suffered a loss at his hands. The power he had showcased was definitely not in the fifth order. Although I didn't use my full strength, he was still able to force a draw. That could only mean that he's in the sixth order open heaven realm." "How is that possible?" Xianxia was astounded. According to the information she had obtained, Yang Kai was supposed to be in the fifth order open heaven realm. It had only been 2 years since he achieved his ascension, so there was no way he could go from the fifth order to the sixth order in such a short time. No one in the world could achieve that. The only possibility was that he had ascended to the sixth order instead of the fifth order at that time. However, that was also impossible. Chu Huashang might conceal the truth for Yang Kai, but there was no way the high-rank open heaven realm masters at the scene were mistaken. "Isn't this for the best?" The man grinned. "Although there's only a difference of 1 order, the gap in real strength is enormous. I was initially worried that he would suffer a setback in the Tao Theory Assembly, but now it seems that he has a chance to come out the winner. Although a fifth order open heaven realm master is fairly powerful, such a person is too weak compared to the people who are going to join the Tao Theory Assembly." After giving a thought, Xianxia realized that he was right and nodded gently. "It's indeed a pleasant surprise. Since we've given him a test, we should return to the sect now. Let's go," the man said and charged forward, followed by Xianxia. Yinyang Cave Heaven was going to hold a Tao Theory Assembly to select a husband for the core disciple, Chu Huashang, and it sent out invitations to many great forces across the 3,000 worlds. Since the event was just around the corner, many flight-type artifacts could be seen heading to Inyang territory from different great territories. As Yang Kai flew forward, he could see flight-type artifacts of different shapes and sizes rushing towards Inyang territory. It was the first time Yang Kai was visiting the headquarters of a cave heaven, and he was extremely curious about it. He wanted to see the heritage of one of the top great forces in the 3,000 worlds for himself, so he could understand the difference between Void Land and them. 1 month later, he arrived at a place that was 2 great territories away from Inyang territory. He could also see more flight-type artifacts as he continued moving forward. Inyang Cave Heaven was one of the 36 cave heavens, which was why it was famous. Since the disciples from those second-class great forces wanted to marry a beautiful lady and form a relationship with Inyang Cave Heaven, it would be worthwhile even if there were some sacrifices. Therefore, many of the people on the ships were in the 4th Order, the 5th Order, and even the 6th Order. After all, weaker cultivators had no right to take part in the assembly. 2 figures had been tailing Yang Kai. They were Xianxia and the burly man, who were both from Inyang Cave Heaven. At this moment, Xianxia finally believed her partner's words. Yang Kai must have been in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. After all, given their cultivation, they still hadn't managed to close the gap with Yang Kai despite chasing him at full speed for an entire month. A 5th Order Open Heaven realm master could never fly as fast as he did. Both of them attempted to surpass Yang Kai, but rather than getting ahead of him, he actually got further away from them instead. They initially could see his figure from afar, but now he was already out of their sight. Just when they were about to enter Inyang territory, Xianxia's expression changed as she fished out a communication bead and had a look. Then, she stopped in her tracks and said through clenched teeth, "Despicable. What happened?" The man was perplexed as he stopped and looked at her. "See for yourself." Xianxia passed the communication bead to the man, who took it and had a look. Soon, he sported a dark expression as he said, "They dare do such a thing?" Xianxia snorted. "They're not willing to let any of their 6th Order disciples marry into our sect, so they're using dirty tricks to filter out any potential opponents. Shameless." "Has the sect master said anything?" the man asked in a grim voice. "I have no idea. Let's find out more details first." Xianxia shook her head, then took back the communication bead and sent out a message before the pair waited on the spot for a response. A while later, 2 figures rushed towards them from afar and landed in front of them. As they cupped their fists, they saluted, "Greetings, martial uncle, martial aunt." There were 1 man and 1 woman who were both in the 4th Order Open Heaven realm. They appeared intimate, so they were obviously a couple. It was the norm in Inyang Cave Heaven. Once they found suitable partners and got married, they would go everywhere together. "How's the situation now?" Xianxia cut to the chase and asked. The 4th Order Open Heaven realm man replied, "All the territory gates leading to Inyang territory have been cordoned off, and all the ships have to be inspected before they're allowed to pass. Whenever they discover a 6th Order Open Heaven realm master, they immediately challenge him." "What great forces are participating in this blockade?" Xianxia asked. The man then listed more than 10 cave heavens and paradises, after which he said, "Those are the great forces that have sent their disciples to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly." Xianxia snorted. "Seems they've thoroughly thought this out." The Tao Theory Assembly was meant to select a husband for Chu Huashang, with its winner being able to marry her. No high-rank, open heaven realm master would take part in such an assembly, and the 4th Order was just the threshold. Supposedly, only a 6th Order Open Heaven realm master would stand a chance to be the winner. Regardless of who the person was, he wouldn't have a right to fight for the first place if he wasn't in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Nevertheless, even 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters were valuable to those cave heavens and paradises, so they were not willing to let a disciple marry into Inyang Cave Heaven. They would only allow 5th Order Open Heaven realm masters to do that. As such, in order to prevent their own disciples from confronting any 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters in the Tao Theory Assembly, these dozen or so cave heavens and paradises join forces and cordon off the territory gates around Inyang territory. Once they discovered any foreign Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they would chase them away. By doing so, they could ensure that the most powerful cultivators who could participate in the Tao Theory Assembly were only in the Fifth Order, which would ease the burden of their own disciples when they joined the competition. Regardless of who the winner would be, their great force would only lose one Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Has the sect master said anything? Su Ying-Shui asked with a solemn expression. The disciple replied, Sect master has had a discussion with the representatives of those great forces. However, they haven't really crossed any line, as they never killed anyone or forced any participant away. Instead, they'd send Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to exchange moves with the other party so that those people would admit defeat and leave. Since that is the case, Sect Master can't really say anything. Su Ying-Shui said through clenched teeth. Exchange moves? How could outside Sixth Order Masters be comparable to their own? Why don't they chase the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters away as well? By then, only Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters will take part in the assembly, which is even better for them. The disciple remarked meekly. Perhaps they want to protect their reputations. They have already humiliated themselves, so why bother? Su Ying-Shui was infuriated. The burly man hunched his back as the situation was giving him a headache. If only Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were going to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, it would turn into one big joke. Would they really have to allow Chu Huashang to marry a mere Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master? Martial Peak, Chapter 4440, Qing Kui. Chu Huashang was a core disciple from Inyang Cave Heaven, so she was one of the candidates that might succeed the sect master's position. They were holding a Tao Theory Assembly to select a husband for her because they were under pressure and it was already against her will. If they couldn't even find her a husband that would somewhat match her capabilities, Inyang Cave Heaven would be humiliated. However, now a dozen or so cave heavens and paradises had joined forces to cordon off the territory gates around Inyang territory, and no outside Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were allowed to enter to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. If this went on, only Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be able to participate, which was what those great forces were trying to achieve. Su Ying-Shui ground her teeth with fury, but there was nothing she could do. Just like what the Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master had said, those great forces hadn't really crossed any lines as they never forcefully chased the participants away. Instead, they sent powerful disciples to exchange pointers with them and make them back down. How are those from Inyang Cave Heaven supposed to interfere? The man with dreadlocks darted his gaze around before his eyes brightened. He looked in a particular direction and said, Isn't there a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who can enter, junior sister? Su Ying-Shui's expression changed when she heard that. Senior brother, you mean? The man grinned. If he can safely enter the sect and take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, the efforts of those great forces will all go down the drain. Su Ying-Shui's eyes lit up. You have a point, senior brother. If Yang Kai, a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, showed up in the Tao Theory Assembly, he would be able to turn the entire situation upside down. According to the plan of those cave heavens and paradises, only Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters will be allowed to join the Tao Theory Assembly, and eventually only a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would fight for first place. The heritages of the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from those cave heavens and paradises were naturally superior to outsiders. If nothing unexpected happened, the winner would be from one of their forces, and he would marry Chu Huashang. Regardless of who the winner would be, it was an agreement between those cave heavens and paradises. However, if a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master suddenly showed up, their plan would be ruined. Although those Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were from the cave heavens and paradises, they still didn't have a right to fight with a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. By then, in order to protect their reputation, or for some other reasons, those cave heavens and paradises would have to send stronger disciples to participate in the assembly. Those Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be too weak, and only Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could hope to fight for first place. Therefore, the most important task for them now was to ensure that Yang Kai could enter Yin-Yang territory to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. Considering all this, Suing Shui suddenly exclaimed with a changed expression, "Oh no, that guy's not aware of what's going on. If he reveals his cultivation in advance, he will be barred from entry. It will be terrible when that happens." The man realized the severity of the matter as well, so he quickly looked in the territory gate's direction and yelled, "Let's go." After he finished speaking, he turned into a ray of light and shot towards the territory gate, followed by Suing Shui. Meanwhile, on a deserted spirit province that was several hundred kilometers away from the territory gate, stood Yang Kai as he placed his palm over his brow and gazed forward, tooting as he muttered, "What's going on?" He initially intended to enter Yin-Yang Cave Heaven directly to look for Chu Huashang and find out about her intentions before coming up with any solution. However, before he even entered Yin-Yang territory, he saw a ship belonging to Myriad Demons Heaven anchored just outside the territory gate. The ship looked huge and magnificent, so there should be many powerful cultivators on board. Among the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises, Yang Kai was the wariest of Myriad Demons Heaven. This couldn't be helped, as his demon Eye of Annihilation and Black Purgatory, I came from the aforementioned Great Force. Tizheng had said that those were the two core secret techniques from Myriad Demons Heaven that were never taught to outsiders. Only the disciples with the best aptitude from Myriad Demons Heaven were allowed to cultivate these two techniques. When they were in the shattered Heaven Star City back then, Tizheng could easily find out that Yang Kai had learned these two secret techniques. However, Zhu Jiuyin was around at that time, so Tizheng couldn't make a move. After that, Yang Kai headed to the Shadowless Cave Heaven, and this matter was put down. Tizheng probably believed that Yang Kai would never be able to leave the Shadowless Cave Heaven, so he stopped pursuing this matter. However, Yang Kai managed to escape in the end. If he came across Tizheng now, the latter might want to snatch his eyes from him. That man was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so Yang Kai didn't think he could defeat him. After all, the Demon Eye of Annihilation and Black Purgatory are the best-kept secret techniques of Myriad Demons Heaven. If word got out that Yang Kai had learned both these techniques, they would definitely have a reason to kill him. Furthermore, those from Myriad Demons Heaven had repeatedly attempted to suppress him previously. Therefore, as soon as Yang Kai saw their ship, he stopped in his tracks. He had no idea who was aboard the ship, but it would be terrible if Tizheng was present. After having a look at the universe chart, Yang Kai, unfortunately, realized that if he headed to another great territory now, it would take him at least a month to arrive at Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. There wasn't enough time for him to do that. This was giving him a headache. While he wasn't sure what to do, he saw two rays of light charging forward from the corner of his eye. As he turned and looked intently at them, his expression soon changed, and he waved his hand and called out, "Senior Sister Sue." The rays of light paused for a moment, then changed their direction and headed to the Shattered Spirit Province. A moment later, they landed before him and revealed their figures. Yang Kai wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he thought he saw Suing Shui heaving a sigh of relief upon seeing him again. When he saw the man with dreadlocks beside her, though, he exclaimed, "It's you. Oh, little brother, we meet again." The man put on a frank smile. "What a coincidence." Suing Shui pretended to know nothing as she asked, "You two know each other?" The man replied, "There was a misunderstanding between this little brother and me some time ago, leading to a brief exchange of fists. You know this little brother, Junior Sister Sue?" With a dispassionate expression, Suing Shui said, "He's the Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai." The man instantly appeared surprised. "You're the person who helped Junior Sister Chu ascend to the open heaven realm." "Junior Sister Chu?" Yang Kai was shocked. "What's your name, senior brother?" The man grinned proudly. "Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, Qin Kuei." Yang Kai was astounded. "Since you're from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, why did you—" He was curious about why Qin Kuei appeared outside of Void Territory some time ago, as the latter seemed to be chasing after someone. Qin Kuei immediately cut him off by patting his shoulder, like they were close friends. "I suppose we could be considered friends after a fight. I had heard about you before, but I never expected that I couldn't recognize you when I finally met you. Ha ha. A moment later, he stopped laughing and asked, "Are you here to join the Tao Theory Assembly, junior brother?" After a bit of hesitation, Yang Kai bowed his head. "Well, I think so." "What do you mean you think so?" Qin Kuei shot him a glare. "Since you're going to take part in the assembly, why are you staying here instead of going in directly?" Yang Kai didn't know what to say, so he told a small lie. "I was tired from rushing all the way here, so I decided to get some rest before heading inside. It never crossed my mind that I'd bump into you two here." Suing Shui took a glance at the territory gate, and despite knowing what was going on, she wouldn't expose Yang Kai, so she just nodded. "Since we're heading in the same direction, let's go together." Yang Kai frowned upon hearing that. Just when he was about to speak, Qin Kuei directly took his arm and cut him off. "Let's go. The Tao Theory Assembly is just around the corner. We should go back and get prepared." The man was a sixth-order open heaven realm master with immense strength, so Yang Kai could only allow himself to be lugged away with a wry smile on his face. However, he secretly decided that if anything went wrong later, he would immediately flee. While they were moving forward, Suing Shui suddenly spoke to him via divine sense. "Junior brother Yang, regardless of what happens later, don't make a move. I'll handle everything." Yang Kai looked up at her as he wondered why she was telling him this. Soon, they arrived at the territory gate. There were some figures standing on the deck of the nearby ship as they looked at the three of them in silence. Yang Kai focused and gazed back intently at them. Fortunately, he didn't see Tizheng or detected any dangerous auras. Since he was now a sixth-order open heaven realm master, only high-rank open heaven realm masters could make him feel threatened. However, high-rank open heaven realm masters were noble beings, and they would rarely leave their sex. Therefore, there were probably no high-rank open heaven realm masters on this vessel. "It's you, Elder Su, Elder Qing." An elderly man on the deck cupped his fist with a smile. In the cave heavens and paradises, sixth-order open heaven realm masters were already able to take up the position of outer elders, while the seventh-order open heaven realm masters would be inner elders. Suing Shui and Qin Kuei were undoubtedly the outer elders of Yin Yang Cave Heaven. The two of them wore obviously displeased expressions. Since the territory gate leading to their own sect was being blocked, they were naturally upset. They could be considered polite since they were not openly cursing the people on this ship, so there was no need for them to show any further respect. The elderly man was aware that they were resentful, so he wasn't mad at them as he replied with a smile. "Where were the two of you?" While Qin Kuei was warm and friendly with Yang Kai, he was impassive to the elderly man and snorted, "We belong to Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Why should we tell you where we were?" The elderly man chuckled as he didn't mind it. Then, his gaze fell upon Yang Kai as he said hesitantly, "This little brother looks familiar. What's your name?" Yang Kai gazed dispassionately at the man without intending to reply. Since Qin Kuei was so impolite, it meant that the elderly man was only a sixth-order open heaven realm master at most. Therefore, there was nothing to worry about. "Yang Kai, it's you." A young man beside the elderly man suddenly stepped forward and glared at Yang Kai. The fact that someone from the ship knew him surprised Yang Kai. As he looked over, he couldn't help muttering, "Pei Wenxian?" He came across this guy when they were in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. At that time, he and Chu Huashang were trying to comprehend the grand evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture together, and Pei Wenxian was one step ahead of them. After that, Black Crow Divine Monarch seized Zhou Yi's body and was reborn, after which he attempted to silence all the witnesses. While fleeing, Yang Kai and Chu Huashang pulled a little trick on Pei Wenxian that almost killed him. The grudges between them were formed during that time. "You ascended to the open heaven realm?" Yang Kai's gaze flashed. Pei Wenxian was only in the half-step open heaven realm when they were in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, but now, just like Yang Kai, he was also an open heaven realm master. Although it was hard to tell what order he was, given his heritage and the fact that he was from Myriad Demons Heaven, he should have reached the sixth order open heaven realm directly. "Haven't you ascended to the open heaven realm as well?" Pei Wenxian sneered as he looked at Yang Kai in a condescending manner. a puny fifth-order trash. Your strength doesn't match your sky-high ambitions at all. What a joke. Martial Peak, Chapter 44-41, Have Fun. Pei Wenxian's aura was restrained, so it was apparent that it had been some time since he ascended to the sixth-order open heaven realm. Since the heritage of his small universe was stable, Yang Kai was unable to immediately identify its order. In the same way, Pei Wenxian couldn't sense Yang Kai's order. After Yang Kai's return from the shadowless cave heaven, he subsequently destroyed Boundless Altar and Golden Rainbow Province. Therefore, the old ancestor of Boundless Altar and Li Luo Shui, who had fled from Golden Rainbow Province, were aware of Yang Kai's true strength. However, Li Luo Shui was probably hiding somewhere to recuperate while the old ancestor of Boundless Altar had suffered a setback because of Yang Kai and lost his sect, which had been in existence for several tens of thousands of years, so he would smack his own face by going around telling others about it. According to the information gathered by the cave heavens and paradises, Yang Kai had only ascended to the fifth order outside the shadowless cave heaven, which explained Pei Wenxian's words. Even Su-Ying Shui and Qing Kui initially thought that Yang Kai was just a fifth-order open heaven realm master. You're pretty lucky to have escaped from the shadowless cave heaven. Pei Wenxian snorted. He had heard that no one had ever left the shadowless cave heaven once they fell into it. Therefore, it surprised him that Yang Kai eventually managed to leave that place. Yang Kai just snickered without responding to him. On the other hand, the elderly man from Myriad Demons Heaven sported a dark expression. You're the Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai? It's no wonder this old master finds you familiar. Earlier, he felt that he had seen the young man before, but it was obvious to him now that he had seen Yang Kai's image previously, not the real person. Yang Kai shot him a dispassionate glance. That's right. This king is the Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai. What of it? The elderly man said in a grim voice, I'll ask you a question. What happened to Elder Tizheng outside of the shadowless cave heaven? Why did he pass away all of a sudden? A startled Yang Kai asked, Tizheng is dead. You weren't aware of it. Yang Kai turned to look at Su-Ying Shui and inquired, Senior Sister Su, is he being serious? Tizheng was a high-rank open heaven realm master from Myriad Demons Heaven. If he had really passed away, the news would have been spread around. Hence, Su-Ying Shui should be aware of it. Su-Ying Shui nodded. He's indeed dead. I heard that his life lamp in Myriad Demons Heaven has also gone out. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was flabbergasted. Why had a high-rank open heaven realm master lost his life all of a sudden? He had witnessed Tizheng's power with his own eyes. Tizheng was someone who could use a divine manifestation, so he was different from the average seventh-order master. Although he was severely injured by Zhu Jiuyin, there was no way he would lose his life so easily as he was still fine when Yang Kai entered the shadowless cave heaven. This wasn't a trivial matter, as a high-rank open heaven realm master from a cave heaven had fallen. With that said, it was good news for Yang Kai. Tizheng was aware that he cultivated the demon eye of annihilation and black purgatory eye. Yang Kai was initially wary of him, so upon learning that Tizheng was dead, he reckoned that he could keep this secret for a while longer. Then, he gazed at the elderly man and asked, When did that happen? Are you really not aware of it? The elderly stared fixedly at Yang Kai, as though he was trying to look deep into his mind. Yang Kai shook his head. I just found out about it now. The elderly man examined Yang Kai's expression, but couldn't find anything off about it, as though the latter was really surprised to learn of Tizheng's death. Then he scoffed. Elder Tizheng lost his life in the shattered heaven. We're unable to figure out the exact time, but it supposedly happened around the time when he met you. Yang Kai said, When I entered the shadowless cave heaven, even though Tizheng was severely wounded, he wasn't at risk of losing his life. You can ask the other three masters who were there about it. As for what happened after, I have no idea. He secretly thought that Zhu Jiuyin might have killed Tizheng. After all, she was the only one at the place who was capable of killing a high-rank open heaven realm master. However, given her temperament, she probably wouldn't do such a thing. Tizheng represented Myriad Demons Heaven, and if she really killed him, she would have to go up against the entire myriad demons heaven. Although Zhu Jioyin was a powerful divine spirit, she wasn't so foolish. Furthermore, upon Yang Kai's return, she had never mentioned it, so she apparently wasn't the murderer. The elderly man from myriad demons heaven frowned. Yang Kai's words were the same as the information they had gathered. At that time, Yang Kai was forced to ascend to the fifth order open heaven realm, after which he immediately dove into the shadowless cave heaven. Then, the four high-rank cultivators parted ways, and no one knew what happened next. As an idea flashed through Yang Kai's mind, he said, "If you want to investigate this matter, you could try to look for Black Crow Divine Monarch. He might have something to do with it." Assuming that Ti Zheng wasn't killed by Zhu Jioyin, this matter might have something to do with Black Crow. After all, that guy was a former divine monarch who had been reborn through seizing another's body, and he had many tricks up his sleeves. A wounded Ti Zheng might not be able to defeat him. As for whether it was the truth, it was none of Yang Kai's business. He held some grudges against Black Crow, so he reckoned that he would just let those from myriad demons heaven deal with him. We definitely will hunt Black Crow down. As for whether you've spoken the truth, come with this old master to see Elder Zhua first. Upon finishing his words, the elderly man extended his hand towards Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai could make a move, Qin Kuei directly pushed out his fist. As their world forces clashed, Qin Kuei and the elderly man staggered backwards. "What is the meaning of this, Elder Qin?" The elderly man stabilized himself and sported a dark expression. Qin Kuei snorted coldly. "I should be the one asking you that question. Sect Master Yang is our guest who's going to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. Yet you've already made a move before we invite him inside. Do you have no regard for Yin Yang, cave heaven at all?" The elderly man said in a grim voice, "It's not so serious, Elder Qin. However, this person might have something to do with the death of an elder from my sect, so this old master cannot be negligent. I have to bring him to see Elder Zhua in order to look into the matter." A defiant Qin Kuei snapped. "I don't care what has happened in your myriad demons heaven. Since Sect Master Yang has come all the way here to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, he's our guest, and no one can do anything to him. Otherwise, don't blame this Qin for being impolite." The elderly man furrowed his brows. Just when he was about to say something, Pei Wenxian suddenly spoke to him in secret. After giving a thought, the elderly man finally relented as he nodded. "You have a point, Elder Qin. This old master was too hasty just now." They were already in the wrong, as they were here, trying to intercept all Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who had come to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly. If they still forcefully made a move on Yang Kai, a battle would surely be ignited. The elderly man wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility when that happened. Since Yang Kai was going to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, they could just teach him a lesson then. If there's nothing else, make way now. Why are you all blocking our entrance like dogs before a door? Qin Kuei waved his hand impatiently. Those from myriad demons heaven were infuriated upon hearing that, but they were not in any place to refute Qin Kuei, so they could only hold their fury in. Following that, Qin Kuei and Su Ying Shui hovered on Yang Kai's sides as they flew towards the territory gate. The Tao Theory Assembly is a great event. I hope you'll have fun. As they brushed past each other, Pei Wenxian suddenly flashed a meaningful grin at Yang Kai. Yang Kai shot him a glance and grinned. "I hope you all will have fun as well." The next instant, the world around him started spinning as the space contorted. When he came to his senses, he was already in Yin Yang territory. This was the headquarters of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, as well as their foundation that had been accumulated over countless years. Yang Kai couldn't help but scan his surroundings, but there was nothing interesting as the view in the void was the same as always. As such, he just moved forward alongside Su Ying Shui and Qin Kuei. Soon, however, he realized that this great territory was different from others. There were many universe worlds in this place, and every one of them was filled with ample world energy and could accommodate trillions of lives. These universe worlds were all under the control of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, and these innumerable lives could infuse new blood into the great force at any moment to ensure the continuation of their inheritance. Besides the universe worlds, There were also many spirit provinces along the way. Some cultivators could be seen moving around on these spirit provinces, which came in all different shapes and sizes. The big ones were as large as Voidland, while the small ones were only several hundred square kilometers. There were a lot of strange-looking plants, and many spirit provinces and cultivators could be seen tending to them. Xianxia tooted as he moved forward, thinking that the heritage of a cave heaven was truly incredible. The entire great territory seemed to have been born solely for Inyang Cave Heaven. There were so many living in those universe worlds that there would never be a lack of future disciples with exceptional aptitude, and the numerous spirit provinces used for various gardens and mines could provide an endless stream of cultivation resources. Although Voidland was pretty amazing now, it was still far behind Inyang Cave Heaven in terms of heritage. Despite having a prospering star city now, it would take Voidland a painfully long time to achieve this kind of scale and heritage. The disciples from Inyang Cave Heaven would patrol around the place, and when they saw Qin Kuei and Xianxia, they would immediately salute. After flying for a few days, Xianxia finally saw a large group of spirit provinces that were closely connected. There were about 100 spirit provinces of different sizes that looked like islands on the ocean, hovered in the void. The spirit province in the center was so large that Xianxia could clearly sense its horrifying heritage even from afar. Its world force was unbelievably ample, and it wasn't hard to imagine that countless open heaven realm masters had passed away on it. After their death, their world forces were absorbed by this spirit province to enrich the heritage of Inyang Cave Heaven. This was the true Inyang Cave Heaven. What Xianxia had seen along the way was just the peripheral foundation of the great force. He let out a sigh of admiration, thinking that when Voidland achieved this scale one day, it would also stand at the peak of the 3,000 worlds. He followed Xianxia and Qin Kuei to charge towards the largest spirit province. Soon, he penetrated layers of cloud, whereupon the amazingly pure world energy came right at him from all directions. Xianxia's expression changed as he thought the disciples from Inyang Cave Heaven could rapidly increase their strength since they were cultivating in such an environment. Raising his head, he could see that the spirit province was truly magnificent and diversified. Buildings of various styles have been erected everywhere, and there were many exotic beasts wandering around on the mountains as they looked up and howled. All of these sights dazzled Xianxia. He could even faintly feel that many of the exotic beasts had the bloodlines of divine spirits. Although these bloodlines were quite diluted, these exotic beasts would grow to be powerful should they attain some opportunities in their cultivation along the way. Martial Peak, Chapter 44-42, Hack Him to Death. Xianxia and Qin Kuei led Xianxia to forward while Qin Kuei hospitably told him some general information about Inyang Cave Heaven. Xianxia repeatedly nodded as he listened to him. A moment later, they arrived at a detached building where there was a pretty-looking female disciple who greeted them. Since she was just an Emperor Realm cultivator, she was supposed to be a maidservant in Inyang Cave Heaven. The maidservant saluted Xianxia and Qin Kuei before uttering softly, "Greetings, elders." Xianxia nodded gently, then turned to look at Xianxia. The Tao Theory Assembly is still half a month away, so you'd better get some rest here. When the time comes, someone will inform you how to take part in the assembly. Qin Kuei landed a forceful slap on the other man's shoulder. You have my best wishes, junior brother Yang. He seemed to have high hopes in Xianxia. An embarrassed Xianxia quickly replied, Senior sister Su, senior brother Qing. I'm worried there's a misunderstanding here. I'm not here to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. Xianxia and Qin Kuei were startled. What do you mean? Why have you come all the way here if you're not going to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly? Xianxia asked with a frown. Xianxia replied following a sigh. This matter has something to do with me after all. Since I'm aware of that, I have to come over to have a look. Where's senior sister Chu now? Can I see her? Xianxia stared fixedly at him with a furious expression while Qin Kuei hurriedly said, It's not convenient for junior sister Chu to meet anyone now. Please stay here for the moment, junior brother Yang. We can talk about it at a later time. Then, he sent a signal to the maidservant, who then extended her hand and said, This way, please, sir. We'll take our leave now, since we have other matters to attend to. I'll visit you again soon. Qin Kuei patted the other man's shoulder, then released his power to engulf Su Yingxue and shot into the sky. Yang Kai was about to say something when they abruptly left. After the two of them were out of sight, he followed the maidservant to enter the building and get some rest. How could he say he's not going to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly when he's already here? Su Yingxue was incensed. In that case, the plan of those great forces will succeed. By then, Chuer will have to marry a fifth-order open heaven realm master. Perhaps the winner will be some worn-out old man. Qin Kuei grinned. Just like what you've said, he's already here. Do you think he can refuse to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly? Su Yingxue gazed at him with vigilance. What are you trying to do? An innocent-looking Qin Kuei replied, Nothing. Let's go. We have to inform Honored Master about it. He must be pretty anxious by now. As they spoke, they dashed toward a certain spirit peak and soon after landed before a palace. Before they even entered, though, they heard a man bellowing, How dare they do that? What a bunch of shameless bastards. Do they even have any regard for Yin-Yang Cave Heaven? Father here will go out and kill them all now. Following that, some things were heard breaking to pieces. Su Yingxue and Qin Kuei exchanged glances as they couldn't help but flinch. It wasn't until the noises subsided that they dragged their feet inside. The ground inside the Grand Hall was a mess, and many servants were cleaning things up with stiff expressions. In the center of the hall stood a ferocious-looking man with his hands behind his back. He was clad in a robe embroidered with snake patterns, and he had a golden crown on his head. Presently, he was recklessly releasing his powerful seventh-order open heaven realm aura, which caused the servants to shudder in fear. The person was none other than Yin-Yang Cave Heaven Inner Elder, Su Linggong. He was also the honored master of Chu Huashang, Su Yingxue, and Qin Kuei. Just then, Chu Huashang shuffled forward with a long sword that was even bigger than her in her hands. Upon reaching the man, she lifted the sword and said in a clear voice, Your sword is here, honored master. What are you doing? Su Linggong gazed at her. Chu Huashang batted her eyes and replied, Didn't you say you were going out to kill them all? Let's go now. I'll cheer for you from behind. Do you think I don't dare to do it? Su Linggong sported a grim expression and took the long sword and dashed towards the door. I'm going now. No one can stop me. Qin Kuei and Su Yingxue sported dark expressions. Following an exchange of glances, they sprinted forward and respectively grabbed Su Linggong's arms. Calm down, honored master. We could discuss this first. Please don't act on impulse, honored master. It will certainly feel good to kill them now, but that won't solve the problem. Why would you invite trouble to yourself for no results? The two of them hurriedly dissuaded Su Linggong from acting rashly. As though Su Linggong had just noticed them, he said, Oh, Suer and Qing. Su Yingxue quickly snatched the long sword from her honored master and tossed it at Chu Huashang before glaring at her. In response, Chu Huashang playfully stuck out her tongue. Please have a seat and drink some tea, honored master. Qin Kuei pulled Su Linggong toward the chair and got him a cup of tea from the side. Su Linggong grunted and took a sip of the tea. All of a sudden, he blew his top again and threw the cup to the ground, which caused it to break into pieces. In a furious voice, he said, Since you've returned from outside, I suppose you've heard something. Qin Kuei replied with a straight face, Yes. The territory gates around Yin-Yang territory have all been cordoned off, and all 4 and 6th order open heaven realm masters who were planning to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly were chased away. Only 5th order open heaven realm masters are being allowed to enter. They've gone too far. Su Linggong pounded his fist against the table. How can those 5th order trash even hope to marry my disciple? Who do they think they are? They should look at themselves in the mirror first. With the long sword in her hands, Chu Huashang said with a nonchalant smile, I don't mind marrying a 5th order open heaven realm master. At that point, I'll bring the person to meet you, and you can just come up with a random reason and kill him. It won't be so bad being a widow. Su Linggong's eyes brightened when he heard that as he gazed at Chu Huashang and said with an elated expression, You're indeed a clever little girl. How did you even come up with that idea? Chu Huashang replied, It's all thanks to your teachings, honored master. Su Linggong guffawed with a proud expression. Of course, it's because of my teachings. My disciples are all intelligent and talented. Qin Kuei and Su Ying-shui sported helpless expressions. Then, Su Ying-shui glared at Chu Huashang and said, How can you make a scene here beside Honor Master? When you really have to marry a fifth-order open heaven realm master from one of those cave heavens or paradises, you'll spend most of your days crying. Chu Huashang scoffed. Let's see who will be the one crying in the end. Su Ying-shui shook her head and gazed at Su Linggong. Honored master, why has this matter even come to such a point? It isn't like there have never been any disputes or even casualties between the cave heavens and paradises. It's an age-old admonition that the disciples of the cave heavens and paradises must not fight against each other. But everyone knows that conflicts still happen. Why is Chuer getting this kind of punishment? Upon hearing that, Su Linggong sighed. There are indeed some conflicts between the cave heavens and paradises, and it's true that there have been casualties as a result. However, those were just internal struggles among the cave heavens and paradises. But now, Chuer has made a mistake for an outsider. Moreover, that brat attempted to directly ascend to the high-rank open heaven realm, which broke the taboo. Qin Kuei and Su Ying-shui frowned. Given their powers and statuses, they were aware of some secrets that were not known to most people. As they recalled the stories of the carnage of many years ago, they could faintly grasp the severity of the matter. The cave heavens and paradises were trying to make their stance clear. They would never allow anyone to directly ascend to the high-rank open heaven realm, and this incident could serve as a warning to all other cultivators of that determination. If an event like this ever happened again, the disciples from the cave heavens and paradises should know what to do and remember which side to take. Yin-Yang Cave Heaven is one of the 36 cave heavens, so while we can resist a certain amount of pressure, Chuer will have to suffer some punishment, Su Linggong sighed. Then, his expression turned furious all of a sudden. However, those old bastards are too shameless. How can they pull such a dirty trick just because they aren't willing to let a sixth-order disciple get married into our sect? Qin Kuei and Su Ying-shui traded glances. Then the former said, We have a potential solution to that, honored master. Su Linggong gaped at him and asked, What solution do you have? Qin Kuei replied, I reckon that the person who has caused all this will have to solve this problem as well. Su Linggong became startled for a moment. Are you talking about that Yang Kai? Then he became vexed. I'm still mad at that brat. If I ever see him, I'll kill him with my sword. It's because of that thief that Chuer's happiness is ruined. Well, honored master. Qin Kuei appeared hesitant. Su Linggong shot him a glare. Stop stuttering like a woman and speak up. To be honest with you, honored master, Yang Kai has arrived in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. He's currently resting in Riverside House now, Qin Kuei said meekly. Su Linggong became startled for a moment before he stood straight up and bellowed. Father here will go hack him to death now. When he attempted to take his sword, though, Chu Huashang hugged it tightly and shook her head at him. Let go, Su Linggong yelled. No. Chu Huashang repeatedly shook her head. Are you trying to go against me, little girl? Su Linggong was incensed. If you want to hack him to death, you'll have to kill me first. Chu Huashang extended her fair neck and presented her head to Su Linggong, who then pushed her away. Why would I kill you? Father here only wants to hack him to death. How did that little bastard have the nerve to come to Yin-Yang Cave Heaven? It does save me the trouble, since he is already here, though. Today, Father will end his life. As a commotion broke out, the hall descended into chaos. Qin Kuei and Su Ying-shui hurriedly went over to placate Su Linggong and eventually made him sit down again, though they were now drenched in sweat, feeling exhausted. Honored master, Yang Kai is in fact in the sixth order open heaven realm, not the fifth order, Qin Kuei quickly reported as he was worried that any further delay would result in more chaos. So what if he's in the sixth order? As a seventh order open heaven realm master, I can kill him easily, Su Linggong scoffed. On the other hand, Chu Huashang was astonished. Impossible. I saw junior brother Yang ascend to the fifth order. He refined a fifth order Yin element treasure. I'm sure of it. How could he be in the sixth order now? Qin Kuei replied, I have no idea. However, I tested him, and I can confirm that he's indeed in the sixth order. Martial Peak, Chapter 44-43. Already made a move? Su Yingxuan nodded. He's indeed in the sixth order. Chu Huashang appeared astounded. She was there when Yang Kai ascended to the open heaven realm, so she had witnessed the entire process. He was just a fifth order open heaven realm master at that time. So how did he become a sixth order open heaven realm master now? She estimated that it had only been 2 years since they parted ways. In such a short time, it was already difficult for a new open heaven realm master to solidify their cultivation, let alone ascend to the next order. He's in the sixth order? Su Linggong finally came to his senses as he arched his brow with joy. Ha ha, good. Since he's a sixth order open heaven realm master, I'll not kill him for now. Tell him to do his best in the Tao Theory Assembly. Regardless of whether he wins or not, I'll give him some benefits once it's over. He was truly ecstatic. Those shameless people had cordoned off the territory gates around Yinyang territory and forced sixth order open heaven realm masters to leave, allowing only cultivators below the sixth order open heaven realm to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. They were doing it because they wanted to make sure that only fifth order open heaven realm masters would eventually have the chance to fight for first place. And thus, they would only have to lose a fifth order disciple to Yinyang heaven. However, if there was even a single sixth order open heaven realm master who joined the assembly all of a sudden, the plans of those great forces would fall apart. By then, they would have to use a different tactic. Whether it was for the reputation of their own sex or some other reasons, they would have to let sixth order open heaven realm masters participate in the event, and Yinyang Cave Heaven would be saved from any embarrassment. Su Linggong didn't expect Yang Kai to be the winner. Regardless of the reason why Yang Kai had become a sixth order cultivator, it had been too short a time since his ascension. After all, in the open heaven realm, time was vital for a cultivator to grow more powerful. Although Yang Kai had somehow become a sixth order open heaven realm master, he didn't have enough time to accumulate more heritage in his small universe. Therefore, he should be no match for those who broke through to the sixth order hundreds or even thousands of years ago. It was true that since Yang Kai had caused all this, he should also be the one to solve the problem. Considering all this, Su Linggong's resentment against Yang Kai subsided slightly. How many people are aware of this secret? He then asked. Qin Kuei replied, no one else other than junior sister Su and I. That was the reason he could easily enter Yinyang Cave Heaven. Those from Myriad Demons Heaven also believed that he was only a fifth order master, so they let him through the territory gate without giving him too much of a hard time. Su Linggong's lips curved into a devious smile. It's not a good idea that no one else is aware of it. We'd better make some noises and let everyone know that he has ascended to the sixth order. That will be much more interesting. If no one knew that Yang Kai had ascended to the sixth order open heaven realm, the great forces who took part in the Tao Theory Assembly wouldn't send sixth order masters to join the competition. In that case, Yang Kai would be able to win first place easily. Honored Master, Chu Huashang glared at him. What are you trying to do? Su Linggong stared back at her. How can you shout at me? Where are your manners? Chu Huashang ignored his warning and continued glaring at him. Since no one is aware of junior brother Yang's true power, he will be able to surprise all of them when the time comes. Isn't that a good idea? What do you mean a good idea? Su Linggong realized that his eyes were starting to become sore, and it wasn't very intimidating since his eyes were smaller than those of Chu Huashang, so he decided to give up and looked away. You've ended up in such a state because of that, brat. Father here has already been magnanimous enough to not settle accounts with him right now. Yet you're still siding with him? Do you believe I won't bring my sword to kill him now? I don't care, Chu Huashang said through clenched teeth. If you dare to harm him in any way, I'll... What will you do? Su Linggong appeared ferocious. I'll go make cooked rice and shell peanuts with him. Let's see who will still want to marry me after that." Chu Huashang screamed. Su Linggong parted his lips, but couldn't say a word. A moment later, he pounded against the table and snapped, "How dare you go against your honored master?" Then, he glowered at Qin Kuei and Su Yingxue. "How did the two of you teach her? Look what kind of a person she has turned out to be. How could she say such shameless things?" Qin Kuei and Su Yingxue hung their heads low, thinking that it was none of their business. Su Linggong had always doted on Chu Huashang. In the past, they would be reprimanded whenever they tried to discipline the young Chu Huashang, but now that she had grown up to be a willful person, Su Linggong blamed it all on them instead. It frustrates me so." Su Linggong pressed his hand against his chest as though he would soon die of suffocation. An embarrassed Qin Kuei said, "There's another issue that needs to be solved first, honored master." A weakened Su Linggong gazed at him. "Just tell me right away. One day I'll be so vexed that I'll pass away because of the three of you." The corners of Qin Kuei's mouth twitched. Xianxia said that he's not here to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. He's just here to look for junior sister Chu. He said that since he's the cause of this incident, he had to come over to discuss it with her. He's not going to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly. Su Linggong instantly became incensed and roared. Why is he even here if he's not going to take part? Is he just trying to watch a good show? That little bastard must be sick of living. To the side, Chu Huashang said with a happy smile, "Junior brother Yang is indeed a man of integrity." The three of them gazed at her as they were rendered speechless. A while later, Su Linggong suppressed his anger with great difficulty and said grimly, "Regardless of the reason he's here, he is to join the Tao Theory Assembly. Otherwise, Father will send him to the Yellow Springs personally." Qin Kuei turned solemn, knowing that his honored master was truly incensed. If Xianxia was still so obstinate, he would end up in a horrible state. Then, Qin Kuei quickly said, "Don't worry, honored master. The assembly is still some time away. Just leave the matter to me. I'll knock some sense into his head and make him take part in it." "Good." Su Linggong nodded gently and tossed a jade slip at him. "Look, these are the candidates that those great forces have sent to join the assembly. Toads lusting after swan meat, the whole lot of them." Qin Kuei took it and infused his divine sense into it. And just like what he had expected, the most powerful candidates were only in the 5th order. There wasn't even a single one in the 6th order. The people who had directly ascended to the 5th order were still fine. After all, they still had the potential to become 7th order open heaven realm masters in the future. Such people could be potential partners for Chu Huashang. However, some of these candidates had apparently reached the 5th order from the 3rd order through years of cultivation, so the 5th order was their limit. How did these old farts have the nerve to join the Tao Theory Assembly? It was no wonder that Su Linggong was infuriated. Meanwhile, only Xianxia and the maidservant in the Emperor Realm were in Riverside House. Xianxia had repeatedly asked her how he could meet Chu Huashang, but there was nothing the maidservant could do. After all, she was just a lowly maidservant in Yin Cave Heaven since her cultivation was too weak, so she couldn't possibly come into contact with Chu Huashang. Since that was the case, Xianxia could only give up on that idea. After all, he was in the headquarters of Yin Cave Heaven, so he couldn't just wander around looking for her. Fortunately, Qin Kuei came to visit the next day and told the maidservant to prepare an ample meal so that he could have a chat with Xianxia while drinking. After their initial misunderstanding was cleared up, Xianxia had a good impression of this man. Furthermore, he was Chu Huashang's senior brother, so Xianxia naturally had to be hospitable to him. After 3 rounds of drink, they naturally became closer. Xianxia asked him where Chu Huashang was and whether he could meet her, but Qin Kuei changed the subject instead. "Junior brother Yang, why have you come all the way here if you're not going to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly? Do you think junior sister Chu is not good enough for you?" Qin Kuei asked with the wine cup in his hand. Xianxia straightened up and replied solemnly, "Senior sister Chu's appearance and cultivation are the best of the best in the entire 3,000 worlds. There are few women who could match her in either regard. Certainly, this Yang is fond of her, and I feel extremely lucky to have gained her favor." Then, why aren't you? Yang Kai said, to be honest with you, this Yang already has several wives, so I'm not willing to hold senior sister Chu down. Qin Kuei became startled for a moment, then burst into laughter. If that's your only concern, you can cast it away now, junior brother Yang. It's normal that a man has several wives. Moreover, Chuer isn't a narrow-minded person. She's known you for quite some time and is fully aware of your situation. Why would you mind it when she doesn't? I don't mind it. It's just that. Are you worried that you won't be able to explain yourself to your wives? Qin Kuei teased. That's not the case. Yang Kai shook his head. Why are you hesitant then? Qin Kuei stared fixedly at him. Yang Kai fell silent for a moment, then sighed. Senior brother Qing, can I see senior sister Chu and ask her what she thinks about it first? Qin Kuei sipped his wine and shook his head. Things have come to such a point where what she thinks doesn't matter anymore. The most important thing is how the Tao Theory Assembly will end. Do you really want her to marry an old, worn-out Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master? What do you mean? Why would she marry an old Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master? Yang Kai was stunned. See for yourself. Qin Kuei fished out a jade slip. What is this? These are the candidates that the great forces have sent to join the Tao Theory Assembly. Yang Kai infused his divine sense into the jade slip and put it down a while later, then said grimly, I've truly wronged her. Qin Kuei said, since you're aware of it, why don't you take part in the Tao Theory Assembly? Yang Kai sighed. Can I see senior sister Chu first? Qin Kuei furrowed his brows with displeasure. A while later, he snorted and rose from the chair. That's all I have to say. Just sleep on it. Then, he turned around and left. Yang Kai called out to him, but the latter never responded. While remaining in his seat, he was lost for words. He looked down at the table, thinking that they hadn't finished all the wine. Outside Riverside House, a figure suddenly appeared and gazed at Qin Kuei. She was none other than Xianxia. Qin Kuei shook his head and pointed at his own forehead. He's such an obstinate man. Xianxia's expression turned cold. He has to pay the price for what he has done. I'll teach him a lesson right now. Qin Kuei immediately took her arm. Don't go. His will is firm. Unless he is given no other choice, no one will be able to change his mind. Do we just do nothing and let this travesty unfold then? Xianxia asked coldly. Qin Kuei sighed. Since there's no other choice, we have to use that move. Xianxia flung his hand away and snorted. You're really a good senior brother to her. Qin Kuei replied meekly. That's the only thing we can do. It's not like we can just watch as Chuer's happiness is destroyed. Secmaster Yang has to join the Tao Theory Assembly no matter what. It's just that Chuer will have to be taken advantage of in order for that to happen. You've already made a move? Xianxia seemed to have realized something. Qin Kuei nodded gently. Although both of them were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, he had still easily pulled a little trick on Yang Kai since the latter was unsuspecting. Certainly, the main reason was that he didn't have any murderous or vicious intent when he made a move. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have noticed it. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4444, It feels a little hot here. Aren't you worried that things will get out of hand? Xianxia frowned. Ordinary people are not able to resist that thing. Qin Kuei scratched his face and said, there shouldn't be a problem as long as we make a move in time. In any case, we still have Honored Master as a last resort. If anyone finds out about it, Chuer's reputation will be ruined. Xianxia was worried. Many disciples from various great forces have come together in our sect to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. If Qin Kuei raised his hand and cut her off, of course, we have to be secretive when doing it. I'll make sure that no one will be able to find out, but you don't want Chuer to marry someone only in the Fifth Order, do you? You're also clear about Honored Master's stance. Regardless of whether Yang Kai will become the winner, he will have to be the shit stirrer. Xianxia frowned with disdain. Why are you so vulgar? Qin Kuei said, I made a move on Yang Kai, and you'll handle Chuer. Quit being soft-hearted, or else you'll ruin her happiness. Xianxia fell silent and appeared hesitant, clearly not knowing what to do. If she did nothing and let things simply unfold, the Tao Theory Assembly would become a joke, and everyone from Yingyang Cave Heaven would be embarrassed. Moreover, Chu Huashang would never get the happiness she deserved. However, it was difficult for Su Yingxue to make up her mind to use such a trick on her junior sister, even though no harm would be caused. Let me think about it. I have to give it some serious thought, Su Yingxue muttered under her breath. Qin Kuei nodded, not wanting to pressure her. 3 days later, Yang Kai was cultivating in silence when he heard someone knocking on his door. Then the maidservant was heard saying, "Elder Qing is here, Sir Yang." Yang Kai hurriedly got to his feet and pushed the door open. Qin Kuei was indeed standing outside the room. "Senior brother Qing." Yang Kai cupped his fist. Qin Kuei examined him with displeasure, then said, "Come with me." Despite not knowing what the other man was trying to do, Yang Kai could only follow him. They left Riverside House and flew off. A while later, Yang Kai asked, "Where are we going, senior brother Qing?" Without turning his head, Qin Kuei replied, "Didn't you want to see Chua? I'm bringing you to see her now." Yang Kai was elated upon hearing that. Then he hurriedly said, "Many thanks for granting my request, senior brother Qing." Qin Kuei only snorted in response. An embarrassed Yang Kai fell silent and followed Qin Kuei closely. A while later, they landed on a spirit peak where there was an extensive hollow area in the center that looked like a mountain valley, which was filled with lush greenery and strikingly beautiful flowers. The view was truly spectacular. There were some buildings in the center of the valley, and they directly headed towards one particular palace. Qin Kuei turned around and said, "This is Chuer's residence. You'll go in on your own. She's inside now." Yang Kai cupped his fist and thanked him before shuffling into the palace. In a certain room inside the palace, Su Yingxue's hand were placed on Chu Huashang's as they talked to each other in an intimate manner, as though they were real mother and daughter or a pair of sisters. "You seem tired, senior sister. What's wrong?" Chu Huashang raised her hand and touched the other woman's forehead. Su Yingxue forced a smile. "Perhaps I'm just exhausted from all the traveling. But don't worry, I'm fine." Chu Huashang said, "Get some rest since you're so tired. I'll be fine. Why are you looking at me like this, senior sister?" Su Yingxue poked the tip of the other woman's nose. "I'm happy that you're all grown up now. Time goes by really quickly. You're now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, just like me." Chu Huashang giggled and crashed into her embrace. She squirmed for a bit and finally found a position she was most comfortable in. "I've just achieved an ascension, so I'm still far behind you." "It's different." Su Yingxue shook her head. "I directly ascended to the 5th Order and then rose to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm through hard work. My potential is not comparable to yours." Chu Huashang looked up at her. "When I grow to be powerful one day, I'll protect you and make sure that you won't suffer from any grievances." Su Yingxue smiled gently. "I'll be waiting for that day to come." As they spoke, they heard a series of footsteps coming closer. While Su Yingxue stiffened, Chu Huashang, who was in her embrace, looked up and became pleasantly surprised. "Junior brother Yang." "Ah." Yang Kai appeared embarrassed when he saw that they were being so intimate. "I just walked right in since the door wasn't closed. Sorry." He quickly stepped back and closed the door. Chu Huashang batted her eyes and looked at Su Yingxue, then burst into laughter. "He seems to have misunderstood something." Su Yingxue poked the other woman's forehead. "What's so funny about it? All right, I'll take my leave now. You have a talk with him." Then she got to her feet and left the place. Upon opening the door, she saw the embarrassed Yang Kai standing outside the room. As she looked at his face and thought about what would soon happen, she became incensed and bellowed, "If you dare to take advantage of Chuer, I'll never let you off." "I wouldn't dare to." Yang Kai bent his back. "Oomph." Su Yingxue flicked her sleeve, and when she brushed past Yang Kai, she forcefully stepped on his foot. Despite realizing the woman's intentions, Yang Kai didn't dare to dodge, so he could only brace himself and then cringe in pain after the fact. Meanwhile, Su Yingxue's footsteps faded into the distance. Chu Huashang stuck out her head from the room and beckoned to him. "Come in, junior brother." Yang Kai tottered into the room and instantly caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance. He took a glance at the room and realized that the decoration was pretty cozy, which allowed him to relax somewhat. Chu Huashang offered him a seat, then filled a cup with tea for him and smiled with her lips covered. I'm sorry for the pain you have to suffer, junior brother. Although my senior sister appears to be dispassionate, she's a warm-hearted person. Yang Kai wiggled his toes, which were almost crushed, and said insincerely, I can see that. After taking the cup of tea she had prepared for him, he asked, This is your room, right? Should we go to another place to have a chat? He had never expected that Qin Kuei would bring him to Chu Huashang's bedroom. After all, her reputation would be tarnished if others found out that they stayed in the same room for any reason. Why should we go to another place? Can't we have a talk in my room? Or are you worried that I'll do something to you? Chu Huashang teased as she directly sat across from the man. Stop teasing me, senior sister. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He reckoned that he should be at ease since the woman wasn't worried about anything, and they were not going to do anything inappropriate anyway. Across from him, Chu Huashang rested her chin on her palm and looked smilingly at him. Have you come all the way here to see me, junior brother? Yang Kai nodded his head with a serious expression. I heard that the people from your sect are holding a Tao theory assembly to select a husband for you. It's me who put you in this position, so I had to speak with you. He sighed. A nonchalant Chu Huashang replied, It's not your fault. It's just that some people are trying to create trouble, and it has nothing to do with you, so don't feel guilty at all. In any case, it's thanks to you that I managed to ascend to the open heaven realm in the first place. An embarrassed Yang Kai shook his head. I didn't help you much. In fact, she had to fall in love with him and then sever ties with him in order to ascend to the open heaven realm. He had indeed done nothing at all, as it was all her own hard work. You already offer me the best help since I came across you at the most critical moment before my ascension to the open heaven realm and fell in love with you. If it weren't for you, I didn't even know how much longer I would have to wait before I found a suitable person. Yang Kai was secretly stunned as he reckoned that only the disciples from Inyang Cave Heaven would have the nerve to speak so freely about such things. Most women were not so bold. Not willing to dwell on this topic, Yang Kai said, What plans do you have to solve this issue, senior sister? Chu Huashang replied with a smile. What plans can I have? I'll just wait for the Tao Theory Assembly to end and marry the winner 100 years later. Are you really willing to do that? Yang Kai frowned. As a disciple of the Cave Heaven, there are many things that are not up to me to decide. So what does it matter if I'm not willing? I've been nurtured by the sect for many years, so now that the sect is in trouble, I have to take up the responsibility and solve the problem. Moreover, I'm indeed the cause of this incident. Her nonchalance made Yang Kai feel his chest tightening as he felt extremely guilty. Then, Chu Huashang gazed at him with her alluring eyes and said, Why don't you take part in the Tao Theory Assembly and become a winner? Then I'll get to marry you. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he listened to her bold words and took in her beautiful face that was oh so close. Chu Huashang looked down at his chest and smiled faintly. Have you fallen for me, junior brother? In fact, Yang Kai had no idea why he was reacting in such a way as his face was all red now. It wasn't the first time he came into contact with Chu Huashang, and there were moments in the past where they literally clung to one another. However, at this moment, he suddenly found this woman to be irresistibly enchanting. As he listened to her voice and saw her smile, his blood seemed to be boiling and his throat felt dry, causing his heart rate to soar. Quickly drinking down some tea to moisten his throat, he commented, It feels a little hot here, senior sister. Chu Huashang became startled for a moment, then scanned her surroundings and said gently, It's indeed a little hot here. She laughed. I guess I just feel warmth since you're willing to visit me at this point. Yang Kai stared fixedly at her and fell into a dazed state. He increasingly felt that the woman in front of him was alluring, and it was extremely hard for him to resist her charm. His mind was filled with lustful thoughts as he gazed greedily at the fair skin that was slightly revealed around her chest and began to feel a little dizzy. Junior brother, Chu Huashang suddenly muttered with a blushing face. A shocked Yang Kai suddenly came to his senses, only to realize that he had grasped the woman's hands at some point, reveling in the soft and delicate feel at his fingertips. Yang Kai instinctively became alert, as there was something off about the situation. However, while he was still lost in his thoughts, he realized that the woman before him had also grabbed his hands, and his vigilance instantly vanished into thin air. Presently, there were 3 people outside the valley. One of them was standing while the other 2 were seated with their legs crossed. The one who was standing was Su Linggong, while the people who were seated were Su Ying-shui and Qin Kui. At this moment, strange energy fluctuations and a faint white mist could be seen swirling around Qin Kui and Su Ying-shui as they continuously formed different hand seals, as though they were using some profound secret technique. Qin Kui let out a long breath and said through clenched teeth, "That brat is pretty strong-willed and vigilant." He almost shook off the Yang demon's influence. Martial Peak, Chapter 44-45, Caught in the Act. Yin-Yang combined demons was one of the best secret techniques in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. It was a secret technique that only a man and a woman who were in love with one another could cultivate. The man would cultivate a Yang demon, while the woman would cultivate a Yin demon. Harsh requirements had to be met before they could cultivate it, and even if they succeeded, the secret technique would become useless if one of them fell out of love. This secret technique had many uses. Not only could it assist the couple when they dual cultivated, increasing the rate of their cultivation, it could also be used as a combined attack technique that would significantly increase their powers when they were faced with an enemy. There was also another auxiliary use of the secret technique, which was what Qin Kui and Su Ying-shui were doing. Presently, they were using the Yin demon and the Yang demon that they had nurtured for years to stir up the deepest emotions and magnify the feelings in other people's hearts. At the same time, they were transferring their feelings of attraction and love for one another to the people who were the targets of this secret technique. Qin Kui and Su Ying-shui had been a couple for many years, and their love for each other was deep and resolute. At this moment, they were using their yin-yang combined demons together to stimulate Yang Kai and Chu Huashang. In other words, the feelings Yang Kai had for Chu Huashang were those of Qin Kui to Su Ying-shui, not his real sentiment. He was just influenced by the secret technique. It was the same case for Chu Huashang. However, there was a prerequisite for this secret technique to work. The people that the technique was used on had to be at least fond of each other. Otherwise, the secret technique would not work. If there was a blood feud between both parties and they were eager to hack each other to death, this secret technique would be completely useless, as trying to amplify non-existent feelings would still result in non-existent feelings. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang had gone through many life and death moments together and supported one another in the grand ancient ruins and blood monster cave heaven. So both of them treasured the relationship they had. They were humans, so there was no way they felt nothing for one another. Regardless of Chu Huashang's feelings for him, Yang Kai's fondness for her was infinitely magnified under the influence of the yin-yang combined demon secret technique, which was proof that it had worked. Qin Kui and Su Ying-shui continuously used different hand seals to sustain the effects of the yin-yang combined demons. As time passed, the inside of Chu Huashang's room became more and more heated, and things seemed to be getting out of hand. There came a moment when Qin Kui suddenly opened his eyes and said, "We should stop now. Otherwise, they'll really cross the final line." They needed Yang Kai to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly to turn things around and save Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's face and protect Chu Huashang's happiness. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done such a thing. Naturally, they wouldn't sacrifice Chu Huashang's innocence to achieve that. According to Su Linggong, Yang Kai would just be the shit stirrer. He didn't expect Yang Kai to come out the winner, but the latter had to take part in the event. In fact, he had been waiting for this moment for quite some time. As he shuffled towards the valley, he sported a ferocious expression and murderous intent swirled around him, as though he was going to kill someone ruthlessly. He was going to catch Yang Kai in the act and make sure that the bastard little boy wouldn't be able to refuse his demand. Qin Kui and Su Ying-shui exchanged glances and worried that something bad would happen, They hurriedly stopped using their secret technique and raced after their honored master. A moment later, following a loud bang, the door of Chu Huashang's room was kicked open. Despite already expecting it, Su Linggong was still incensed when he saw the sight in the room. Clothes were scattered everywhere on the ground, and there was a sense of intimacy in the air. The curtains around the bed had been untied, and presently, Yang Kai and Chu Huashang were covered in a quilt as they hid in the corner and shuddered. They gazed at Su Linggong in horror, as though they were two kids that had been caught making a big mistake. Not a moment too soon. Su Linggong took a glance around the room and knew that these two young people hadn't managed to do anything yet. They had only taken off their outer clothes. Certainly, Chu Huashang had already been taken advantage of, but she hadn't lost her purity. Otherwise, it would be hard for her to explain herself to the winner of the Tao Theory Assembly. The current situation was the best outcome. "You dare!" Su Linggong bellowed as his fury seemed able to shake the sky. "Chuer, I've been your teacher for many years, but I never expected that you'd do such a shameless thing. You disappoint me so." Honored Master. Chu Huashang's teeth chattered as she had never expected things to come to such a point. While she was getting intimate with Yang Kai, her honored master suddenly barged into her room and scared her out of her wits. She instantly felt cold all over her body. Honored Master? The middle-aged man that had just barged into the room was clad in a robe embroidered with snake patterns, and there was a golden crown on his head. As Yang Kai gazed at the enraged man with surging murderous intent, he had the urge to dig a hole and stick his head into it. It was truly embarrassing that he was caught in bed with Chu Huashang by her honored master. He still hadn't the foggiest idea why he was so impetuous this time. He only intended to have a talk with Chu Huashang, so how did the two of them end up in bed? This wasn't how he would usually act. Fortunately, nothing had happened yet, or else he wouldn't be able to explain himself. "Senior," Yang Kai hurriedly called out. "Enough nonsense. Today you must die." Su Linggong yelled as his murderous intent almost materialized. Following that, he charged towards Yang Kai. Qin Kuei and Xianxia arrived just in time. The former quickly wrapped his arms around the older man's waist and shouted, "Please calm down, honored master. He's the Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai. He saved junior sister Chu's life before." Su Linggong exerted more force with his hands in an attempt to push Qin Kuei away, but the latter would never let him go, so he roared, "I don't care who he is. Since he has the guts to take advantage of my disciple, he must die." Qin Kuei said anxiously, "If you kill him, junior sister Chu will be regarded as an unrighteous person forever. Please think twice." "What?" Su Linggong paused for a moment, then bellowed, "Get lost. So what if she'll be regarded as unrighteous? I'll hack him to death first." Qin Kuei thought that this was different from what they had agreed upon. It seemed that his honored master was truly incensed. In order to prevent things from getting out of control, he promptly sent a signal to Xianxia. The two of them immediately latched onto Su Linggong and kept persuading him for a long time before the older man was finally appeased. However, his eyes were still bloodshot, and he was panting as though he was a furious lion. The way he glared at Yang Kai was like he wanted to skin him, eat his flesh, and drink his blood. Yang Kai cowered under the quilt, and even the warm body beside him was unable to melt the coldness he felt. Qin Kuei and Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. They felt exhausted from having to play along with their honored master, who seemed to have completely forgotten about their original plan. It was inappropriate that Yang Kai and Chu Huashang remained cuddled together with nothing but a quilt covering them. So Qin Kuei sent Xianxia a signal, who then leapt onto the bed and carried Chu Huashang away, quilt and all. Yang Kai was left on the bed in only his underwear as he looked embarrassed. In an adjacent room, Xianxia put down the quilt and asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" Chu Huashang's face was all red as she clenched the quilt and shook her head. She was still reeling from the shock of the fact that she was caught in the act. "Let me have a look." An anxious Xianxia lifted the quilt a little and took a peek below before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Chu Huashang still had her underwear on as she had only taken off her dress. It seemed that they hadn't done anything. Senior sister, honored master. Su Yingxue waved her hand. Don't worry. I'll put in a good word for you. I'm sure he won't blame you. A blushing Chu Huashang asked, I'm worried that he'll harm junior brother Yang. Can you check on them for me? Su Yingxue shot her a glare. How are you still in the mood to be concerned about that little bastard at this point? You should mind your own business first. Back in the bedroom, under Su Linggong's vicious stare, Yang Kai put on his clothes and adjusted his hair. Then, he walked up to the older man and forced a smile as he cupped his fist. Greetings, senior. Su Linggong directly took a seat on the chair with a stern expression. He examined Yang Kai in a way as though he could peel off the latter's skin with his eyes. Qin Kuei just stood behind Su Linggong, but when he saw how embarrassed Yang Kai looked, he had to try his hardest to suppress his laughter. Seeing that his honored master was not speaking, though, he eventually took the initiative to explain, This is our honored master, Su Linggong, one of the inner elders of Yin Yang Cave Heaven. So, it is Senior Su. I've heard so much about you, Yang Kai said politely as he secretly scanned the surroundings. He decided that if Su Linggong made a move, he would immediately flee. There was no way he could explain what had happened. It was expected that the other party was infuriated. You've heard a lot about me, have you? Su Linggong yelled and directly broke the table into pieces. Brat, you've taken advantage of my disciple and tarnished her reputation. How do I want to die? Tell me, and I'll see it done. Yang Kai's forehead was covered in sweat as he said, Please don't get me wrong, senior. It was just a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Su Linggong's fury surged. You were in my disciple's bed, half naked, and you have the gall to tell me it was a misunderstanding. Well, Yang Kai glanced cautiously at the older man. We didn't manage to do it. Nothing had happened between us. Su Linggong snapped. You didn't manage to do anything because this monarch arrived in time. Had I been just a breath later, you would have succeeded. It's all my fault. I have no idea what was going on, but I had indeed accidentally made a mistake. I'm willing to suffer the punishment for my acts. Yang Kai directly offered an apology. Although they didn't manage to do anything, Chu Huashang's reputation would be affected if this incident was known to others. After all, outsiders wouldn't believe that nothing had happened under such circumstances. Su Linggong sneered. What's the point of punishing you? You've already taken advantage of Chu. Can you undo it? Yang Kai hung his head low with a meek expression. What do you want me to do, senior? Please just tell me. Su Linggong said coldly, You know what you have to do now. Yang Kai fell silent for a moment, then let out a long sigh. Don't worry, senior. When the Tao Theory Assembly takes place, I'll take part in it and give you a satisfactory answer. It seemed that he had no choice but to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly now. Martial Peak, Chapter 44-46, Intertwining Fate Peak. The reason the Tao Theory Assembly was held did have something to do with Yang Kai. If Chu Huashang hadn't followed him to the shadowless cave heaven to help him, none of this would have happened. Before he came to this place, the notion of eventually taking part in the assembly did occur to him, but he had never expected that he would be forced into joining it in such a way. At that instant, he was torn between tears and laughter. Yang Kai thus secretly decided that he would just win first place and come up with a solution after Chu Huashang's confinement ended 100 years later. In any case, there was no way he would watch as she married some stranger she had no feelings at all for. Chu Huashang's 100-year confinement was a certainty, and no one could foretell what would happen after she was freed. A lot of things could change after such a long time. Don't forget what you've said. Su Linggong had been waiting for Yang Kai to say that. Then he turned to look at Qin Kuei. You've also heard it right, Xianxia? No one forced him. Yang Kai was startled as he felt that Su Linggong suddenly appeared jubilant. To the side, Qin Kuei replied with a straight face. Yes, I've indeed heard it. It was junior brother Yang who requested to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. Su Linggong laughed heartily. Good. Give him a place in the assembly and take him through the procedures later. Yes. It was only then that Su Linggong rose from the chair and examined Yang Kai, who appeared perplexed. Then he placed his hands behind his back and calmly strode out. It's settled? Just like this? Xianxia gazed at the middle-aged man's back in shock. When he sensed his murderous intent earlier, he genuinely thought that Su Linggong wanted to kill him. It never crossed his mind that he would be so easily appeased. It seemed that Su Linggong was like a loud thunderstorm that carried no rain. Regardless, it was the best outcome for Xianxia. Su Linggong man was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all, and he was the honored master of Chu Huashang. If they got into a fight, Xianxia wouldn't have even been able to fight back, so he would definitely suffer a terrible loss. Junior brother Yang, honored master has high hopes for you, so you mustn't disappoint him. Qin Kuei chuckled and patted the other man's shoulder. It was obvious that he was also ecstatic. When those scheming people saw a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master suddenly showing up in the Tao Theory Assembly, they would certainly be flustered. Qin Kuei wasn't serious when he said that his honor master had high hopes for Xianxia, of course. To Su Linggong, he just wanted to see Xianxia taking part in the Tao Theory Assembly and wasn't concerned about the final outcome, nor did he expect Xianxia to win first place. The heritage of a newly promoted 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master wasn't comparable to those who had been in the same order for several hundred or thousand years. Xianxia said after a sigh, "Don't worry, Senior Brother Qing. I'll do my best to not disappoint all of you." "Good, just do your best, but don't push yourself too hard," Qin Kuei replied in a perfunctory manner. "Can I check on Senior Sister Chu?" Xianxia asked. He had never been more embarrassed in his entire life. When Su Linggong barged into the room just now, his soul almost left his body. He supposed that Chu Huashang wasn't in a better state either, and he was worried since he couldn't see her now. "Junior Sister Su is taking care of Chuer, so you don't have to worry about her. Just get some rest now. I'll take you through the procedures of joining the assembly tomorrow." Xianxia did not insist. He reckoned that both of them would be embarrassed if he really saw Chu Huashang right now, so he obeyed Qin Kuei and returned to his temporary residence. The next morning, Qin Kuei came to visit again and led Xianxia to deal with the procedures to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. Xianxia stared at the other party's back as he fell into his thoughts. He finally came to his senses after a night of contemplation. He was quite flustered the day before, so he hadn't managed to sort out his thoughts for a while. After he returned to Riverside House, however, Xianxia pondered on the issue and realized that something was off. The incident just felt odd to him, as though he had been set up. He was just there to visit Chu Huashang and find out about her intentions. He didn't have any lustful thoughts, so how did they end up lying together on her bed? Furthermore, the atmosphere at that time had been strange, and it was as if he couldn't help having obscene and lustful thoughts fill his mind. Chu Huashang seemed more attractive than she usually was, and his self-restraint also seemed to be much lower than it should have been. In truth, Xianxia was quite fond of Chu Huashang, but it hadn't reached the point where he wanted to get intimate with her. He even suspected that he had been affected by some kind of aphrodisiac, but after checking on his body carefully, he couldn't detect any residual medicinal traces. Another thing was that Su Linggong and the others came at exactly the right moment to interrupt him and Chu Huashang. If they came any earlier, nothing would have happened in the first place. And if they came any later, he and Chu Huashang would have already finished cooking rice and shelling peanuts. Moreover, why would the master and his disciples visit Chu Huashang together all of a sudden? It might be possible for Qin Kuei and Su Yingxue to do that, since they were Chu Huashang's senior brother and sister. However, as a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Su Linggong shouldn't have had so much free time. What's more, while Su Linggong was her honor master, there was no way he should have directly kicked open the door to his female disciple's bedroom without first knocking. Xianxia had a feeling that he had been set up, but he couldn't gather any proof. Even if he asked Qin Kuei about it now, the latter definitely wouldn't admit to it. Therefore, he decided to pretend to know nothing. In any case, taking part in the Tao Theory Assembly was no big deal to him. On the road, Qin Kuei was amiable to Xianxia as he told him some interesting tales about Yin-Yang, Cave Heaven, and soon, they arrived at their destination. The procedures to join the assembly were not complicated. Yang Kai just had to tell them his name, background, and cultivation, then he was given a token. However, when he left, he was brought to another spirit peak instead of his usual resting place, Riverside House. There are many people who are going to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, and the participants are all assigned to one of a few spirit peaks to have some rest and to get acquainted with one another. You're going to intertwining Fate Peak, Qing Kuei explained with a meaningful smile. Get acquainted with one another? Yang Kai arched his brow. Qing Kuei grinned. Although the Tao Theory Assembly is still a few days away, the test began the moment you signed up. A glint flashed through Yang Kai's eyes as he realized the intentions of those from Yin-Yang, Cave Heaven. The Tao Theory Assembly indeed hadn't commenced. However, since the test had already started, the performance of the participants would be recorded by those from Yin-Yang, Cave Heaven. Moreover, such an arrangement would allow the more powerful cultivators to thin out the weaker ones before the official event began, thus saving some time and effort. I'll have to get to know my neighbors then. Yang Kai grinned. However, Senior Brother Qing, I've just ascended to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, so I'm unable to fully control my strength. If I accidentally kill or cripple someone who offends me, Qing Kuei said, the Tao Theory Assembly is not a child's game. Since they have the guts to take part in it, they have to be prepared to lose their life at any moment. Those who haven't realized such a simple truth can scram back to where they came from. Yang Kai raised his brow. Does that apply to everyone? Of course. And I understand, Yang Kai nodded. In that case, he wouldn't have to worry about anyone holding him responsible afterwards. Seeing the vicious glint in the eyes of the young man in front of him, Qing Kuei suddenly felt uneasy as he wondered if he had made the right decision by conning him into taking part in the assembly. He couldn't help but drop him a reminder. If you come across the disciples from other cave heavens and paradises, you'd better act with a bit more restraint. It will do you no good if you form a feud with them. Yang Kai replied, Don't worry, Senior Brother Qing. I understand. The prerequisite was that they wouldn't come to offend him. A while later, they finally arrived at intertwining Fate Peak. The buildings were closely connected and formed into a huge courtyard at the center of which was a platform atop, which two people were engaged in an intense battle as their world forces clashed. Yang Kai took a glance, and, judging from their energy fluctuations, they were only in the 4th Order. Moreover, the two of them were pretty restrained as they clearly didn't intend to kill one another. Yang Kai thus retracted his gaze and ignored the matter. Now, to him, 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were no different than slightly bigger ants. Qing Kuei led Yang Kai to descend from the sky and land in front of a certain building, then said, This will be your residence before the Tao Theory Assembly starts. The token given to you is a jade that can be used to control this building's arrays. You'll be informed when the Tao Theory Assembly is about to commence. Got it. Many thanks, Senior Brother Qing. After an impassive nod, Qing Kuei shot into the sky and soon disappeared. Yang Kai took a glance at his temporary residence, then fished out the token and infused his world force into it. Following that, he waved his hand, whereupon a gap appeared in the protective array around the building. After he entered the place, the gap closed. A handsome young man clad in all white clothes, who was seated beside the central stage, asked the person beside him with a frown, Who is that guy? Why would Elder Qing personally lead him to this place? Not only was the young man good-looking, but his demeanor was also calm and aloof. It was apparent that he came from a powerful background. What's more, he had the air of a leader about him. Upon hearing his associate's questions, he shook his head to indicate that he had never met this guy before. A sense of wariness flashed through the young man's eyes as he wondered. Could he be a disciple from one of the cave heavens or paradises? However, even if he was a disciple from one of the cave heavens or paradises, he wouldn't necessarily be treated by Qing Kuei in such a way. The arrival of such a person on intertwining Fate Peak all of a sudden caused them to feel a little concerned. A 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master offered to help. Give me a moment, Brother Kong. I'll ask around and see whether I can find out that guy's background. The person called Brother Kong nodded his head. Many thanks for your help, Brother Sunday. The man surnamed Sun appeared to be honored. Don't mention it, Brother Kong. When the Tao Theory Assembly starts, all of us on Intertwining Fate Peak will need you to take care of us, so you don't have to thank me for solving such a trivial problem for you. The man surnamed Kong nodded in a reserved manner. Good. After the message was sent, they waited. Many people had arrived on Intertwining Fate Peak much earlier than Xianxia, so they had either already known or met each other, forming a rather harmonious relationship with no major conflict so far. However, nobody seemed to know who Xianxia was, and since he was guided here by Qin Kuei personally, he naturally drew some attention. Martial Peak, Chapter 44-47. Who are you? The young man, surnamed Kong, sported a doubtful expression as he looked at Xianxia's resting place. He found the other party familiar just now, but from his angle he was unable to make out the person's face clearly, nor could he recall where they had met in the past. Suppressing the doubt in his mind, he shook his head and awaited the answer. Honored Master, Qin Kuei stepped into the grand hall and cupped his fist. Is everything done? Su Linggong seemed to be in a jovial mood. He was drinking on his own and humming a song when Qin Kuei entered the place. Yes, Qin Kuei replied respectfully. I followed your order and made him settle down on Intertwining Fate Peak. Very good, very good. Ha ha ha. Su Linggong grinned in a devious manner. A puzzled Qin Kuei asked, Is there anything special about Intertwining Fate Peak, Honored Master? Why do you want Xianxia to stay there? After all, he came back to the sect a few days ago, so he wasn't familiar with the current affairs in the sect. Su Linggong picked up some food from a nearby plate, and as he munched on it, he replied, The Tao Theory Assembly is still a few days away. They initially only expect 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to take part in the assembly. So how do you think those old farts will react when 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters suddenly appears? Qin Kuei stated, They'll certainly be flustered. In order to save their sect from embarrassment, they'll have to send new candidates to join the assembly. This was the plot they had come up with. Since Xianxia, the troublemaker, was going to join the assembly, they would now have to wait for the scheming old farts to react. If nothing unexpected happened, things would unfold just like what they had imagined. That's right. However, it would be a bad idea if no one finds out that he's a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. They'll have to make some noise and let everyone know. Su Linggong grinned. On Intertwining Fate Peak, there's a potential successor to the next Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union. He's also the eldest son of one of the former Union Masters, Kong Feng. His name is Kong Tianyu. Heavenly Sword Union. Qin Kuei arched his brow. He couldn't help but whistle as he took pleasure in someone else's misfortune. We'll have a good show to watch then. Although he knew little about Voidland, he was aware that there was a blood feud between Voidland and Heavenly Sword Union. The former Union Master Kong Feng was killed by Xianxia because he led the 100 Sect Alliance to invade Voidland. At that time, Xianxia was just an Emperor Realm cultivator, but he was able to make use of the power of the 9 heavenly layers to kill Kong Feng. Otherwise, there was no way a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could have been killed by an Emperor Realm Junior. After Kong Feng's death, a man named Shun Liang, also a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, succeeded him as Union Master, but he was also killed soon after. Although it wasn't Xianxia's doing directly this time, it was someone for Voidland who did the deed. 2 Union Masters were consecutively killed by people for Voidland. It could be said that Heavenly Sword Union had suffered immense losses at Voidland's hands. It was practically an irresolvable blood feud. Since Kong Tianyu was on Intertwining Fate Peak, there was no way Xianxia could have a peaceful time staying there. Honored Master, you're such a cunning man. Qin Kuei couldn't help but admire the older man. Right after he finished speaking, though, he saw a wine bottle fly at him. He immediately covered his head and fled, while Su Linggong cursed at him from behind. On Intertwining Fate Peak, the man surnamed Sun clenched the communication bead in his hand with an awkward expression. Kong Tianyu asked, Have you found out anything? Who is that guy? The man surnamed Sun took a glance at him and replied hesitantly, Brother Kong, for what I've gathered, that person is the Lord of Voidland, Xianxia. Xianxia. Kong Tianyu became startled for a moment, then started yelling with a hideous expression. Are you sure he is Yangkai, the one from Voidland? The man's surnamed son nodded. Yes, I'm certain. It wasn't difficult to find such information. The candidates who are going to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly are not confidential in any case. So the information comes from a disciple from Yin Yang Cave Heaven. If you don't believe me, Brother Kong, you can get someone else to verify it. There's no need for that. Kong Tianyu turned around and glared at Yang Kai's residence, then said through clenched teeth, It's no wonder I found him so familiar. So he's Yang Kai. He started laughing maniacally in the next breath. Since he is here, it has saved me the trouble of looking for him. Father, just you wait. I'll avenge you now. The former Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng, a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, was killed by an Emperor Realm Cultivator. Although the other party had achieved this feat by making use of a powerful Grand Array, Kong Feng had become a laughingstock after word got out. Kong Tianyu was the son of the former Union Master with an exceptional aptitude. He directly ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm several hundred years ago, and he was the first in line to succeed his father. If everything went all, he would be able to become the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union when he reached the Sixth Order. However, due to Kong Feng's death, which had tarnished the reputation of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Tianyu fell from the first to the fifth in line to succeed the Union Master. Given his position now, he practically had no hope of becoming the Union Master in his lifetime. It could be said that his future had been ruined by Yang Kai. This, coupled with his father's death, caused Kong Tianyu to want to kill Yang Kai. He needed to clear his name and cast away the humiliation that had been inflicted upon his family. Unfortunately, those from Voidland were not pushovers, as there were two divine spirits residing in that place. So those from Heavenly Sword Union couldn't afford to offend them openly. Therefore, he could only keep the resentment to himself. The Tao Theory Assembly was held by Yin Yang Cave Heaven to help Chu Hua Shang select a husband. It allowed Kong Tianyu to see a glimmer of hope in the darkness. If he could become the winner in the assembly, he would be able to marry into Yin Yang Cave Heaven. By then, he could stop getting marginalized by those from Heavenly Sword Union. Perhaps the heavens took pity on him, as Yang Kai had also left Voidland to take part in the assembly. This was the best chance for him. Kong Tianyu had been paying close attention to any news about Yang Kai since the latter had killed his father, so naturally, he was aware that Yang Kai ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm just outside of the Shadowless Cave Heaven in the Shattered Heaven about 2 years ago. Both of them were in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm. However, the heritage of Yang Kai, who only achieved an ascension 2 years ago, was definitely not comparable to that of Kong Tianyu, who had been in this order for hundreds of years. Kong Tianyu thus decided that he would cut Yang Kai to pieces to vent out his fury. As his murderous intent surged, he strode towards Yang Kai's residence. The other dozen or so cultivators, who were also there to join the assembly, exchanged glances as they became excited. Knowing that a good show was about to start, they followed him as well. Upon reaching Yang Kai's place, Kong Tianyu extended his hand and summoned a spear. After taking a deep breath, he infused his strength into the spear and pushed it out forcefully. At the same time, he bellowed, Yang Kai, get out here. All of them were shocked when they saw his move. The others had been staying here for a few days before Yang Kai's arrival, and during this period of time, they had exchanged some pointers, but none of them was a match for Kong Tianyu. Even those in the Fifth Order were much weaker than he was. Therefore, the people on Intertwining Fate Peak regarded him as their leader. Kong Tianyu had earned this position with his spear alone. However, it wasn't until Kong Tianyu thrust out his spear this time that they realized he hadn't shown his full strength during their bout some time ago. Judging from the power of his attack, they reckoned that even though he was still some distance away from the Sixth Order, he wasn't far off. Although the attack was powerful, it still couldn't break the array around the building. The courtyard was meant for them to rest in comfort, so the spirit arrays were naturally quite sturdy. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was seated with his legs crossed in his room. The Tao Theory Assembly was only a few days away, so there wasn't enough time for him to refine any resources. The growth of an open heaven realm was all about accumulation over a long period of time. Regardless of what resources one refined, they had to ensure the balance in their small universe was maintained. Therefore, it was best to collect a full set of resources of the yin, yang, and 5 elements before refining them. Since there wasn't enough time to refine a full set of resources, Xianxia decided to simply consume some open heaven pills. The yin, yang, and 5 elements in open heaven pills were in perfect balance. And although they weren't an efficient method of cultivating, the pills were safe and easy to consume. One could refine them at any moment without any worries. Xianxia had just refined a handful of open heaven pills when he felt the array outside his residence shaking, then heard someone bellowing. He wondered who would call out to him at this point. Initially, he decided to ignore this person, but his inaction only caused the other party to become more rampant. The continuous attacks caused the array to shake constantly, leaving him unable to focus. The speed at which he refined open heaven pills also slowed down significantly. Certainly, it was expected that Xianxia was incensed. Seeing that the array was starting to show signs of failing, he had no choice but to get up and shuffle towards the door, an aura of coldness swirling around him. Although the array around the building was sturdy, it couldn't possibly withstand a 5th-order open heaven realm master's relentless bombardment. As Kong Tianyu repeatedly attacked with his spear, the entire intertwining fate peak shook as though it would collapse at any moment. Xianxia's silence infuriated him, causing him to exert more force with each blow. All of a sudden, the array around the building disappeared. The door was pushed open from the inside, and a young man with a grim expression stepped out. As their eyes met, an enraged Kong Tianyu jabbed his spear into the ground and roared, "Are you Xianxia?" A displeased Xianxia glared at him and snapped, "Who are you? Why are you shouting in front of my door? Are you Xianxia or not? The one from Voidland?" Kong Tianyu asked again. Xianxia replied nonchalantly, "So what if I'm Xianxia?" Kong Tianyu narrowed his eyes and nodded. "Good. I've finally found you. Do we know each other?" Xianxia looked curiously at him. "It seems that there are some grudges between us." Kong Tianyu picked up his spear and pointed it at him. "Remember, the one who killed you is the son of the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng, Kong Tianyu." Then he looked up at the sky and roared, "Father, do you see it now? Your son will avenge you today." After he finished his words, Kong Tianyu forcefully thrust out his spear as his world force seemed able to shake the void. The 5th-order open heaven realm masters among the crowd paled. Although there didn't seem to be anything special about Kong Tianyu's attack, they felt threatened just by looking at it. It was imaginable that Kong Tianyu must have used his full strength in order to avenge his father's death. Everyone thought about how they would resolve the attack if there were Xianxia, but they soon realized there was nothing they could have done in his place. The only option would be to meet this attack head-on, but since they were weaker than Kong Tianyu, their small universes would be damaged if they tried to counter this thrust, resulting in serious injury or even death. The violent sight they all imagined never happened, though. Following a light sound, Kong Tianyu was rooted to the spot as though he had been bound. His spear was grasped by Xianxia with only one hand, and he was no longer able to move it one bit. Kong Tianyu and everyone else were stunned. Martial Peak, Chapter 44-48, I'll teach you a move. All of them widened their eyes as they couldn't believe what they saw. A 5th-order open heaven realm master had gathered all his strength to thrust out his spear, yet that spear was easily grasped by another 5th-order open heaven realm master with only one hand. It proved that the latter must be immensely powerful. "You're from Heavenly Sword Union?" Xianxia examined Kong Tianyu. "Kong Feng was your father." Upon closer look, he realized that the person named Kong Tianyu indeed shared some similarities with Kong Feng in terms of their appearances. After recovering from the initial shock, Kong Tianyu gripped his spear and with a flourish shook off Xianxia's grasp. Retreating a few steps to widen the gap with his enemy, both shocked and doubtful, he muttered, Kong Tianyu was shocked at the fact that his enemy possessed such incredible strength. Just now, He couldn't detect Yongkai using his world force at all, but the latter could easily grab his spear. In other words, Yongkai had only used brute force to accomplish this feat. The fact that a fifth-order open heaven realm master was able to reach such a point in terms of physical strength was unheard of. At the very least, throughout Kong Tianyu's martial Dao, he had never come across anyone who was so strong before. However, he wasn't aware of the immensity of Yongkai's strength in his dragon form. No cultivators in the same order could surpass him when it came to physical prowess. Heavenly Sword Union. Ha ha. Yongkai suddenly started chuckling. Very good. I haven't managed to visit your sect yet, but you've come here to make a scene instead. Interesting indeed. After his return from the shadowless cave heaven, Yongkai subsequently destroyed Boundless Altar and Golden Rainbow Province to help the proprietress resolve her heart demon oath, which sent a shock wave across the great forces that took part in the raid on Voidland. Consequently, many of those same great forces sent representatives to Voidland Star City with gifts and requested to meet Yongkai, as they were worried that he would also destroy their sects. In fact, Yongkai didn't really care about the great forces that had invaded Voidland before. At that time, they were forced to join the alliance for various reasons. Voidland was a powerful sect now, so there was no point in settling the grudges against those minor great forces. It would be a waste of time and energy. With that said, Yongkai didn't intend to let Heavenly Sword Union off. He initially planned to call the roll and storm into Heavenly Sword Union to get even with them. However, the Dao Theory Assembly had derailed his plan, so he had to come to Yin-Yang Cave Heaven first. It never crossed his mind that he would bump into Kong Feng's son here. It seemed that Qing Kuei had deliberately made him stay on Intertwining Fate Peak for this exact reason. Then, Yongkai let out a long sigh. So troublesome. I initially planned to keep a low profile, but it seems that won't be possible now. He was fully aware of what was going on with the Dao Theory Assembly. The most powerful participants were only in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm. By taking part in the assembly as Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was like an adult who was competing against children. There was no doubt that he could easily win first place if nothing changed. If he revealed his true strength now, though, the situation in the Dao Theory Assembly would change. By then, people who were above the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm would participate in the assembly. Then, it suddenly dawned upon Yongkai that perhaps this was the exact outcome Su Linggong and Qing Kuei wanted to see. He reckoned that it must be the truth, and it wasn't until this moment that he realized why he and Chu Huashang were caught in the act. This was all a plot set up by Su Linggong. Cunning old fox. Despite knowing that Su Linggong was doing it for Chu Huashang, Yongkai was still displeased as no one would be happy being manipulated. What are you talking about? Kong Tianyu glared at him as he finally calmed down. The fight between Open Heaven Realm Masters was always about the powers of their small universes, not physical strength. He was astonished that Yongkai was able to easily grasp his spear just now, but he had now recovered from his shock. Regardless of what you say, you will die today. Kong Tianyu wielded his spear again and pointed it at Yongkai. As he spoke, he pushed out his spear, which was surrounded with an aura from an experienced Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. As his world force permeated the place, a trail of darkness was left behind that could hardly be healed as he extended his spear. I was the young Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union and the successor to the Union Master. I had all the glory with me. However, it's all because of you that I'm marginalized by the old farts in the sect now. But so what? As long as I can become the winner in the Dao Theory Assembly, I'll be the young master of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. By then, I'll make all of them kneel before me and beg for my mercy. Ha ha ha. Do you see it now? That's the difference between us. Although you're also a Fifth Order Master, you're not comparable to me. I've been in this order for hundreds of years while you only achieved an ascension 2 years ago. Let's see how much longer you'll... What? Kong Tianyu abruptly had his arrogant speech cut off as he became rooted to the spot. His hideous expression contorted as he gazed at his own hands with trembling eyes. He was supposed to be holding a spear, which was a fifth-order artifact that Kong Feng had refined for him when he ascended to the fifth-order open heaven realm in the past. However, there was presently nothing in his hands. The fifth-order artifact that had been with him for hundreds of years had suddenly gone missing. Looking up, he saw that his spear was now in Yang Kai's hands as the latter nonchalantly wielded the weapon. When did that happen? Kong Tianyu's pupils contracted as the cold sweat slid down from his forehead to his cheeks. Although the young man in front of him looked ordinary, he felt like he could see the door of death slowly opening before his eyes. The people around them were flabbergasted. Initially, they could see that Kong Tianyu's attacks became increasingly menacing every time he pushed out his spear. Faced with the bombardment of attacks, Yang Kai's only option would be to dodge and flee. However, to their astonishment, the situation had been turned around in the blink of an eye. Kong Tianyu's artifact was snatched by his opponent, and no one could clearly see what happened at that moment. When they came to their senses, the dust had already settled. "You talk too much." Yang Kai shot a disinterested glance at Kong Tianyu. "Moreover, that's not how you're supposed to use a spear. I'll teach you a move." Then, he wielded the spear and slowly thrust it out towards Kong Tianyu. Compared to the spear technique Kong Tianyu had used, Yang Kai's attack wasn't intimidating at all. Furthermore, it was outrageously slow as all of them could see the trail clearly. Even a 3-year-old kid could easily dodge it. The spectators were all doubtful as they wondered what was special about the attack. However, Kong Tianyu, the only one actually facing the attack, was now in an utter state of panic. He could clearly feel that the spear contained a horrifying power that he could not possibly resist, and that the shadow of death was about to consume him whole. He attempted to dodge, but regardless of how hard he tried, he was unable to move a muscle. The space around him seemed to have been sealed off, and even his senses seemed to have been warped, like time itself had slowed down. The spear magnified before his eyes to the point where he could see nothing else. Hong! Violent force exploded as the spear struck Kong Tianyu's forehead and instantly exploded his head. The headless corpse convulsed as blood started spurting out of his neck and dyed his snow-white robe scarlet. The force lingering in the air slowly dissipated. Sixth Order. A Sixth Order open heaven realm master. Someone exclaimed, "Xiao, xiao, xiao." All the spectators instantly fled in all directions with pale looks on their faces. The Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai, who had just arrived, was actually a Sixth Order open heaven realm master. Despite being a powerful Fifth Order open heaven realm master, Kong Tianyu was still killed in one move. Kong Tianyu had been the most powerful person on Intertwining Fate Peak until now, so if he wasn't a match for Yang Kai, there was no way the others would be able to deal with him. That was the reason that they had immediately fled, as they were worried that Yang Kai would target them next. "Have you learned it?" Yang Kai asked dispassionately. "In that case, you can rest in peace." Looking up next, Yang Kai saw a petite figure that looked like a young girl only 7 or 8 years old. Her face was pretty cute, and her hair had been tied into 2 ponytails. As she silently hovered in the air, she looked down at the entire Intertwining Fate Peak. There was a writing brush in her hand as she dipped it in her mouth before jotting something down on a pad. It seemed that she was trying to record something. She had to be some kind of invigilator, and there must be such a person on every spirit peak. There were the people sent by Inyang Cave Heaven to observe the participants, and everything they did would be recorded by them. Yang Kai flashed a smile at her. The young girl's expression instantly darkened as she raised her book to stop Yang Kai from looking at her. After storing Kong Tianyu's space ring, Yang Kai turned around and re-entered his lodging to continue cultivating. Since he was a Sixth Order open heaven realm master now, it was no big deal for him to kill a Fifth Order master, and the matter didn't bother him one bit. If Kong Tianyu hadn't caused a scene, Yang Kai wouldn't have ruthlessly ended his life. However, that was perhaps the outcome Su Linggong and Qin Kuei wanted to see. Since Yang Kai had revealed his Sixth Order cultivation, the situation in the Tao Theory Assembly would soon change drastically. Some disciples from Inyang Cave Heaven soon came over to take the corpse away and clean up the blood. Just a while later, the The spot in front of Yonkai's door was spotless once more, as though nothing had happened just now. Just like Yonkai had expected, after he returned to his room, messages were sent out in all directions. The fact that a sixth-order open heaven realm master appeared on intertwining fate peaks spread around at the speed of lightning. On a certain spirit peak in a certain mountain range surrounded by mist, inside a gazebo, there were more than 10 figures who were either standing or seated as they seemed to be having a casual chat. One of them was Su Linggong. The Tao Theory Assembly was meant to select a husband for Chu Huashang. So as her honored master, Su Linggong was naturally unable to stay out of this matter. Therefore, he was here to receive the top masters who came from other cave heavens and paradises. Su Linggong was a high-rank open heaven realm master, so the people who deserve his attention were also high-rank open heaven realm masters. Therefore, the people in the gazebo were all the inner elders from various cave heavens and paradises. None of them was a nobody. There was also another group of people outside of the gazebo, but unlike the meeting between the elders, it was just a meet-up among the younger generation. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4449, A Change in the Tao Theory Assembly. While the elders from the cave heavens and paradises were having a discussion, the younger generation were not standing idly by. Instead, they were exchanging pointers. Presently, there were one man and one woman who were engaging in an intense battle. As their sixth-order open heaven realm auras clashed, they flew around the place. The people from the cave heavens and paradises rarely had such a chance to gather together. Therefore, using the Tao Theory Assembly as a chance, the elders brought their favorite disciples to this place. It wasn't that they wanted them to take part in the assembly, as they wouldn't have the heart to let the disciples they had high hopes for getting married into Yin-Yang cave heaven. Nevertheless, they could make use of this chance to let the younger disciples familiarize themselves with one another and increase their experience. As the people in the gazebo watched the fight, some of them would make a remark from time to time. They looked like they were having a chat with the people around them, but they were actually commenting on the strengths and weaknesses of the ones in the battle. Although there was only a difference of one order between them, the gap between the mid-rank and the high-rank open heaven realm was no different from the distance between the heavens and earth. As inner elders, they were perfectly qualified to point out the weaknesses of these youths. The man and the woman in battle continuously adjusted the ways they made a move as they listened to the elders' comment, gaining some valuable knowledge along the way. Just then, an old man with a rosy face said, "Good, the battle should stop here. Both of you must be exhausted, so get some rest now." Upon hearing that, the man and the woman leapt away and saluted one another. Then, they put away their artifacts and sat down with their legs crossed. Just then, a grim-looking old man with an aquiline nose in the gazebo turned to look at Su Linggong and asked in a hoarse voice, "Why are you in the mood to keep us company today, Brother Su?" Su Linggong was responsible for handling all the affairs in the Tao Theory Assembly. Supposedly, he had to keep these elders company. However, since the day they arrived, Su Linggong had only shown up once on the first day and let them stay in their respective residences after. He had practically ignored them since then. In fact, they fully understood how Su Linggong felt. He was resentful of them. After all, they had used a dirty trick to make sure that only fifth-order open heaven realm masters would take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, which meant that only a fifth-order open heaven realm master would eventually marry Chu Huashan. They reckoned that Su Linggong had been pretty restrained for not outright attacking them, so it was understandable that he ignored them most of the time. However, he had come to visit them on this day with a jovial expression, as though something great had happened to him. "What do you mean? While it is true I was too swamped with work and didn't have the time to keep you company, I do now," Su Linggong replied nonchalantly. "Since all of you have come all the way here, I'll have to make time for you, even though I'm busy." They naturally wouldn't believe him. This guy previously showed no trace of politeness when glaring at them since they arrived. However, they couldn't figure out why he was in a jubilant mood on this day. Just then, someone approached them from afar. After saluting all of them, he walked up to the grim-looking old man and whispered something to him. The grim-looking old man's expression changed as he shot a meaningful glance at Su Linggong, soon understanding what had happened. Then, he gently waved his hand to motion for the person to withdraw and stared at Su Linggong before commenting. An ingenious move indeed, Brother Su. This Shua is impressed. With the wine cup in his hand, Su Linggong looked smilingly at him. What are you talking about, Brother Shua? I don't understand. It's fine. I know what you've done. The old man surnamed Shua sneered and rose from the chair. I'll take my leave. Seeing that, Pei Wenxian, who was seated among the younger disciples, hurriedly got up and left with him. As they walked down the mountain, Pei Wenxian cautiously followed the old man, surnamed Zhua. He instinctively had a feeling that the other party was in a terrible mood, but he had no idea what had happened. There's been a change in the Tao Theory Assembly, when Xian, the old man surnamed Zhua, suddenly said. Pei Wenxian became startled for a moment, then asked, Master Zhua, you mean? This old man was none other than Zhua Bu-kun, an elder from Myriad Demons Heaven. In the past, Tizhong was responsible for handling all external affairs. However, after his death in the Shattered Heaven, Zhua Bu-kun took over his duties and subordinates. A Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master has appeared in the Tao Theory Assembly, Zhua Bu-kun replied. A Sixth Order? We all agreed that only Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would join the Assembly. Who broke the rule? Pei Wenxian asked with a frown. He's not from one of the cave heavens and paradises. You know him as well, actually. Who is it? The Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai. Pei Wenxian was startled for a moment, then knitted his brows together. Are you mistaken, Master Zhua? I'm aware that Yang Kai is in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven because he moved past the territory gate we had cordoned off. However, he's supposed to be in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm, not the Sixth Order. The eldest son of Kong Feng, Kong Tianyu, ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm several hundred years ago. His power was considered quite good among those in the same order. Nevertheless, he was killed by Yang Kai in one move. Pei Wenxian's pupils contracted when he heard that. Although he hadn't been in any contact with Kong Tianyu before, he had heard about him. Just like Zhua Bu-kun had said, that guy was a powerful Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who achieved his ascension several hundred years ago. Nonetheless, he was killed by Yang Kai with only one move. Pei Wenxian wouldn't doubt Zhua Bu-kun. Since the older man had said so, the information must have been verified. Seeing as Yang Kai was able to kill Kong Tianyu easily, he had to be in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. Pei Wenxian was dumbfounded to learn that Yang Kai was in the Sixth Order, which was the same as him. As according to the information the cave heavens and paradises had gathered, Yang Kai had only made it to the Fifth Order outside the shadowless cave heaven. Suppressing the doubt in his mind, Pei Wenxian asked, Master Zhua, you mean? He knew that Zhua Bu-kun wouldn't have said such a thing for no reason. He was definitely required to do something. According to the original plan, all of us only had to respectively send one Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. However, with this turn of events, things have changed. What's more, the problem occurred at the territory gate we were responsible for. Since we're at fault, we have to give an explanation to the others. I want you to participate in the assembly and become the winner, Zhua Bu-kun ordered impassively. That was the reason he immediately left the gazebo upon hearing the news. The news would be spread among the other great forces soon, and if he hadn't left, he would have been criticized by the others. After all, the problem was with the territory gate that Myriad Demons Heaven had guarded. Upon hearing that, Pei Wenxian replied, I can definitely become the winner. But, Master Zhua, I'll have to marry into Yin-Yang Cave Heaven by doing so. Despite knowing that Yang Kai was also in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, he was still confident of defeating the other party, since he was a disciple from a cave heaven. The disciples from the cave heavens and paradises were not afraid of anyone in the same order. You're a core disciple of Myriad Demons Heaven, so we won't let you marry into Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. Don't worry, I'll handle the issue. Pei Wenxian nodded his head. I'll do as you say, Master. After giving it a thought, Zhua Bu-kun said, You must not be complacent. Although you've refined Sixth Order elements and eventually ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, Yang Kai condensed several Seventh Order elements before. Moreover, he's able to use a divine manifestation, Therefore, you can't regard him like any other Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It will probably be difficult for you to deal with him. Pei Wenxian replied, "Don't worry, Master Zhua. I will not be negligent." "Very good. The assembly is just a few days away. Get some rest, and make sure that you're prepared." "Yes." In the gazebo on the Spirit Peak, Su Linggong was humming a tune as he was in a jovial mood. He watched as the cultivators from the cave heavens and paradises came over and reported to their respective elders in small voices one by one. The elders initially had no idea why Zhua Bukun had left all of a sudden, but upon hearing the reports from their subordinates, they finally realized what had happened. A Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master had suddenly shown up in the Tao Theory Assembly. Although there was only one person, it had derailed all of their plans and arrangements, forcing them to change their tactics. The elders subsequently left, all of them shooting resentful glances at Su Linggong before that. It was never a good feeling to be stabbed in the back. Su Linggong, on the other hand, only became more jubilant. After all of them were gone, he couldn't help but start guffawing. Meanwhile, there were only a small number of people in a certain palace of Inyang Cave Heaven where Open Heaven Realm Masters had to make a registration to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. Those who were supposed to make a registration had already done so, and since the assembly was just a few days away, it was basically too late for those who hadn't managed to do so already to sign up. The disciples responsible for registering the Open Heaven Realm Masters were thus lazing about somewhat sleepily. Although there were several hundred people already registered, there was only one Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The outcome of the Tao Theory Assembly wouldn't be surprising since there was a stark difference between those in different orders. However, they were just ordinary disciples, so it had nothing to do with them. When two disciples from Inyang Cave Heaven, who were bored behind a registration desk, saw a figure appearing all of a sudden in front of them, they were astonished. Looking up, they could instantly recognize that the person was a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master who was the outer elder of Myriad Demons Heaven. Previously, this person had brought a Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master from the same sect to make a registration, so the two disciples could recognize him. One of the disciples from Inyang Cave Heaven rose from the chair and asked, "So, it is Elder He. Why have you come here all of a sudden?" Elder He's expression was so cold that it was as though a layer of frost could be scraped off his face. He had nowhere to vent out his fury, which almost burned him alive. He was the elderly man who had previously stopped Qin Kai and Yang Kai just outside the territory gate. Since Yang Kai had managed to enter Inyang Cave Heaven under his watch, he had to take full responsibility for it. As such, he had just been harshly reprimanded by Zhua Bukun, which was why he was in a foul mood. "I'm here to make a registration," he said in a sulky voice. "What?" The disciple who spoke earlier was startled. When he looked behind Elder He saw no one there. Puzzled, he asked, "Are you doing it for yourself, or?" Elder He roared, "You want this old master to marry into Inyang Cave Heaven?" "Of course. I'm making a registration for someone else." The two disciples were stunned, as they had no idea why Elder He was so incensed. Still, they hurriedly straightened up and helped him with the registration. "Please tell me the person's name, cultivation, and master sect." Elder He replied in a grim voice, "Pei Wenxian, Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, Myriad Demons Heaven." The two disciples were startled as they looked up at him. One of them asked hesitantly, "Are you sure you want to make a registration for Senior Brother Pei?" They had heard about Pei Wenxian. He was a rising star in Myriad Demons Heaven who directly ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. There was no doubt that he had a bright future. Martial Peak, Chapter 4450, Lu Jing. The status of Pei Wenxian in Myriad Demons Heaven was the same as Chu Huashang in Inyang Cave Heaven. Such a person was destined to be one of the most important figures in Myriad Demons Heaven in the future, so there was no way he would marry into Inyang Cave Heaven. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss for his sect. Therefore, when the two disciples, who were responsible for registering the candidates, heard that Elder He was making a registration for Pei Wenxian to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, they were dumbfounded. "Cut the crap. Do it now, and give me a jade token. Elder He snapped. Yes, yes, yes. Please give us a moment. Elder He. Not daring to be negligent, the two disciples hurriedly recorded Pei Wenxian's information and passed the elderly man a jade token. Not willing to stay there any longer, Elder He took the token and left while the two disciples exchanged glances in puzzlement. Before they even recover from their shock, more people had come to register. Half a day later, the two disciples fell into a dazed state as they looked at the book in front of them. In such a short time, more than 10 cave heavens and paradises had sent new disciples to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, and they were all in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Just like Pei Wenxian, they were rising stars of their respective sects who achieved an ascension in the past 100 years. The two disciples were torn between tears and laughter because there was even a woman on the list. The words Xianxia Paradise, Gupan, Sixth Order were clearly written in the book. The purpose of the Tao Theory Assembly was to help Chu Hua Shang find a husband, so the participants were naturally all men. Something had to be terribly wrong with Xianxia Paradise, as they had sent a female disciple. If Gupan happened to become the winner, she would have to bed Chu Hua Shang in the future. The two disciples felt their blood beginning to boil as they began to imagine such a future. Although they had no idea what had happened that made these new Sixth Order Open Heaven realms change their minds and take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, they could clearly feel that a change was taking place in the assembly. Their gazes fell upon a certain name, as they had a feeling that the change had something to do with that person. After all, prior to this, he was the only Sixth Order Open Heaven realm among the hundreds of participants in the assembly. On intertwining Fate Peak, Yang Kai examined Kong Tian Yu's space ring and obtained some Fifth Order materials from it. Other than that, there was nothing worth mentioning. As the Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai had a first-class star city and countless powerful open heaven realms as subordinates. Given his wealth, he was naturally dismissive of ordinary treasures. After putting everything of value in his own ring, he continued refining open heaven pills. Soon, however, the barrier around his house was triggered. Instead of a violent fluctuation this time, though, it felt more like someone was simply trying to get his attention. With a frown, Yang Kai got up and lowered the barrier. After pushing the door open, he saw a decent-looking young man standing outside. Seeing Yang Kai, the young man quickly saluted him. Gathering Yuan Union's Lu Jing greets senior brother. Yang Kai sized him up and asked, "What's wrong?" He remembered seeing Gathering Yuan Union in his universe chart, which included all the known great territories and great forces within them. When he was looking for the star boundary in the past, Yang Kai had carefully studied every part of the universe chart, so he vaguely remembered a force called Gathering Yuan Union. However, he didn't pay any attention to this force, since he probably wouldn't come into contact with them. If he wasn't mistaken, Gathering Yuan Union was above average among the second-class great forces, with a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master overseeing their sect. "I'm sorry for bothering you, senior brother." Lu Jing cautiously examined Yang Kai's expression, and upon seeing that the latter didn't show signs of impatience, he set his mind at ease. He was shocked to see Kong Tian Yu getting killed in just one move a short time ago. That guy was a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but he was killed like an ant. Therefore, Lu Jing was terrified when dealing with Yang Kai, as he was worried that the latter would make a move on him at any moment. The participants of the Tao Theory Assembly had to understand that they might get killed at any moment. Hence, Yang Kai could murder all the people on intertwining Fate Peak if he wanted to do that. "If you don't mind, can I come in to speak with you?" Lu Jing asked in a gentle tone. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai stepped aside. Lu Jing thanked him and shuffled into the house. After they were seated, Lu Jing said, "I've heard much about you, senior brother. Now that I finally see you." Before he could finish his flattery, Yang Kai raised his hand and cut him off. "Just speak frankly." Since it was the first time they met, there was nothing worth talking about between them, and the only reason Yang Kai let him in was to find out his intentions. An embarrassed Lu Jing coughed and put on a hollow laugh. "Good, senior brother Yang. The reason I've come to visit you is to ask you to protect me in the Tao Theory Assembly to the best of your abilities." Yang Kai frowned and gazed at him in puzzlement. Lu Jing put on a bitter smile. As you can see, senior brother, I'm just a fourth-order cultivator, one of the weakest among the participants in the Tao Theory Assembly. If I encounter a powerful opponent, there's no way I can survive. With an awkward expression, Yang Kai asked, since you're aware of your weaknesses, why have you still come here to take part in the assembly? A troubled Lu Jing replied, do you think I want to be here, senior brother? I had no choice. Although the purpose of the Tao Theory Assembly is to help senior sister Chu select a husband, it is also a major event in the 3,000 worlds. My father told me to take part in it to broaden my horizons and gain some life experience. He doesn't expect me to become the winner. To be honest with you, many participants of the assembly are in the same situation as me. They're forced to come here by their families. Yang Kai was surprised. Lu Jing replied, well, not all of them. There are only a small number of people who are forced to come here by their families. What I mean is that they're taking part in the assembly not to become the winner, but to go through some training by using this event as an opportunity. Upon hearing his explanation, Yang Kai nodded his head. After giving it a thought, he realized that it was just like what Lu Jing had said. The Tao Theory Assembly was considered a major event in the 3,000 worlds. Many powerful cultivators had gathered together in this place to exchange moves, which was a kind of training for them. Then, Yang Kai said with a frown, it will be difficult for me to ensure your safety. What I can do at most is to let you off when you're faced with me. The others might not be as easygoing, though. Upon hearing that, Lu Jing burst into laughter. Do you think the assembly is just an event where all the participants have to fight with one another until the strongest one emerges? Isn't that the case? Yang Kai was shocked. Lu Jing explained, there might be such an event in the final stage. However, for what I've gathered, the assembly isn't so simple. There must be other arrangements. However, I'm unable to find out how the assembly would be carried out. He paused for a moment. Why do you think those from Yin Cave Heaven want us to stay on different spirit peaks? Yang Kai replied, of course, it's to allow the stronger cultivators to weed out weaker opponents in advance to simplify the situation. That might be one of the reasons. However, it's also possible that they want us to familiarize ourselves with one another and find our own companions so that we can face various challenges together. A glint flashed through Yang Kai's eyes when he heard that. Was it really the intention of those from Yin Cave Heaven for making such arrangement? Lu Jing went on to say, the Tao Theory Assembly is to help senior sister Chu select a husband, so it would be too straightforward if they just wanted to select the strongest cultivator. In that case, there would be no need for competition at all. We would just have to stand in a row and let the high-rank, open heaven realms examine us to select a winner. However, how do they examine the winner's temperament and personality? Only by going through different tests could the participants showcase their capabilities in different areas. Yang Kai reckoned that Lu Jing had a point. Therefore, I think that the Tao Theory Assembly isn't just about fighting against one another. There must be more to it. Lu Jing's eyes seemed to be glowing as though he was confident that his speculation was right. Then, he turned to look at Yang Kai. Hence, I hope you'll ensure my safety to the best of your abilities, senior brother. Yang Kai stroked his chin and said frankly, if the assembly is just like what you've said, I can take care of you to some extent. However, what can you give me? Lu Jing was startled as he hadn't expected Yang Kai to agree so easily. The speech he had prepared in advance now became completely useless, so he simply asked dazedly, what do you want, senior brother? The way Yang Kai gazed at him made him shrink back. If I'm not mistaken, Gathering Yuan Union focuses on doing business. Your ships sail everywhere in the 3,000 worlds, and your sect is quite wealthy. Since you're able to represent Gathering Yuan Union to take part in the assembly when you're just in the 4th order, you're obviously an important figure in your sect. Say no more, senior brother. I'm willing to pay you a 6th order Yang element treasure as a reward. What do you think? Lu Jing interrupted Yang Kai as he was worried that the latter would come up with some unreasonable demands. Deal, Yang Kai replied without hesitation. Lu Jing breathed a sigh of relief and cupped his fists. I'll be relying on you then, senior brother. After the Tao Theory Assembly ends, I'll pass you the reward." Yang Kai nodded, and after they chatted for a bit more, Lu Jing left. Upon activating the array again, Yang Kai returned to his room and fell silent. A fourth-order open Heaven Realm Master was able to directly offer a sixth-order Yang element material, which went to show that gathering Yuan Union was truly wealthy. It had to be noted that a sixth-order material was worth 10 to 20 million open heaven pills, with Yin and Yang element treasures being even more expensive than that. Therefore, it was apparent that Lu Jing was an important figure in gathering Yuan Union. Perhaps he was the Young Union Master, which was why he could offer such a handsome reward so easily. If there were indeed other arrangements in the Tao Theory Assembly, just like what Lu Jing had speculated, Yang Kai wouldn't mind protecting him as long as he was capable of doing so. There was a serious lack of sixth-order materials in Voidland. Besides the great emperors, Su Yin, and his other wives, Yang Kai also needed sixth-order materials now. Sixth-order open heaven realm masters like Yu He and the others also needed sixth-order materials to cultivate efficiently. Although he had a first-class star city where he could obtain sixth-order materials from time to time, Yin and Yang element materials were still extremely rare. Lu Jing was clearly a seasoned person, so he knew that other rewards might not be able to move Yang Kai. As such, he directly offered a reward that Yang Kai would not be able to turn down. Everything was peaceful for the next few days. When Kong Tianyu was on Intertwining Fate Peak previously, the place was lively as the residents would exchange pointers from time to time. However, after he was killed by Yang Kai with only one move, the entire Spirit Peak fell into a dead silence. The dozen or so people living here all hid in their resting places to cultivate while keeping their defensive arrays activated, worried that Yang Kai would storm into their places and kill them all in advance. After all, a sixth-order open heaven realm master was essentially unmatched on the Spirit Peak. Martial Peak, Chapter 4451, Many Powerful Opponents. The Tao Theory Assembly officially commenced a few days later. As a loud bell tolled, the cultivators, who had been cultivating on their respective Spirit Peaks, stepped out of their residences. On Intertwining Fate Peak, as soon as Yang Kai left his room, he saw many people looking at him with fearful eyes. Although a few days had passed, the sight of Kong Tianyu's head being blown up by Yang Kai's spear attack remained vivid in their minds. Kong Tianyu was the strongest fifth-order open heaven realm master among them, but he was unable to survive a single move from Yang Kai. Certainly, as a sixth-order open heaven realm master, Yang Kai stood out among them. They were previously worried that Yang Kai would kill all of them on Intertwining Fate Peak, so that he would have fewer opponents. However, after he dealt with Kong Tianyu, he went on to cultivate in seclusion and didn't bother anyone else, allowing the others to have some peaceful days to live. Honestly speaking, if it weren't because they couldn't back down halfway, everyone on Intertwining Fate Peak would have fled already. None of them would be a match for a sixth-order open heaven realm master in the Tao Theory Assembly. So rather than staying there and getting humiliated, they could save themselves some time and embarrassment by backing down. However, the Tao Theory Assembly was held by Yin Yang Cave Heaven, and no one had the guts to leave halfway. The consequences would be dreadful if their backing down was taken as a sign of disrespect towards Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Just then, Lu Jing approached Yang Kai in a friendly manner. Yang Kai nodded gently at him and looked up. There was a slim woman clad in revealing clothes who was hovering in midair. Her short skirt could barely cover her alluring bottom, and as the wind whisked through her skirt, one could almost catch a glimpse of the spring scenery hidden below. The woman was weak, as she was only in the third-order open heaven realm. However, her skin was delicate, and her eyes were extremely enchanting. "Since all of you are ready, please come with me," the woman stated in a sweet voice. As she turned around and flew forward, the men were aroused when they saw her bare back. None of them moved a muscle as they gazed at Yang Kai. It wasn't until Yang Kai flew up that the others followed him. More than a dozen people left the Spirit Peak, and they soon reached the endless void. They had no idea where the woman was leading them to, but they could only follow her as it wasn't appropriate to ask her about it. 1 hour later, they finally saw a huge universe world in the distance. The universe world was much larger than average, and looking from afar, they could see that the terrain was pretty complex with the environment quite hostile. There was also a layer of gray mist around the universe world, seemingly shielding it from complete view. Xianxia couldn't help but study the universe world in puzzlement. Inyang Cave Heaven was one of the 36 cave heavens. So why was there such a strange universe world in their territory? Given their strength, it wasn't hard for them to change the environment of this universe world, so there must be a reason for them to keep it as it was. Outside the universe world, there was a gigantic palace hovering in the void, in front of which was a square that was filled with many people. The third-order woman from Inyang Cave Heaven led the group from intertwining Fate Peak to land on the square. After stabilizing herself, she performed a salute in a particular direction. Greetings, Elder Su. The participants from intertwining Fate Peak are all here. Su Linggong was seated on a chair in that direction, while Qin Kuei and Su Yingxue were standing behind him. Seeing Yang Kai, Qin Kuei nodded at him. Su Linggong swept a glance over them, as his gaze eventually fell on Yang Kai. He seemed to be in a jovial mood as he said amicably, "Good. You may leave now." "Yes." The third-order open heaven realm woman bowed and departed, leaving Yang Kai and the others where they stood. Yang Kai scanned his surroundings and realized that many cultivators had gathered together in groups in the square. There were somewhere between 300 to 400 of them in total. It seemed that they were also participants in the Tao Theory Assembly. The weakest ones were in the fourth order, while there were many fifth-order open heaven realm masters. Just like those from intertwining Fate Peak, these cultivators were supposed to be staying on their respective spirit peaks previously, but they were now all brought to this place. Soon, Yang Kai fell into a dazed state as he stared fixedly in a particular direction, a hint of shock on his face. That was because a petite woman was standing over there. Many of the participants around her were also examining her in shock. The existence of such a woman among a large group of men was like the bright moon in the dark night sky. It was expected that their attention was drawn to her. After all, the Tao Theory Assembly was meant to help Chu Huashang select a husband. Although those from Inyang Cave Heaven hadn't set any strict rules, the participants were basically all men. Why would a woman take part in such an assembly? However, there really was a woman standing right on the square. Moreover, Yang Kai actually knew her. She was none other than Gu Pan from Langya Paradise. Yang Kai could barely suppress his laughter. It wasn't surprising that Gu Pan was in Inyang Cave Heaven because she and Chu Huashang were close friends. Since this matter was about Chu Huashang's future happiness, it was only to be expected that she had tagged along with her master to this place. Nevertheless, it was quite awkward for her to appear in this square. When Yang Kai came across Gu Pan and Chu Huashang in the grand ancient ruins boundary in the past, there were also Emperor Realm cultivators, just like himself. After such a long time, though, everyone from back then had ascended to the open heaven realm. Chu Huashang and Gu Pan both ascended to the sixth order open heaven realm. In that case, Yang Kai kept darting his gaze around and soon found two other familiar faces. One of them was Lin Feng from True Martial Cave Heaven, and the other was Ning Dao Ran from Free and Unfettered Paradise. Of the friends he got to know in Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, only little fatty Su Zhen wasn't around. It wasn't certain whether he didn't come or he hadn't ascended to the open heaven realm yet. When their eyes met, Lin Feng snorted as he seemed to be displeased with Yang Kai. On the other hand, Ning Dao Ran just nodded at Yang Kai as a polite gesture. There were also some other unfriendly gazes that were examining Yang Kai. As Yang Kai swept a glance over them, and soon saw Pei Wenxian from Myriad Demons Heaven and Yin Xian Zhao from Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. These two guys had formed grudges against Yang Kai in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. At that time, Yin Xian Zhao relentlessly tried to kill Yang Kai. Fortunately, Chu Huashang never gave up on Yang Kai as she carried him on her back and eventually escaped from danger. There were some other people that Yang Kai didn't know, but he had a feeling that they were also core disciples from the various cave heavens and paradises, just like Chu Huashang. There seemed to be a lot of powerful opponents in this Tao theory assembly. The disciples of Inyang Cave Heaven continuously led more participants to this place for various spirit peaks, where they formed into different groups and waited patiently. On a platform overlooking the square, Su Ling Gong sat in the center seat among the other high-rank open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises, all of whom sported dark expressions. This couldn't be helped, as Su Ling Gong had suddenly changed the content of the Tao Theory Assembly. According to the original plan, the participants would just have to go on stage and fight against one another until the final winner emerged. It was a brutal but simple way, as the stronger cultivators would be at an advantage. Nevertheless, Su Ling Gong informed them at the last moment that the rules had been changed, which infuriated the high-rank open heaven realm masters from more than a dozen cave heavens and paradises. They didn't mind changing the content of the assembly, but Su Ling Gong had crossed the line by changing it at the last possible moment, leaving them unprepared. Presently, Zhuobu Kun from Myriad Demons Heaven was seated to the left of Su Ling Gong. He turned to look at him and asked him passively, "Brother Su, what are you trying to do?" "What do you mean?" Su Ling Gong glanced over at him. Zhuobu Kun asked, "Have you changed the rules at the last moment for a particular person?" "I don't understand what you're talking about." Su Ling Gong appeared innocent. "If you think there's something wrong with the assembly, you can leave now. I don't mind." Zhuobu Kun snorted. "Is it really so easy, Brother Su? Since we've joined the assembly, why will we leave halfway? If news spread, Myriad Demons Heaven would become a laughingstock. Stop spouting nonsense if you're not going to leave then. I'm in charge of the Tao Theory Assembly, and I can do whatever I want." Su Ling Gong seemed ready to fight it out if need be. Seeing that both of them were incensed, the people beside them hurriedly calmed them down. Su Ling Gong looked smilingly at the square, but he secretly felt bitter in his heart. If Chu Huashang hadn't pestered him, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to change the rules of the Tao Theory Assembly. If they carried out the original plan and let the participants simply go on stage to fight, the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises would have a distinct advantage. The winner would be one of those disciples from the aforementioned Great Forces, not Xianxia. Although Xianxia was also a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it had only been 2 years since his ascension. Be it his heritage or foundation, he wasn't comparable to the disciples from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Only when the rules were changed would he stand a chance to become the winner. Su Ling Gong knew that Chu Huashang was trying to help Xianxia, but despite that, the young man would have to rely on his own power if he wanted to win first place. Now, they could only hope that this brat wouldn't disappoint them. As time passed, all the participants of the assembly were brought to this place. Xianxia looked around and realized that there were about 500 or 600 people who were taking part in the assembly. However, he reckoned that there were originally more who were now buried on the various spirit peaks, just like what had happened to Kong Tianyu. Therefore, there were probably about 1,000 people who had registered to join the assembly. It had to be noted that all 1,000 of these people were in the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm and above. None of them were minor characters. There is no doubt that the Tao Theory Assembly was a major event in the 3,000 worlds. It seemed that Lu Jing was right to say that many of the people who joined the assembly didn't intend to become the winner, as they had to be fully aware that they were not powerful enough to win. The reason they still participated in the event was to give themselves some training. Certainly, if they were lucky enough to be the winner, it would be life-changing for them. Previously, more than a dozen cave heavens and paradises had cordoned off the territory gates around Inyang territory and chased off all the foreign Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, which allowed the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to have some hope. However, following the participation of more than a dozen Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters now, their hope was thoroughly crushed. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4452, Prison Star. Many well-informed people had some complaints about Xianxia at this moment. If it was not for his sudden participation, the Tao Theory Assembly would not have had any Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in attendance. In the current situation, they no longer expected to obtain any of the top positions. They simply hoped that they would not be ranked so lowly that they besmirched the names of their sects. After a while, nobody else was guided to this place. It would seem that all of the participants had gathered here. Qin Kuei leaned over and muttered something in Su Linggong's ear, after which he nodded lightly and said, "Since everybody is gathered here, let us begin." Behind him, Su Yingxue immediately took one step forward and raised an arm upon hearing those words. Hundreds of streams of light burst out all of a sudden and swept across the huge square. A short while later, all the participating cultivators were surprised to find a pale gold wristband floating in front of each of them. The wristbands were made from some kind of unknown material that exuded a faint pulsing aura. Su Yingxue's expression was cold and indifferent as she explained, "All participants, please wear these wristbands. These wristbands are very important. They are the key items that will determine your ranking in the Tao Theory Assembly, so do not lose them or destroy them. Do not remove them without authorization either, or you will be disqualified." Everybody curiously looked at the pale gold wristbands after hearing those words. Despite studying the wristbands from all angles, they could not figure out anything about them. Nevertheless, they could only obey since these arrangements were something Yin Cave Heaven had prepared for them. It didn't take long before everybody was wearing the wristbands. What was surprising was that the wristbands transformed into a circular brand that imprinted itself on their wrists when worn. Yang Kai quietly scanned the wristband for a moment, but did not detect anything unusual. He could not even sense the slightest hint of something wrong. As for what these wristbands were meant for, he remained clueless and turned to look at Lu Jing curiously. Unfortunately, Lu Jing shook his head to indicate that he did not know anything either. Yang Kai could only give up. In any case, Yin Cave Heaven would eventually give an appropriate explanation for the situation. Once everybody was wearing the wristbands, Su Linggong slowly got to his feet. The majestic aura of a seventh-order open heaven realm master unfolded, and with a dignified expression, he spoke. Yin Cave Heaven has been established in the 3,000 worlds for countless years. Our inheritance is steeped with history. Today, I will be choosing a husband for my youngest disciple. It is comforting for this monarch to see so many handsome young men standing here. I hope you will perform well and achieve satisfactory results." His voice was not loud, but everybody could hear him clearly with the help of his seventh-order open heaven realm aura. It sounded almost as though he was standing next to each person while speaking. The location of the Tao Theory Assembly this time lies within the universe world behind you. The expressions of many people changed to reveal knowing looks. The truth was that many of the cultivators had already made some guesses when they saw this universe world. If that was not the location where the Tao Theory Assembly was going to be held, then why guide people to this place? Yang Kai noticed that Lu Jing, who was standing next to him, had turned slightly pale. Lu Jing seemed apprehensive about something, almost as though this particular universe world contained some kind of deadly threat. The universe world before you is known as Prison Star. It is the place where Yin Cave Heaven exiles certain dangerous criminals. The people in that universe world consist of Yin Cave Heaven disciples who committed grave crimes, as well as vicious and atrocious villains who were captured and brought back from the outside world. It can be said that every single existence within that place is a criminal. You can kill them at your discretion. I knew it. It really is the Prison Star. Lu Jing murmured softly. Yang Kai turned to look at Lu Jing. He knows something about this Prison Star. Unfortunately, it's not convenient for me to ask him about this matter under the current circumstances. I can only figure things out once Su Linggong finishes his speech. This Prison Star is a training ground for Yin Cave Heaven disciples. What you need to do now is enter the Prison Star and slaughter those who can be killed. The wristband will record your achievements. In the end, the person with the highest score recorded in their wristbands will be the winner. As soon as those words left Su Linggong's mouth, a commotion broke out among the cultivators in the silent square, and many of the cultivators couldn't help revealing joyous looks. That was particularly true for many fifth-order open heaven realm masters. They originally thought that they would only be accompanying their charges on a study trip to the Tao Theory Assembly. After all, they did not have the slightest chance of winning against the 10 or so Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in a straight-up fight. On the other hand, if the Tao Theory Assembly was carried out in this manner, then they could avoid fighting with the Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters entirely. There was even a chance of winning first place if they could obtain a good enough result on the Prison Star. Su Ling Gong coldly observed the commotion below, only to break into a grin after a long while. You will know how the wristband records your achievements later, but there is something else this monarch needs to inform you about first. All the criminals on Prison Star have been notified of this event, and have been told that if they kill enough participants, they will be able to obtain their freedom. That's why it's not just you hunting them. They will also spare no effort to hunt you down. After all, it has been many years since they last tasted freedom. The commotion throughout the square died down abruptly. One of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters frowned at those words. Brother Su, why was I not informed about this? If that were the case, then every single person who participated in the Tao Theory Assembly would be in mortal danger. There were many Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on Prison Star, and if anybody were to encounter those people, even a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master from the Cave Heavens and Paradises might not escape alive. Similarly, the other high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters turned to look at Su Ling Gong in unison. It was clear that it was also the first time they had heard about this. Su Ling Gong slapped his head lightly. Oh, did I not tell you? No worries. It's not too late for you to find out now. Brother Su, is this your own idea? Or is this Inyang Cave Heaven's idea? A high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master questioned. Su Ling Gong glanced sideways at that person and simply stated, I am in charge of the Tao Theory Assembly. Whatever I say goes. If you are worried about your disciples, you can withdraw right now. This Su will not stop anybody. Withdraw? We're already here. Who would have a nerve to quit now? If we did that, won't other people look down on our sects? They originally assumed that the Tao Theory Assembly was an explanation given by Inyang Cave Heaven as a result of the joint pressure exerted by the various Cave Heavens and Paradises for Chu Huashang's actions. It would now seem, though, that everybody had been fooled by Su Ling Gong. If they had known that the Tao Theory Assembly would be so dangerous, they wouldn't have allowed their most treasured disciples to participate. Those whom they brought here were newly promoted 6th Open Heaven Realm Masters. How could they compare with the old ghosts on Prison Star? Martial Uncle Su, how will the achievements be calculated if two people work together to kill a criminal? Xianxia of Xianyuan Cave Heaven suddenly cupped his fist and asked. Su Ling Gong grinned. Rest assured, as long as you are nearby when the criminal dies, you will share a certain amount of the achievements. You can figure out the secrets behind this mechanism yourselves. Xianxia nodded lightly and asked again, what if we were to accidentally kill another participant? Su Ling Gong said, of course there will also be achievements for that. Moreover, all the results previously obtained by that person will be passed on to you. Xianxia licked his lips and smiled. I see. This disciple understands now. The expressions of many participating cultivators were rather ugly. Inyang Cave Heaven's Tao Theory Assembly was now a chaotic free-for-all. There was no doubt that Su Ling Gong set this up to promote killings. It didn't matter whether it was the criminals on Prison Star or the participating cultivators. As long as they killed another, they would receive achievements for their deeds. Lu Jing turned deathly pale as he gulped nervously and looked at Yang Kai pitifully. Senior Brother Yang. The rules of the Tao Theory Assembly had suddenly become so brutal that he was not sure if Yang Kai was still willing to fulfill their previous agreement. Yang Kai, however, just said, rest assured, just follow me later. Lu Jing was overjoyed. Many thanks for your care, Brother Yang. He was incredibly grateful that he made such a timely move back on intertwining Fate Peak. How else could he have had the chance to follow a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now? He was just a 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If he had entered Prison Star with his current strength alone, it would not be long before he ended up as somebody else's meal. Are there any other questions? Su Ling Gong scanned the audience. Nobody answered. Thus, he nodded in satisfaction. In that case, Let the Tao Theory assembly begin. After saying that, he sat back down again. Qin Kuei and Su Ying Shui stepped forward at the same time and walked out from behind Su Linggong. They each used a set of hand seals before pushing their palms out towards Prison Star. In the next moment, a wide, multicolored road appeared out of nowhere, connecting Prison Star and the palace square like a rainbow. Su Ying Shui shouted, "All participants, please enter. The event will last for 1 year, during which Prison Star's Grand Array will remain closed. Nobody will be allowed to enter or leave without authorization. Once the 1-year period is up, we will guide you back here." Everybody glanced at the Rainbow Bridge for a moment, and not long after that, somebody moved and landed atop it. A distorted light flashed by, and that person vanished out of sight in an instant, probably transferred somewhere on Prison Star. The rest of the cultivators quickly stepped onto the Rainbow Bridge, either alone or in small groups of 3 to 5. Yang Kai was in no hurry to move and simply stood there waiting. "Junior brother Yang," a coquettish voice suddenly rang out. Yang Kai turned to look in that direction and saw a figure flying out from the depths of Yin Yang Cave Heaven. It was Chu Huashang. On the stage, Su Linggong was taken aback by the sight and asked Su Ying Shui, "What is that girl doing here?" Su Ying Shui slowly shook her head. His facial muscles twitched slightly in annoyance. Regardless of the circumstances, the purpose of the Tao Theory Assembly was to choose a husband for Chu Huashang. Hence, it was truly inappropriate for her to make a public appearance at a time like this. Be that as it may, she was already here, so it was already too late to stop her. The cultivators who had yet to enter Prison Star looked up upon hearing her voice, and many people recognized her identity and looked enamored at the mere sight of her. Leaving aside the fact that she was in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, Chu Huashang's figure and looks alone were first class throughout the 3,000 worlds. If they could take the winning spot in the Tao Theory Assembly, they would be able to win the hand of such a gorgeous beauty. If that had happened, then their lives would not have been in vain. In front of everybody's eyes, though, Chu Huashang landed lightly in front of Yang Kai. "Senior Sister Chu, what are you doing here?" Yang Kai asked. He had not seen her since the last time the two of them had been caught in bed by Su Linggong. Therefore, he never expected for her to come here at this time. "I came to see you." She looked at him with a smile. All of a sudden, she took 2 steps forward and threw her soft body into his arms. "Come back soon, junior brother. I will be waiting for you." Yang Kai immediately froze in place. The two of them had been in the throes of passion and nearly sealed the deal in her bedroom last time. But that incident had simply been a trap devised by Su Linggong, so it could not be counted. But now, she was the one who took the initiative to hug him. Furthermore, she did it in front of so many people that he was completely caught off guard. When Yang Kai looked around, he saw that the expressions of many participating cultivators were as black as the bottom of a pot. Martial Peak, Chapter 4453, Heinous. The Tao Theory Assembly was held in order to choose a husband for Chu Huashang. Therefore, all the cultivators who came to participate in this event carried at least a glimmer of hope in their hearts. They dreamed of winning first place and bringing home a beautiful bride. It was for that reason that they rolled up their sleeves and prepared to put their lives on the line. To their greatest dismay, though, Chu Huashang took the initiative to embrace one of the participants with a look that seemed to indicate that she was secretly in love with that man right in front of all of them. That atmosphere instantly became tense. For a time, many people glared at Yang Kai with hatred and rage in their eyes. Even more people decided that what the eyes did not see, the heart did not grieve. They turned around and rushed onto the Rainbow Bridge and were transported into Prison Star. "Junior brother, please be careful." Chu Huashang did not show too much intimacy in her actions and quickly let go. Then, she took 2 steps backwards and winked at him. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Turning around, he strode towards the Rainbow Bridge. "Senior brother Yang, please wait for me." Lu Jing finally came back to his senses and quickly caught up with Yang Kai's pace. At the same time, he drew upon his world force and covered both of them in it. Yang Kai noticed and did not resist. When the two of them stepped on a Rainbow Bridge together, They felt a swirling sensation washing over them, and their vision blurred for a moment. In the next instant, they were in another world. Overwhelming pressure pressed down on them from above, and Xianxia involuntarily slumped slightly. It felt as though his small universe was being covered by something, and his power could not flow properly. Please forgive me, Senior Brother Yang. The transfer to the prison star is set to a random location. If I had not done that, you and I would have been separated, and it would have been difficult to meet up again. Lu Jing explained his actions just now. Xianxia looked surprised. This place is a little strange. Lu Jing said, Senior Brother, don't panic. The prison star. He was about to explain something when he suddenly heard a piercing scream coming from not far away. Turning to look in that direction, he saw a strong and burly man riding on top of a woman in a bush nearby. The man was grinning and laughing. His hands were busy ripping apart the clothes on the woman's body without care, quickly exposing her snow-white skin to the air. It didn't take long before all she had left were her undergarments that concealed her most private parts. The woman kicked and punched desperately, crying and screaming at the same time. However, her actions only seemed to fuel the man's excitement, causing him to become more and more aggressive. Stop! How dare you do such a despicable thing in broad daylight? Lu Jing felt the blood rushing to his head at the sight and roared in their direction. He never imagined that he would be greeted by such an ugly sight the moment he and Xianxia entered the prison star. Lu Jing's voice startled the burly man who was about to finish what he started. That man turned to look in this direction, his eyes sweeping over Lu Jing. Then, he grinned savagely. Where did this baby come from? How dare you ruin my fun? Scram if you don't want to die. Lu Jing snapped angrily. The people of the prison star are heinous indeed. Now that I've run into you, I can't forgive your deeds. While speaking, he reached out and summoned a long sword into his hand before pointing it at the man. The power of Lu Jing's small universe fluctuated, making that burly man's expression change slightly. Fourth order. His expression couldn't help becoming solemn in response. He was only in the third order open heaven realm. On the other hand, this brat who popped out of nowhere turned out to be in the fourth order. How could he dare to be negligent? He couldn't care less about the woman pressed underneath him anymore and hastily drew upon his own world force to confront Lu Jing. Xianxia glanced in their direction, once then stopped paying attention to them. One was in the third order, while the other was in the fourth order, so there was no doubt about the outcome. Although Lu Jing was nothing compared to Xianxia in terms of strength, it did not change the fact that a fourth-order Open Heaven Realm Master was in the mid-rank Open Heaven Realm. Fourth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters generally commanded a certain level of respect in the 3,000 worlds. Instead, Xianxia lowered his head to look at the jade slip in his hand, immersing his mind into it as he carefully inspected the contents. This jade slip was something Chu Huashang had secretly stuffed into his hand under the guise of hugging him earlier. He did not know what information was recorded within the jade slip, but even so, it had to be important seeing as she did not hesitate to destroy her own reputation by making an appearance at the Tao Theory Assembly just to hand it to him. On the other side, Lu Jing was caught in a fierce battle with that burly man, but thanks to the difference in their orders, he still held the absolute advantage. It didn't take more than 10 breaths of time before the burly man was suppressed to the point where he could not fight back. Sword wave after sword wave flashed out, slicing across the man's torso. Blood flowed freely from those wounds, and in a panic, the man hurriedly begged for mercy. A hint of hesitation flashed across Lu Jing's eyes, but he quickly responded firmly. The death of scum who oppress others and forcefully seize women aren't worth pitying. With a flick of his longsword, Lu Jing created a rain of sword waves that crashed down on the burly man. When the light died down, he gave a soft snort and flicked off the blood staining his blade. Meanwhile, the burly man remained standing there motionlessly until a soft breeze blew past his body and shattered it like a wooden block that had been sliced apart. Blood flowed out like a river. Inadvertently or otherwise, Lu Jing glanced at Xianxia as though to say that he was not completely useless. Unfortunately, He turned around only to see Xianxia looking down at a jade slip. He couldn't help feeling disappointed as a result. Following the death of that burly man, a black light escaped from one of the pieces of his corpse and split into two. One part rushed into the golden wristband around Lu Jing's wrist, while the other part rushed towards Xianxia, who was standing not too far away, and slipped into his golden wristband. "Oh!" Lu Jing exclaimed in surprise. "Is that how our achievements are recorded?" They had heard about this from Su Linggong previously. As long as the participants were nearby when the criminals were killed, they would all share a certain amount of achievement. They had not understood how the mechanism of sharing worked at the beginning, but how could he not understand after witnessing the situation just now? Lu Jing lowered his head to examine his golden wristband and discovered something. The golden wristband that was initially blank had been dyed black at a certain spot. It seemed to be part of a pattern, but the pattern was not fully revealed because the achievements he accrued were too few. There was no time to think too deeply about this matter, though. Putting his long sword away, Lu Jing walked towards the woman and gently asked, "Are you all right?" The woman's body and all her womanly charms were on full display. There were only a few torn pieces of cloth left covering her body, and her suet white jade-like skin shone with a porcelain-like luster. She was shivering violently and curled up in place. When she saw Lu Jing approaching her, her eyes filled with fear and panic as she kept shaking her head and pleading, "No, no, no, please." Her weak and vulnerable appearance made one subconsciously pity her. His heart moved. Lu Jing tried to comfort her. "Miss, please don't be scared. I don't have any ill intentions." Walking over to her, he removed his shirt and draped it over her body to cover up her womanly charms. Her body continued to shiver violently, and it was obvious that she had been scared witless by what had happened to her. The sight made Lu Jing feel helpless, but just as he was about to reassure her once more, an inexplicable sense of danger flooded his heart and chills spread across his entire body. Before he could understand what was happening, he noticed that Xianxia, who had been standing a few paces away earlier, had suddenly appeared before him at some point in time. Xianxia was squeezing the woman's neck, and the expression on the woman's face had become even more terrified than before. "Seeing your brother Yang," Lu Jing looked at Xianxia in puzzlement. "Kacha?" Xianxia exerted some force into his hand, and the woman's head fell forward limply, the vitality in her eyes dissipating quickly. A black light escaped from her wrist, and just like before, the light divided into two pieces and disappeared into their wristbands. Lu Jing was shocked. Be that as it may, he was no fool. So after a moment of hesitation, he lifted the shirt he had draped over the woman's body and instantly broke out in cold sweat at what he saw. A dagger, glowing with a faint blue light, had appeared in the woman's hands at some point. Moreover, the dagger was clearly aimed at his chest. Just a little further, and it would have pierced into his body. Only then did he understand where the sense of crisis had come from just now. The person he initially thought to be a powerless woman being assaulted turned out to be a poisonous snake that was hiding her fangs. If Xianxia had not acted decisively, he would either be dead or heavily wounded by now. It turns out that everyone in the prison star is an extremely vicious person after all. They are all people who deserve to be killed. Lu Jing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and cupped his fists. "Many thanks for saving my life, Brother Yang." Even a woman they met while she was being assaulted turned out to be so dangerous. It could be perceived what kind of people were locked up in this damn place from this experience alone. Xianxia smilingly said, "Brother Lu, don't forget that indulging in lust is equivalent to hanging a knife above your head. Take care to avoid such mistakes in the future." Lu Jing blushed furiously. "It's not what you think. I just, There was no way to explain away his mistake. That was because he had truly been fascinated by that woman's beauty and charm for a time. Otherwise, he would not have dropped his guard so easily. What Xianxia said was not far from the truth. This prison star is odd indeed. Xianxia muttered to himself. Lu Jing explained, "Brother Yang, you might not know this, but the prison star is a place used by Yin Cave Heaven disciples as a life-and-death training area. So the entire prison star is shrouded and suppressed by a powerful grand array. All cultivators, regardless of their cultivation, will experience a huge decrease in strength here. Not to mention that the stronger they are, the more intensely they will be suppressed. I'm sure you saw my fight against that man just now. Xianxia nodded. I noticed. He had noticed this phenomenon as soon as he entered the prison star. There was some sort of suppressive force that existed everywhere, making him feel as though a mountain was pressing down on him. Lu Jing was in the fourth order open heaven realm, while that burly man was in the third order. Even so, their fight had not demonstrated the majesty that a third order and fourth order open heaven realm master should have. That was clearly due to the suppression of the grand array covering the prison star. Logically speaking, it should have been as simple as lifting a finger for a fourth order open heaven realm master to eliminate one in the third order. Nevertheless, it had taken Lu Jing a whole 10 breaths of time to finish his opponent. While Lu Jing's strength was indeed much greater than the burly man's, the suppression he faced was also much stronger. Thus, the wide gap in their respective strengths was narrowed greatly. Because of the grand array, all the people on the prison star are unable to exert their real strength. Since you are in the sixth order, senior brother Yang, you will also face the greatest suppression among us. That is why you have to be careful when you encounter an enemy. Even a fifth order open heaven realm master might have the power to fight you on equal terms in this place. Xianxia nodded lightly. Looking down at his golden wristband, he murmured thoughtfully, the way the Tao Theory Assembly records our achievements is quite interesting as well. The golden wristband was originally just a blank golden brand. However, a small black mark appeared on one part of the golden wristband after they killed that man and that woman. He examined the golden wristband carefully and said, "It appears to be a pattern of a star." Similarly, Lu Jing looked at his wrist and compared the pattern on Xianxia's wrist with his own. Their situation at the moment was completely identical. You're right, senior brother Yang. This is most likely a star. It was just that the pattern of the star was not completely stained black yet. At most, only 10% of the star had turned black. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4454, Come out and face me. Recalling their encounter just now, Lu Jing commented, those two were probably in the third order open heaven realm. Moreover, you and I shared our achievements equally. Only 10% of this star was stained black. In other words, we have to kill 10 third order open heaven realm masters on our own in order to get 1 star's worth of achievements. What if it were fourth order open heaven realm masters or fifth order open heaven realm masters? We see to test it out on somebody to know, Xianxia replied casually. That's true. Lu Jing nodded. Following behind a sixth order open heaven realm master like Xianxia gave him a great sense of security. Even if they really were to encounter a powerful foe, he had nothing to worry about. He only needed to protect himself well and leave everything else for Xianxia to solve. Thus, he secretly decided that he would keep some distance the next time Xianxia killed somebody. It would be bad if he stole more of Xianxia's achievements. After all, he only wished to return home safely from this trip. As for his final placing, Lu Jing wasn't too bothered either way. But before that, we have to figure out where we are located on the prison star. Xianxia rose into the sky while speaking. He initially wanted to observe his surroundings from above, but to his surprise, he had only just taken flight when he suddenly felt the pressure on his head increasing sharply. Furthermore, the pressure became more and more horrifying the further up he went. When he reached a height of 1,000 meters, he became completely powerless to ascend further. Xianxia was speechless. The prison star's grand array was truly amazing. It was able to make a sixth order open heaven realm master like him unable to resist. Thinking about it again, though, it made sense. This place was where Yin Cave Heaven locked up all the most heinous criminals, many of which were in the sixth order. If it were so easy to break free of the grand array suppression, then all the criminals within would have escaped a long time ago. With his current strength, Xianxia was only able to fly 1,000 meters up into the air. Any other sixth order open heaven realm master would probably fare worse in his shoes. In this way, escaping from the prison star was nothing more than a dream. Standing 1,000 meters above ground, Xianxia studied his surrounding environment whilst comparing the topography with the information contained within the jade slip in his hand. This jade slip was something Chu Huashang had handed to him at the last moment. Recorded within the jade slip was various information related to the prison star, including a complete map and details on the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm prisoners. Ingyang Cave Heaven had been managing the prison star for countless years, so they knew everything about it and its inhabitants. It would not have been difficult for Chu Huashang to obtain this information. Nevertheless, her actions could be construed as favoritism if they were known. She only did this because she was worried that accidents might happen if Xianxia ran into an enemy that was too strong for him. Unfortunately, the information he obtained from his current investigation was too little for Xianxia to confirm their current location. Therefore, he could only continue to proceed forward. Lu Jing followed behind Xianxia with a relaxed expression. Both of them experienced a sharp decrease in travel speed thanks to the suppression of the prison star's grand array. Xianxia originally thought that the 1-year period of the Dao Theory Assembly was far too long. After all, the cultivators participating in the event were all in the 4th Order and above. The prison star might be large, but it could not withstand the damage caused by hundreds of open heaven masters battling each other. It would not take more than 10 to 15 days for the entire prison star to be turned upside down. Now, however, it would seem that their travel speed and strength had dropped significantly due to the various suppression effects of the prison star's grand array. 1 year might not even be enough time for a person to tour the entire prison star. Xianxia would stop and study the topography of his surroundings from time to time, and after half a day, he finally confirmed his location. He carefully went through the information recorded in the jade slip once more before he turned to look in a certain direction. "You're first." While leading Lu Jing forward, the pair occasionally came across wandering criminals, some alone, some in small groups. Su Linggong had spoken the truth. All the criminals locked up in the prison star had been informed in advance about a large number of cultivators participating in the Dao Theory Assembly who would pour into the prison star. If they killed enough of the participants and obtained the necessary achievements, Inyang Cave Heaven agreed to set them free. Tempted by this offer, the criminals on the prison star were actively searching around. Many of them had been imprisoned in this place for hundreds or even thousands of years. Some might even have been here for longer than that. As long as Inyang Cave Heaven did not agree, they had no way of escaping this place. This opportunity was so difficult to come by, so they had to make good use of this opportunity. If they were lucky enough, they might even receive a new chance at life. Although there were many criminals imprisoned on the prison star, most of them were not particularly strong. Along the way, Xianxia and Lu Jing only encountered those who were in the 3rd Order and below. Xianxia had not bothered to attack, but Lu Jing enthusiastically killed them all. After multiple attempts and experimentation, the two of them finally gained some understanding of how things worked. As long as the distance between them exceeded 300 meters, then the credit for the kill would not be shared. On the other hand, the black light escaping from the wrists of the criminals would split into two as long as they were within 300 meters of each other. Inyang Cave Heaven probably designed this system in this manner after taking into account that some people might travel together. This profit-sharing method would make dividing their achievements more convenient. Naturally, there was an issue regarding who contributed more and who contributed less. However, that could be solved through negotiation among those traveling together. 3 days later, the two of them entered a dense jungle. The dense jungle was covered in a thick fog that reduced their visibility to just 10 meters at most. The surrounding area also had a faint suppressive force that dampened the perception of their divine senses. It was obvious that some sort of spirit array had been arranged here. The presence of a spirit array could only mean that there were people living here, and judging by the traces and strength of the spirit array, the person living here was not weak. Lu Jing nervously followed closely behind Xianxia, peering into his surroundings from time to time. He did not know why Xianxia wanted to come here, but Xianxia seemed to have had a very clear goal throughout their travels. Kacha! A soft sound rang out, causing all the hairs on Lu Jing's body to stand in fear. But looking down, he saw that he had simply stepped on a dried branch. laughing in relief. He felt that he might have been a little too nervous. The thought had only just crossed his mind when a black shadow suddenly loomed over him. Immediately following that, Lu Jing felt an extremely sticky feeling wrapping around him, while his nostrils were filled with a nasty and pungent stench. It felt as though he had accidentally fallen into a smelly swamp. Shocked, he hurriedly activated his small universe. World force surged and spilled forth as he punched forward ferociously. Lu Jing's vision abruptly returned to him, while his entire body felt wet and sticky. He was covered from head to toe in a turbid yellow liquid. Turning to look behind him in shock and terror, Lu Jing saw a huge flower with a gaping hole that had been blasted open by something. The flower was oozing with a liquid that was identical to the liquid covering his entire body. Lu Jing's expression darkened. Only then did he realize that he had been swallowed by this strange flower just now. He had seen many of these enormous flowers along the way, but he never imagined that they were capable of eating people. Oh, Xianxia looked at the flower with interest. See? An odd swaying sound rang out around them as a dozen or so of these gigantic flowers and their surroundings suddenly burst open to reveal rows and rows of jagged fangs. The tendrils of the flowering plants stretched out like poisonous snakes towards them. Then, these flowering plants bit down on the two of them. How dare mere monsters act so brazenly? Lu Jing yelled with a stomach full of grievances. With a flick of his hand, he summoned his long sword. Sword light flashed out, slashing at the attackers and tearing them to pieces one after another. These flowers might be strange, but it was not strong enough to actually harm a fourth-order open heaven realm master like him. Shwa, shwa, shwa. The sound of something slicing through the air rang out. The branches of the ancient trees and their surroundings seemed to come alive and began whipping towards them. Moreover, each attack contained an extremely heavy force behind it. Before Lu Jing could recover from his shock, the branches lashed all over his body. He was so badly beaten that he became flustered and quickly shouted for help. "Brother Yang, what an impressive spirit array!" Xianxia commented casually before pitch-black golden crow's true fire suddenly erupted from his body and spread outward, instantly burning the branches that stretched out towards them to a crisp. Terrified faces appeared on the ancient trees in the surroundings. There was a series of rustling sounds as many of the ancient trees pulled their roots out from the ground and fled as though they had encountered their natural enemy. The surroundings around Lu Jing and Yang Kai suddenly became empty. "Let's go and meet the master of this place." Yang Kai grinned. Lu Jing was covered in wet and sticky goo, but he could only dejectedly follow behind Yang Kai as he murmured, "Brother Yang, I don't feel so good." "You'll be fine. We'll borrow the bath from the master of this place to wash up later." Lu Jing sighed. "I guess that's all we can do." The slime all over his body contained some corrosive properties, but his cultivation as a fourth-order open heaven realm master allowed Lu Jing to withstand them. Doing so would only consume some of his world force, so it wasn't too difficult. What was annoying was the foul stench that made him want to vomit. The pair moved forward smoothly. After what happened just now, the flowers and strange gigantic trees had vanished out of sight, but the array in this place also seemed to have bewildering abilities. Yang Kai and Lu Jing wandered around for a while, but could not leave, much less discover where the master of this place was located. Yang Kai impatiently stopped in his tracks and shouted loudly, "Are you here, Greybone's heavenly monarch? Come out and face me." According to the information given by Chu Huashang, the person who lived here was a sixth-order open heaven realm master by the name Huigu. When Huigu arrived at one of the universe worlds under the jurisdiction of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, he brought catastrophe to it and caused all life to be annihilated. His actions provoked the anger of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, and he was eventually captured by one of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's elders, who was in the seventh-order open heaven realm. Huigu was then thrown into the prison star, where he had been imprisoned for more than 800 years. This dense forest was basically in existence akin to a restricted area for all the Yin-Yang Cave Heaven disciples who entered the prison star for training. After all, The Yin Cave Heaven disciples who came for training would not be too strong. Who among them could survive a direct confrontation against an established sixth-order open heaven realm master like the Gray Bones Heavenly Monarch? Only people on the level of Qin Kuei and Su Ying Shui would be an opponent for Huigu. It was just that their identity and status did not allow them to enter the prison star without sufficient reason. The only exception being that they received a special mission from a sect. When they were promoted to become outer elders, they were each sent into the prison star to kill a sixth-order open heaven realm master as a kind of test. Where did this thing with no eyes come from? How dare you run wild in this monarch's territory? Hurry up and scram if you don't want to die. Otherwise, don't blame this monarch for being ruthless. A sharp voice rang out, and listening to this ear-piercing voice felt very uncomfortable. Furthermore, the voice seemed to come from all directions. It was difficult for anybody to pinpoint where it was coming from. Are you sure you want to speak to me in such a manner? Yang Kai glanced sideways in a certain direction. A strange cackling laughter rang out. Brat, you sure are arrogant. This monarch is in a good mood today, so I will overlook your transgression. Hurry up and scram before I reconsider. Yang Kai gently nodded. I hope your bones are as hard as your mouth is stubborn. When those words left his mouth, the pitch-black golden crow's true fire burst out and filled the surroundings, turning everything around Yang Kai into a sea of flames. Martial Peak, Chapter 4455 by M.O. Yang Kai did not know much about the Tao of spirit arrays, but there was clearly a bewildering array set up in this place. Neither he nor Lu Jing could find their way around as a result. In order to destroy the spirit array, he could either locate the array core or shatter its structure with brute force. Given that it was simpler, he chose the latter option. The pitch-black golden crow's true fire filled the air, burning everything that it came into contact with and forcing its way outwards. The sharp voice initially taunted him unceasingly, but the other party quickly realized that something was wrong with the current situation. The whole array was on the verge of falling apart under the engulfment of the golden crow's true fire. The voice suddenly became incredibly furious. That person controlled the array from the shadows and triggered all sorts of changes that turned into an endless variety of attacks. These attacks then shot towards Yang Kai and Lu Jing from all directions, each one containing great power. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged, however. While casually blocking each and every one of those attacks, the golden crow's true fire continued to spread outwards. Lu Jing hid beside Yang Kai, looking pale and not daring to move a single muscle. As a fourth-order open heaven realm master, he would have been killed on the spot if he had fallen into this array on his own. The only reason he remained safe and sound was thanks to Yang Kai's protection. The attacks that came from all directions were not only dense, but also never-ending. Not to mention, every single attack contained power equivalent to the full-strength blow of a fourth-order open heaven realm master. An incense stick later, Yang Kao suddenly turned to look in a certain direction and grinned savagely. Found you. The power in his body surged and wrapped around Lu Jing. Following that, he charged forward in that direction and rammed straight through the bewildering array before he plunged headfirst into an enormous tree cave. A violent force spread out, accompanied by a series of muffled groans and screams of agony. The huge tree swayed, leaves and branches falling. 3 breaths later, everything became calm again. Inside the tree cave, Yang Kai held a midget by the neck. This fellow was half the height of an ordinary human with a long and sharp chin that jutted out. Yang Kai held the midget up in front of him and gave a gentle shake. The midget remained motionless, swaying back and forth like a limp noodle. Even the aura around his body was completely obliterated. Is he dead? Yang Kai furrowed his brow tightly. All of a sudden, he licked his lips and added, well, if he is, I shouldn't let him go to waste. Under Lu Jing's stunned watch, Yang Kai opened his jaw wide and lifted the midget to stuff him into his mouth. His actions made it seem like he was going to eat him alive. Lu Jing's eyes twitched violently at the sight. Just then, The midget that had been motionless and pretending to be dead suddenly began to struggle and scream frantically, "Mercy! Have mercy, sir!" Xianxia looked at the midget with a playful expression, and as their gazes met, how could the midget not know that Xianxia had simply been messing around with him? His little trick of playing dead had been seen through from the start. Xianxia casually tossed him to the ground and said lightly, "Don't even think about running. You won't get away." While speaking, he walked over to a bench and sat down grandly with a swish of his robes. The midget trembled violently and crawled on the ground. How could he dare to run? He had only exchanged a couple of moves with Xianxia before he was captured alive. With his meager strength, he wasn't even worthy of carrying Xianxia's shoes. In addition, his plan to play dead had failed miserably. How could he have any other thoughts at the moment? Glancing around, Xianxia noticed that the furnishings inside the tree cave were very simple. It could be seen that the master of this place was not a materialistic person. After confirming that there was nothing worth taking notice of in the room, he finally lowered his head to look at the midget in front of him and asked disappointedly, "Are you Gray Bones' heavenly monarch?" Contrary to the information that Chu Huashang had given to him, the midget in front of him was only in the 4th Order Open Heaven realm, a far cry from a 6th Order Open Heaven realm master. The midget hurriedly explained, "Sir, please understand. This little one is only a servant of Sir Huigu." "So you are not Huigu?" Xianxia raised an eyebrow at those words. The midget looked up and squeezed out an ingratiating smile. "This one is called by Mo." While speaking, he raised his hand and stroked the cluster of white hair on his head. Lu Jing couldn't help bursting into laughter from where he stood nearby. Even he could sense that the midget was only in the 4th Order Open Heaven realm after observing the fight between Xianxia and the midget earlier. The midget might have held a leadership position among slightly weaker second-class great forces, but he was nothing more than a servant here on the prison star. Moreover, he had been given such a random name. This was clearly not his real name, but there was no need to inquire further into this matter. "Where is Gray Bones' heavenly monarch?" Xianxia furrowed his brow tightly together, feeling a little disgruntled. He had come all the way here, thinking that he could go on a killing spree and earn some achievements. But who could have known that he would only find a weakling in the 4th Order Open Heaven realm here? This trip was a waste of his time and energy. Mo replied respectfully, "Thanks to a grand event on the prison star recently, Master has gone to visit Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, to discuss countermeasures." Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch. Xianxia's expression changed upon hearing those words. He thought back on the contents recorded within the jade slip given to him by Chu Huashang, and there was indeed somebody by the name of Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, who was also in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. It was said that he had the bloodline of a great monster, so his strength was not to be underestimated. "Sir, you came here to participate in the Tao Theory assembly hosted by Yin Heaven, right?" Mo asked, carefully observing Xianxia's expression. "So what if I did?" Xianxia studied Mo seriously. Xianxia was staring so hard that Mo felt all the hairs on his body standing upright. Whenever he recalled the time when Xianxia tried to eat him up in one bite, he couldn't help shuddering. Hastily squeezing out some tears, Mo prostrated himself on the ground. "Sir, please have mercy. This one's cultivation is low. I did not commit any heinous crimes either. Back then, I simply had eyes but failed to see and made fun of an Yin-Yang cave heaven disciple. For just that, I was actually thrown into the prison star. Sir, please have mercy. I'm really not a criminal." Upon confirming that Xianxia and Lu Jing were here to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly, how could Mo not know that his very life was just a trophy in their eyes? He was no match for them in terms of strength, so he could only beg for his life. Xianxia kicked Mo to the ground. "Stop sniveling if you want to live." Mo immediately fell silent and stared at Xianxia pitifully with traces of tears still in his eyes. Sitting on the chair, Xianxia mulled over the issue for a while. After pondering in silence, he got to his feet and picked Mo up from the ground. "Do you know where Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, is?" Mo quickly nodded. I do. Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, is on good terms with Master, so they keep in contact with each other. Master once brought me to Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch's palace. Guide me. Yonkai released by Mo and instructed. Mo looked at Yonkai incredulously for a moment. Then he immediately became overjoyed. Sir, please come with me. At the same time, a middle-aged and fair-faced man along with another burly and stocky man sat opposite each other inside an enormous palace that was located approximately 100,000 kilometers away. There was nothing about the fair-faced man that made him seem particularly special. On the other hand, the stocky man was one head taller than most people. His muscles stacked high upon each other, giving off the feeling of explosive power. These two were none other than Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch, and Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch. Mo had not lied. As soon as it was announced that a large number of cultivators would enter the prison star to participate in some kind of Tao Theory assembly, and their targets were all the criminals on the prison star, Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch had immediately departed for Giant Clam Palace to discuss countermeasures with Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch. The two of them might be in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, but they did not dare to underestimate the elite disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises. Besides, the Tao Theory Assembly was an opportunity for them. If they could kill enough of the participating cultivators, they could regain their freedom. In any case, they were not worried about whether or not Inyang Cave Heaven would play fair. Seeing as they were notified of this matter, Inyang Cave Heaven was bound to fulfill their promises no matter what. That was why both Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch, and Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, took this matter very seriously. Contrary to their expectations, however, the two of them were in the middle of their discussion when Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch, suddenly sensed an anomaly back at his secluded home. He performed a secret technique and immediately found out about the situation. At this moment, a transparent light screen appeared and floated between the two masters. The light barrier was projecting the current situation within Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch's secluded home. Naturally, the conversation between Yonkai and Mo entered their ears clearly without any deviation whatsoever. Dispelling the secret technique, Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch looked up at Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch. What do you think, Brother Juxian? Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch replied grimly. Not surprising. That brat must be from one of the cave heavens or paradises. Otherwise, where would he find the confidence to come charging straight at us both at once? Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch nodded. It's a given that he comes from one of the cave heavens or paradises, but which one is uncertain. Who cares where he comes from? It's one thing if he does not provoke this monarch, but if he dares to run wild in this monarch's territory, then he will not walk out of this place alive. Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, waved his hand boldly, his voice filled with great self-confidence. Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch said, Don't get careless, Brother Juxian. This brat knows that we are together in the same place. Even so, he dares to come charging straight at us. It's clear that he has something to support his confidence. Huigu, you are too cautious. What is there to fear if you and I join forces? No matter how powerful he is no different from us. We are all in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm after all. Moreover, according to the information we received, all the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters participating in this Tao Theory Assembly are newly advanced with less than 100 years accumulation. How strong can this boy's heritage be? Don't forget, a battle between Open Heaven realm masters is nothing more than a competition between the strength of their respective small universe's heritage. Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch mulled over the issue and nodded. Your words make sense, Brother Juxian, but it is still better to err on the side of caution. Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch chuckled. Rest assured, this monarch is no fool. If that brat really does come here, I will send somebody else to test him first to learn more about his foundation and origins. Brother Huigu, I've always told you that you should have gathered more subordinates under you. You just had to ignore my advice and keep only by Mo. He is just a trivial Fourth Order Open Heaven realm master. What can he do? Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch laughed. I've always liked my peace and quiet. In any case, that doesn't matter anymore. If you and I seize this opportunity during the Tao Theory Assembly, then we can escape from this place. When that time comes, we can go anywhere we want. Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, licked his lips. How many achievement points will someone in the 6th order give us? I don't know, but it's obvious that it won't be too few. The two of them exchanged a glance with each other and were very eager to make a move. Since they knew that Xianxia was heading straight for this place, it was only natural that they made certain arrangements to ensure that the brat did not walk out of this place alive. Brother Yang, what is the cultivation of gray bones, Heavenly Monarch? Along the way, Lu Jin suddenly asked this question. Xianxia did not respond. On the other hand, Bai Mo proudly said, Master is in the 6th order open heaven realm. He is also one of the supreme existences on the prison star. Lu Jing's expression couldn't help becoming solemn. He even felt a sense of lingering fear creeping into his heart. Although a mid-rank open heaven realm master could also call themselves a heavenly monarch, the gap in strength between one order and the next was extremely wide. As a 4th order open heaven realm master, Lu Jing also had the right to address himself as heavenly monarch. However, the weight and power of his title as a heavenly monarch were as different as night and day compared to Gray Bones' heavenly monarch. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4456, very hospitable. Is this Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch's palace? Xianxia looked up at the huge palace built into the towering mountain above them, one that was constructed almost completely out of odd-shaped boulders, giving it a simple but crude air. Under Bai Mo's guidance, the three of them traveled 100,000 kilometers and finally arrived at this place. Before they even went up the mountain, though, Xianxia could already perceive the malicious gazes that seemed to come from the above clearly. Those gazes seemed to be looking in this direction. It was conceivable that this place was different from Gray Bones' heavenly monarch's home in that there were a number of subordinates around, instead of just one. The palace was clearly teeming with masters, not just Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch alone. Nevertheless, this was exactly what Xianxia was hoping for. The more people there were, the greater the benefits he would reap once he succeeded in his endeavor. It would also save him the effort and time of going around searching for prey. Brother Yang, are we going up the mountain just like this? Lu Jing's complexion was turning paler and paler by the moment. Although his cultivation could not compare to Xianxia's, his perception of danger was extremely sharp. The hidden but powerful auras coming from the mountain were far too oppressive for him. Do you want to wait here for me? Xianxia glanced at Lu Jing. Lu Jing hesitated for a moment before he shook his head. I'm going with you, Brother Yang. There were many dangers in the lion's den, but staying outside alone might not be as safe as staying beside Xianxia. At the very least, staying with Xianxia meant that they could take care of each other, even if they ran into any powerful enemies. Let's go. Xianxia took a step forward. When he first advanced into the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, he had single-handedly destroyed Profound Yang Mountain and defeated the 3 Mountain Lords. His current strength was much higher than back then, so no matter how impressive this palace might be, it was nothing compared to Profound Yang Mountain back then. Hence, there was nothing to fear. Their path forward was unobstructed, with not a single person in sight. However, Lu Jing could distinctly sense the hidden and suppressed murderous intent around him that was poised to attack at any time. It didn't take long before the trio arrived at the top of the mountain. Many people were standing on a smooth and flat square located at the mountain peak. A rough estimate indicated that there were a dozen people gathered in this place, and their eyes immediately lit up at the sight of Xianxia. The cultivation of these dozen or so people was uneven, ranging from the 3rd order to the 5th order. Furthermore, there were 2 figures standing quietly behind this group, looking on with interest. Xianxia immediately focused on these 2 people, but that couldn't be helped as the aura around them was obviously much stronger than the others. While it was impossible to determine their exact cultivation, if his guess was correct, then these 2 were most likely Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch, and Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch. Master! Bai Mo looked up at Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch, pitifully. In addition, his eyes were filled with tears and untold grief. The Gray Bones Heavenly Monarch nodded lightly. I know what happened. It's not your fault. Come here. Biamo glanced at Yang Kai with some trepidation and did not dare to move away. Gray Bones Heavenly Monarch said lightly, Rest assured, nobody can hurt you in front of this monarch. Yes, Biamo hurriedly replied before his figure shifted as he moved away from Yang Kai, rushing towards Gray Bones Heavenly Monarch. Yang Kai did not move, almost as if he didn't notice Biamo running away from him. He simply counted to himself, and after a while, he nodded and said, 13 people. It's a little lacking, but such is life. Everybody was taken aback by his words. Gray Bones Heavenly Monarch frowned. Little friend, which cave heaven or paradise do you belong to? Identify yourself. Gray Bones Heavenly Monarch. Yang Kai squinted in that direction and asked another question instead of answering the previous question. Gray Bones Heavenly Monarch nodded in response. It is this monarch. So, you must be Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch. Yang Kai then turned to look at the burly man. Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch coldly snorted. Indeed, brat, I don't care which cave heaven or paradise you come from, since you dare to barge into my palace. Don't even think about leaving this place alive. Yang Kai exclaimed in surprise. You sure are hospitable, Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch. Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch coldly snorted again. I can't believe you still have the mood for wisecracks. Let me show you just how this monarch treats unwelcome guests. With a wave of his large hand, he shouted, Kill. In an instant, all 13 Open Heaven Realm Masters standing in front of Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, and Gray Bones Heavenly Monarch drew upon the power of their small universes in unison. The might of their secret techniques and artifacts burst forth, blasting towards Yang Kai. Lu Jing paled visibly. Without even thinking about it, he pulled away and quickly retreated. In the face of such an overwhelming barrage, he had no way to defend himself. The only thing he could do was withdraw. He had only just steadied himself when he heard a series of explosions coming from in front of him. The aftermath of violent energy spread out in all directions. Before the dust had even settled, though, flashes of spear light erupted, and a mix of muffled groans and screams of agony rang out. Fresh blood splattered in all directions as wave after wave of sharp energy burst out like ripples spreading outward in all directions. The fallout from these clashes caused Lu Jing's vitality to roil and his small universe to quiver. For a time, he felt dizziness washing over him and horror flooded his heart. Not daring to be careless, he hurriedly circulated his strength to stabilize his small universe. It took a full 10 breaths of time before Lu Jing finally recovered, and at the same time, the vibrations from in front of him subsided without warning. When he looked up, he couldn't help letting out a soft cry of surprise, his mouth gaping open so wide that he could have stuffed a fist into his mouth. 1,000 meters ahead, Yang Kai stood motionless, hefting a spear over his shoulder. The wind blew, causing his black hair to flutter and his robes to flap noisily. Blood flowed around his feet, while pieces of meat and severed limbs were scattered all around him. It was a bone-chilling scene that looked like purgatory itself. Every one of the 13 Open Heaven Realm Masters who had attacked him just now was dead, with not many even retaining complete corpses. Most of their bodies were torn to pieces as though they had been hit by a storm of brutal attacks. Lu Jing was stunned. Likewise, Gray Bones Heavenly Monarch and Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch were frozen in shock. Meanwhile, Biamo was so terrified that he nearly fell backwards to the ground. Just thinking about the fact that he had been traveling with somebody so powerful that he could have been casually crushed to death filled him with a sense of overwhelming dread. Numerous black lights flew out from the corpses and plunged into the golden wristband on Yang Kai's wrist, instantly causing 3 stars to light up at once. You, Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch's eyes bulged in disbelief. He never expected his subordinates to actually kill Yang Kai. According to his joint speculation with Gray Bones Heavenly Monarch, This person was most likely in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. After all, the other party had dared to come charging directly into this place despite knowing two Sixth Order Heavenly Monarchs had gathered. Therefore, he initially planned to use his subordinates to test Xianxia's abilities before he made further plans. His plan would also make it more convenient for him and Greybone's Heavenly Monarch to launch a targeted assault on their opponent. Who could have known that 13 of his subordinates would be killed in such a swift and brutal manner? Although the strength of those 13 subordinates had varied quite a lot, there were still two Fifth Orders among them. Even so, none of them could defend against the opponent's spear. "How dare you do this?" Xianxia licked his lips as though he had just eaten a full meal. "You are hospitable indeed, Heavenly Monarch." "I'll kill you." Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, was infuriated. He might be in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, but it was not easy for him to recruit so many subordinates under him on the prison star. After all, he was not the only Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master in this place. Besides, the cultivators on the prison star were ruthless and vicious people, so most of them were unwilling to be subservient to others. Compared to serving under someone, these outlaws prefer to be free so that they could act without restraint. The main reason Greybone's Heavenly Monarch only had by MO as his subordinate was that he personally preferred having peace and quiet. The second reason was that he had not been able to find other suitable candidates. The dozen or so subordinates under Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, were people whom he had spent a lot of effort to subdue. Their strength might not compare to his, but he could leave various matters to their discretion. It had saved him a lot of time and effort in the past. Hence, it was only natural that he was filled with boundless rage when they were slaughtered by Xianxia's spear. In his rage, the muscles on his body bulged, and his entire being swelled in size by a considerable margin. He grabbed at something in the void, and two round war hammers appeared in his hands. His huge and stalwart figure was indescribably imposing. It only took him a single step forward for him to appear above Xianxia's head. The war hammers came swinging downward. "Impressive attack," Xianxia commented, his desire for battle stimulated. He had exchanged blows with various Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters on multiple occasions, but he had not had a proper fight against another Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master since his return from Shadowless Cave Heaven. For that reason, he wanted to know just how much he had grown since the time he had initially broken through. Xianxia's spear stabbed forward like a leaping dragon. There was nothing fancy about his movements, but there was a kind of indescribable beauty in their simplicity. There was no fixed style of form to his movements, as his spear seemed to flow freely and without restraint. Hong. Turbulent world forces collided with each other, and Xianxia's figure swayed slightly. He clearly felt his small universe world shake from the impact. On the other hand, Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch was sent flying backwards like a sack, his eyes filled with pure astonishment. Greybone's Heavenly Monarch initially planned to follow up after Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch to attack Xianxia, but when he saw this scene, his pupils contracted abruptly. He simultaneously suppressed the world force that was gathering in the palm of his hand as quickly as possible. As a fellow Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he clearly knew the extent of Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch's heritage. Their strength was basically on par, with neither having any kind of discernible advantage over the other. Just now, though, Wuxia had been forcefully sent flying after a single clash with this unknown enemy, which went to show how powerful this boy's heritage was. With such a mighty enemy, things wouldn't end well for them, even if they joined forces. How was it possible for someone in the Sixth Order to exert so much power? Just which cave, heaven, or paradise did he belong to? On the other side, Wuxia crashed to the ground in a mess, both his eyes still widened in shock. He could scarcely dare to believe that he could be so vulnerable. Although the attack just now had not injured him, the small universe in his body was shaking restlessly. Shaking his head vigorously, Wuxia hurriedly suppressed the shaking in his small universe. Only then did he feel a little better. "Weak. You're too weak." Xianxia shook his head slowly. Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch strength could not even compare to Mao Zhe's, so it was only natural that the other party was no match for him. Back then, Yang Kai had enough strength to fight Mao Zhe, even though he had only just advanced into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. So what more was there to say about his current strength? He had devoured a massive amount of world force from the wind spirits in the astral wind source. Hence, his current strength was significantly higher than after he just rose to the Sixth Order. Junior, how dare you humiliate me? Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, was livid. Raising his twin war hammers above his head, he charged forward again without regard for anything else. He drew upon all the power in his small universe and poured his world force into his twin weapons. Then, he ferociously smashed them down on Yang Kai in a barrage of attacks. Every hammer that came crashing down tore space apart and caused the surrounding world to collapse. Yang Kai's spear swept out as he met each blow head-on. It might not have been long since he advanced into the Open Heaven realm, but Yang Kai already had countless experiences fighting other Open Heaven realm masters, giving him a firm understanding of such conflicts. A battle between Open Heaven realm masters was simply a competition between the heritage of their respective small universes. The stronger their heritage, the greater their strength, and vice versa. Martial Peak, Chapter 4457, True Power. Yang Kai might not have advanced into the Open Heaven realm long ago, but he had fully integrated his sealed world bead into his small universe during his advancement. The small sealed world had always contained a huge heritage, among which included some of the blood monster divine monarch's legacy. It was only natural that ordinary Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters could not compare with him. After exiting Shadowless Cave Heaven, he also refined many wind spirits and obtained the world force contained within their bodies, saving him at least 100 years of cultivation. Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, might be strong, but he couldn't even compare with Mao Zhe, so how could he be a match for Yang Kai? There was a loud explosion, and his burly figure was sent flying backwards once more. He slammed straight into the mountain, and a violent force struck his body, causing him to bleed profusely. Hong! A huge hole appeared along the stretch halfway up the mountain as Zhu Xian smashed right into the mountain and vanished out of sight. The mountain peak swayed unsteadily for a while, as though it was about to collapse as gravel and loose rock tumbled down its sides. Yang Kai casually flicked a spear and turned to look at Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch, who had been watching the battle. It's your turn now. Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch's expression was solemn. In all the years since he advanced into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, he had fought countless masters of varying orders. But even so, he had never met anyone who was as strong as Yang Kai. If Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, was no match for this young man, then he would naturally be no match for this person either. When he saw Yang Kai looking in his direction with malicious intentions, he sullenly said, Zhu Xian will not be so easy to defeat. It's not too late for such big talk after you beat him. Yang Kai suddenly turned his head to look at the hole that had been smashed open in the mountain. A surging but hidden power seemed to be reviving in that direction. An extremely terrifying power spread outward, interlaced with an extremely pure monster chi. Yang Kai raised his brow. He suddenly remembered something. According to the information recorded in the Jade Slip that Chu Huashang had given to him, Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, seemed to carry a monster race bloodline. Although he had not noticed this factor when exchanging blows with the other party just now, it would now seem that the information Chu Huashang had given to him was accurate. Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, did indeed carry a monster bloodline. Moreover, a powerful one at that. The reason why ants will always be ants is that they will never experience the power of a master. Brat, you've angered me now. The consequences of angering this monarch are dreadful. Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch's majestic voice rang out from within the walls of the mountain. Following the sound of his voice, the entire mountain peak swayed and dense cracks appeared along the entire side of the mountain. Dong, dong, dong. A steady heartbeat that sounded like the beating of a drum reverberated through the air, influencing the flow of vitality in everybody. Bai Mo and Lu Jing immediately flushed red, looking like they were in great pain. A rumbling sound came from the walls of the mountain, as though some sort of behemoth was walking out from inside it. Kacha, two gigantic hands, suddenly protruded from the mountain wall. The sturdy rocks were crushed into dust by these gigantic hands, almost as if they were as fragile as tofu. Just by looking at these gigantic hands, it was easy to imagine how enormous their owner was. Moo! The sound of a bull's mooing shook the entire sky. The two gigantic hands violently wrenched apart the mountain walls, creating a large split that extended across its entire length. Then, a bull's head with two curved horns emerged from within, one that carried a slight resemblance to Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch's original appearance. The giant then opened his mouth and roared, "Junior, today we'll show you what true power." The roar, coming from the bull's head, suddenly caught in his throat. He suddenly felt a large shadow blocking out the light from his eyes, and the monster bloodline in his body couldn't help shuddering in fear. When he looked up, he saw a gargantuan dragon head looking down at him with great interest. The dragon head had twin horns, dragon scales covered its entire body, and the dragon beard below its maw flapped in the air magnificently. Moreover, the two golden dragon eyes, like two huge suns staring at him, emitted a dazzling light. Gudong. The bull's head swallowed audibly at the sight, while Bai Mo and Lu Jing shivered in fear. Meanwhile, Greybone's Heavenly Monarch shouted with an extremely solemn expression, "Dragon Clan." He had personally witnessed the small young man suddenly swelling and transforming into this behemoth in front of him in less than a breath of time. The 1,500 meters long body in front of him was something he would never forget for the rest of his life. "Oh," Yang Kai snickered. "What were you saying just now? I'll allow you to finish your sentence." The bull's head remained silent, but his expression was as gloomy as could be. Yang Kai shook his head slightly. "The Prison Star's Grand Array is truly amazing. I can't believe it managed to suppress me so much." When he was fighting earlier, Yang Kai had already noticed this phenomenon. Under the suppression of the Grand Array, he could only exert approximately 30% of his full strength. Needless to say, the same held true for everybody here. It was just that he was astonished to discover that the Prison Star's Grand Array could even suppress his dragon transformation secret technique. Under normal circumstances, his figure would have reached at least 4,500 meters in length. However, he was barely 1,500 meters now. Their four eyes suddenly met, and the bull's head slowly retracted back into the mountain. Yang Kai stretched out his dragon claw, reached into the mountain without the slightest hindrance, and dragged out Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, who had activated his monster bloodline. At this moment, Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch's image was completely different from before. His body was several dozen meters tall, and every single muscle stacked on top of each other indicated great underlying strength. Unfortunately for him, his figure, which would have been terrifying in front of an ordinary person, now looked as ridiculous as a child's toy in front of Yang Kai. A Kuei Nyo descendant? Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. Kuei Nyo was an ancient divine spirit, and although it was not ranked very highly, it was still a divine spirit. Any mature divine spirit would have the strength of a high-rank, open heaven realm master. Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, was clearly a descendant of Kuei Nyo, but his bloodline was obviously not very pure. The only reason he obtained that kind of physique was by activating his bloodline with the heritage of a sixth-order open heaven realm master. If not for the suppression of the Prison Star's Grand Array, his body would have been much larger. Unfortunately, regardless of how much larger he would have been, the difference between him and the current Yang Kai wouldn't change. Die! Knowing that he was standing on the juncture of life and death, Zhu Xian opened his mouth and let out a roar after being captured by Yang Kai. Dense world force transformed into a pure plume of smoke under the influence of a monster ray secret technique and shot towards Yang Kai. This plume of smoke looked almost ethereal and non-existent. Nevertheless, it was a blow that contained the full power of a sixth-order open heaven realm master. Yang Kai clenched his hand hard while at the same time he opened his ferocious mouth and took a deep breath, causing his abdomen to abruptly swell up as a result. Fire dragons. Flaming breath. Pitch-black golden crows, true fire spewed out from Xianxia's dragon maw, colliding with a white column of smoke. The intense forces collided with each other, causing an enormous shockwave to spread out in all directions. The impact pushed Xianxia's body backward slightly. Taking this opportunity, Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, launched a fierce storm of attacks on Xianxia's claw that was grabbing him. The pain nearly made Xianxia loosen his grip and throw Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch away. Fortunately, he collected himself in time. Before Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch could break free of his grip completely, Xianxia tightened his grasp around the other party's legs, and immediately after that, he raised his arm and smashed Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch into the ground. An earthquake shook the ground, and the surface cracked open. Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch felt a wave of dizziness washing over him. But before he could recover from his shock, Xianxia lifted him up and swung him down to the opposite side to smash him into the ground once more. Zhu Xian fought back desperately, but any form of resistance was futile in the face of such overwhelming strength. Hong, hong, hong. Lu Jing stood frozen on the spot. With every explosion that rang out, his body bounced upward involuntarily due to the shock waves traveling along the ground. He stared blankly at Xianxia, who was toying with a behemoth that was several dozen meters tall, as though throwing a ball of dough from side to side. The end has come. On the other side, Greybone's Heavenly Monarch's eyes widened in horror. He wanted to escape, but he could clearly sense that Xianxia had separated out a thread of aura that locked onto him from a distance, while he dealt with Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch. If he did not escape, then this aura would simply remain idle, but the moment he ran, Xianxia would move to stop him. He had no confidence that he could escape from this monster. Is Yin Yang Cave Heaven planning to purge us all this time? The prison star had existed for over 100,000 years and had always been an important training ground for Yin Yang Cave Heaven disciples. Although there were countless criminals locked up in this place, there was no denying that they had greatly contributed to the growth of many Yin Yang Cave Heaven disciples. Why did Yin Yang Cave Heaven let such a monster into the prison star? Could it be that they no longer feel the need for the prison star to exist and want to wipe out everyone within? Looking at Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, who was completely helpless to fight back and could only allow himself to be slaughtered like a cow, Greybone's Heavenly Monarch couldn't help feeling a sense of sorrow and sympathy because he knew he would be next. Hong, hong, hong. The loud explosions continued. Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch had activated his monster bloodline, which strengthened his physique and made him far more resistant to physical punishment. But even so, he could not withstand being tossed around by Xianxia in this manner. A short while later, Xianxia stopped. He held the several dozen meters tall Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch upside down and gave him a little shake. Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch's body swayed like a limp noodle. Blood flowed profusely, dripping downward like a trickling river. Even the bull horns on his head were broken. Is he dead? How boring. Xianxia's voice rumbled loudly as he lifted Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch to his eye level. The motionless Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch abruptly jerked his eyes open. The rage and humiliation burned brightly in his eyes, like rampant flames that threatened to burn everything to ashes. Die together with me, you bastard. Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch roared furiously. All of a sudden, his originally burly figure swelled in size, and his world force became extremely disordered. Xianxia gingerly picked up the toothpick-like azure dragon spear from the ground and thrust it at Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch. The azure dragon spear grew rapidly and soon became 1,500 meters long. The spear stabbed straight into Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch's chest, pinning him firmly against what was left of the mountain wall. Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch's eyes widened. He glared hatefully in Xianxia's direction, but could not break free of the azure dragon spear suppression, no matter how much strength he drew out. A terrifying force surged up from the spear and poured into his body, destroying his innards wantonly. Even his small universe was shattered and began to collapse. I can't believe that I, giant clam, heavenly monarch, will die like this. The light in his eyes slowly dimmed. Even though his face was filled with resentment and unwillingness, his vitality eventually dissipated. He should be dead this time, Xianxia muttered to himself. However, he did not see any black light rushing towards him despite waiting for a little while. He pondered in silence for a moment before the realization struck him. They were probably too far apart. According to the hypothesis that he and Lu Jing came up with earlier, they had to be within 300 meters in order to obtain the achievements from killing their enemy. Grabbing the Azure Dragon Spear with one hand, he dragged Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch's corpse that was speared onto its tip closer to him. The moment he did so, a dense black light flew out from Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch's right hand and plunged into his wristband. Slightly more than 3 stars had been illuminated on his golden wristband before, but when the black light from Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch poured in, 5 more stars lit up all at once. Martial Peak, Chapter 4458. The winner is the king, the loser is the villain. I can get 5 stars from killing someone in the 6th order? Xianxia raised his brow slightly at the sight. He was starting to get a vague understanding of how the achievements in the Tao Theory Assembly were calculated. Along the way here, Lu Jing had killed several insignificant parties. Combined with the achievements that Xianxia obtained from slaughtering the 13 Open Heaven Realm Masters from earlier, the correlation between the order and the number of achievement points became clear. The achievements in the Tao Theory Assembly were most likely calculated with 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters as the base. In other words, killing a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would fully light up 1 star on the golden wristband. Accordingly, it would take 10 3rd Order Open Heaven Realm Masters or 5 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to fully light up 1 star on the golden wristband. Meanwhile, killing a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would give 5 times the achievement accrued from killing someone in the 5th Order. It would seem that killing a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would provide the highest gains. Be that as it may, how could someone in the 6th Order be so easy to kill? Apart from Xianxia, all the other 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters participating in the Tao Theory Assembly were young rising stars, each of them having broken through less than 100 years prior. Even if their starting points were extraordinary, they could not compare with the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the Prison Star who had undergone millennia of cultivation to strengthen their foundations. Therefore, they could only manage to kill a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master if 2 or 3 of them worked together. There weren't many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the entire Prison Star, but there were still about 20 of them. If Xianxia could kill all of them, then he was bound to firmly occupy first place in the Tao Theory Assembly. Unfortunately, it was far too troublesome to search for them one by one. The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were scattered across the Prison Star, and the area covered by the Prison Star was vast. Under the premise of being suppressed by the Grand Array, he might not find many of them even if he searched nonstop for the next year. Xianxia gathered his thoughts and turned to look to the side. Greybone's Heavenly Monarch, who had been standing there and watching the fight, had disappeared at some point. Even Bai and Mo was gone. It was obvious that they had fled hastily when he sank into contemplation. Senior Brother Yang, they escaped in that direction. Lu Jing loudly called out to Xianxia while pointing in a certain direction. They won't be able to escape. Xianxia broke out into a savage grin. His enormous figure shrank rapidly and returned to his original appearance. Manipulating space principles, he then vanished from spot. Trying to escape from a person who was proficient in the Tao of space was nothing more than a fool's dream. It didn't matter how capable Grey Bones' Heavenly Monarch was, as long as the slightest traces remained, he would never escape from Xianxia's pursuit. In this regard, Xianxia had absolute confidence. 10,000 kilometers away, Grey Bones' Heavenly Monarch brought along his one and only subordinate by Mo as he escaped as swiftly as the wind. There was a layer of blood mist around his body, and it was obvious that he had activated some sort of secret technique that had a heavy consumption rate. It seemed he was burning his own blood essence to flee with all his strength. The sight of Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch being killed had frightened him out of his wits. Before today, he could never have imagined that giant clam, heavenly monarch, would be so vulnerable. No, it's not that Zhu Xian is incompetent. The strength of that guy from the Dragon Clan is just too tyrannical and outrageous. Despite both parties being in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch was killed effortlessly, completely incapable of fighting back against Xianxia. Greybone's Heavenly Monarch was on par with Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch in terms of strength, so seeing as Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch was no match for Xianxia, neither was he. That was why he decided to run away when Xianxia was distracted. After all, that man was an existence akin to a living nightmare. If he did not flee, then all that awaited him would be death. Schwa. All of a sudden, his figure that had been speeding forward came to an abrupt stop. Greybone's Heavenly Monarch's expression was extremely solemn as he stared forward, a drop of cold sweat sliding from his forehead to his cheek. Master! Biamo looked at Greybone's Heavenly Monarch hesitantly. Greybone's Heavenly Monarch did not respond. He simply continued to stare hard into the space straight ahead. This place was shrouded in a fog so dense that he could barely see 10 meters in front of him, and even his divine sense was suppressed to the limit. Nevertheless, he could clearly sense that there was an extremely ferocious gaze upon him from up ahead. It felt like an evil dragon was hiding there. How? How can he be so fast? Huigu was filled with disbelief. He had fled with all his might, so how could that monster have gotten ahead of him? Realization seemed to hit Biamo at that moment. Although he could not see anything ahead, it did not stop him from inferring something from the expression on Greybone's Heavenly Monarch's face. A hint of panic filled his expression, but that panic soon turned into determination. His power surged with a loud roar. Master, go! I'll stop him for you. You have to remember to avenge me, Master. After shouting those words, he charged straight ahead. Two bright crimson rays of light shone from within the fog, like two red lanterns in the dark night. Pa! A thud was accompanied by a miserable scream. Biamo was mid-charge when he was slapped to the ground by a palm that seemingly stretched out of nowhere, his life or death uncertain. Foolish loyalty. The two crimson rays of light swayed and slowly loomed closer. Then, the figure of that Dragon Clan member gradually entered Greybone's Heavenly Monarch's vision. Greybone's Heavenly Monarch glanced towards Biamo and had discovered that the latter had simply been smacked to the ground, and he was in no life-threatening danger. Only then did Huigu look back at Xianxia, who was approaching him one step at a time, and solemnly asked, "Are you going to kill me?" Xianxia stopped and stood 30 meters away from Greybone's Heavenly Monarch. Tilting his head to the side, he said lightly, "That will depend on whether you wish to live or die." "What if I choose to live?" Greybone's Heavenly Monarch asked, who would willingly choose to die if the option to live existed. Unfortunately, he did not have the confidence to defeat such a terrifying opponent. If it came down to a fight, the fate that awaited him would be no different from what happened to Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch. Pa! An ancient book was thrown at his feet. Use your blood essence to write down your name. Then you can live. This is... Huigu frowned deeply and picked up the ancient book. Flipping through it, he saw that each page contained the name of a different person written in blood. There were 6 people whose names were written in total, while the book itself had 9 pages in all. Seeing as there were 6 people's names written in the book so far, there were only 3 pages left blank. The first 3 names were nothing special, so Huigu was not too bothered by them. However, the dried bloodstains that made up the last 3 names clearly revealed the residual aura of the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. In other words, the last 3 people who wrote down their names were also in the Sixth Order like himself. May I ask a question? The 6 people whose names are written in this book, are they still alive? He looked up at Xianxia. They're alive and well. It's just that the moment you write your name down in that book, your life or death will be under my control. So it is the loyalty list. A look of understanding flashed through Huigu's eyes. He had a slight guess when he first saw this item, and his conjecture had just been confirmed. Oh, you know about the loyalty list? Xianxia looked at Greybone's Heavenly Monarch in surprise. It is rumored that an ancient master known as Loyalty Demon refined the skin, flesh, and bones of Xianxia to produce this item. I have only heard of it and have never seen it for myself. So, this is what it looks like. Xianxia grinned. Since you already know about it, then that saves me the effort of explaining how it works. Choose. Do you submit or meet your death? Gray Bones' heavenly monarch sighed. The winner is the king, and the loser is the villain. Do I really have a choice? While saying so, he decisively turned to the 7th page. He then bit the tip of his tongue and forced out his blood essence before leaving his name on the page. Xianxia immediately felt a vague connection forming between himself and Gray Bones' heavenly monarch. Thus, he immediately broke out into a big smile. A wise man will submit to the circumstances. A talented person chooses his master. Huigu, you will not regret the decision you made today. Gray Bones' heavenly monarch remained silent. Although he had been captured and thrown into the prison star, he was still free to a certain extent. As a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, there was nobody who could force him to submit in this place. At most, there were some who were slightly stronger than him. Now, though, his life lay in the hands of another. This feeling was very difficult to accept in such a short time. Bai Mo, who had been smacked to the ground earlier, crawled up and ran over to Xianxia, speaking with a flattering smile. Sir, this one is also willing to write his name down in the book. I will serve you faithfully from now on. His master had been subdued by the other party, so he didn't really have much of a choice. Xianxia glanced at Bai Mo coldly and put the loyalty list away. You are not qualified. There were only 9 pages in the loyalty list, and he had used up 7 of them. The pages contained the names of Chun Tianfei, He He, Yin Xinghua, Mao Zhe, Geng Qing, Zhou, and the newly subdued Huigu. Hence, there were only 2 pages left. There was no way Xianxia was going to waste one of the pages on someone only in the 4th Order. Bai Mo's face paled, and he quickly began to beg for his life. Sir, have mercy. Please have mercy, sir. Gray Bones' heavenly monarch spoke up from the side. Sir, Bai Mo is loyal to me. His cultivation might be on the weaker side, but it is better than nothing. I hope you will show him some mercy. The fundamental essence of the Tao Theory Assembly was to hunt. It did not matter whether it was the criminals on the prison star or the cultivators participating in the Tao Theory Assembly. Both parties considered the other's existence to be worth a certain amount of stars. Therefore, Gray Bones' heavenly monarch was worried that Xianxia might kill Bai Mo for those points. Xianxia replied lightly, Since you've said as much, then he can continue working by your side. Bai Mo was overjoyed and quickly said, Many thanks, sir. He hurriedly ran to stand beside Gray Bones' heavenly monarch, gazing at Xianxia with awe. He had watched Giant Clam, heavenly monarch, being killed with his own eyes. For a man who could effortlessly kill such a powerful figure, a 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like himself was probably no different from an ant. Wait here for me, Xianxia said before he vanished from the spot with a flash. This is Gray Bones' heavenly monarch's expression suddenly became focused. He carefully perceived his surroundings and exclaimed in understanding, a space secret technique. So that's how it is. No wonder he was overtaken by the other party. It turned out this extraordinary young man was proficient in the Tao of space. His loss was truly not undeserved. Xianxia returned a short while later with Lu Jing, whom he left behind at Zhu Xian's palace earlier. Lu Jing couldn't help feeling shocked to see Gray Bones' heavenly monarch standing there. When he heard how Gray Bones' heavenly monarch addressed Xianxia, his shock grew even greater. He simply could not understand what had happened during the short time he separated from Xianxia that could make a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master submit to another one so easily. On the other hand, Bai Mo cheerfully walked over to greet Lu Jing. He probably wanted to create a good relationship with the latter. Sir, where are we going now? Gray Bones' heavenly monarch asked. Xianxia replied, We'll return to your tree cave. Gray Bones' heavenly monarch's expression scrunched in confusion as he asked, Return to my tree cave. Xianxia asked, You've been on the prison star for a long time, right? How many of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters here do you know? Gray Bones' heavenly monarch answered. I know 7 or 8 of them. The rest live too far away, so I don't have much contact with them. Xianxia nodded, sent a message to them saying that you and Zhu Xian are discussing countermeasures for the Tao Theory Assembly. Invite them to come over and join you. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4459, lured into a trap. Sir, are you planning to lure them into a trap? Huigu's expression changed when he realized what Xianxia planned to do. In the beginning, he had not understood why Xianxia had let him go free or why Xianxia had specially used the loyalty list to subdue him. It had to be said that the power Xianxia displayed was such that no Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master on the Prison Star could be his opponent. Furthermore, Huigu's very existence undoubtedly represented a sizable chunk of achievement in his eyes. It was only at this moment that Huigu understood the reason why Xianxia had subdued him. Xianxia wanted to use his connections. It's too much trouble to go searching for them one by one. There's nothing more enjoyable than for them to walk to their deaths on their own accord. Xianxia grinned. I understand. Huigu lowered his head. But, sir, the ones that I am acquainted with don't always live in the same place. Some of them like to wander around, while some of them are even more secretive about their whereabouts. I might not be able to get in touch with all of them. Just do your best, Xianxia said. If not for this, he would have no reason to subdue Gray Bones' heavenly monarch. A Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was worth 5 stars to him, after all. It was just that the information in the Jade Slip given to him by Chu Huashang had mentioned the same thing. Most of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the Prison Star did not have fixed residences and were extremely difficult to find as a result. Hence, he subdued Huigu as part of his plan to use him to lure the other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters into his trap. Huigu immediately began making arrangements. It was not easy to communicate with the other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Although many of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters occasionally interacted with each other on the Prison Star, only a few of them could be considered friends. He sent by MO along with his faith token to some of the places he knew in order to pass the message to those Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, inviting them to his secluded home to discuss countermeasures for the Tao Theory Assembly. Bai Mo's loyalty to Huigu was unquestionable. He even had the guts to stand up against Xianxia so that he could create an opportunity for Huigu to escape. For that reason, there was no need to worry about their secrets leaking out if he was the one to handle the communications. Meanwhile, Xianxia took Lu Jing with him and returned to the forest tree cave with Huigu in tow. The forest had been badly burned by the Golden Crow's true fire. Therefore, Huigu needed to fix up the spirit array, lest the other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters noticed that something was wrong. On the other hand, Xianxia cultivated in retreat inside the tree cave while refining Open Heaven pills. After waiting for a few days, the criminals on the Prison Star began to enter the dense forest in a steady stream. Though the ones who came were not just the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. There were also Third Order, Fourth Order, and Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who either came alone or in small groups of 3 to 5. It was thanks to Bai Mo, who loudly announced that his master had joined forces with Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, to resist the participants of the Tao Theory Assembly whenever he came across others while on his way to deliver the original messages. Many of the criminals on the Prison Star were currently operating without proper leadership, so learning that many 4th and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were going to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly had filled them with apprehension. Hence, they quickly came to join the undertaking upon hearing that 2 Sixth Order Heavenly Monarchs were willing to lead the fight against the invaders from the various cave heavens and paradises. Unfortunately, their trip here was akin to a journey to the Yellow Springs. Xianxia didn't even need to lift a finger as Huigu did all the work for him. Anybody who entered the forest was captured and brought to him alive before they were killed on the spot. It didn't take more than a few days for more stars to appear on Xianxia's wristband. Moreover, the number of criminals who came to the forest increased as time passed, and his gains increased accordingly. Lu Jing couldn't help feeling envious at the sight. Right now, Xianxia simply needed to sit on his hands and do nothing for the criminals to voluntarily arrive here and become part of his achievements. It was easy and convenient. Even so, Lu Jing knew that there was nothing to be envious of. The only reason Yang Kai could harvest such gains so easily was thanks to his overwhelming strength. Without that strength backing him up, everything was just empty talk. Half a month later, as many as 15 stars had lit up on the golden wristband. Excluding the 5 stars contributed by Zhu Xian, the rest were obtained by killing criminals below the 6th order. It had only been less than a month since the Tao Theory Assembly began, but Yang Kai had already obtained such astounding results. Lu Jing simply could not imagine who else could compete with Yang Kai at this rate. Even if the other participants sought out and killed criminals without pause, they still would not be as fast as Yang Kai. This was all thanks to the huge effect of subduing Gray Bones' heavenly monarch. Compared to killing him directly, it was undoubtedly more beneficial to make use of his connections and reputation. On this day, Yang Kai was refining open heaven pills inside the tree cave, while Lu Jing quietly sat to the side. All of a sudden, they heard a loud roar coming from the outside. Huigu, Zhu Xian, this monarch is here. Why haven't you come out to greet me? Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes glinting with anticipation. A big fish finally took the bait. Greybone's heavenly monarch's figure appeared inside the tree cave and cupped his fist. Sir, I know. Yang Kai stood up slowly. Who is here? How strong is he? Huigu replied. The one who came is Shun Luo, also known as Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch. In terms of cultivation, he is a little weaker than me and Zhu Xian, but not by much. Of course, he could never compare with you, sir. Those words were not flattery. Having seen Yang Kai's true strength, Huigu truly believed that nobody in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm could match up to Yang Kai. Only those in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm could suppress his monstrous strength. But Shun Luo did not come alone. He brought many subordinates with him. There was a spirit array set up in this forest, which allowed him to observe the situation as long as another person entered its range. That's perfect. Yang Kai licked his lips and got to his feet. I'll leave the small fries to you. Shun Luo is mine. Yes, Huigu replied grimly. Inside the grand array, the tall and bulky spirit collector Heavenly Monarch shouted impatiently. Huigu Zhu Xian, are you all deaf? This monarch came here on your invitation to discuss important matters. Why are you avoiding me? What's the meaning of this? A 5th Order Open Heaven Realm master beside Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch furrowed his eyebrows deeply before whispering softly with a vigilant look on his face. Sir, be careful. Something seems to be wrong here. Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch frowned at those words. He had not paid much attention earlier. After all, Huigu and Zhu Xian were gathered here. Who would dare to be so blind as to cause trouble with 2 6th Order Masters watching? Nevertheless, he immediately noticed that something was indeed wrong after being warned by his subordinate. This place seemed to be a little too quiet. It wouldn't have been strange if it was just Huigu, as he didn't have many subordinates in the first place. His only aide was by Mo, who was out delivering the messages. However, Zhu Xian had quite a few subordinates under him. Why is there nobody around? Just as that thought crossed Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch's mind, 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of him with a whooshing sound. He looked up and frowned before interrogating. Huigu, what the hell are you doing? Who is this guy? Where's Zhu Xian? The unfamiliar young man looked down at him condescendingly. Those eyes contained an intriguing look that revealed a strong sense of aggression, which made Shun Luo feel very uncomfortable. Huigu only said lightly, sorry. What? Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch was puzzled. Yang Kai grinned at Shun Luo and answered, Zhu Xian is dead, but don't worry, I'll send you to meet him soon. Saying so, he suddenly appeared in front of Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch. They were so close that he was practically touching the Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch's face. Shocked, Shun Luo punched out on instinct. All the strength in his body was condensed in his fist, and the world force of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master erupted out. Yang Kai also punched out in defense. There was a loud explosion. Following the shock waves of world force, Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch felt as though a storm had blasted through his small universe, causing it to rock and tumble uncontrollably while his entire being was violently thrown out. Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. His expression changed drastically. Are you from the cave heavens and paradises? There were only 20 or so Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the Prison Star, and all of them at least knew each other, even if there was no friendship between them. However, Shen Luo had never seen this young man in front of him before. There was only one explanation for the current situation. This young man was not one of the criminals from the Prison Star, but one of the participants from the cave heavens and paradises. Huigu, how dare you collude with the cave heavens and paradises to destroy us? Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch roared furiously. Huigu lowered his eyes. I had no choice. Shen Luo, it's every man for himself. Yang Kai laughed. Forget that nonsense. Eat my fist. Another punch blasted out, causing Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch to stagger backwards. After exchanging just 2 blows, he had gotten a rough estimate of Yang Kai's heritage. The world force of the other party's small universe was much stronger than his own. Didn't they say that all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters participating in the Tao Theory Assembly are newly advanced with less than 100 years of experience? How can a newly advanced brat have such overwhelming strength? Just where did this shitty piece of information come from? While those thoughts ran through his mind, a barrage of fist shadows entered his vision. Shen Luo did not dare to underestimate these attacks and could only defend himself desperately. Hong, hong, hong. Explosions burst out one after another, and his figure was steadily forced backwards. He was suppressed so badly that he could only defend himself without any ability to counterattack. When he turned to look at the side, he saw that the subordinates he brought with him were being indiscriminately bombarded with attacks from Huigu. Although some of his subordinates were in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, it was impossible for them to resist against an established Sixth Order Master. It was only a matter of time before they lost the battle and died. I can't continue staying in this treacherous place. Once Huigu frees up his hands, he will surely join together with this young man. I might not escape alive if it turns into a 2-on-1 battle. Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch frantically punched out as soon as that thought crossed his mind. Ignoring the lives of his subordinates, he forced Yang Kai back before turning to flee. Try to run. Yang Kai shouted, and space principles fluctuated madly, turning the surrounding space viscous. At the same time, he activated near-distant horizon, and the space around Shen Luo stretched out infinitely. They were both Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch would not be completely suppressed by Yang Kai's space techniques. But even so, his speed was greatly affected. An overwhelming sense of crisis loomed over Shen Luo from behind, and with no other choice, he could only turn around to defend himself. A series of explosions rang out again as Shen Luo felt a heavy blow striking his small universe world with every clash. The impact made all the vitality in his body roil violently, and he felt dizzy as a result. When another punch was thrown at him, he pulled back and hurriedly retreated. He looked down and saw that all the bones in his fists were showing in a bloody mess. Moreover, he could not suppress the uncontrollable trembling in his arms. On the opposite side, the young man looked at Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch calmly. His leisurely manner seemed to indicate that he had not even used his full strength yet. Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch felt his heart sinking at the sight. He had a vague feeling in his heart that things would end badly for him today. If that's all the strength you have, then please die. While Yang Kai was speaking, he reached out and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear into his grip. Lifting his spear, he thrust it out wildly. Martial Peak, Chapter 4460, Fishing. By the time Huigu finished dealing with the subordinates that Shen Luo brought and looked up, he saw that the latter was in critical danger. Spear shadows filled the sky and transformed into a violent storm that enveloped Shen Luo from above. Moreover, his body was covered in wounds of all shapes and sizes that were bleeding profusely. Huigu's eyes narrowed slightly. Even though he had already seen Yang Kai killing another Sixth-Order Heavenly Monarch before, witnessing the same scene all over again still gave him a huge shock. It had to be said that Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were only one step away from entering the high-rank Open Heaven Realm. They were considered extremely powerful existences across the entire 3,000 worlds. They could even serve as outer elders in the cave heavens and paradises. Even so, such masters seemed completely helpless in front of Yang Kai. Shen Luo was not weak, only slightly weaker than Zhu Xian. However, even Zhu Xian was not Yang Kai's opponent, so how could Shen Luo possibly defeat Yang Kai? Knowing that it was time to show his value, Huigu did not hesitate. He joined the battle with a flash of his figure and cooperated with Yang Kai to besiege Shen Luo. Shen Luo's complexion immediately turned ashen. He was already in a life-threatening predicament just facing Yang Kai, and it was only a matter of time before he lost the battle and subsequently his life. Now that Huigu had joined in, his situation was becoming worse and worse. Damn you, Huigu! The entire process only took about a quarter hour in total. Following Yang Kai's furious roar, the Azure Dragon Spear stabbed into Shen Luo's head and caused it to explode. Fresh blood and brains splattered everywhere, and a new headless corpse twitched violently before falling straight down. A black light rushed out from Shen Luo's wrist and plunged into Yang Kai's golden wristband. 5 new stars lit up instantly as Yang Kai looked down at his achievements and nodded in satisfaction. Standing in front of Shen Luo's corpse, Huigu stared at it silently, with extremely complicated feelings. At this moment, he felt a little shaken. He was starting to doubt his own years of perseverance and cultivation. The subordinates that Shen Luo brought had not been killed, as Huigu had simply captured them alive and imprisoned them nearby. Yang Kai walked over and killed each person with a stab of his spear, gaining more achievements as a result. In this way, as many as 24 stars lit up the golden wristband. Clean up. I'm going back into retreat. Yang Kai instructed as he put his spear away and returned to the tree cave. Huigu silently cleaned up the battlefield. All traces of the battle here had to be removed completely, lest the next group of victims notice any clues that something was wrong. There was also the spirit array in the forest that needed to be repaired. Lu Jing ran over to help. Fighting was not his forte, but something as trivial as this was well within his means. Over the next 2 months, Yang Kai continued to linger in the tree cave. He refined open heaven pills to enhance the heritage of his small universe while waiting for more fish to take the bait. During this time, another 3 big fish were lured into the trap. These groups were all led by 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and every one of them gave Yang Kai a bountiful harvest. In addition, there were many small fish that came too. At this point, Huigu's forest home had become a bottomless pit where not the slightest trickle would leak out despite how many people were devoured. At this point, though, fewer and fewer people appeared in the forest. It was hard to say whether the strangeness in this place had finally been detected and people were becoming wary, or whether Mo failed to contact more criminals to lure in. In any case, Yang Kai was feeling pretty good about his situation. The Dao Theory Assembly was said to be held over a 1-year period, and while only 3 months had passed so far, he had already obtained nearly 60 stars. Among these 60 stars, 5 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had contributed a total of 25. The rest of the stars were obtained from slaughtering those below the 6th Order. Even Lu Jing had managed to mooch off some of the achievements, filling up 2 stars on his golden wristband. There were no more than 20 or so 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters throughout the entire prison star, but Yang Kai alone had annihilated 5 of them. It was an absolutely horrifying number. With such achievements, he was certain that nobody else could defeat him. It had to be said that 60 stars were equivalent to the lives of 65th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters or 12 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Regardless of how hard the others tried, it was practically impossible for them to obtain greater achievements than him. Be that as it may, one should always take precautions against all possibilities. Yang Kai made such a bold declaration in front of Su Linggong, so he could not afford to lose the Tao Theory Assembly. He secretly decided to wait in this place for another 2 months, and if no more big fish fell for the bait, then he would take the initiative to attack instead. As time passed, the criminals who came to the dense forest steadily dwindled in numbers. On a certain day, Xianxia and the 2 others were cultivating in retreat inside the secluded home when Huigu suddenly opened his eyes. He seemed to have sensed something and cast a secret technique to investigate the situation. Then, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Sir, somebody is here." Somebody finally came. Xianxia opened his eyes and cracked his neck to the side. Over the past half-month, not even small fish had shown up. He was so bored that he was about to start growing mushrooms. Therefore, he immediately became spirited when he heard that somebody had arrived. He turned to the side and asked, "How many people are there?" "There's only 1 person." Huigu's expression was a little strange. Moreover what? "Sir, are women allowed to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly? Wasn't the Tao Theory Assembly for Yin-Yang Cave Heaven to choose a husband for one of its core female disciples?" "A woman." Xianxia was astonished, but he immediately recalled something. Standing up, he strode out of the tree cave, and it didn't take long before he appeared in front of that person. With a big laugh, he called out, "Junior Sister Gu? What are you doing here?" Not far away, a petite figure holding a paintbrush in her hand was studying her surroundings vigilantly. When Gu Pan turned to look at him, she immediately looked stunned. "Senior Brother Yang, why are you here?" Then, she glanced at Gray Bones' heavenly monarch standing beside him, and her expression became even more confused than before. "It's a long story. Why don't you come inside first?" Xianxia beckoned to her. He had a vague guess when he heard Huigu saying that their visitor was a woman. After all, Gu Pan was the only woman who joined the Tao Theory Assembly. Sure enough, it turned out to be her when Xianxia came out to check on the situation. A short while later, both host and guest were seated. Huigu served them some tea before taking a seat behind Xianxia and next to Lu Jing, his demeanor completely subservient. Xianxia then briefly explained Huigu's identity. Gu Pan nodded. "You made a wise move, Heavenly Monarch. If Senior Brother Yang can take the top spot in the assembly, he might be able to make a request to Yin-Yang Cave Heaven and bring you out of the prison star." Huigu became excited when he heard those words. Really? He had originally been forced to sign the loyalty list. Thus, he surrendered himself to Xianxia without thinking too much into the matter. Nevertheless, a great hope suddenly blazed in his heart upon hearing what Gu Pan just said. If he could leave the prison star, this miserable and barren land, then it would indeed be a wise move to submit to Xianxia. "I'll do my best. I cannot say whether Yin-Yang Cave Heaven will agree to my request." Xianxia nodded lightly. Huigu is restricted by the loyalty list, so there's no need to worry about being betrayed by him. It should not be a problem if I discuss this matter with Su Linggong when the time comes. "Many thanks, sir. It's enough as long as you have the intent," Huigu said excitedly. Gu Pan said, "Senior Brother Yang, your current achievements should be enough to put you way ahead of everybody else. As long as you can keep up your current rate of progress, it will not be difficult for you to win." The densely packed stars on Xianxia's golden wristband were visible at a glance. Hence, she had noticed it as soon as she arrived. "Junior Sister, your harvest isn't bad either." Xianxia glanced at her fair wrist and smiled slightly. Needless to say, her achievements could not compare to his, but even so, Gu Pan had obtained about a dozen stars of her own. These stars probably came from slaughtering criminals below the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Based on her situation, the others were probably in a similar situation. "Why did you come here, Junior Sister?" Xianxia asked, changing the subject. Gu Pan replied, "I overheard some of the criminals saying that something was strange about this place. Many 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters had entered this forest only to disappear without a trace. So, I came to investigate the situation. I didn't expect you to be here, Senior Brother Yang." It would now seem that all the 6th Order criminals who entered this place and vanished without a trace had been reduced to the stars on his wrist. "Oh, has the news spread out that far?" Yang Kai raised his brow upon hearing this. It was no wonder nobody came here recently. His actions must have been too glaring, which caused the criminals outside to become wary of this place. Thinking so, Yang Kai realized he couldn't just sit around here anymore. The fish had been alerted to what's going on, so there would be no more harvest. If he wanted more stars, he had to stop being passive and start attacking. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai asked Gu Pan about Zhang Ruoxi. He had not seen her ever since the collapse of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. He learned from Gu Pan that the elders of Xianxia Paradise had taken their disciples back to the sect after the collapse of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. In addition, Zhang Ruo, she was accepted by one of the outer elders as a disciple, and she was currently training hard to prepare for a future breakthrough to the open heaven realm. Upon learning that Zhang Ruo, she was doing well, Yang Kai felt very relieved. She would not suffer any grievances with Gu Pan taking care of her in Xianxia Paradise. Furthermore, Xianxia Paradise was one of the 72 paradises with a strong heritage. The fact that Zhang Ruoxi's ancestor was a Xianxia Paradise disciple also gave her a sense of belonging there, so staying was not a bad choice for her. Yang Kai then chatted with Gu Pan for a little longer before she left. The reason Gu Pan participated in the Tao Theory Assembly was not to win a bride, but rather because she was the only sixth-order open heaven realm master that Xianxia Paradise brought along on this trip. With no other choice, she participated as a way to train herself. Yang Kai did not stop her from leaving. Since she was here for training, then it would be better for her to travel alone. Besides, she was a Xianxia Paradise disciple, so her methods and cultivation were both extraordinary. Even if she encountered an enemy in the sixth-order open heaven realm on the prison star, she would have no trouble escaping even if she couldn't defeat her opponent. Her life would be in no danger in this place. When he saw her off outside the dense forest, she suddenly looked back and said, "Good luck, senior brother." He nodded, "Be careful." She nodded, "You too, senior brother." The criminals on the prison star are heinous people. Every one of them has blood on their hands. Don't trust them too much. He knew that she was warning him to be careful of Huigu. Unfortunately, it was inconvenient for him to explain, so he just smiled in response, "I know." Also, I've heard rumors that the criminals on the prison star have recently established a force called Prison League. Most of the criminals have joined Prison League to hunt and kill the cultivators participating in the Tao Theory Assembly. Many people have already died at their hands, so don't be careless if you meet them, senior brother. There are many sixth-order open heaven realm masters in Prison League, and they're not people who newly advanced sixth-order open heaven realm masters like us can resist. Prison League. Yang Kai raised his brow, the news immediately piquing his interest. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4461, Prison League. After seeing Gu Pan off, Yang Kai turned to Huigu, looking him over so meticulously that the latter couldn't help feeling spooked. "What is it, sir?" Huigu hurriedly asked. "Did nobody invite you to join Prison League?" Yang Kai asked. Startled, Huigu hurriedly explained, "This one is already submitted to you, sir. I will always follow you, sir. I will never join an evil force like Prison League willingly." "Relax." Yang Kai patted Huigu on the shoulder and cheerfully said, "I know how loyal you are to me, but joining Prison League is not in conflict with your loyalty to me." "Sir, do you mean?" Huigu seemed to have caught on to Yang Kai's intentions. Yang Kai affirmed, "There are no more fish to catch here. As a sixth-order open heaven realm master, I'm sure you will obtain quite a high position if you join Prison League. At that time, we should work together from both inside and out." Huigu immediately understood. "A good idea, sir." He pondered in silence for a moment before he added, "Logically speaking, somebody should have invited this one to join when Prison League was established. Since I didn't receive an invitation, it's quite possible that the invitation bearer was killed by you, sir." Yang Kai stiffened in surprise and nodded lightly. "That's certainly possible." During the time he spent waiting in the tree cave, he had caught 3 large fish and many other small fries. There was a high possibility that the people sent by Prison League to deliver an invitation to Huigu had died at his hands. But it's not a problem. If I take the initiative to join Prison League, I believe those old farts won't turn me away. Huigu volunteered. Go, but be careful. Yang Kai nodded. They exchanged means to communicate with each other. Then, Huigu immediately set off to search for the location of Prison League. With the loyalty list in his hand, Yang Kai had no need to fear that Huigu might betray him. As long as Huigu could join Prison League without issues, he could act as a spy for Yang Kai. In that way, Yang Kai will be the first to obtain news about Prison League's movements. One day after Huigu departed, Yang Kai set off with Lu Jing. 4 or 5 months had passed since the Tao Theory assembly kicked off, and the situation on the prison star that started off as a chaotic mess had gradually settled. The weak had chosen to huddle together to stay warm, desperately seeking shelter and protection from other masters as a result. That was how Prison League was born. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the Prison Star were powerful existences with a deep heritage from the long years of accumulation since their advancement. In a one-on-one battle, the participants from the major cave heavens and paradises would be no match for them. However, the strength of the veteran Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would become lacking if it turned into a 2-on-1 battle. Of course, while the newly advanced Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the cave heavens and paradises knew how to work together, so did the veteran Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Prison Star. Since Prison League came into being, it had madly absorbed all the criminals on the Prison Star and became an enormous behemoth in a very short time frame. Throughout the existence of the Prison Star, this was the first time the criminals had ever been so united. The process on Huigu's side went very smoothly. He was one of the masters that Prison League had wanted to invite from the start, so now that he took the initiative to join them, it was only natural that he was taken in quickly and given the role of a protector. Prison League's headquarters was located on a piece of barren land called the Yellow Spring Cave. It was originally the secluded home of a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master by the name of Huang Quan, also known as Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch, but this place had been transformed into the headquarters of Prison League out of necessity. With Huang Quan's strength, he could be considered a first-class existence on the Prison Star. Even the Jade Slip that Chu Huashan gave to Yang Kai had specially flagged this person along with a handful of other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to warn Yang Kai to be careful if he encountered them. That was because these Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were existences on the verge of advancing into the Seventh Order. It could be said that they had reached the peak of the Sixth Order. As a result, they were existences on the same level as Yang Kai's subordinate, Mao Zhe. Even after being imprisoned on the Prison Star for so many years, their strength would not have decreased by much. Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch had established Prison League and proclaimed himself as Prison League's master. There were 2 Vice League Masters and 6 Protectors serving under him, all of whom were in the Sixth Order. It could be said that Prison League had 9 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters as their strongest combat force. Now that Huigu had joined them, that number reached an incredible 10 Sixth Order Masters. Besides the 5 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters killed by Yang Kai, Prison League had gathered almost all of the remaining Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters under its banner. Even if some are missing, there are not many of them. This was only taking into account the Sixth Order Masters. There were countless more with cultivations below the Sixth Order. This information was what Huigu secretly passed to Yang Kai after he joined Prison League. The criminals had huddled together to keep warm, resulting in the establishment of a powerful great force like Prison League. In turn, the cultivators participating in the Tao Theory assembly began bemoaning their misfortune. In the previous months, they were able to hunt down some of the criminals and reap some achievements. Although many of them also died as a result, in general, there was a balance of losses and gains. However, it became extremely difficult to find and kill any lone criminals since Prison League was established. The criminals of Prison League would move about in groups whenever they traveled anywhere. Moreover, these groups were always led by Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at the very least. 5 made up a small team, 10 formed a medium team, and 20 or more formed a large team. If the lone cultivators participating in the Tao Theory assembly ran into these groups, their strength would not be enough for them to resist. The only fate waiting for them was death. As such, The number of fatalities among the cultivators participating in the Tao theory assembly increased sharply. The establishment of Prison League also forced the cultivators participating in the Tao theory assembly to form their own groups. It was just that there was no rallying call for unification. Not to mention, they were scattered all over the prison star. Their groups simply consisted of good friends or general acquaintances temporarily traveling together, which did not improve their safety by much. With the help of Gu acting as a spy, Xianxia gained a lot of benefits. Gu was one of the 7 protectors of Prison League, so it was only natural that he had access to inside information, which he quietly passed on to Xianxia, allowing the latter to enjoy success again and again. Xianxia and Lu Jing both sat down cross-legged in an extremely dry and hot cave located in the belly of a barren mountain about 150 kilometers away from Yellow Spring Cave. All of a sudden, Xianxia's expression changed. He took out and examined the communication bead. Then he slowly got to his feet. Sensing movement, Lu Jing quickly opened his eyes. "Senior brother, are you going out?" Xianxia nodded. "This trip might be a little dangerous. Wait here for me." Lu Jing was aware that his strength was lacking. The last few times Xianxia had made a move, he could only watch from afar with no means of participating in the battle at all. Thus, he nodded at those words. "Take care, senior brother." Xianxia smiled and strode out, his figure rapidly becoming a blur on the horizon. An hour later, Xianxia quietly laid in ambush on top of a barren mountain while concealing his aura. According to the information from Gu, Prison League had arranged a large deployment this time. If everything went well, he would be able to reap a great harvest. It didn't take long before numerous figures approached quickly from a distance. There were many people, as many as a dozen or so. In addition, they were led by 3 fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Such a lineup could be considered a very powerful medium team. Most cultivators would be powerless against them. Be that as it may, this group of people was nothing more than an abundant harvest to Xianxia. These people landed on the barren mountain, seemingly with a clear goal in mind. They immediately began searching the area with a fine-toothed comb. Their divine senses surged turbulently as they probed their surroundings. Although it was vague, they seemed to have formed a simple formation between them that connected their auras with one another. The amplification might not be large, but it was enough to enhance their respective auras slightly. Xianxia remained hidden in the shadows, concealing his aura. With his cultivation in the 6th-order Open Heaven realm, he was not afraid of being discovered by this group. After waiting for a short while, Xianxia abruptly summoned the Azure Dragon Spear when the enemy group entered a suitable range and swept out with his weapon. Caught off guard, the dozen or so people were thrown off their feet, with a number of them exploding in a blood mist on the spot. Black light burst forth and plunged into Xianxia's golden wristband shortly after. Horrified screams rang out as those who were lucky enough to survive did not hesitate to act. They quickly used their respective secret techniques and artifacts to bombard Xianxia indiscriminately. Xianxia's spear danced. Drawing upon his strength as a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, he defended against this barrage of attacks before carrying forward his momentum to thrust out his spear again. At this moment, 5 people suddenly emerged in a ghostly manner, each one of them possessing a powerful aura. The 2 people standing in the lead were both in the 6th order. One of them was a fair-faced man. It was none other than Gu. The other person was a tall and dignified middle-aged man with graying hair. As soon as they appeared, they activated their power at the same time to cover Xianxia from above. It was obvious that they were prepared in advance. The middle-aged man shouted, "We've been waiting a long time for you." Xianxia paled in shock and raised his spear to block. Hong. His body was shaken badly, and golden blood spurted out of his mouth. His expression immediately fell, and he staggered backwards by a significant distance. Barely able to steady his figure, he raised his head to look at them with an uncertain and fearful expression. "Who are you?" Gui's brow twitched at the sight. He took a careful look at the blood trickling out of Xianxia's mouth and thought to himself, "Sir Sure has great acting skills. If I had not known the truth, I would have been fooled by his performance. Still, stepping forward, he announced lightly, "This monarch is Huigu." The middle-aged man held a pale blue longsword in his hand, one that flashed slightly as he coldly snorted. "This monarch is void-mind heavenly monarch, Wu Yin." Two heavenly monarchs. Kai wiped at the blood at the corners of his mouth, his expression becoming extremely solemn. Coldly observing the many open heaven realm masters that were forming an encirclement around him, he snorted softly to himself. "Prison League sure is giving me great respect. I can't believe they dispatched two heavenly monarchs to ambush this king." Wu Yin ground his teeth. "You've ambushed and killed 36 members from Prison League. Did you really think we would be so easily bullied? I don't care which cave heaven or paradise you come from. This place will be your burial ground today." With the help of the information provided by Huigu, Kai had attacked Prison League 3 times recently and killed many of its members, including a number in the Fifth Order. As a result, he naturally caught the attention of Prison League's leaders. After investigating the 3 battlefields, Prison League determined that it was the work of a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Moreover, this Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was acting alone. They could not remain indifferent to the culprit behind these attacks. Hence, Huigu suggested a plan to lure out the culprit. Sure enough, the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who secretly attacked from the shadows had made his move again. But this time, 2 of Prison League's protectors were hidden nearby to finally put an end to this menace. Wu Yin suddenly noticed the dense stars covering the golden wristband on Kai's wrist and couldn't help feeling shocked. Just how many people did this guy kill in the short span of 6 months? How did he accumulate such horrifying achievements? Marshall Peak, Chapter 4462, A Good Show. In addition to the shock Wu Yin felt, his expression was filled with greed. "If I succeed in killing this brat, then all the stars on his wrist will be transferred to me. Even if I have to divide the spoils of war with Huigu, it will still be quite a considerable gain." Inyang Cave Heaven announced a long time ago that anybody from the prison star who obtained great achievements in the Tao Theory Assembly would be set free. As one of the 36 cave heavens, Inyang Cave Heaven's promise was extremely credible. Although Wu Yin did not know how many stars were needed to buy his freedom, he was certain it could not be too many. In other words, both he and Huigu would regain their freedom as long as they could kill the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master in front of them. "Attack!" he shouted and swung his longsword, lunging straight towards Kai. At the same time, the many Open Heaven Realm Masters surrounding Kai quickly launched their respective secret techniques in unison. Hong hong hong. The surrounding space around Kai was filled with chaotic energy, and his world force became turbulent. Standing there, he resembled a lone wooden canoe in the middle of a storm. He swayed unsteadily, and his figure instantly became drenched in blood. After trying to defend against the attack for some time, he turned around and fled. "Where are you trying to run?" Wu Yin roared. Such a good opportunity was right in front of him. If he did not seize this opportunity, then he might be trapped on the prison star for the rest of his life. While speaking, he raised his sword and stabbed at Kai's back with eyes filled with great excitement. At that moment, though, a sudden pain erupted from his back. It felt as though an entire world had slammed right into him. The small universe in his body became turbulent as a burst of stars danced in his vision and blood mist sprayed out of his mouth. He hastily turned back to look and saw Huigu, who had been following close behind him all this while, slowly retracting a palm with a cold and indifferent expression. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He never imagined that Huigu would attack him from behind. Why? Could it be that he wants to devour all of that guy's achievements himself? But can he guarantee that he could defeat this guy alone? Besides, this guy has accumulated so many achievements. There's more than enough to divide among ourselves. Why does he need to hog everything for himself? Before Wu Yin could sort through his muddled thoughts, Kai abruptly turned around even though he had been fleeing just now and thrust his spear out. The panicked expression from before had vanished without a trace and was replaced with a savage grin. A sudden possibility struck Wu Yin. Looking horrified, he shouted, "Huigu, how dare you collude with outsiders?" Yang Kai burst out laughing. "What do you mean by colluding? Huigu has been working for me all along." Wu Nian's complexion instantly turned ashen. In the next moment, he was caught in a pincer between Huigu and Yang Kai. Not to mention, he was already severely injured from Huigu's sneak attack earlier. How could he be an opponent in a 2-against-1 battle? It only took 3 breaths before he was beaten so badly that he was on the verge of death. Blood splattered wildly, and his injuries became increasingly severe. The Open Heaven Realm Masters who were surrounding Yang Kai earlier were dumbfounded at this sight. It was supposed to be a trap set up by Prison League to lure out their prey. Everything had been going well. So how did the situation turn around so quickly? It was very difficult for anybody to understand just what had happened. The word that came out of Yang Kai's mouth made their expressions change drastically, though. Voidmind Heavenly Monarch was currently stuck in a precarious situation. Seeing that he could lose his life at any moment, they did not dare to remain idle. They hurriedly scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. "Stand right there. Whoever runs will die." Yang Kai raised a spear to bombard Wu Nian indiscriminately with a barrage of attacks. At the same time, he gave a loud roar and surged his space principles. Nobody heeded Yang Kai's words, of course. If they did not escape now, they would simply be waiting to die. However, the space around them thickened and made them feel as though they were stuck in a quagmire. It was now difficult to take even a single step forward. "Go!" Yang Kai ordered Huigu. Greybone's Heavenly Monarch immediately nodded, and with a shift of his body, he charged towards the fleeing Open Heaven Realm Masters. He was well aware of Yang Kai's abilities, so forget about the heavily injured Wu Nian. Even if the latter had been in peak condition, he would still be no match for Yang Kai. There was nothing to be worried about. Besides, his cooperation with Yang Kai could not be exposed. Otherwise, they would not have another chance to perform something like this again. By the time Huigu captured all of the fleeing Open Heaven Realm Masters and sealed their cultivations, Yang Kai had stabbed more than 10 gaping holes in Wu Nian's body. Fresh blood and innards flowed out all over the ground. In addition, the pitch-black Golden Crow's true fire burned all over those wounds. Wu Nian was doomed. Huigu knew in his heart that it was impossible for anybody to recover from such injuries, even if an Open Heaven Realm Masters had great vitality. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a winner to be decided so quickly in a battle between 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even if one party was no match for the other party might be helpless if the former was determined to flee. There were 2 reasons for this situation to occur. The first reason was that Wu Nian had been severely injured by Huigu in a sneak attack. The second reason was that Yang Kai's strength was beyond the limits of those in the same order. Wu Nian had no hope of escaping at all. Cough, 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 cough. Wu Nian coughed violently and fell to one knee on the ground. Gripping the long sword in his hand, he forcefully propped himself up to prevent himself from falling down. He raised his eyes and glared at Huigu furiously. "Backstabbing bastard! I will be waiting for you on the road to hell." He sincerely believed that he would not have had such a tragic ending if Huigu had not attacked him from behind. Huigu just stared back at Wu Nian indifferently and said nothing. "Things are over here. You can head back first." Yang Kai waved a hand to Huigu to dismiss the latter. Wu Nian no longer had any strength left to resist. His vitality was slowly dispersing, and he would die soon even if Yang Kai left him alone. On the other hand, the remaining Open Heaven Realm Masters had been imprisoned nearby by Huigu. They could not move a single muscle, so it was time to reap the harvest. "I'm afraid I can't go back like this," Huigu said. Yang Kai was taken aback by those words, but he understood immediately. "I was negligent." Yang Kai raised a hand and struck his palm towards Huigu. Huigu did not resist and just stood there to take the attack. His figure staggered unsteadily and blood spurted out of his mouth. After stabilizing himself, he spoke with a pale complexion. "Sir, I'll be leaving first." Yang Kai nodded, and Huigu immediately soared into the sky and fled towards the place where he came from. Wu Nian watched coldly, his expression forlorn. He simply could not understand why a sixth-order open heaven realm masters like Hui Gu would be so respectful toward a participant of the Tao theory assembly from the outside. Now, I'll send you all to hell. Yang Kai grinned. Lifting his spear, he was about to land the killing blow when he suddenly turned to look in a certain direction and shouted, "Who goes there?" Ripples spread out through the surrounding space in that direction, and 4 figures slowly emerged. Yang Kai looked up, and his expression turned grim at the sight. That couldn't be helped as he recognized 2 among these 4 people. Moreover, these 2 people held deep grudges towards him. They were Yin Xianxia from Xianyuan Cave Heaven and Pei Wenxian from Myriad Demons Heaven. I can't believe that they're here. Yang Kai was furious. He had been so focused on his fight with Wu Yin just now that he failed to notice anybody approaching this place, and it was too late by the time he did. I wonder how long they've been here. These 2 had teamed up somehow, most likely due to the pressure from Prison League. Acting alone at this point was not safe, so they decided to cooperate with each other. Aside from the 2 familiar faces, there were another 2 that Yang Kai didn't recognize. One of them was covered in rich demon chi, so it was easy to see that he was a Myriad Demons Heaven disciple at a glance. The other person showed no noticeable characteristics, but was probably a disciple from Xianyuan Cave Heaven. Before Yang Kai revealed himself, only 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters are supposed to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly, so both Xianyuan Cave Heaven or Myriad Demons Heaven had each registered a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm disciple for the Tao Theory Assembly. However, the sudden appearance of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Yang Kai had muddied the waters. Only after his presence was revealed did the Cave Heavens and Paradises adjust their strategies and register the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm disciples they brought along for the Tao Theory Assembly at the last moment. Judging from the current situation, the other 2 were probably in the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm. They were most likely the original candidates chosen by Xianyuan Cave Heaven and Myriad Demons Heaven to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly. The Xianyuan Cave Heaven disciple was unfamiliar to Yang Kai, so Yang Kai had probably never met him before. On the other hand, the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Myriad Demons Heaven seemed slightly familiar to Yang Kai. He had the vague feeling that he had met this person somewhere before. His memory was very good, so it only took him a moment of thought for him to recall where he had seen this person. This 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had followed Tizheng to Shattered Heaven back then. Many Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises had joined forces to fight Zhu Jiuyin outside Shadowless Cave Heaven, and this guy was one of them. Didn't they say that Tizheng died in an unexpected accident? Why is this guy still alive? Yang Kai was a little puzzled. Even so, he did not think too much about it. His current strength was so extraordinary that a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was not worth his attention. On the contrary, that person smiled at Yang Kai, causing him to frown slightly at the sight. "Oh, it's you two." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "How can I help you?" He was secretly calculating what kind of consequences he would face if he went on a massacre in this place. With his current strength, it was not difficult for him to kill these 4. Be it Yin Xianxiao or Pei Wenxian, both of them had only advanced into the Open Heaven realm recently, so they had probably only just stabilized their cultivations. As a result, they could not be considered strong amongst 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters. Unfortunately, it would probably be extremely hard to deal with the aftermath if he killed them. These 2 were core disciples of 2 Cave Heavens, after all. Su Linggong had claimed that the Tao Theory Assembly did not shy away from killing, so there should be no resentment even if disciples of the Cave Heavens and Paradises died in this place. That being said, the Cave Heavens and Paradises would not leave the matter alone if the disciples belonging to them were to die. They might not do anything during the Tao Theory Assembly out of respect for Yin Yang Cave Heaven, but they would definitely settle their grievances after it ended. What's more, there's no saying what kind of secret trump cards these 2 have on them. I might not get another chance if I fail to kill them in one attack. As these thoughts flitted through Yang Kai's mind, he gave up on the idea of killing them. Nevertheless, he couldn't help feeling inwardly resentful. His actions were often hampered and obstructed without the backing of a powerful great force. I only planned to come over and watch the excitement when I heard the commotion, but I didn't expect to enjoy such a good show. Xianxia clapped his hands softly with a meaningful expression on his face. A good show? Yang Kai coldly snorted. I don't know what you're talking about. Xianxia chuckled. Are you still trying to hide the truth at this point? Yang Kai was indifferent to those words, but he knew that Hui Gu's identity had been exposed. These four had probably been here for a while now, so they witnessed everything that happened just now. An aggressive light involuntarily flashed through Yang Kai's eyes as he felt the urge to silence the witnesses to his crime slowly rising. Cooperate with us, and we'll let you live. Xianxiao's expression suddenly sank. He looked at Yang Kai coldly and continued. You should know that you won't survive in your current state if I join forces with Senior Brother Pei. But we are willing to let you live for the time being since you're useful. Martial Peak, Chapter 4463, Cooperation. Cooperate? How do we cooperate? Yang Kai asked. Xianxiao glanced at the golden wristband on Yang Kai's wrist with a gloomy expression. You sure have a lot of stars. When Yang Kai left the dense forest tree cave with Hui Gu, he had nearly 60 stars. Furthermore, he carried out ambushes 3 times in a row and killed more than 30 members of Prison League recently. Having obtained even more achievements, there were close to 70 stars now. The densely packed stars twinkled at a glance. On the contrary, there was not a single star on the golden wristband around Xianxiao's wrist. Yang Kai had failed to notice this fact at the beginning and couldn't help feeling taken aback at the sight. Then, he looked over and realized that the same held true for Pei Wenxian. This clearly did not make sense. Both of them were in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, so it was impossible for them to have 0 achievements after entering the prison star for so long. Nevertheless, he immediately understood the situation when he looked at the 2 5th Order Open Heaven realm masters. The 5th Order Master of Myriad Demons, Heaven, only had a few stars on his wristband, which was hardly noteworthy. On the other hand, the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master of Xianyuan, Cave Heaven, standing behind Xianxiao, had nearly 30 stars. Judging from the situation, the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master of Xianyuan Cave Heaven had been tasked with dealing the killing blow for all the enemies that these 4 had defeated to absorb the achievements. In this way, they might succeed in pushing this person into the top position and ultimately win the Tao Theory Assembly. When killing the criminals, the others would not receive a share of the achievements as long as they stood outside a 300 meters range. It was obvious that Xianxiao and Pei Wenxian had continuously captured and imprisoned the criminals they encountered, then let the Xianyuan Cave Heaven Disciple deal the killing blow. That was how the Xianyuan Cave Heaven Disciple obtained so many stars. As for how the two had secretly reached this agreement, where Myriad Demons Heaven represented by Pei Wenxian willingly gave up their qualification in the Tao Theory Assembly, it was not something Yang Kai could guess. In this way, even if the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master of Xianyuan Cave Heaven won the Tao Theory Assembly, he could enter Inyang Cave Heaven without any worries. All Xianyuan Cave Heaven would lose was a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, which was their original plan. They originally thought that this achievement was enough for them to stand out from the crowd, and it was not until they met Yang Kai that they realized how great the difference was. It was almost 2 times the difference. Moreover, it had to be said that the 4 of them had been working together while Yang Kai was working alone. Combining everything they had witnessed earlier, Xianxiao couldn't help admiring Yang Kai's intelligence. It was clearly much more convenient to have somebody on the inside of Prison League. Although he did not know why a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was acting in complicity with Yang Kai, it was only natural that he made good use of the weakness that he discovered. Otherwise, it would be a huge waste of such a great opportunity. You have quite a lot yourselves, Yang Kai said lightly with a pointed glance at the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master of Xianyuan Cave Heaven. Stop wasting time on nonsense. Right now, you only have 2 options to choose from, Xianxia looked confident that he had Xianxia in the palm of his hand, so he simply declared, "First, I join forces with Brother Pei and kill you." Xianxia's expression darkened. "Where do you get your confidence from?" Xianxia chuckled. "It has not been long since we all advanced into the open heaven realm. Nobody is stronger than the other by much. How long do you think you can hold out if Brother Pei and I work together to take you down? If we kill you, all the stars that you possess will become ours." The two of them were confident that they could kill Xianxia if it really came down to a fight, but they would have to pay quite a heavy price to do so. He might even severely injure one of them during the process. The risk was too great. Besides, a sixth-order open heaven realm master was not an easy opponent to contend with in a life-and-death battle. They could not guarantee that the fifth-order open heaven realm master of Xianyuan, Cave Heaven, could obtain all of the achievements on Xianxia's wrist alone. The most likely outcome was that he and Pei Wenxian would be forced to deal a killing blow, leading to Xianxia's death. If that was the case, the achievements on Xianxia's wrist would be evenly split between them. It would not benefit the overall situation. After all, they had to make sure that the fifth-order open heaven realm master of Xianyuan Cave Heaven came out on top. Xianxia's expression was solemn, and his eyes were filled with rage and resentment. A fierce energy lingered around his body, as though he was going to attack at any time. Pei Wenxian and Xianxia stepped forward together. One of them was sneering, while murderous intent surged in the other's eyes. Both of their auras were locked firmly on Xianxia. There seemed to be an invisible collision of the world force, which shook the surrounding space, causing the void around them to ripple unstably. A long time passed before Xianxia suddenly turned pale. Clutching at his chest, he staggered backwards and coldly snorted, "What's the second option?" Xianxia slowly shook his head. "Since you refuse to toast, you must drink a loss." "Why do this?" "The second option is obviously to cooperate with us. We will carry out a massacre with the help of your spy, Imprison League." Xianxia's expression became ugly. "It looks like I don't really have a choice." Xianxia smiled and nodded. "A wise man submits to his circumstances. I can cooperate with you, but I will need compensation," Xianxia said. "Compensation? You want compensation?" Xianxia frowned deeply and looked at Xianxia strangely. "You want to make use of my spy and take all the merits from me. Why shouldn't I get some compensation?" Xianxia coldly snorted. "If you won't agree, then we might as well fight to the death here. We will see who has the last laugh." Xianxia looked a little taken aback. "What do you want as compensation?" He secretly decided that he would immediately kill Xianxia if his demands went overboard. In any case, with their current achievements, there was probably nobody else who could surpass them. It would be easy for them to obtain the top position as long as they killed Xianxia. "Anything," Xianxia coldly snorted. Xianxia was startled for a moment. Only then did he understand something. Xianxia is giving himself a way out. Why else will he say something like that? We are sixth-order open heaven realm masters after all. Who would want to be embarrassed in public? Failing to stifle his laughter, Xianxia casually fiddled around with his space ring before tossing a spare ring towards Xianxia. Xianxia caught the space ring and stuffed the ring into his pocket without even looking at the contents. "It's okay now, right?" Xianxia asked impatiently. Xianxia remained silent and did not reply. Xianxia turned and shot a look at the fifth-order open heaven realm master beside him. "Zhuang Wei, do it." The fifth-order open heaven realm master called Zhuang Wei immediately nodded in response. "Yes, senior brother." Striding forward, he walked until he came to stand in front of Xianxia and stretched out his hand. "Please move aside." Xianxia glanced at Zhuang Wei. How could he not know what Zhuang Wei wanted to do? Annoyed, he coldly snorted and moved 1,000 meters away with a flash of his body. Zhuang Wei came to stand in front of Wu Nian and stared at the other party greedily. He had been under the protection of 2 sixth-order open heaven realm masters all this while, so he was practically invincible in this place. Even so, he had never killed a sixth-order open heaven realm master before. It was a stroke of luck that he gained this opportunity for free today, so he had to fully enjoy the feeling of killing a stronger opponent with such ease. Wu Yin had one last dying breath left in him. Glaring fiercely at Zhuang Wei, he suddenly flicked the long sword in his hand to stab at him. Zhuang Wei jumped in fright and hurriedly backed away, only to realize that the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master in front of him barely had any strength left. Even this last attack turned out to be very weak and feeble. Becoming angry out of shame, Zhuang Wei stepped forward and slapped a palm out. Wu Yin didn't even make a sound as his head was pounded straight into his chest cavity. A black light flew out and plunged into the golden wristband around Zhuang Wei's wrist, instantly lighting up 5 stars. Zhuang Wei was overjoyed. Afterwards, he walked towards the many prison league members nearby who had been subdued and imprisoned by Huigu earlier. Ignoring the begging cries for mercy from those people, he killed them all with a palm strike for each person. It was an easy harvest. Following that, the number of stars on his golden wristband soared by more than 10, causing him to smile happily. He had more than 30 stars in the first place, so now that the number had gone up by more than 10, Zhuang Wei had a total of 40 stars on his wristband. Aside from Yang Kai, nobody else on the prison star could possibly have an achievement higher than his. At present, the Tao Theory Assembly was only halfway through the 1-year period. With the help of Yang Kai and the Spy Inside Prison League, it was only a matter of time before he took the top spot in the competition. His heart immediately burned with excitement when he imagined that he would have a wife like Chu Huashang in the future. There was no denying that he was an outstanding talent in Xianyuan Cave Heaven. Even so, he was a far cry from a core disciple like Yin Xianxia. Zhuang Wei would not have been dispatched to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly otherwise. After all, the sects were fully prepared to part with the disciples dispatched to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly. To put it in more realistic terms, these people were dispensable existences to the great forces behind them. The young master of Yin Cave Heaven. That position was much higher than Zhuang Wei's current status. However, not everybody was qualified to become the young master of Yin Cave Heaven. Only the husbands of the top core disciples in Yin Cave Heaven had this qualification. Huigu fled back to Prison League headquarters at Yellow Spring Cave. He was drenched in blood, and his aura was very weak. The Vice League Master, Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch Jin Gang, was on duty at the time. Upon hearing the news, he was shocked and hurriedly came forward to investigate the situation. He examined Huigu's injuries inside the secret room and asked solemnly, "What the hell happened, Brother Huigu? Where is Brother Wu Yin?" Huigu immediately looked depressed. "I'm afraid Brother Wu Yin is gone. Vice League Master, we were ambushed. Not a single brother survived. I'm the only one who managed to escape." Ambushed. Jin Gang's eyes widened at those words. Who did it? Huigu shook his head. "I don't know which cave heaven or paradise they belong to." Jin Gang said, "You and Wu Yin are both in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Moreover, you brought so many others with you. To think they managed to defeat all of you. What's more, even Wu Yin lost his life in this battle. Just how many Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters were there?" "At least 3, maybe more." Huigu made up nonsense on the spot. Both he and Wu Yin were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm after all. It would not make sense if there were too few enemies. Jin Gang's expression became slightly more solemn than before. "This is a very important matter. You'll come with me to meet the League Master and report this matter to him personally." Huigu couldn't help feeling guilty. Meet the League Master. "We can't afford to delay any longer. Let's go now." Jin Gang did not allow Huigu to make any objections. Grabbing Huigu by the arm, he quickly departed. A short while later, they met with Prison League's League Master, Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch. Huigu repeated his prepared speech once more and lowered his head. "League Master, this Huigu failed his duties and caused Prison League to suffer severe losses. I ask that you punish me." Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch was a famous figure and also the strongest master on the prison star. If that was not the case, he could not have taken the position of League Master. He glanced at Huigu lightly and said, I know what you and Wu Nian are capable of. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who participated in the Tao Theory Assembly had only advanced recently. Even if they had the advantage in numbers, how did you lose so badly? Marshall Peak, Chapter 4464. Who is this guy? Huigu lowered his head in response. We were too careless. Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch Huang Quan looked at Huigu quietly with a gaze that was very deep. Huigu was stared at so intently that he became scared. Could it be that he noticed something? If my identity is exposed here, then I'm a goner. He might be in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, but he was weaker than both Huang Quan and Jin Gang. Not to mention, this was Prison League's headquarters. There were 8 other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters gathered in this place, aside from him. If his identity was exposed, then only death would await him. Where were you ambushed? Bring me there. Just as Huigu was worrying about his gains and losses, Huang Quan suddenly spoke up. Huigu knew that he could not refuse, so he could only bite the bullet and agree. A short while later, 3 figures rose into the sky and headed in a certain direction, while leading the League Master and one of the Vice League Masters to investigate the remaining traces of the battlefield. Huigu tried to send a message to Yang Kai on multiple occasions, but failed to make contact with him. He did not know whether Huang Quan could detect anything from the remaining traces of the battlefield. Nevertheless, he had the vague feeling that he was going to be in great trouble soon. He secretly decided to flee as soon as things turned south. That way, he might still have a chance of survival. Half a day later, the 3 of them arrived at the previous battlefield and landed amidst the corpses. There was a patch of blood that had yet to dry, staining the ground. The traces of a battle between Open Heaven Realm Masters remained in the surroundings. Moreover, the corpses that had long lost their vitality were strewn everywhere. Firm Gold, Heavenly Monarch, Jin Gang, stepped forward and came to stand in front of corpse. After a careful investigation, his expression became solemn. Brother Wu Nian. This person was obviously the late Void Mind Heavenly Monarch. It was just that his head had been smashed into his chest cavity. Meanwhile, Huang Quan did not say anything. He simply swept his gaze over the entire battlefield before he gently closed his eyes and quietly perceived his surroundings. Huigu stood behind Huang Quan, his eyes shifting nervously. He secretly thought to himself, if I attack Huang Quan right now, can I kill him on the spot? If he could kill Huang Quan, then only the Jin Gang would be left. Although he was no match for Jin Gang, he was confident that he could escape. Not all Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were as sickeningly powerful as Yang Kai. But if I fail to kill him in one move, then I will be stuck in between 2 top Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. In my current state, death is the most likely outcome. Just as Huigu was being indecisive, Huang Quan suddenly jerked open his eyes and spoke with a frown. 3 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters left traces of their aura here. 3. Huigu couldn't help being stunned. What does he mean by 3? Aside from Prison League, only Yang Kai was here earlier. Could it be that 2 others came by later? This is really helpful. Feeling considerably relieved, Huigu quickly followed Huang Quan's lead and said, at the time, one person held me back while the other 2 joined forces against Brother Wu Nian. In the end, a cold light flashed through Huang Quan's eyes. These people from the cave heavens and paradises are too presumptuous. How dare they bully us like this? Do they think Prison League will take this lying down? He turned to look at Wu Nian's corpse and quickly added, rest assured, Brother Wu Nian, Prison League will definitely avenge you. He instructed Jin Gang to carefully retrieve Wu Nian's corpse. Afterwards, the 3 of them returned the way they came. Inside their hiding place, Lu Jing glanced curiously at the 4 people who entered together with Yang Kai. He might not recognize these people, but that did not prevent him from sensing their overwhelming strength. None of them were people he could afford to provoke, especially the 2 who were filled with abundant demon chi. He could tell that they were myriad demons, heaven disciples at a glance. Find a place to stay yourselves. I'll notify you once I receive further news, Yang Kai said before he headed towards his own room. In Xinjiao threatened darkly from behind. Don't make us wait for too long. We don't have much patience. Xianxia coldly snorted and ignored Xianxiao. Behind him came Xianxiao's low laughter filled with pure delight. Mo Sheng, tidy up that area, Pei Wenxian instructed. Yes, Senior Brother Pei. The Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who had been following closely behind Pei Wenxian all this while responded respectfully. He walked over to the side of the cave and wrapped his hands with demon chi. It didn't take long before he built a simple cave mansion by the side. On the other side, Xianxia sat down cross-legged with a shocked and suspicious expression on his face. The Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who has been following behind Pei Wenxian, is called Mo Sheng. Did I mishear? Or is it just a similar-sounding name? Great Demon God was also called Mo Sheng. It was just that Xianxia and the other great emperors from the Star Boundary had joined forces to kill him. In the end, Wu Kuang had used his heaven-devouring battle law to devour Mo Sheng's body and seize control of it. It could also be considered another method of possession. He later left the Star Boundary, and there had been no news from him since then. Wu Kuang was a man of great aptitude and talent. If not, he could not have single-handedly created a heaven-defying secret art like the heaven-devouring battle law all by himself. Back in the Star Boundary, he had been publicly acknowledged as the strongest master in the Star Boundary's history. Many great emperors had died at his hands during the Great Emperor War in the Shattered Star Sea. Xianxia naturally did not have a good impression of Wu Kuang, as he was both cruel and brutal in both his temperament and methods. Wu Kuang was definitely not a compassionate man. Hence, Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief when he left the Star Boundary for the outer universe to seek a higher martial Tao. The truth was that he would not have felt at ease if Wu Kuang had remained in the Star Boundary. After leaving the Star Boundary, Xianxia didn't even bother to search for news about Wu Kuang. There wasn't any friendship between them, so he did not care whether the other party was dead or alive. I can't believe I ran into a guy called Mo Sheng in this place. Out of all the coincidences, he also turned out to be from Myriad Demons Heaven, but his appearance is completely different from either Mo Sheng or Wu Kuang. Is he another person called Mo Sheng? Or is he Wu Kuang in disguise? Xianxia suddenly recalled something else. This guy went to Shattered Heaven with Ti Zheng. Ti Zheng died back then, so how did he survive? Xianxia was unable to understand the situation, but he was in no position to recklessly investigate anything either. As such, he could only wallow in his questions. Besides, he was currently stuck in an uncomfortable situation. Xianxiao and Pei Wenxian had learned the secret about his cooperation with Huigu, but he could not silence the witnesses to his crime. Since it was not convenient for him to take action, he could only try to murder them with a borrowed knife. There were many on the prison star who were capable of killing these two after all. I will need to borrow the strength of Prison League. Immersing his mind into his thoughts, Xianxia began to form a vague plan. If everything went well, then Xianxiao and Pei Wenxian would both die on the prison star before long. As time passed, Xianxia led Xianxiao, Pei Wenxian, and the other two out to hunt several times according to the information that continued to come from Huigu. Needless to say, they obtained great benefits every time. The stars on the golden wristband of the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, called Zhuang Wei, increased steadily and soon reached a point where he was about to surpass Xianxia. The smooth progress delighted him greatly. The four of them had spent a lot of effort over the past 6 months searching everywhere and eventually accumulating around 30 stars. However, ever since they met Xianxia, he had gained the same amount of achievement from before in less than a month's time. It was only recently that he understood how Xianxia had obtained all those stars. He secretly thought to himself, if Senior Brother Yin and Senior Brother Pei kill that Xianxia, then it's a given that I will obtain the top spot in the Tao Theory Assembly. With the great hope of winning the Tao Theory Assembly in his heart, Zhuang Wei was always the most enthusiastic of them all whenever they moved out. While Zhuang Wei was making great progress, Xianxia's plan was slowly moving forward. There were less than 5 months left before the Tao Theory Assembly ended, but that was ample time. He had nothing to worry about yet. On the other hand, Yang tried numerous times to probe into the identity of the guy called Imo Sheng. Unfortunately, his efforts were fruitless. He could not figure out the other party's identity, and after multiple failed attempts, he decided to ignore Imo Sheng instead so as not to reveal anything. On a certain day, Yang received another message from Huigu. He had only just finished checking the message when Zhuang Wei's figure appeared at the entrance of the cave and asked excitedly, "Did you receive new information again?" "That's right. A patrol will be dispatched from Prison League tomorrow. The team will be led by 2 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and there will be 12 people in total." "That's great." Zhuang Wei grinned. Glancing at Yang he added in admiration, "You're amazing too. Don't worry. I will speak to Senior Brother Yin and Senior Brother Pei on your behalf when the Tao Theory Assembly ends. Disputes should be resolved rather than settled." "Many thanks," Yang chuckled. Zhuang Wei nodded. When he turned around, a hint of coldness flashed through his eyes. He knew very well that Yin Xianxia and Pei Wenxian were simply making use of Yang inside connection for the time being. Those two were waiting until the Tao Theory Assembly was about to end to kill Yang. After all, Yang spy would no longer be useful at that time. Not to mention, killing him meant that they would also obtain the considerable achievements that he accumulated. Zhuang Wei's words just now were only to appease Yang. How could he possibly upset Yin Xianxia and Pei Wenxian for the sake of an outsider? The next day, the 4 of them walked out of their hiding spot and headed in a certain direction under Yang guidance. Huigu was currently serving as one of the protectors of the Prison League. It was a high-level position that came with great authority. Hence, it was easy for him to investigate and even influence the route of Prison League's patrols. It was only possible for Yang and the others to kill all those Prison League members previously thanks to the information that Huigu provided. The prison star was so vast after all, so Yang would have no idea where to find these people otherwise. Yang landed in a mountain valley surrounded on all sides a short time later. "Is it here?" Zhuang Wei asked. "The patrol will pass this place in an hour. Get ready." Yang did not bother to explain further. Having experienced this situation countless times by now, they were naturally familiar with this situation. They each used their respective secret techniques to conceal their auras and hid in the shadows to quietly lie in wait. In Prison League's headquarters, Huigu was on duty when he suddenly heard the gloomy tolling of a bell resounding throughout the Yellow Spring Cave. The tolling of this bell meant that the League Master had issued a summoning order. More importantly, the bell would not be rung unless it was an urgent matter. This was the first time Huigu heard the bells ever since he joined the Prison League. Instructing his subordinate to take over his duties, Huigu rushed towards the main conference hall. He glanced around upon reaching the hall and saw that many people were gathered here. There were as many as 4 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters who arrived, and League Master Huang Quan sat in the main seat. To the left and right sides below him sat the 2 Vice League Masters, Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch and Blue Flame Heavenly Monarch Xianxia. Huigu bowed to the League Master and the Vice League Masters before he went to his seat and sat down. For some reason, he felt extremely uneasy, as if something very bad was about to happen. Martial Peak, Chapter 4465, Exposed. A short while later, 5 more 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters arrived one after another to sit on both sides of the hall. There were a total of 10 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Prison League. After Wu Yin was killed, only 9 were left. It could be said that all the strongest masters in Prison League were gathered here at this moment. Huigu couldn't help feeling apprehensive. It was his first time seeing such a large-scale force ever since he first joined Prison League. There had never been a time when all the 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Prison League gathered together before. There is only one thing that could make Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch summon all the 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. It was obvious that Prison League was planning something very big. Thus, Huigu sat in his seat and observed the situation. He soon discovered that most of the people present did not know why the League Master had summoned them. Divine senses continuously fluctuated across the Grand Hall as everybody quietly communicated with each other. All of a sudden, somebody stood up and cupped his fist. "League Master, why did you summon us?" Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch nodded at that person lightly and said, "Don't be impatient. You will find out soon. Since everybody is here, then follow me." He stood up while speaking and walked down from his seat. The rest did not dare to neglect and quickly followed suit. When they came outside, they saw a huge group of prison league members gathered, numbering at least 100. Moreover, every one of these people was a fourth order master or above. Everyone was waiting quietly in formation. "Greetings, League Master." As soon as Huang Quan appeared, they shouted at the top of their voices, seemingly shaking the sky as they roared. Huang Quan nodded lightly and waved his large hand. "Let's go." After a few moments, countless streams of light rose from Yellow Spring Cave and rushed towards a certain direction. At this moment, almost all of the Prison League's forces had been mobilized. Although some people remained behind, they were all below the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm. Their nest was practically empty. If any masters were to raid them at this moment, Yellow Spring Cave would be razed to the ground in the blink of an eye. Huigu was becoming more and more nervous with every passing moment. That was because the Prison League was heading towards the place where Xianxia was lying in ambush. Unless something unexpected happened, they would encounter each other in a matter of moments. Xianxia might be powerful, but all the elites of the Prison League had been mobilized this time. From the League Master, Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch, to the many Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters below him, it was impossible for Xianxia to stop this raging torrent no matter how powerful he was. It was foreseeable that Xianxia would suffer a tragic ending once both parties encountered each other. At present, Huigu's life was tied to Xianxia's, so if something were to happen to the latter, he would also have a hard time protecting himself. "I need to get a message out." The thought flashed through Huigu's mind, but just as he was about to send a warning to Xianxia, he noticed two people approaching him from left and right. He turned to the side, only to see the two Prison League Vice League Masters. Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch and Blue Flame Heavenly Monarch drew close to him from both sides. When their gazes met, Blue Flame Heavenly Monarch smiled at Huigu. On the other hand, Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch lightly commented, "Brother Huigu, you seem rather nervous." Huigu forced a smile. "You must be joking, Vice League Master. I'm just worried about Yellow Spring Cave." "What is League Master planning to do?" "All the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters have been mobilized. If any strong enemies were to invade the headquarters, the remaining members would be powerless to resist." Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch shook his head. "League Master knows what he is doing. Since he won't explain, then it is not our place to ask. We only need to obey his orders." Huigu was astonished. Even the Vice League Masters don't know what League Master is planning. Jingang said, "Why don't you go and ask, Brother Huigu?" Huigu glanced at Huang Quan leading at the forefront and shook his head. "Forget it. Since League Master has a plan, it's useless to ask." Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch chuckled and patted Huigu on the shoulders. "Relax. Yellow Spring Cave might be our headquarters, but it's nothing special. It doesn't matter even if it were destroyed. Besides, the prison star is vast. As long as we remain, we can rebuild again anywhere." "You're right, Vice League Master," Huigu nodded. They did not continue the conversation. Whilst traveling with Huang Quan in the lead, Huigu tried multiple times to escape Jingang and Xianxia. However, his efforts were in vain. Those two stuck to his sides like glue, and he felt his heart sinking into the abyss, while the ominous feelings he had only grew stronger and stronger. In the mountain valley where the ambush was set up, Xianxia and the others waited for approximately an hour. Sure enough, a Prison League patrol consisting of a team of 12 passed through the mountain valley right on schedule. It was perfectly in line with the information that Xianxia received. Pei Wenxian and Yin Xan Zhao were well prepared. So as soon as the 12-man team stepped into the ambush range, they were struck by a sneak attack. The leader of this patrol was only in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm, so how could they stand up against two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters? Xianxia didn't even need to do anything as the 12 men were quickly captured. Zhuang Wei excitedly rushed forward with a long sword in his hand. ignoring the bitter pleading and vicious cursing of those 12 people. He killed each one of them with a stab of his sword. Numerous black lights flew out from the wrists of those prison league members to plunge into the golden wristband around his wrist, lighting up 4 stars in an instant. Ha ha ha! He roared with laughter as the number of stars on his wrist had almost caught up with Xianxia's before this ambush. Now he surpassed him. He turned around to cup his fist and bow to Xianxia and Pei Wenxian. Many thanks, senior brothers. Xianxia smiled and nodded. Then he patted Zhuang Wei on the shoulder. Don't forget this senior brother when you marry into Yingyang Cave Heaven in the future. Zhuang Wei sincerely said, this junior brother will never forget the kindness you showed me today, senior brother. Yang Kai was watching coldly from the side when all of a sudden he turned his head to look in a certain direction. An exclamation of surprise escaped his lips. What's wrong? Pei Wenxian followed Yang Kai's gaze. Then his expression changed drastically. This is bad. Let's go. Along the horizon, a dense stream of lights was charging at them in an aggressive manner. The strongest great force on the prison star was undoubtedly Prison League. Furthermore, the only organization that could mobilize so many people at once was also the Prison League. Yang Kai felt a twinge of fear in his heart. He had long planned to kill Xianxia and Pei Wenxian with a borrowed knife, and to that end, he had been trying to figure out an opportunity to expose their whereabouts so that Prison League members could get rid of these two on his behalf. Contrary to his expectations, though, Prison League took action before he could even implement his plan. How did Prison League learn of our whereabouts? Unless Huigu spilled a secret. But Huigu is restricted by the loyalty list. He wouldn't do something that would dig himself into the grave like this unless he was prepared to lose his life. In that case, there's only one possibility. Huigu's identity has been exposed. Prison League turned the tables on us. Yang Kai secretly sighed in amazement. Although this was somewhat different from what he originally planned, the end results weren't too dissimilar. Be that as it may, Prison League's league master, Huang Quan, sure was cold and ruthless to use the lives of 12 people in a patrol as bait to lure them out. All sorts of thoughts rolled around in Yang Kai's head in an instant. Then he turned around and fled. To his surprise, though, 4 figures suddenly appeared ahead of him, each one a 6th order master. The person in the lead was dressed in a python robe, which gave him a menacing appearance. He lightly slapped his palm down over the crowd, saying, "Since you're already here, you should stay." The overwhelming power of a 6th order open heaven realm master flooded out as the other 3 6th order open heaven realm masters attacked in unison. Xianxia and Pei Wenxian's expressions changed drastically. The 4 6th order open heaven realm masters who appear behind them displayed an extremely powerful and pure world force. So it was obvious that many years had passed since these 4 broke through to their current realm. Newly advanced cultivators like them were utterly incomparable. Having advanced directly into the 6th order, their starting point was generally higher than others. But even so, that advantage was not enough to make up for the difference formed from the accumulation of thousands of years. Hence, they were no match for any one of these 4 6th order open heaven realm masters in a one-on-one battle, much less if these 4 joined forces against them. The 2 of them desperately used their divine abilities to break out of the encirclement, but unsurprisingly, they were blocked by the people who came. Shwa shwa shwa. One after another, the sound of something slicing through the air rang out. They had missed the only chance they had to escape. Numerous figures landed in all directions, surrounding Yang Kai and the others tightly. Xianxia and Pei Wenxian both looked furious while Zhuang Wei shivered in fear. On the other hand, Imo Sheng looked contemplative as he quietly watched from the side. Xianxia and Pei Wenxian swept their divine senses out before they felt their hearts sinking into the abyss. The people surrounding them were displaying their respective strengths without the slightest reservation. So it was easy to tell that there were 9 6th order open heaven realm masters from Prison League gathered in this place. In addition, There were more than 100 cultivators below the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, but above the 4th Order. Such a lineup could be said to be inescapable. Xianxia, how dare you betray us? Xianxia turned to glare at Xianxia. In such a short time, countless possibilities had crossed his mind, and the most likely one was that Xianxia had betrayed them. Xianxia glared at Xianxia coldly. Idiot! While it was true that he had this plan in mind and had been making some quiet moves to accomplish it, the current situation was completely unrelated to him. The Prison League had dispatched so many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, which went to show their determination. Even he was powerless against such a force. If he wanted to survive, then his only option was to escape. It was just that he could not confirm whether Hui Gu's identity had been compromised or not. Otherwise, he would have escaped before this encirclement was formed. There were as many Prison League Masters as there were clouds in the sky at the moment, and Xianxia was certainly not their opponent, but even the Prison League could not hope to stop him if he wanted to flee. Xianxia glanced surreptitiously at Hui Gu and immediately furrowed his brow at the sight. With his eyesight, how could he not realize that Hui Gu was being closely guarded by 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters? Hui Gu didn't have the slightest freedom at all. No wonder Hui Gu didn't even send a single message, even though the Prison League was carrying out such a large-scale operation. It was not that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. It looks like my guess is correct. Hui Gu's identity has been exposed. The current situation is all part of Prison League's retaliation. Prison League's Huang Quan greets little friends. The man in the phaeton robe blocking the path from behind gave a slight nod in greeting. So, it is Brother Huang Quan. I have long admired you. Xianxia forced himself to remain calm on the surface, even though his heart was pounding. This guy is the Prison League's League Master. Huang Quan smiled. My reputation is nothing more than floating clouds. You are too polite, little friend. You have certainly come from afar, Heavenly Monarch. How can I help you? Xianxia asked with a frown. They were currently stuck in a precarious situation where the slightest mishap could lead to their deaths. The criminals on the prison star were heinous and cruel after all, so they would not bat an eye at killing others. Xianxia might be in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm and boast great strength, but a newly advanced 6th Order Master could barely make a ripple under the current circumstances. Little friends, you've killed so many people for my Prison League. As League Master, it's only natural that I give the people under me a suitable explanation. Huang Quan was cheerful and amicable, but the friendlier he appeared, the more terrifying he seemed. Martial Peak, Chapter 4466, Breaking Out of the Encirclement. Xianxia quickly asked, What explanation are you looking for, Heavenly Monarch? Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch, Huang Quan, smiled without saying anything. Pooh! A soft sound rang out suddenly, mixed with a muffled grunt. Hui Gu spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground weakly, without warning. A huge gaping hole appeared in his abdomen. Standing in front of him, one could clearly see the scenery on the other side through the hole in his body. In the sky, Jin Gang slowly retracted his bloody fist. Hui Gu lifted his head to look at Jin Gang with horror in his eyes. Many of the Prison League's 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were in an uproar and turned to look at Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch in confusion. They did not understand why the Vice League Master attacked one of their own out of the blue, much less severely injuring Hui Gu in a single attack. This is the consequence of colluding with the enemy and bringing harm to our comrades. Jin Gang coldly snorted, Hui Gu, you're doomed. Nobody can save you today. Hui Gu clutched at his chest and tried to circulate his strength to stabilize his wounds. His complexion was pale, and he said nothing. A 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Protector, who generally had a good relationship with Hui Gu, asked in a deep voice, Vice League Master, what is the meaning of this? The sudden attack on Hui Gu made him very uneasy. After all, he too was one of the Prison League's protectors. If he did not get to the bottom of this matter, something like this might even befall him in the future. Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch smiled and answered the question, Don't panic. His actions are in line with this monarch's intentions. Hui Gu is a despicable and cunning man. He is a secret chess piece that these participants inserted into the prison league. A blanket of silence fell over the scene. All the protectors looked at Hui Gu in disbelief. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Protector, who spoke up earlier, also looked absolutely shocked. Hui Gu gritted his teeth. What do you mean, League Master? This Hui does not understand. I cannot admit to anything here, or else I will really be killed. Huang Quan smiled. At first, this monarch was only slightly suspicious and could not be certain. After all, there were traces of your interference every time a patrol was dispatched. You might have concealed your tracks well, but there are no walls that are truly airtight. If this monarch failed to notice something as simple as this, then this monarch would not be worthy of being Prison League's league master. Nevertheless, it was not until Wu Yin died and you escaped alone that this monarch truly became suspicious. In order to verify my conjecture, this monarch tested you again and again. At this point of his speech, his expression fell. He pointed at the severed limbs and scattered corpses around him. Apart from this monarch and the two vice league masters, you were the only other person who knew the whereabouts of the patrol that was dispatched today. Even so, they were intercepted at this spot within an hour of being sent out. If you weren't the one to tip off the enemy, then who else could it be? Hui Gu shook his head. League Master, please understand. I have no knowledge of this matter. Jin Gang smiled deviously. If it was not you, then are you implying that it was me or Song Yin? Hui Gu, oh Hui Gu, you truly disappoint me. What benefits did these participants promise you to make you turn your back on your old friends of countless years? Nearby, Yin Xianxia and Pei Wenxian exchanged a glance with each other. They initially thought that Yang Kai had sold them out, but based on the current situation, it would seem that the people from the Prison League had figured out Hui Gu's identity and used their plan against them. Be that as it may, the current situation was very worrying. They couldn't help being racked by anxiety. Hui Gu looked sorrowful as he slowly sneered. One never lacks a reason to make false accusations. How dare you quibble with me? Huang Quan's expression turned frosty. I initially thought that this would be a chance for you to redeem yourself for your crimes, but it would now seem that you're determined to make enemies of the Prison League. In that case, I will let you die with full understanding. He shouted with a wave of his hand. Bring him. Somebody immediately walked out from the side with a bloody figure in his grip. When Hui Gu looked in that direction, his eyes immediately widened in shock, and he blurted out, "By Mo." The bloody figure turned out to be his one and only subordinate whom he sent out on errands previously, By Mo. At this moment, it was difficult to tell whether or not By Mo was even still alive. He was disheveled and filthy, and it was easy to see that he had been greatly tormented. Strange tendrils of energy weaved in and out of his body like spirit snakes, and his vitality was extremely dim. Ever since the day Bai Mo was sent on that initial errand, 3 other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had received the message and brought their subordinates with them to the dense forest tree cave and became Yang Kai's achievement. Afterwards, the Prison League was formed and Yang Kai finally came out hiding when he ran out of fish to bait. During this time, Hui Gu had tried to ask around for information on Bai Mo, but his efforts had been fruitless. Only now did he learn that Bai Mo had fallen into the Huang Quan's hands at some point. Seeming to hear Hui Gu's voice, the dying Bai Mo flinched. He raised his lowered head, revealing a face that was so swollen that he looked like he had been soaked in water for several years. It was a mess of rotten meat and turbid blood. A small gap suddenly opened in his swollen eyelids. Carefully looking in Hui Gu's direction for a while, he cried out in a miserable voice, "Master, Bai Mo is sorry. What else do you have to say for yourself?" Huang Quan stared at Hui Gu coldly. Hui Gu's complexion was ashen. He knew that it was useless to try and talk his way out of this. Bai Mo was only in the 4th Order Open Heaven Realm after all. It was a pity that he fell into the hands of somebody like Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch. It was only natural that Huang Quan had ways to make him divulge the truth, no matter how loyal he was. "It looks like you have nothing more to say." Huang Quan coldly snorted and exerted some strength into his hand. Bai Mo exploded into a cloud of blood mist, leaving nothing behind. The reason why Huang Quan went to so much trouble to prove that Huigu was colluding with the enemy was to pacify and reassure the other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm protectors. Otherwise, a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm protector could not be killed so easily. Huigu's eyes immediately widened at the sight. After dealing with Huigu, Huang Quan finally turned to look at Xianxia and the others. "Little friends, where are you from?" Xianxia gloomily said, "Xian Yuan, Cave Heaven. And you must be a Myriad Demon's Heaven disciple." Huang Quan turned to look at Pei Wenxian with a smile. The people from Myriad Demon's Heaven were the easiest to recognize. After all, the unique characteristics of Demon Chi were too obvious to miss. It was like walking around with a glaring billboard wherever they went. "What about you?" He looked towards Yang Kai. "Void Land," Yang Kai replied flippantly. However, his mind was focused on Hui Gu's situation, as he seemed to be in an abnormal state after Bai Mo was killed right in front of him. Huang Quan frowned. "Perhaps I've become a bit ignorant and uninformed after all the years. I'm afraid I didn't know about the existence of a void paradise." "It's Void Land," Yang Kai reiterated. Huang Quan seemed to understand something and nodded lightly. "So, that's how it is." He was secretly confused. Didn't they say that the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters participating in the Tao Theory Assembly are all newly advanced Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises? Why is this person from Voidland here? Too lazy to think too much into this matter, he gave a light wave of his hand and spat out a single but extremely chilling word: "Kill." Huigu, who had reached some kind of critical limit, suddenly attacked at the same time. Charging directly at the Huang Quan, he let out a ferocious roar. Huang Quan suffered death. Huang Quan looked over coldly, but did not move. Jin Gang and Xianxia attacked Huigu from both sides and sent him flying backward with just a single move. Huigu coughed up a mouthful of blood and stumbled weakly. He had been heavily injured by the Jin Gang earlier, so he was no match for the two Vice League Masters of the moment. In the meantime, the world force in the surroundings fluctuated chaotically as the power of various secret techniques and artifacts loomed over Yang Kai and the others. Yang Kai, Xianxia, and Pei Wenxian roared furiously. They knew that they were in an extremely precarious situation. Thus, they did not dare to hesitate and quickly used various means to defend against the barrage of attacks. Hong hong hong. Following a series of explosions, the three of them were shaken badly, and their respective small universes were in turmoil. The difference in numbers was simply too great, so the outcome of this battle was determined before it even began. "This place is too dangerous. I can't stay here for long." Yang Kai made a feint and retreated backwards, leaving Xianxia and Pei Wenxian to fight against the many Open Heaven Realm Masters from Prison League on their own. With a flicker, he rushed towards Huigu. He was fast, but surprisingly somebody else was even faster than him. Mo Sheng, the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who had been following behind Pei Wenxian all this time, had already arrived next to Huigu at some point, grabbed his arm, and dragged the latter towards Yang Kai with all speed. The attacks from Jin Gang and Xianxia that came from behind him caused him to cough up blood and his demon chi to churn violently. "Go!" Mo Sheng roared at Yang Kai, who was rushing towards him. Yang Kai was dumbstruck, but still surged his space principles to wrap up Mo Sheng and Huigu, preparing to escape this place. Jin Gang was following closely behind, and his expression turned grim at the sight. "Chem? A space secret technique? Don't even think about escaping." Taking a deep breath, he let out a deep roar. An invisible sound wave spread out into the surroundings, causing the local space to shatter like a broken mirror. The figures of Yang Kai and the others that had been fading away abruptly solidified once more. His instantaneous movement had been interrupted. Xianxia and Huang Quan quickly swooped in from both sides when they saw this complication. The world forces of the two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, like two separate worlds, were barreling in this direction. "Break!" Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear. As soon as the spear thrust out, a golden dragon head flashed behind him, and a dragon roar shook the skies. The azure dragon spear in his hands suddenly transformed into a 1,500-meter-long great dragon that shook its head and flicked its tail as it charged forward recklessly. A gap suddenly appeared in the oppressive auras of the two Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Xianxia activated space principles once more and fled through the gap with a flash as the sounds of explosions and attacks rang out endlessly from behind him. In addition, the rampaging world force threatened to shatter the void once more. By the time Jin Gang broke through the explosions and rushed over, Xianxia along with Hui Gu and Mo Sheng were nowhere to be seen. Space secret techniques. Huang Quan scowled deeply and spread out his divine sense into the surroundings. However, Xianxia was long gone without a trace. He sure escaped quickly. Likewise, Jin Gang looked furious. He had interrupted Xianxia's space secret technique as soon as he noticed that something was not right, but unfortunately, his efforts were in vain. It was said that people who were proficient in the Tao of space were unparalleled when it came to escaping, and judging from the current situation, those rumors were not unfounded. We were too careless. Xianxia sighed. If they had known that there was somebody proficient in the Tao of space, they would have created a heaven-sealing, earth-locking array or formation at the beginning so that the other party could not escape. It's fine. Huang Quan slowly shook his head. It's not like we don't have any gains. He looked back at the battlefield where 3 disciples from 2 cave heavens were trapped. Although 2 of them were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, they were both newly promoted, so their heritage was a far cry compared to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters in Prison League. Moreover, there was a huge disparity in numbers, so it was only a matter of time before those 3 died. On the battlefield, both Xianxia and Pei Wenxian were red with rage. Their figures swayed unsteadily, seeming to be at risk of dying at any moment. As core disciples of Cave Heavens, they had various items in their possession to protect themselves. Nevertheless, the continuous use of these items was merely a futile dying struggle that delayed the time of their deaths. Martial Peak, Chapter 4467, It's Really You. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Xianxia roared inwardly. He originally wanted to make use of Xianxia's spy in the Prison League to easily obtain the top spot in the Tao Theory Assembly. Who could have known that he would be besieged by the enemy in this place instead? It would seem that he was doomed to die today. A soft sound suddenly came from behind him. He quickly turned to look back before a look of extreme panic appeared on his face. Not far away, the Prison League's League Master, Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch, Huang Quan, was holding a sharp longsword in his hand. The longsword had pierced right through Zhuang Wei's heart. Following a violent burst of world force, the impact turned Zhuang Wei's body into a bloody mess with all his internal organs destroyed. Senior brother Yin, save me. Zhuang Wei stuttered, spewing fragments of his organs out of his mouth as his vitality swiftly dissipated. Huang Quan withdrew his sword, and with the flash of a sword light, Zhuang Wei's head flew into the sky, and blood gushed out from his neck like a fountain. Dazzling golden light flew out of the golden wristband around Zhuang Wei's wrist and plunged into Huang Quan's wrist. The black band around Huang Quan's wrist was originally empty, but now dozens of stars instantly lit up after the golden light poured into his wrist. All of Zhuang Wei's achievements during this period had been transferred over to him. Flicking off the blood on his long sword, Huang Quan smiled lightly and asked, "How would you like to die, little friends?" Both Xianxia and Pei Wenxian felt chills running down their bodies upon hearing those words. Pooh! Xianxia coughed up fresh blood and stumbled to the ground weakly. Although he had managed to break through the void and escape at the last moment, the attacks from numerous Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had followed him across space. Even if his flesh and skin were tough, he was still hit so badly that he coughed up blood continuously. Similarly, Mo Sheng collapsed headfirst to the ground next to him, his aura fluctuating unsteadily. Hui Gu, whom he had been carrying this while, rolled out of his arms and lay to the side motionlessly. Hui Gu's aura might be weak, but he was not dead. He was the most severely wounded among them all. However, the vitality of a sixth-order open heaven realm master was so strong that he would not die so quickly. Wu Kuang. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and looked at the guy named Mo Sheng in front of him. Who? Mo Sheng grinned and sat cross-legged on the ground, surging his strength to heal his wounds. You still want to pretend? Yang Kai gnashed his teeth. He would not have dared to confirm that this person in front of him was Wu Kuang if the other party's actions had not exposed him at the last moment. Be it in terms of appearance or even aura, this person was completely different from the Wu Kuang in his memories. Nevertheless, only people who were very familiar with Yang Kai would have known that his mastery over the Tao of space was their only hope of escape in that dire situation. Without question or hesitation, this Mo Sheng immediately dragged Hui Gu over to Yang Kai, so it was obvious that he wanted Yang Kai to bring him along. He would never have done that if he were an actual fifth-order open heaven realm cultivator from Myriad Demons Heaven. After all, the only person a real Myriad Demons Heaven disciple could rely on at that time would have been Pei Wenxian. Do you dare to deny it? Yang Kai pointed a spear at the other party. Do you believe I won't stab you to death with my spear? And Mo Sheng calmly stared at Yang Kai for a while before he reached out, pushed the Azure Dragon Spear away, and chuckled lightly. If you're so sure, then why do you keep trying to sound me out with your words? Yang Kai was stunned. So, it really is you. Although he was quite sure that the person in front of him was Wu Kuang, he still couldn't help feeling incredulous when the other party personally confirmed the fact. After all, the perception of his divine sense indicated that this person did not contain the slightest bit of Wu Kuang's aura. I guess it's true that good people don't live long, while a scourge lasts 1,000 years. Yang Kai clicked his tongue. It takes one to know one. You're not much better yourself. Wu Kuang sneered softly. The two of them looked at each other for a moment before they broke out into laughter, only for Wu Kuang to suddenly stop laughing and comment, "All right, enough. If you laugh any longer, this guy is going to die." Yang Kai slapped his forehead lightly in response. Hurrying over to Hui Gu, he examined the latter's wounds and furrowed his brow tightly. Hui Gu was badly injured. He might not be in danger of dying at the moment, but he would die tragically if his injuries were left untreated much longer. Yang Kai quickly took out some healing pills and stuffed them into Hui Gu's mouth. Afterwards, he summoned his towering, evergreen, divine manifestation. An ancient tree immediately appeared behind his back, its branches hanging low as wisps of green light filled with vitality flitted about its leaves. After advancing into the sixth-order open heaven realm, Yang Kai's control over this wood element divine manifestation became more and more effortless. The ancient tree behind him was not that large, only big enough to cover the three of them, making it more convenient for them to heal from their wounds. Wu Kuang opened his eyes and took a look, but didn't pay any more attention to the phenomenon a moment later. However, Yang Kai soon noticed something strange. Judging by the power leaking out from Wu Kuang's body, he was not a fifth-order open heaven realm master, but a sixth-order one. Yang Kai was absolutely dumbfounded. It was not Wu Kuang's advancement into the sixth-order open heaven realm that was shocking to him, of course, as Wu Kuang was supremely talented and many years had passed since he left the star boundary. Furthermore, Wu Kuang entered one of the top great forces like Myriad Demons Heaven. What was shocking was how he managed to conceal his cultivation. Prior to this, Yang Kai had clearly sensed that the fluctuations from Wu Kuang's attacks were only in the fifth order. Not to mention that Myriad Demons Heaven had allowed him to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly, which could only mean that he was nothing more than a fifth-order open heaven realm master in the eyes of the Myriad Demons Heaven elders. Hence, he was a dispensable pawn. Wu Kuang must have an extremely top-notch method or artifact. Otherwise, he would have been exposed a long time ago. An incense stick later, Yang Kai stood up after helping to stabilize Hui Gu's injuries. "Help me watch him. I'm going to get Lu Jing." Hui Gu's identity had been exposed, so their previous hiding place was no longer safe. If the Prison League headed towards their hiding place, Lu Jing would be in danger. A sixth-order Yang element treasure was at stake, so Yang Kai could not simply ignore Lu Jing. Wu Kuang opened his eyes to look at Yang Kai, but did not speak, seeing as he did not say a word. That could only mean he had no objections. Xianxia left in a flash, taking less than an hour to arrive at their previous hiding place. After confirming that there were no ambushes nearby, he carefully brought Lu Jing out and returned to their new hiding place. Lu Jing was startled to see Huigu with such a weak aura and covered in blood. On the other hand, Wu Kuang was nowhere to be seen. All he left behind was a single jade slip. Xianxia picked up the jade slip and checked the contents. The contents immediately set his teeth itching with hatred. He initially hoped to inquire about the mystery behind Wu Kuang's hidden cultivation after he brought Lu Jing over. But how could he have known that Wu Kuang would flee in advance? He had the vague feeling that Wu Kuang did not want to expose the relationship between them in front of others. With no other choice, he could only give up on his intentions. In any case, he now knew that Wu Kuang was in Myriad Demon's heaven, so it would not be too late to search for another opportunity to contact him in the future. A couple 100,000 kilometers away, a black cloud churned violently and landed among a small group of 6 to reveal Wu Kuang's figure. The 6-man team consisted of 2 5th-order and 4 4th-order masters. They couldn't help feeling shocked when they noticed somebody blocking their path. Then, they took a good look at the other party. The person blocking their path was drenched in blood and had a very pale complexion. It was obvious to see that he was badly injured. Therefore, they simply looked at each other in confusion. The 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master in the lead cupped his fist in greeting. So, it is a senior brother from Myriad Demon's heaven. Dare I ask how we may help you, senior brother? Judging from the energy fluctuations coming from the demon chi cloud earlier, this person was most likely in the 5th-order Open Heaven Realm. That was why this team of participants were not too apprehensive despite recognizing Wu Kuang as a member of Myriad Demon's heaven. They had 2 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters on their side after all. Wu Kuang greedily swept his gaze over the 6 people and chuckled softly. I've been restrained for so long. I'm finally free now. What did you say, senior brother? The leading 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master scowled deeply. The stare Wu Kuang gave him made him feel extremely uncomfortable. It was like being stared at by a starving beast which had found a mouth-watering meal. The end of life is just the beginning of reincarnation, and death is not the only ending. Senior brother? The leading 5th-order Open Heaven frowned even more, shooting a warning look at his companions as he spoke. Instead of struggling and suffering in the midst of all living beings, it is better to die and be liberated. All 6 people were speechless and gazed at Wu Kuang strangely. Is this guy insane? What is he muttering to himself? You are very lucky to have met this king. Now become one with me. I will grant you immortality. Wu Kuang opened his arms, and the demon cloud behind his back transformed into a black screen that covered the sky. The world fell silent. A short while later, the demon cloud began to converge again to reveal Wu Kuang's figure while the 6 people from before were gone. He licked his lips, a hint of color appearing in his pale complexion. Turning around, he looked in another direction before his body transformed into a black cloud once more and vanished into the distance. Inside the new hiding place, Huigu slowly woke up. He couldn't help coughing slightly. As his chaotic thoughts slowly cleared up, he recalled everything that transpired earlier. He looked up to see Xianxia sitting beside him and looking at him in concern. Sir, he struggled to get out of bed. Xianxia pressed him down again. Your injuries are very serious. Focus on recovering. Don't move about recklessly for the time being. Many thanks, sir. Huigu coughed a few more times before he continued with a look of regret. Sir, please forgive me. I failed to carry out my duties properly. Xianxia shook his head. That yellow spring heavenly monarch is not a simple man. This is not your fault. It's a pity about what happened to Bai Mo. Bai Mo, Huigu's expression was heavy. He spoke through gritted teeth. I will personally avenge Bai Mo's death one day. Xianxia nodded. It's good if you can think that way. This place is relatively safe for the time being, so you can rest and recuperate here. I need to go out for a bit. After saying that, he stood up and patted Lu Jing on the shoulder. Help me take care of Huigu. I'll be back soon. Lu Jing nodded. He knew that a fourth-order open heaven realm master like him had no role to play on the prison star. Thus, he would only become a burden if he followed Xianxia around. At present, his only wish was to leave the prison star alive. A few hours later, Xianxia returned to the mountain valley where he had been ambushed before. Several days might have passed, but the traces of the battle in this place remained clearly visible. There was a lot of blood on the ground, but not a single corpse. Judging by the situation from before where they were surrounded on all sides, it would have been impossible for Xianxia and Pei Wenxian to escape death. Even Xianxia could only hope to escape under those circumstances, so what need be said about others? Xianxia was overjoyed. Both Xianxia and Pei Wenxian held deep grudges against him, so his greatest wish in this place was for them to die at the hands of the Prison League. The process might have been a little different from what he initially planned, but the results were the same. It could be said that he had successfully carried out a murder with a borrowed knife. In addition, Zhuang Wei, who had obtained more stars than himself earlier, was dead. With his current achievement, it was obvious that none of the Tao Theory Assembly participants could compare with him. As long as he could hold on to his achievements, it should not be a problem for him to win first place. Martial Peak, Chapter 4468, This Old Master Fears No Man. Inside the palace outside the prison star was an enormous sand table which displayed the landscape of the entire universe world. Moreover, there were many golden and black lights moving about. Each golden light represented one of the cultivators participating in the Tao Theory Assembly, while each black light represented one of the criminals on the prison star. Furthermore, the brightness of these golden and black lights varied slightly, depending on their respective cultivation. The brightest lights among the golden and black lights were undoubtedly the sixth-order open heaven realm masters on both sides. There were not many of them, only 20 to 30 in total. The seventh-order open heaven realm elders of the various cave heavens and paradises who brought their disciples here did not remain idle. They took turns to stay around the sand table to monitor the progress of the assembly. Half a year had gone by, and the Tao Theory Assembly was moving along smoothly. They occasionally observed numerous golden and black lights vanishing from the sand table, which represented the deaths of the participating cultivators or criminals. However, what interested most of the seventh-order open heaven realm masters was one of the golden lights. Judging by the brightness of the light, that person was undoubtedly in the sixth-order open heaven realm. He had joined up with one of the sixth-order open heaven realm criminals on the prison star from the beginning of the Tao Theory Assembly and had been almost inseparable since, killing countless people together. It was not until the establishment of the Prison League that these two finally went their separate ways. The black light that represented the criminal had joined the Prison League. Meanwhile, the golden light did not settle down for long before he joined another group of 4 participants. Nobody knew the exact identity of those 4, but it was certain that these 4 were disciples of the cave heavens and paradises. That was because 2 of them were in the sixth-order open heaven realm. Although there was no way to see what was actually happening on the prison star, all of the high-rank open heaven realm masters monitoring the sand table were experienced veterans, so how could they not have some guesses after seeing the current situation? The biggest possibility was that one of the sixth-order open heaven realm criminals on the prison star had been incited to defect and became an agent for one of the participants. With the help of this spy, that participant repeatedly attacked and successfully killed a number of sixth-order open heaven realm criminals to obtain an amazing number of achievements. While the elders looked approving, they also couldn't help being curious as to which cave heaven or paradise this person belonged to. Such methods and skills would really make his sect proud. It had to be said that it was not an easy feat to incite a sixth-order open heaven realm criminal to defect. What kind of benefits were promised to make an enemy turn into an ally? During their discussion, some of them even went to ask Su Ling Gong about this matter. The sand table was created by Yin Yang Cave Heaven after all, so just because the others did not know who the lights represented did not mean that Su Ling Gong did not. Unexpectedly, the old ghost claimed that he did not know the situation on the prison star either. Everybody had no choice but to wait patiently. After all, everything would eventually become clear when the Tao Theory Assembly ended. On this day, however, the elders gathered around the sand table were arguing fiercely in front of Su Lingong. This couldn't be helped, as the little ones working together had accidentally fallen into Prison League's trap. As a result, a fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master had been killed on the spot. Although two had managed to escape, the remaining two sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters seemed to have been captured alive. There was a high possibility that they would die if they were not rescued soon. The Prison League had deployed 9 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters in this ambush, so the little ones were practically powerless to resist. More importantly, none of the elders knew which sect those two captured sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters belonged to. What if they belonged to their own sect? Disciples who directly broke through to the sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters were geniuses that only appeared once every 1,000 years, even for a cave heaven or paradise, and would eventually become future pillars of their respective great forces. They could not be allowed to die during this Tao Theory assembly. For that reason, the elders of the dozen or so cave heavens and paradises joined together to pressure Su Lingong to open the Prison Star Grand Array so that they could rescue their disciples. When Su Lingong completely ignored their demands, the scene became a huge chaotic mess as a huge battle threatened to break out among them. Su Lingong, are you going to open the Prison Star Grand Array or not? Duan Rue Shan of Clear Mind having glared at Su Lingong with a vicious expression. The Tao Theory assembly lasts for 1 year. Nobody can intervene until it ends. Su Lingong looked at Duan Rue Shan coldly. Brother Su, we understand that you are in a difficult position, but there has been such a huge change in the Tao Theory assembly. You have to be accommodating. All the most elite core disciples of our sects are inside. What if something goes wrong? Lu Zhenyang of Azure, Nether Paradise, try to be understanding. That is their fate. Su Lingong coldly snorted. Before the Tao Theory assembly began, this monarch warned that this assembly was a matter of life and death. The participants had to bear the consequences themselves. Since they chose to participate in this event, then they should have prepared themselves for the possibility of death. Brother Su, the Prison Star Grand Array might be excellent, but it cannot stop so many of us. Zhuobu Kun of Azura Heaven looked at Su Lingong. Su Lingong turned to look in his direction and coldly snorted. Are you trying to threaten me? This old master fears no man. If you plan to marry this Su Lingong's disciple, then you have to bring out the best of your abilities. If they die during the Tao Theory assembly, then that means they are not qualified enough. Let's see who dares to break through the Prison Star Grand Array. If any of you dare to interfere in the Tao Theory assembly, then don't blame this old master for opposing you. Brother Su, are you really going to be so unaccommodating? I dare you to come. He snarled back. Send a message to the ancestor. Tell him that our guests are looking to cause trouble in the Tao Theory assembly. This old master alone is not their opponent, so he must beseech the ancestor to come forward and preside over the situation. Also, activate the Prison Star Grand Array's defenses to their limit and place disciples to stand guard outside it. Anybody who dares to invade is to be killed without mercy. This disciple obeys. Behind him, Su Yingshui and Qin Kuei cupped their fists before they turned around and rushed into the depths of Yinyang Cave Heaven. All the elders of the major cave heavens and paradises went pale. Ancestors and supreme elders of cave heavens were 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. There were more than a dozen 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters present, but they might not be an ancestor's opponent, even if they all worked together. Old Su, why disturb the ancestor over such a trivial matter? Somebody stood forward to try and smooth things over. Su Lingong stubbornly refused to back down. You force my hand. That person sighed and shook his head. You won't have any friends if you act like this. Friends? Su Lingong sneered coldly and swept his gaze over the crowd. If you thought of this old master as a friend, then you wouldn't have tried so hard to marry those incompetent wastes of yours to this old master's disciple. Aren't you the ones who didn't give this old master any face at all? He smashed his fist into the sand table while speaking. There was a loud crash, then the sand table cracked into pieces, get out. Their lives are in the hands of fate, regardless of whose disciples die inside. You will simply have to accept the losses. The Tao Theory Assembly is for this old master to choose a husband for his disciple, not for your incompetent disciples to play house. Su Yingxue and Qin Kuei headed into the depths of Yinyang Cave Heaven, while Qin Kuei scratched his head and asked, "Are we really going to inform the ancestor? Are you stupid?" Su Yingxue rolled her eyes at him. "Honored master didn't mean those words. Did you really take them for the truth?" "Then what are we?" She explained, "We don't need to inform the ancestor, but we do need to drag out the disciples remaining in the sect to put on a show. Otherwise, it would be very embarrassing for Honored Master after everything he said." Qin Kuei showed a look of understanding. A short while later, many Yinyang Cave Heaven disciples flew over and surrounded the prison star. The elders felt their facial muscles twitching at the sight, but nobody clamored to enter the prison star to check on the situation again. None of them knew whether one of Yinyang Cave Heaven's supreme elders was watching from the shadows, so they were afraid of causing big trouble if they forced their way into the prison star. Inside the prison star, Yang Kai was refining open heaven pills in his new hiding place leisurely, while Hui Gu was still recovering from his injuries. The Tao Theory Assembly now only had 3 or 4 months left until it ended, and Yang Kai had accumulated more than enough achievements by now, so he was no longer eager to act. Besides, he was not too worried that somebody might overtake his achievements. With the establishment of Prison League, all the criminals on the prison star were now huddling together to keep warm. The others would have a hard time killing many criminals even if they wanted to. It could be said that it was very unlikely for anybody to surpass his achievements. The days slipped by just like that, and regardless of the situation outside, the place where Yang Kai and the 2 others were hiding was very peaceful. On this day, Yang Kai suddenly sensed something and abruptly opened his eyes. Then his figure instantly vanished from the spot. 300 kilometers away, Yang Kai reappeared in the middle of the sky where a stream of light was rushing straight at him. The stream of light seemed startled to see someone blocking their way all of a sudden. Following that, the wooden sword in the other party's hand danced lightly to form a mysterious pattern in the air before slashing down at him. The pattern contained a peculiar energy that was as gentle as the wind, belying its shockingly destructive force it contained. Yang Kai dodged the attack lightly and shouted, "As expected, it's Senior Brother Ning." For a moment, I thought I perceived wrongly. The stream of light charging towards Yang Kai paused for a moment before the brightness dissipated to reveal figure. It was Ning Dao Ran of free and unfettered paradise. "Junior Brother Yang?" Ning Dao Ran looked astonished. He spun the wooden sword in his hand to hold his sword behind his back before he exhaled deeply in relief. "I thought the people from the Prison League caught up to me." "Are you injured, Senior Brother Ning?" Yang Kai glanced at Ning Dao Ran's chest where there was a patch of blood that was still wet. Ning Dao Ran's expression changed drastically. "Junior Brother Yang, we need to go? I have pursuers behind me." "Come." Yang Kai rushed over to grab Ning Dao Ran. Manipulating space principles, he returned to his hiding place with a flicker of his figure. At the same time, his divine sense surged to isolate the auras inside. A short while later, the sound of people flying through the air passed over their heads and disappeared into the distance. Inside the hiding place, Ning Dao Ran breathed a sigh of relief and glanced suspiciously at Hui Gu, who was sitting nearby. This is Grey Bones' Heavenly Monarch. The Heavenly Monarch has repented for his mistakes and turned over a new leaf. He has helped me greatly during this time. Ning Dao Ran nodded. Every man has his faults, but the ability to repent for one's mistakes is admirable. Ning Dao Ran of free and unfettered paradise greets you. Senior Brother Hui Gu. Hui Gu returned the greeting. "You are too polite, Junior Brother Ning." Lu Jing also came over to introduce himself. He might be the young league master of the Gathering Yuan Union, but there was a huge gap between his status and the status of somebody like Ning Dao Ran. Hence, he wanted to use this opportunity to become acquainted. Who could say whether this connection might come in handy in the future? Senior brother Ning, who injured you? Yang Kai asked in concern. Ning Dao Ran gave a bitter laugh. Have you heard of the Prison League? Yang Kai and Hui Gu exchanged a wry glance with each other, as Prison League could not be more familiar to them. Ning Dao Ran explained. There's a man known as Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch on the Prison Star who established the Prison League and recruited all the surviving criminals under his banner. He presently has 7 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters under his command, which gives him an advantage in numbers. They are currently actively eliminating the cultivators participating in the Tao Theory Assembly. I accidentally exposed my whereabouts, so... Marshall Peak, Chapter 4469, Rejection. Yang Kai understood the situation. All the Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who participated in the Tao Theory Assembly this time around had broken through to that realm within the last 100 years. It had only been a few years since Ning Dao Ran himself advanced into the Open Heaven Realm. So how could he be a match for the veteran Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Prison League? Injuries were inevitable if he were to encounter them. The Prison League has become very powerful under the leadership of its League Master, Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch. He has 7 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters under his command and hundreds of criminals moving in unity. There is no place for participating cultivators like us wherever we go. Ning Dao Ran shook his head with a sigh. Before participating in the Tao Theory Assembly, nobody could have expected a situation like this to take place on the Prison Star. With 8 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and hundreds of criminals moving as one in Prison League, the participating cultivators stood no chance at all. Death was the only fate waiting for the participating cultivators following an encounter with the Prison League. Prison League is acting so overbearing. Yang Kai was secretly shocked by Huang Quan's boldness. When the Prison League was first established, they had fortified themselves in Yellow Spring Cave in an effort to huddle together to stay warm, but now they had decided to come out with a bang. How could the participating cultivators resist them under these circumstances? It would not take long before the participating cultivators were wiped out completely. Ning Dao Ran had accidentally exposed his whereabouts and was pursued by several Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters as a result. Thankfully, he was one of the core disciples of free and unfettered paradise, so he had many artifacts to protect himself and help him escape. Otherwise, he could not have survived long enough for him to meet Yang Kai. Now that the Prison Star criminals have rallied together, the participating cultivators have also done the same. If we don't join forces, we will be completely powerless to resist and survive for the remaining 3 months of the Tao Theory Assembly. Ning Dao Ran smiled wryly and continued. I have received news that Lin Feng and several other fellow brothers have gathered together and are preparing to deal with the Prison League. Junior brother Yang, why don't you come with me? The greater our numbers, the greater our strength. Yang Kai frowned slightly. After pondering for a while, he slowly shook his head. No, Before he could finish his sentence, though, a violent force suddenly came from above. There was a series of rumblings as the ground cracked open and their hiding place collapsed around them. A cold sneer rang out. Let's see how much longer you can continue hiding. Shwa shwa shwa. Amidst the falling dirt, several figures rose into the sky. Yang Kai carried Lu Jing while Hui Gu and Ning Dao Ran stood beside him. Looking around, his expression changed slightly. Unbeknownst to him, the people of the Prison League had surrounded this place at some point. There were 8 figures around them, forming a tight encirclement. Yang Kai's expression turned grim, as it was only at this moment that he realized that Ning Dao Ran's whereabouts had long been exposed. Flying past their head earlier was only to buy some time and numb Ning Dao Ran's sense of danger. Judging by the current situation, it was just as Ning Dao Ran had mentioned earlier. The Prison League was moving in unity. Otherwise, it was impossible for 8 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Prison League to appear in this place all at once. It's you. Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch's eyes widened. On the other hand, Blue Flame Heavenly Monarch Xianxia shouted, "This is bad. Quickly form a heaven-sealing earth-locking formation. They never imagined that Yangkai would appear here. They assumed that Ningdao Ran had been alone, but it was too late to set up a formation by the time they realized their mistake. Before they could complete the formation, Yangkai had already urged his space principles to wrap around Ningdao Ran, Huigu, and Lu Jing and vanish out of sight. Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch reached out and grabbed at them only to come up empty-handed, causing him to gnash his teeth furiously. Damn that brat. If not for Yangkai, Ningdao Ran would never have escaped. Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch formed a set of hand seals before turning to look in a certain direction and shouting, "Give chase." His figure shifted, and he took the lead, with the 7 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters quickly following behind. Several hundred kilometers away, 4 figures emerged from the void, and Yangkai began examining Ningdao Ran carefully, puzzling the latter. "Senior Brother Ning, check your body carefully to see if there is anything unusual," Yangkai reminded the other party. He believed that his concealment earlier had been perfect, so there was no reason for their whereabouts to be discovered so easily. Ningdao Ran's expression changed. How could he not know what Yangkai meant? Thus, he quickly surged his divine sense to carefully examine every part of his body. A short while later, his expression changed slightly. "There's a strange mark on my body." If not for Yangkai, he would not have made such a careful search of his body, nor would he have found this mark on his body. "Can you remove it?" Yangkai asked. "I'll try." Ningdao Ran nodded solemnly and focused on controlling his power in an attempt to disperse the mark. Meanwhile, Yangkai continued to wrap his power around the other 3 and escaped into the distance. The 8 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters hurriedly gave chase, but not long after, Huang Quan, who had been leading them, stopped in his tracks with a furious expression. The 7 people behind him looked in his direction. Huang Quan grunted, "The soul tracing mark is gone. They must have found it. What a pity. All our efforts were all in vain." Jin Gang sighed, as he couldn't help cursing the little brat who was proficient in the Tao of space under his breath. That boy had ruined Prison League's plans twice now. "It's fine. We might have failed this time, but we will have other opportunities in the future." Surprisingly, Huang Quan was rather optimistic about the situation. He gently gave a flick of his sleeves and turned around to head back. 10,000 kilometers away, Yangkai, Ningdao Ran, and the others flew forward as swiftly as the wind. Ningdao Ran said, "It's best if you can rethink your decision, junior brother. Many changes have taken place on the prison star recently. I'm afraid the elders never expected this to occur during the Tao Theory Assembly. All we can do is work together and support each other until this is all over so that we can escape this place safely." After experiencing the incident just now, Yangkai decided to follow Ningdao Ran to find Lin Feng and others. Just as Ningdao Ran mentioned, the Prison League was so powerful that nobody could fight back against them alone. The participating cultivators had to follow their example and huddle together to stay warm. Yangkai had his space secret techniques, so he could escape even if he could not win. However, he also had to take care of Lu Jing. He was not sure if he could protect the latter if they fell into critical danger. They traveled for 2 whole days before Ningdao Ran landed on a barren mountain. He checked the surrounding topography and confirmed his position before he took out an incense and lit it. After a short while, a figure suddenly flew over from not far away and landed directly in front of them. He glanced around at Yangkai and the others, only frowning slightly before he turned to Ningdao Ran and cupped his fist. "Greetings, Senior Brother Ning." Ningdao Ran nodded. "Did Brother Lin send you here?" "That's right. Senior Brother asked me to pick you up." "Lead the way." Ningdao Ran nodded lightly. That person glanced at Yangkai and the others again. Although he found their presence strange, he did not say anything and led the way without hesitation. It didn't take long before they entered a cave in the belly of a mountain. The cave was extremely dry, and there was no strange smell in the air. Moreover, the surrounding cave walls were decorated with strange stones that emitted fluorescent light and illuminated the passage of the cave. They followed the man as he took several twists and turns inside the cave. There is no saying how many kilometers they walked before their vision suddenly brightened in front of them, and a large karst cave came into view. At least 100 people were gathered in this place. In addition, there was a group of 9 people standing side by side at the forefront. They were clearly waiting for Ning Dao Rant's arrival. The leader of the group was Lin Feng. Senior brother Ning is here, said the cultivator who led the way earlier. Lin Feng's gaze shifted to look behind Ning Dao Ran. Then he exclaimed in surprise, Yang Kai. Ning Dao Ran said, I met junior brother Yang on the way and invited him to come here with me. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Your reaction seems to say that I'm not very welcome here, brother Lin. Lin Feng coldly snorted, You're already here. Are you going to leave even if I don't welcome you? Yang Kai smiled. Since I'm already here, of course I won't leave. Gu Pan nodded at him lightly from beside Lin Feng. On the other hand, the others were unfamiliar faces to Yang Kai. He did not know which cave heaven or paradise they belonged to, but that was no surprise since he had never encountered them before. The others were also looking at him curiously. Many of them appeared unhappy, but this couldn't be helped. The reason for their participation in the Tao Theory Assembly was that Yang Kai had muddied the waters in the first place. They only followed their respective masters on this trip to see the world and increase their experience. They were only forced to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly when a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Yang Kai suddenly appeared. As a result, things turned sour for them. At this point of the Tao Theory Assembly, the Prison League was running rampant and forcing all of them into hiding. It was a miserable situation, but fortunately, they had gathered a large force now. There were 7 or 8 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among them, though it would still be difficult for them to compete with the veteran 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Prison League. It would be more strange for them to look friendly upon seeing the main culprit behind the entire situation at this moment. Inside the dim cave, the densely packed stars on Yang Kai's wrist twinkled brightly, making them very eye-catching. A group of people stared at his wrist with a mixture of shock and astonishment. The best among them only had 30 or 40 stars at most, which was only half of what Yang Kai had accumulated. Unfortunately, it was difficult to hunt another lone criminal under the current circumstances. In other words, the total achievements that they accumulated so far would basically determine their final rankings in the Tao Theory Assembly. Several people looked at each other with a shocked look in their eyes. One of the slender youths seemed to mull over something for a while before he stepped forward and asked, Brother Lin, are you acquainted with Brother Yang? Lin Feng responded with a look of disgust. We've met before. That person nodded, so that's how it is. Then he turned to look at Hui Gu, who was standing behind Yang Kai. And what is with him? If my guess is correct, he is one of the prison star's criminals, right? Why is he here? The black ring around Hui Gu's wrist was completely different from the golden one the other cultivators wore. Ning Dao Ran explained, This is Grey Bone's heavenly monarch. He has pledged his loyalty to junior brother Yang. There's no need to concern yourselves over him. That person frowned. That being said, there's always a chance. Every single criminal on the prison star is heinous and sly. We must always be on our guard. Brother Zhao is right. This is our hiding place. It would not benefit anybody if the news leaks out and attracts the Prison League. You are welcome to join us, Brother Ning, but Brother Yang and Grey Bone's heavenly monarch. Another person slowly shook his head. The meaning behind his words was as clear as could be. Hui Gu lowered his eyes and said, Huang Quan killed my only loyal subordinate. This monarch cannot live under the same sky as him. Also, this monarch previously snuck into the Prison League under Sir Yang's orders, but my actions were later exposed, so this monarch is nothing but a traitor in the eyes of the Prison League. Zhao Xing shook his head slowly. Are we supposed to take your word for it? Brother Lin, the stakes are very high. It's better not to accept these two into our midst lest they cause trouble for us. It will be too late for regrets by then. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4470, In for a Copper, In for Gold. Ning Dao Rant's expression darkened, and he stepped forward and said, Aren't you making too much out of a small matter? I believe in Brother Yang's character. If not for Brother Yang's help, This Ning would have died at the hands of the Prison League. I would not be alive to stand here today. Xianxia shook his head. Brother Ning, it's not that I'm trying to make trouble. It's just better to be safe than sorry. There's nothing wrong with being cautious. What do you think, Brother Lin? Xianxia turned to look at Lin Feng, clearly trying to force Lin Feng into taking a side. After all, Lin Feng was a huge factor behind the reason why everybody was gathered in this place. He had the most say in the organization formed against the Prison League. Lin Feng quietly said, Yang Kai and I share a life-and-death friendship. Xianxia and the others were stunned by Lin Feng's answer. After seeing the uncongenial interaction between Lin Feng and Yang Kai earlier, they mistakenly assumed that there was some animosity between those two. Who could have expected this answer from Lin Feng? Although it was not a direct answer, Lin Feng's meaning was obvious enough. He trusted Yang Kai. Unable to imagine what kind of experience those two had gone through together, their expressions were rather ugly. All right then, let's vote on whether Brother Yang and Greybone's Heavenly Monarch should remain. There are hundreds of our comrades standing behind me after all. This is related to everybody's safety. This is no small matter, so they should also have the right to express their opinions, Xianxia suggested. No need. Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively. I only came here to escort Brother Ning to this place. Since I brought him here, I'll be taking my leave now. Cupping his fist slightly, he turned around and walked out. Since the people here did not welcome him, then there was no point in staying. The Prison League might be powerful, but he had nothing to worry about thanks to his space secret techniques. Huigu and Lu Jing naturally immediately followed. Ning Dao ran side. Why do so many people in the world only care about profits and try to cheat each other? After saying that, he cupped his fist at Lin Feng and turned around to leave. Before Xianxia and the others had time to reveal their shock, a petite figure slipped past them. It turned out that Gu Pan had run forward. She didn't take many steps before she turned back to look at Lin Feng. What about you, Senior Brother Lin? You go first. Lin Feng nodded lightly. Gu Pan understood and rushed out without another word. Are you satisfied now? Lin Feng looked at Xianxia and the others coldly. What do you mean? The expressions of Xianxia and the others were extremely ugly. They only wanted to chase Yang Kai and Huigu away. How could they have known that Ning Dao ran and Gu Pan would leave with Yang Kai? Do those two have such a good relationship with Yang Kai? Lin Feng coldly snorted. You're on your own. This Lin is leaving too. After saying that, he strode out with his hands behind his back. Xianxia inquired, Brother Lin, where are you going? However, there was no response. Yang Kai led Huigu and Lu Jing back the way they came, and it only took a short while for them to arrive on the surface. Yang Kai was just getting his bearings when he heard Ning Dao ran shouting from behind him, Brother Yang, wait for me. He turned to look behind him in surprise. Brother Ning, you? Ning Dao ran smiled. The values of those short-sighted people are not in line with my own. He looked behind him and added, I'm not the only one. Gu Pan came out from behind and nodded lightly at the two of them. Yang Kai couldn't help chuckling, but before he could say a word to her, he saw Lin Feng appearing behind her. What's with that look? Lin Feng glared at Yang Kai scornfully. Did you think this Lin is an ungrateful person? Yang Kai restrained the look of surprise in his eyes and laughed softly. This is great. Other than Senior Sister Chu and Brother Su, we've all gathered together again. Lin Feng replied lightly. In any case, we're leaving it all to you for the next 3 months. If we encounter anybody from the Prison League, you're responsible for our escape. The others might not know about Yang Kai's methods, but they knew his abilities very well. Back in the grand ancient ruins boundary, he had escaped the pursuit of dozens of divine spirits, even though he was only in the Emperor realm at the time. Now that he was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, it would be impossible for something as trivial as the Prison League to capture him. Yang Kai roared with laughter. Rest assured, I will guarantee your safety. Let's go. We need to find a new hiding place so that we can wait out the last 3 months in peace. Lin Feng suggested. Gu Pan chimed in. I know a place that is very well hidden. We can head there. Then we shall trouble you to lead the way, junior sister, Ning Dao Ran stretched out his hand in a polite gesture. There was a huge uproar back inside the Karst cave. In particular, those below the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm were at a loss for what to do. When they started huddling together, a total of 9 Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters had gathered. It had not been long since these Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters advanced into the Open Heaven realm, but their numbers were not few. It was just enough to defend against the Prison League so that they stood a fighting chance even if they encountered the enemy. Unfortunately, things had taken a sharp turn. 2 Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters had left all at once, leaving only 7 behind. Even Lin Feng, one of the people responsible for organizing this group, had left. It was only natural that the people were unsettled. Most people did not know what happened just now. All they knew was that a group of outsiders had arrived. Following that, the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters seemed to have disagreed about something and caused this situation. Whispered discussions and countless divine sense conversations spread out throughout the cave. "Why are you all chattering away? Shut up!" Zhao Xing shouted furiously, his complexion red with rage. He never imagined that things would end up in this situation either. His original intention was only to force Yang Kai and Hui Gu to leave. Who could have known that Lin Feng and Gu Pan would leave too? It was humiliating that his actions had caused the strength of his faction to weaken considerably. The other Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters were all looking at him, some of them clearly having a measure of blame in their eyes, which only made his anger flare higher. He looked up and coldly snorted, "Don't think I don't know what kind of ideas were going through your heads. You were planning to force Yang Kai to leave and then find an opportunity to kill him to obtain the achievements that he had accumulated. Now that things have gone sour, you're turning around to blame me instead. How is that reasonable?" All the people who spoke up to reject Yang Kai earlier looked embarrassed when he exposed their initial plans. They might not have communicated with each other, but it was undeniable that some of them were eager to act after seeing the abundant number of stars on Yang Kai's wrist. If Yang Kai hailed from one of the cave heavens or paradises, they would never have had such thoughts. However, Yang Kai was from Voidland, so what consequences would befall them even if they actually killed him? "Brother Zhao, there's no point talking about this now. We should think about what to do in the future. Now that Brother Lin and Junior Sister Gu have left, we no longer have enough strength to completely resist the Prison League. Don't forget, the Prison League has 8 veteran Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters." Somebody said, "That's right. Why don't we ask Brother Lin and Junior Sister Gu to come back? As for Yang Kai and Greybone's Heavenly Monarch, there isn't a big problem with them joining," somebody proposed. If they allowed Yang Kai and Hui Gu to join them, then they would have 12 Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters on their side, including Ning Dao Ran. They would have strength comparable to the Prison League, even if they encountered their enemies. A dark light flashed through Zhao Xing's eyes as he coldly said, "So what if you invite them back? It's not like you didn't see the achievements that Yang Kai has accumulated so far. If my guess is correct, he will definitely win the Tao Theory Assembly. If that happens, what would happen to the pride of the cave heavens and paradises?" "Brother Zhao, do you mean?" He grimaced for a moment before he ruthlessly said, "In for a copper, in for a gold." All of them were astonished. They never imagined that Zhao Xing would be so ruthless. However, thinking about it again, there didn't seem to be a better solution to their problems. If they could get rid of Yang Kai, then the winner of the Tao Theory Assembly would definitely be one of them. If that was the case, it was acceptable no matter who won the Tao Theory Assembly. But in this case, we will have to confront Brother Lin and the others, somebody said worriedly. This matter is related to the pride of the cave heavens and paradises. Brother Lin and the others will understand. We cannot afford to delay in this matter. We have to move now, or else it will be too late. After we succeed in this matter, we will find a place to hide. The Prison League might be powerful, but the Prison Star is vast. Moreover, the Tao Theory Assembly will end in 3 months. We only need to hold up until then. Even the people who hesitated earlier were tempted by his words. The 7 of them quickly came to an agreement. Following that, they hurriedly set off together. Outside the cave, Zhao Xing quietly studied the traces left behind in the surroundings before turning to look in a certain direction. After that, he took to the sky, this way. The other 6 quickly followed him. An hour later, Yang Kai was following Gu Pan to her hiding place when he suddenly frowned. He looked back and saw numerous figures wrapped in light chasing after them from behind. Likewise, Lin Feng and Ning Dao Ran soon noticed and turned to look back, surprised by what they saw. What did they want? Lin Feng frowned. Although they were still quite far apart, he was very familiar with those figures. It was obvious that they were his former comrades. They were the newly advanced 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Brother Lin, please wait. Everything just now was a misunderstanding. Please listen to our explanation. Zhao Xing, who was in the lead, shouted loudly. Lin Feng did not doubt Zhao Xing. Thus, he stopped and turned to look back. When he stood there motionless, Yang Kai and the others had no choice but to stop as well. Behind them, Zhao Xing and the others were overjoyed at the sight. They exchanged glances with each other and put more effort into rushing over. As the distance between both parties closed, their 6th Order Open Heaven Realm auras climbed steadily. Ning Dao Ran furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Something's wrong. Even Lin Feng had noticed that something was strange. It felt like these people came chasing after them for a fight, not to make peace. Before he could ask them anything, though, he heard a shout from the leader, Zhao Xing, attack. In an instant, those 7 people turned into 7 separate streams of lights. They acted in accordance with the strategy they discussed before, rushing towards Yang Kai and the others. Before they even arrived, the power of various secret techniques and artifacts blasted out in front of them. Hong, hong, hong. Figures shuttled about, and the power of their small universes collided with each other. A moment later, the violent forces died down abruptly, almost as though everything earlier was nothing but an illusion. However, the chaotic situation immediately became apparent. The 12 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the 2 sides had been separated into 5 different battlefields. Lin Feng, Gu Pan, and Ning Dao Ran were each held up by one person in a face-to-face confrontation. On the other hand, 2 people blocked Hui Gu from left and right. Similarly, there were 2 people standing in front of Yang Kai. One was Zhao Xing, and the other was a young man with a jade-like complexion. Although everybody remained motionless as the auras of their respective small universes flared. Their auras silently collided and suppressed each other, causing the surrounding space to become slightly distorted. As for Lu Jing, he was thrown 1,000 kilometers away by Yang Kai and was now watching the battle from afar, shivering in fear. Martial Peak, Chapter 4471, Why Must You Force Me? What is the meaning of this? Lin Feng looked around with an ugly expression. Senior Brother Lin, please stay out of this. The young man, confronting him, quickly said, Otherwise, this junior brother will be very troubled. Like Lin Feng, he was a core disciple from one of the cave heavens and paradises. As an existence who also advanced directly into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, his strength was on par with Lin Feng's. Hence, they would be evenly matched if it came down to a fight. Neither could defeat the other. Moreover, their actions would simply harm the peace between them. It was not just Lin Feng. Ning Dao Ran and Gu Pan were in similar situations. Only Yang Kai and Hui Gu were each facing 2 newly advanced 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on their own. Upon seeing this situation, how could Lin Feng not know what Zhao Xing and the others were planning? Hui Gu was a veteran 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The cultivators who came to intercept them knew that they were not his opponents on their own. Therefore, they assigned 2 people to stop him. On the other hand, there were also 2 people surrounding Yang Kai. It would seem that the real target of Zhao Xing and the others was Yang Kai. They were all newly advanced 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with less than 100 years of experience, so it was impossible for Yang Kai to come out on top in a 2-on-1 battle. As long as they eliminated Yang Kai, Zhao Xing and the other guy would be free to assist in getting rid of Hui Gu. Even Hui Gu would be in danger if he had to face 4 enemies at once. As for Lin Feng, Ning Dao Ran, and Gu Pan, Lin Feng was not worried. With their forces behind them, Zhao Xing and the others would never kill them unless they wanted to start a war between their respective sects. But were two trivial, newly advanced Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters enough to defeat Yang Kai? Zhao Xing turned to look at Lin Feng. "Brother Lin, please don't be impatient. Just wait by the side for a bit. This Zhao will apologize to you after finishing up here." "You don't understand anything." Lin Feng slowly shook his head. "Stop doing something pointless. Let's end this incident here." Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of space, so such obstructions were simply child's play to him. The truth was that he was perfectly capable of escaping at any time. Unfortunately, Zhao Xing and the others were completely oblivious to that fact and foolishly believed that victory was within their grasp. Zhao Xing replied, "Brother Lin, please have some self-respect. Don't harm the relationship between us fellow brothers." After saying that, he turned to look at Yang Kai and smiled. "Thousand Cranes Paradise, Zhao Xing." The other young man with a jade-like appearance also bowed his head and introduced himself. "Huang and Yi of Pure Yang, Cave Heaven." Yang Kai looked at them with an indifferent and expressionless look on his face. Zhao Xing continued smiling as he asked, "Are you going to kill yourself, or do you want senior brother Huang and I to kill you instead? If you choose to kill yourself, you can choose a comfortable way to die. You'll get to keep a whole corpse, and I guarantee that your body will be brought back and delivered to Voidland for burial. But if senior brother Huang and I take action, I cannot guarantee how much of your corpse will be left." Huang and he followed up, "I do not wish to attack you either, not unless there is no other choice. We might all be Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but we are from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. It will be bad for our reputation if word spreads that we killed you in a 2-on-1 fight. It's a pity." He glanced at the stars on Yang Kai's wrist and slowly shook his head. "The tree which rises too far above the forest is bound to be destroyed by the wind." "Huh." Yang Kai looked up at the sky and let out a soft sigh. His expression seemed rather annoyed. How irritating. Zhao Xing and Huang and Yi were stunned to hear those words. Zhao Xing laughed. "You're right. There are certainly many troublesome matters in the world. Grievances, fame, and fortune entangle people's hearts. Only death will liberate you from them. Since you've already understood this point, then why do you still hesitate? Do you want to force senior brother Huang and I to take action? You are seriously annoying." Yang Kai lowered his head and furrowed his brow deeply, looking bitter and resentful. Zhao Xing's expression darkened slightly. "Yang Kai, don't refuse our kindness and force our hand. We are being considerate of your identity as a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, which is why we don't want to make things too difficult for you. Don't sully the magnanimity that senior brother Huang and I are showing you. Kill yourself quickly, otherwise senior brother Huang and I will be taking action." "You're all so damn annoying." Yang Kai let out a low growl. Abruptly stepping forward, he suddenly lifted his lowered head and a horrifying light burst out his eyes, almost as blinding as two suns. He looked very aggressive, and at the same time, an indescribable hostility mixed with murderous intent poured out of him. "I never wanted to make things difficult for you people from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. So why must you force me?" Zhao Xing's expression changed slightly as he shouted through gritted teeth, "Stubborn fool! Attack!" As soon as those words left his mouth, he took the lead and charged towards Yang Kai. Huang and he did not hesitate either and quickly followed Zhao Xing's example. They might come from different sects, but their cultivations were both equally profound. At this moment, they cooperated flawlessly. Their figures were like two spinning tops as they crossed and flowed around each other. One person slammed a palm out while the other blasted out with a punch. The world force of two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters surged from their attacks and loomed down upon Yang Kai. Their attacks were merciless, showing their ruthless intent to kill. The truth was that they could not afford to hold back either. It had not been long since their advancement, so they were not too familiar with controlling their strength. As a result, whenever they attacked, they could only attack with all their strength. Yangkai let out a low roar, and the power of his small universe erupted. Both his hands turned into a barrage of fist shadows that flew into the sky to meet their attacks. Hong, hong, hong. World force collided and exploded into turmoil. Even with the suppression of the prison star grand array, the surrounding space shattered like a broken mirror. One could only imagine how much more violent the situation would be without the suppression of the grand array. Immediately after that, two figures were sent flying backwards like paper kites while simultaneously coughing up blood in midair. All but one present was shocked by the sight. Staring blankly at the two people who had been sent flying, they wondered if there was something wrong with their eyes. They originally thought that the cooperation between Zhao Xing and Huang and Yi was bound to defeat Yangkai. After all, everybody had only just advanced into the sixth order open heaven realm. Nobody should be much stronger than the other. If two people joined forces, then it was impossible for a lone person to be their opponent. However, reality turned out to be very difficult for them to accept. The ones who were sent flying and spitting up blood turned out to be Zhao Xing and Huang and Yi instead. Lin Feng's eyes bulged while Gu Pan and Ning Dao stared in shock. Only Hui Gu, who was stuck between two sixth-order open heaven realm masters, seemed to have expected this outcome and slowly shook his head. The young and ignorant are truly fearless. He had personally witnessed how Yang Kai killed Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch. Even a veteran sixth-order open heaven realm master like Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch had failed to last more than a few breaths against Yang Kai before dying miserably. Therefore, he simply could not understand where these young and newly advanced sixth-order open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises got their confidence to attack this freak. Were they just sick of living? It was precisely because Huigu had already anticipated this outcome that he had not been worried seeing Yangkai being besieged by two newly advanced sixth-order open heaven realm masters. How is this possible? Zhao Xing looked absolutely shocked. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and the small universe in his body shook violently. Just now, he had exchanged hundreds of blows with Yangkai, and he had suffered a loss every single time. Moreover, his small universe had suffered a heavy shock with every single blow. There was only one possibility for such an outcome to occur. The heritage of Yangkai's small universe was vastly superior to his own. That was the only reason for such a one-sided outcome. A veteran sixth-order open heaven realm master like Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch might have been able to achieve an effect to this level, but Yangkai, he had only advanced to the sixth-order open heaven realm recently. Moreover, Yangkai's time since his advancement should be shorter than his own since Zhao Xing had at least 10 years since he broke through. Before the thought finished forming in Zhao Xing's head, he felt his vision going hazy for a moment. Then, he looked up and felt his soul nearly leap out from his body. Yangkai had appeared right in front of him at some point. They were so close that their faces were practically touching. "Why must you force me?" Scorching hot air blew out of Yangkai's nostrils. Zhao Xing's pupils contracted to the size of a needle. Without the slightest hesitation, he threw a punch in Yangkai's direction with all his strength. Unfortunately, the exchange just now had thrown his small universe into turmoil. Not only was he completely powerless to attack at this moment, but he could barely even draw out any world force from his small universe. Yangkai grabbed Zhao Xing by the fist. Standing in front of Zhao Xing, he shouted fiercely, "Are you going to continue forcing me?" While speaking, he punched forward and hit Zhao Xing squarely in the chest. Kacha! The sound of Zhao Xing's ribs breaking echoed through the air. The clothes on his back exploded apart, and a portion of his back bulged outward. The flow of blood coming out of his mouth became increasingly heavy as stars danced in his vision. It felt as though an extremely brutal force had slammed right into his small universe and nearly shaken it apart. "I'm not his opponent. I'm not his opponent at all." Zhao Xing started to panic. The heritage of the other party's small universe was countless times stronger than his own, and if things continue at this rate, he would surely die. Raising his hand, he beckoned at something behind Yangkai. "I guess you won't regret your actions unless you see your coffin." If that's the case, I will show you what true terror means. I will show you what real strength is. Xianxia's fist transformed into a flurry of fish shadows that slammed into Xiaoxing's chest. Xiaoxing's hand remained held high in the air as he shouted at Huang and Yi, who stood dumbfounded behind Xianxia. Save me. Brother Yang, show mercy. Lin Feng shouted, his expression changing drastically. Ning Daoren also came back to his senses and hurriedly yelled, Brother Yang, don't be impulsive. Everything had happened too quickly. They initially thought that Xianxia would have no choice but to flee with Xiaoxing and Huang, and Yi teaming up against him. Who could have known that he would simply crush them in a head-on clash? With just a few kicks and punches, Xianxia had already completely destroyed his two opponents' ability to resist, which is why it took them some time to recover from their shock. Seeing that the situation was turning dire, they quickly began shouting to stop Xianxia. Xiaoxing was a core disciple of Thousand Cranes Paradise, so his status was equal to their own. There would be huge trouble if Xianxia killed him here. After all, the murder of a Paradise's core disciple would surely cause huge consequences and great upheaval. Xianxia stopped, his scalding fists raised before him. His expression was fierce and brutal. When he looked behind him, he saw Huang and he looking pale with shock. Then, he glanced at Xiaoxing's raised arm and quietly asked, You were asking for help? You should have said so sooner. I thought you were still trying to fight back. Pooh! Xiaoxing vomited up blood, and his aura weakened abruptly. Pathetic weakling. Xianxia cast a sideways glance at Xiaoxing and slowly drifted backwards before lowering his head to look at his fists with a sorrowful expression. This is all so annoying. I've created another grudge with somebody else again. Back then, Xianxia had been forced into a corner and had no choice but to break through to the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm in front of the 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. His actions finally allowed him to escape the eyes of the cave heavens and paradises that had been targeting him. But now he had thrashed a core disciple from Thousand Cranes Paradise, which would probably generate a new grudge. Xianxia couldn't help feeling deeply distressed. He hadn't wanted to make a move against anybody, but there was always somebody forcing his hand. The newly advanced Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who flew over to kill Xianxia were all frozen in shock. They made a foolproof plan before they departed. 3 people were assigned to stop Lin Feng Gupan, Ning Daoren, and Gu Pan, while 2 others were assigned to suppress Huigu. Meanwhile, Xiaoxing and Huang and Yi were tasked with dealing with Xianxia. Once they killed Xianxia, they would then kill Huigu. Once they were done, they would successfully complete their mission. Afterwards, they planned to find a hiding place to conceal themselves for the next 3 months until the Tao Theory assembly ended. It was just that the situation in front of them right now was completely different from what they had imagined, and they were at a loss for what to do. Martial Peak, Chapter 4472, Collapse. Move! Lin Feng shoved the sluggish young man, blocking his way aside, and rushed over to Xiaoxing. He helped Xiaoxing up and reached out to examine his aura quickly before his expression changed drastically. Ning Daoren also came over hurriedly and asked nervously, How is he? Lin Feng's expression was grim as he swiftly took out a bottle of spirit pills. He opened the bottle and pried Xiaoxing's mouth open before pouring the entire bottle into his mouth. Be that as it may, blood continued to gush out of Xiaoxing's mouth. He couldn't even swallow the spirit pills. Lin Feng tried multiple times, but his attempts were all unsuccessful. All of a sudden, Xiaoxing's turbid eyes shone with a horrifying light. He grabbed Lin Feng by the arm and sputtered, Avenge me! After saying that, something seemed to escape his body rapidly. His body might not have changed much, but the scene resembled a balloon that had been popped. A dense world force swept throughout their surroundings. All the rest of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the cave heavens and paradises turned pale at the sight. His small universe collapsed. Not far away, Huang and he murmured in a daze. They might not have witnessed something like this before, but that did not stop them from recognizing the phenomenon. The small universe in Xiaoxing's body had collapsed. That was the only reason for this phenomenon, where the world force had dissipated so violently, to occur. Since the root of an open heaven realm master lay in their small universe, the only ending following its collapse was death. The escaping world force slowly calmed down. When they looked over again, Xiaoxing was completely devoid of life. His two eyes were glaring forward furiously. Embers of hatred remained burning in his pale orbs, seemingly not yet extinguished. Xiaoxing had died. A core disciple of Thousand Cranes Paradise, Xiaoxing, was dead. In a direct clash with Yang Kai, it had taken less than a dozen breaths for him to be beaten so badly that his small universe collapsed, and he died. Lin Feng and Ning Dao looked at each other and saw the deep worry in each other's eyes. Even Yang Kai was stunned. He never imagined that the other party would be so weak as to succumb to a few punches. It was not like he had planned to kill anybody, but it seemed he used a little too much strength. In reality, since his advancement into the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm until now, Yang Kai had fought many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm masters, but all of them had been veterans like Mao Zhe and Zhu Xian, so their small universes were far more robust. There might be no match for him, but they could still exchange a few hundred blows with him at least. Are all newly advanced Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm masters so weak? Upon further consideration, Yang Kai realized that the small universes in the bodies of these newly advanced Open Heaven Realm master weren't even stable yet, so it was certainly easy for them to collapse under a violent bombardment. This was all a big accident, but now that things had reached this point, Yang Kai's gaze turned solemn as he shot a look at Huigu. Huigu immediately felt his heart clench at the sight as he understood Yang Kai's intentions. He wanted to silence all the witnesses. Lin Feng immediately noticed the spike in Yang Kai's murderous intent. Seeing the look on Yang Kai's, his expression changed drastically and he shouted to the crowd, "Why are you still standing there?" Ning Dao also quickly reacted. Still in a state of shock, he stood in front of Yang Kai and blocked his sight while shouting, "Brother Yang, please calm yourself." "Moo!" Yang Kai glared at Ning Dao aggressively. A faint sheen of sweat oozed out of Ning Dao's forehead, but he did not budge as he earnestly said, "Brother Yang, don't be impulsive. If you really do this, then everything will be over." The newly advanced Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm masters around them were still in a state of shock after witnessing Xiaoxing's death. None of them could recover so quickly. Lin Feng was both furious and anxious as he yelled, "Do you all want to die? Why are you still standing there?" While speaking, he tossed Xiaoxing's corpse at Huang and Yi and urged them desperately scram. Huang and Yi hurriedly caught Xiaoxing's corpse and finally returned to his senses as he felt Yang Kai's murderous intent locked firmly onto him. It was difficult not to notice. Hence, his expression changed immediately. Carrying Xiaoxing's corpse in his arms, he hurriedly escaped. Only then did the rest of the newly advanced Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm masters snap back to the present, each of them transforming into a stream of light that swiftly escaped. Lin Feng stood up and walked over to Yang Kai. Stopping next to Ning Dao, he stared straight into Yang Kai's eyes and declared, "Brother Yang, if you really wish to silence the witnesses, then please start with Brother Ning and I. Rest assured, we will not resist. Since we left the grand ancient ruins boundary, we have both owed you our lives. We will just be repaying our life debt to you." Yang Kai glared at Lin Feng coldly as the latter returned his stare without revealing any weaknesses. After a while, Yang Kai closed his eyes and took a deep breath. By the time he opened his eyes again, the sharp light in them had faded and only a sea of warmth remained. Smiling, he shook his head and spoke. "What nonsense are you two thinking?" Lin Feng breathed out a sigh of relief. "I'm glad you reconsidered." While Lin Feng looked calm, he could still feel cold sweat dripping down his back. Judging from the way Yang Kai killed Xiaoxing just now, both he and Ning Dao would definitely not be able to stop Yang Kai even if they worked together. Lin Feng sighed once more before speaking earnestly. "Please don't blame us. We were only acting in your best interests. Killing Xiaoxing might not be a trivial matter, but there could still be room for maneuver if he is the only one. On the other hand, there will be no going back if you actually slaughter the rest. I know. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Su Linggong had announced that deaths would not be questioned during the Tao Theory Assembly, and that there was to be no resentment, no matter who died on the prison star. Be that as it may, those words were mere words. If any of the cave heavens and paradise's core disciples were to die, the great forces behind them would never let the matter go. Zhao Xing was a core disciple of Thousand Cranes Paradise and a genius who advanced directly to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Given enough time, he could have become one of the pillars of Thousand Cranes Paradise. However, he died at Yang Kai's hands. The grudge that formed between them was bound to run deep. This was an accident, as Yang Kai never intended to kill Zhao Xing, but what was done was done. Yang Kai looked down at his wrist and saw nearly 80 stars. He originally had close to 70 stars, while Zhao Crossing had approximately 30. Following Zhao Xing's death, his achievements had been transferred to the others who were close by. Yang Kai was not the only person standing next to Zhao Xing earlier, so both Lin Feng and Ning Dao Ran gained an equal share. Such great achievements would basically guarantee Yang Kai the top spot in the Tao Theory Assembly. Hence, there was nothing else he needed to do now. All that was left was to sit back and wait. Let's go. Yang Kai composed his emotions and gathered the others. Killing Zhao Xing might have been an accident, but he was destined to have a feud with Thousand Cranes Paradise now. He could not imagine how powerful the heritage of a paradise would be. However, it was a little crazy to think that he could stop them with his current cultivation as a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Strength. I need even greater strength. Unfortunately, what Yang Kai needed at his level of cultivation in order to get stronger was time. Refining open heaven pills and resources of various orders all required great amounts of time. He couldn't accomplish much overnight. The hidden place Gu Pan mentioned was located in the middle of a mountain range. There was a hidden cave at the foot of a certain mountain, one that was almost impossible to notice unless one was searching carefully. After entering the cave and walking for several kilometers, they arrived at a kind of utopia. The scenery in this place was extremely beautiful and peaceful. Therefore, they settled in and quietly waited for the Tao Theory Assembly to end. As time passed, Yang Kai and the others would occasionally gather together to drink tea or discuss the Tao or exchange various secret techniques. Regardless of the changes in the outside world, they lived in peace. They were all newly advanced Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so it was only natural that they had many common topics to discuss. Besides, exchanging their respective cultivation experiences allowed everybody to gain something from each other. Hui Gu was a veteran Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and the amount of time he spent in this realm was several times longer than the rest of them combined, so he naturally had far more say when it came to matters of cultivation in this realm. His occasional guidance would also give Yang Kai and the others flashes of inspiration. Although Yang Kai was much stronger than Lin Feng and the others, they came from various cave heavens and paradises. Hence, they had come into contact with many things that he had never heard of before. Yang Kai learned many interesting things over the months of their interaction. On a certain day, the people chatting away happily suddenly stiffened in surprise and looked down at their golden wristbands. A distinct wave of spiritual energy was now pulsing from these wristbands. They lowered their heads to perceive the phenomenon and immediately realized they had received a divine sense message. The Tao Theory Assembly is finally ending. Lin Feng slowly got to his feet. There's another half a month's time before the exit opens, but we should start making preparations. Needless to say, nobody had any objections. As there was nothing to pack, they simply prepared to set off on their journey a short while later. Huigu sent them off, as he had no way to follow them on this trip, since he was still considered a prison star criminal. Nevertheless, he had written his name down on the loyalty list, so he believed that Yang Kai would not ignore him. Wait here for a while. I will talk to the people of Inyang Cave Heaven later to negotiate your freedom, Yang Kai instructed. I will obey your orders, sir. Huigu responded with a bow. Lin Feng, Ning Dao Ran, and Gu Pan watched quietly from the side. If they had not witnessed Yang Kai's strength for themselves, it would have been difficult for them to understand why a veteran Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would be so obedient towards him. At first, they believed that Hui Gu had struck up a deal with Yang Kai to cooperate with each other in exchange for something. It was not until later that they realized the truth. These two had a master-servant relationship between them. "Let's go," Yang Kai called out, wrapping his energy around Lu Jing before he rose into the sky. Su Yingxuan mentioned that the Prison Star Grand Array's exit would open once more when the one-year period was up. Moreover, the location of the exit was specified in the Divine Sense message from earlier. For that reason, what they needed to do was to rush to the location and arrive within the time limit. They set off half a month in advance, so there was no urgency in terms of time. As they soared across the sky, the small group saw some of the cultivators participating in the Tao Theory assembly flying out from their hiding places to follow behind them. These participating cultivators had remained in hiding all this while, probably to avoid Prison League's hunt. It was only natural for them to quickly follow along when they noticed several Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters leading the way forward. Joining this powerful group would give them a sense of security. Otherwise, it basically had no power to resist if they encountered the Prison League along the way. Yang Kai and the others ignored these people since they were only following at a distance and did not dare to approach too closely. More than 10 days later, Yang Kai's group finally arrived at the specified location. There was a large rock that had been cut smooth to form something similar to a platform there, and it seemed the exit would appear above it. It was just that there was not a single person around a glance. However, it was revealed that many people were hiding nearby when they scanned the area. It was obvious that many people had arrived in advance, but they did not dare to reveal themselves easily, choosing to remain in hiding. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4473, You Can't Touch Him. Yang Kai and the others landed directly on the platform. Then, they each found a spot and sat down cross-legged. Their arrival could be considered early. After all, there were still 3 days left until the return passage opened. As time passed, more and more cultivators arrived, most of them in small groups that simply decided to wait nearby. Meanwhile, the cultivators who came early and concealed their presences gradually revealed themselves. At first, Yang Kai was vigilant as to whether the Prison League would make a move, but in the end, and to his surprise, they did not show up. Even Huang and Yi and the rest were nowhere to be seen. There was no saying where they were hiding. 3 days later, the entire prison star rumbled noticeably. Everybody looked up to see a rainbow bridge swiftly spreading out across the sky. One end of the rainbow bridge connected to the depths of the void while the other end extended above the platform. Yang Kai, Lin Feng, and the others glanced at each other and nodded lightly. "It's finally over." Yang Kai stood up and, bringing Lu Jing with him, he was the first to step onto the rainbow bridge. Just like when he was first transported into the prison star, he immediately felt the world spinning around him. His vision distorted and changed rapidly, and by the time he recovered, he had already appeared in the palace square where he first departed from. There were a dozen or so chairs lined up on the stage above the palace square. Moreover, there was a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master from the various cave heavens and paradises sitting in each chair. The one sitting in the center was none other than Su Linggong. Oh! Su Linggong couldn't help looking surprised to see that the first person to return was Yang Kai. Although being the first to return did not represent anything, being the first to step on the Rainbow Bridge under those circumstances was undoubtedly a symbol of strength. This brat's performance seems to be rather unexpected. Su Linggong nodded lightly. Speaking of which, he might have forced Yang Kai to enter the Tao Theory Assembly, but he had not expected much from him. He simply did not want to wrong his own disciple. Chu Huashang was a core disciple who advanced directly into the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm after all. Even if she married somewhere else, she had to marry a young, handsome man whose aptitude was equal to hers. How could those old men whose lifetime limit was the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm dare to covet her? The purpose of making special arrangements for Yang Kai was to disrupt the plans of the other cave heavens and paradises. Su Linggong wanted to force them into a position where they had to dispatch their core disciples to participate in the event, and his plan had worked perfectly. After those rising stars participated in the event, the level and quality of the Tao Theory assembly immediately increased by a large margin. At the same time, Yin Yang Cave Heaven's pride was also protected. The only thing that remained uncertain was who would win the top spot in this event. Lin Feng, Ning Dao Ran, and Gu Pan emerged closely behind Yang Kai. Afterwards, numerous figures appeared. They were all cultivators who participated in the Tao Theory assembly. Soon, the square was filled with people. Divine senses surged as the elders of the great forces quietly questioned their juniors about the results of this event and whether or not their juniors sustained any injuries. On the other hand, the elders whose juniors and disciples did not appear couldn't help feeling anxious and worried. The prison star was not a forgiving place, and every single criminal locked up inside was heinous and evil. If anything were to happen in that place, the outcome would most likely be death. For the next hour, more than 100 people gathered in the square. At this point, the number of cultivators returning from the prison star had obviously reduced to an infrequent trickle. There was even a long period where not a single person came back. Many elders who led their disciples here became increasingly solemn. If their juniors failed to appear after so long, then it could only mean that they were dead. The manner in which the Tao Theory assembly was conducted had been completely out of their expectations. If they had known that the Tao Theory assembly would be held on the prison star, they would never have brought their juniors here. It was a pity that Su Linggong's last-moment changes to the Tao Theory assembly were something that nobody could have predicted. Not only were many of the elders of the second-class great forces who led their teams here looking grim, but even the high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters sitting in the dozen or so chairs above the square were starting to look solemn. This couldn't be helped, though, as out of more than dozen or so core disciples of the Cave Heavens and Paradises, only 3 had come out so far. The others were nowhere to be seen. This doesn't make any sense. Su Linggong maintained a smile on the surface, but his heart was pounding like a beating drum inside. He had mentioned that the Tao Theory assembly was not a game, and that the participants would be responsible for their own lives. Nevertheless, he would be held partially responsible for this incident due to his position as the organizer of the Tao Theory assembly if so many core disciples of the Cave Heavens and Paradises had lost their lives on the prison star. Just as he was hesitating over whether to send Su Yingshui to question Yang Kai about the situation in the prison star, the rainbow bridge connecting to the prison star suddenly fluctuated again. Su Linggong was stunned by the sight. This phenomenon could only mean that somebody was returning from the prison star. In addition, there were quite a number of them. In the next moment, numerous figures appeared in the square, as many as 100 of them in total. Most of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters were filled with a slight sense of relief, and their nerves finally relaxed when they saw their core disciples. On the contrary, one of them stood up abruptly. His eyes widened as he looked down with an expression of disbelief. Then, he rushed into the crowd with a shift of his figure. The aura of a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm master spread out unchecked, and the participating cultivators who just returned were immediately pushed off balance by the impact. Those who were slightly weaker went pale, and blood leaked out of the corner of their mouths. Martial uncles Huang, and he called out sorrowfully. The elderly man in front of him was somebody he recognized as an inner elder of Thousand Cranes Paradise, as well as Zhao Xing's honored master. Zuoquan Hui stared blankly at the corpse in Huang and Yi's arms, and after reaching out to check for Zhao Xing's aura, his body trembled slightly and his slightly short figure seemed to droop considerably. Who did this? Although he asked lightly, Huang and Yi could sense the suppressed rage in Zuoquan Hui's voice. It felt like a volcano that was about to erupt was hidden in his chest. Voidland's Yang Kai. Huang and Yi pointed out Yang Kai in the crowd. Zuoquan Hui abruptly turned around, his eyes crimson. Like a wild beast that was about to devour its prey, his gaze crossed over the crowd to fix fiercely upon Yang Kai's body. His gaze was so sharp that he could almost slice through space all by itself. Dying. Without any hesitation, he reached out his hand towards Yang Kai and roared. Following a violent surge of the world force, Huang and Yi, who had been standing beside Zuoquan Hui, went pale with fright and was sent flying from the fallout. Faced with the furious assault of a veteran 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Yang Kai simply stood there indifferently and did not bother to move a single muscle. In contrast, Lin Feng, Ning Dao Ran, and Gu Pan swiftly came to stand in front of Yang Kai, surging their respective strength as they pushed their palms forward. Lin Feng shouted, "Senior, please calm down. Get out of my way, juniors." Zuoquan Hui roared furiously. World Force flared, and at the same time, he slammed his palm at Lin Feng and the others once each. His actions were as quick as lightning, but fortunately, he was not completely blinded by his rage. His attacks might be overpowering, but they were not meant to kill Lin Feng and the others. Hong, hong, hong. Lin Feng and the others quickly retreated backwards, their complexions deathly pale. After repelling Lin Feng and the others, Zuoquan Hui's moves became much more violent. He reached out his large hand, like a claw that covered the entire sky. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. "This is Inyang Cave Heaven." Su Linggong stood there like a mountain, his clothes flapping wildly as his hair that was tied behind his head flew about. He lightly clenched one fist and slowly pushed it out. "Why are you acting so presumptuously?" "Hong!" There was a loud explosion, and Su Linggong's figure slumped slightly. On the other hand, Zuoquan Hui was forced several meters back through the air. Both were 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who had advanced many years ago, so the difference in their strength was not very apparent. This exchange of blows had ended in a draw. Zuoquan Hui felt his rage surging. His most precious and prized legacy disciple had been killed. Hence, his eyes were dyed red with rage. Even though Su Linggong blocked his charge, he continued forward recklessly, only to be stopped by Su Linggong once more. On the other hand, the elders of Lin Feng and the other two received divine sense messages from their juniors. Although they were not certain about the exact situation inside the prison star, they could tell that these three were connected to Zhao Xing's death. What's more, the fact that Lin Feng and the others had stood up to stop Zuoquan Hui made it difficult for them to remain on the sidelines. 3 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters leaped forward and worked together with Su Linggong to stop Zuoquan Hui. One of them said, "Brother Zua, calm down. Don't embarrass yourself in front of the juniors." "That's right. Brother Zua, stop for a moment. It's not too late to act after getting the full story." Zuoquan Hui was in a 4-against-1 situation, so how could he win? His several attempts were fruitless, so he was so furious that he roared. All of a sudden, his hostile gaze swept over Su Linggong and the other three. "Are you all really going to stop me?" Su Linggong quickly said, "It is not that this old master wants to stop you, but rather that you are acting too outrageously. Don't forget, this is Inyang Cave Heaven, not Thousand Cranes Paradise." Zuoquan Hui pointed at Yang Kai, standing at the back. "That little bastard killed my disciple." Su Linggong snorted. "One is responsible for their own life during the Tao Theory Assembly. You should have been mentally prepared for Zhao Xing to be killed when you let him join. Stop being a hypocrite. If your disciple had been killed instead, you would not be spouting such nonsense." Su Linggong replied, "My disciple would not be such a waste." Zuoquan Hui felt his rage ready to explode. The blood in his chest churned, and a sweetness filled his throat, nearly causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. "Su Linggong, hand that brat to me, and this Zua will owe you a favor." Su Linggong glanced back at Yang Kai, while Yang Kai just grinned back at him, looking so calm that it made his stomach sick. Damn it, isn't this brat too good at causing trouble? How could he dare to kill a core disciple of Thousand Cranes Paradise? Who gave him the courage? If you're going to kill him, then you should have made sure it couldn't be traced back to you. Don't let somebody catch hold of your weakness. This matter just had to be exposed here. For a time, Su Linggong was not sure whether arranging for Yang Kai to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly had been worth it now. Still, he turned back and declared he came to participate in Inyang Cave Heaven's Tao Theory Assembly. His actions are within the rules of the Tao Theory Assembly, so Inyang Cave Heaven will bear responsibility for the consequences. You want to protect him still? Zuoquan Hui shouted. Su Ling Gong glared at Zuoquan Hui coldly. You can't touch him. For eyes met as vague sparks filled the air. After a long while, Zuoquan Hui finally nodded. Good. Let's see how long you can protect him for then. I will remember this, boy. Sooner or later, this monarch will twist your head off. While speaking, he came to Huang and Yi's side and took Xiaoxing's corpse with trembling hands. Following that, he soared into the sky and left. It was obvious that he did not wish to stay here for another moment longer. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4474. How could it be him? So Quan Hui's legacy disciple had been killed. He had completely fallen out with Su Linggong just now, and he was unable to kill his enemy, who was right in front of him. It was no surprise that he was in no mood to stay. Su Linggong did not stop Zuoquan Hui and simply watched until his figure disappeared out of sight before he coldly snorted, "Continue." With a leap of his figure, he returned to his seat. Likewise, the elders of Lin Feng and the others also returned to their seats upon seeing that the situation had calmed down. On the other hand, many participating cultivators in the palace square were looking at Yang Kai in horror. They might not have known what happened before, but how could they remain ignorant now? It turned out that Zhao Xing of Thousand Cranes Paradise had been killed. Voidland's Yang Kai. How could he be so bold? Even the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters sitting on the stage were looking at Yang Kai with displeasure. Zhao Xing might be a member of Thousand Cranes Paradise, but throughout history, the Cave Heavens and Paradises had always been staunch allies. If Yang Kai dared to kill Zhao Xing, then it meant that he dared to kill anyone. It was only natural that they found a person like that displeasing. Ignoring all the strange looks from the crowd, Yang Kai continued to stand there motionlessly. Lin Feng and the other two approached him once more while Ning Dao ran sent him a divine sense message. Brother Yang, you must be careful in the future. Zuoquan Hui is Zhao Xing's honored master, and he will never let this matter go. Yang Kai nodded lightly. I know. It was precisely because of this that he wanted to silence the witnesses to his crime back then. But judging from the current situation, he might not have been able to kill every single one of them, even if he attacked them at the time. These Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters all had their respective methods to protect themselves, so they were not that easy to kill, and news would have leaked out eventually. Acting rashly would only have caused feuds with even more of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Following the return of those 100 or so people, the Rainbow Bridge became quiet once more. Nobody else returned after that. As a result, Elder Zhua Bukun of Myriad Demons Heaven, Elder Yu Huan of Xin Yuan Cave Heaven, and Elder Lu Zhenyang of Azure Nether Paradise looked very solemn. This couldn't be helped, as more than a dozen Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises had participated in the Tao Theory Assembly. Excluding Zhao Xing, who was killed, all the others had basically returned except for the disciples of these three sects. The situation with Myriad Demons Heaven was not too bad, as the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm disciple known as Mo Sheng had returned from the prison star and was currently standing quietly among the crowd. Zhuobu Kun secretly sent a transmission and questioned Mo Sheng about the situation. Then, his expression became even more gloomy. He learned from Mo Sheng that Pei Wenxian and Yin Xen Zhao had been ambushed by many Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Prison League, and their fate was uncertain. Meanwhile, Mo Sheng was lucky enough to escape alive. After waiting for another half an hour, Zhuobu Kun and the others could no longer sit still when they saw that nobody else was returning. The three of them pressured Su Linggong to allow them to enter the prison star in person so that they could search for traces of Pei Wenxian, Yin Xen Zhao, and the others. Su Linggong reassured them repeatedly, all while murmuring to himself in his heart, "Those bastards on the prison star better not have been ignorant enough to dare to kill the core disciples of the Cave Heavens and Paradises." An unexpected incident had already occurred earlier, but only Zhao Xing had died in that incident. If Pei Wenxian and the others had died on the prison star as well, then the Tao Theory Assembly would turn into a huge disaster. Su Linggong could withstand the pressure from Thousand Cranes Paradise if it was alone. But if 3 more sects were added, things would become untenable. He would probably be punished by Inyang Cave Heaven as a result. He secretly regretted his actions, as it seemed he had overplayed his hand in this Tao Theory Assembly. In order to appease Zhuobu Kun and the other elders, he quickly sent Su Yingshui and Qin Kuei to the prison star to inquire about the situation. Those two rushed into the Rainbow Bridge and returned together not long afterwards. Su Yingshui whispered something in Su Linggong's ear, which caused him to nod lightly. With his expression relaxed considerably, Su Linggong turned around and said something to Zhuobu Kun and the others. Only then did Zhuobu Kun and the others calm down. Good. The Tao Theory Assembly ends here. You've all worked hard for the past year, so it is now time to examine the results. Let's see who obtained the top spot in the Tao Theory Assembly. Su Linggong sat upright in his chair, and after his speech, he gave a slight wave of his hand. Inyang Cave Heaven disciples who had been prepared in advance flew down immediately and landed in the square. They each cast secret techniques to remove the golden wristbands around the participants' wrists and record their achievements. Compared with their original number, the surviving participants had been reduced by more than half, with those missing almost certainly having died on the prison star. The elders who brought their juniors to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly couldn't help looking sad and gloomy. Most of the second-class great forces had originally hoped to ride on the coattails of Inyang Cave Heaven and soar straight to success. That was why they had brought the most elite cultivators from their respective sects to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly. With the number of people who died on the prison star, though, it could be said that their losses were heavy. But who could have known that Su Linggong would play such tricks during the Tao Theory Assembly that was only held to choose a husband for Chu Huashan? It was too late for regrets now. An incense stick later, all the scores have been counted, with the golden wristbands having been retrieved and placed on a table in front of many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. The dozen or so high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters swept a glance over the golden wristbands and quickly noticed the one with the most stars. The main reason was that the number of stars on this golden wristband was so high that the others couldn't even compare. There was no need to search carefully at all. It looks like the top spot belongs to this person. Su Linggong chuckled, turning to look around him. I wonder which sect this junior belongs to. Many of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters smiled reservedly as one of them said, "We'll know once we check." In their opinion, it was impossible for their disciples to marry into Inyang Cave Heaven even if they took the top spot. They were forced to send their core disciples to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly, but it was simply to preserve everybody's face. Core disciples who advanced directly into the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm were potential 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who would willingly let go of such talents. As for how things would end, if one of their core disciples obtained the top spot, it was bound to be an argument with Inyang Cave Heaven. In any case, they all had long lives, so bickering for several hundred or even thousands of years was not a problem. They could even use this kind of argument to relieve their boredom. Su Linggong smiled faintly. How could he not know what these people were thinking? Be that as it may, these core disciples had participated in the Tao Theory Assembly and would be named to Inyang Cave Heaven's son-in-law if they won the top spot. How could he allow any objections or resistance? Even if he had to use force, he would make sure that the person remained here. As such, he grabbed the golden wristband and looked inside it. 2 large characters printed on the golden wristband entered his vision, and the smile on his face abruptly stiffened. How can it be him? Su Linggong was absolutely stunned. When the golden wristbands were being recovered, the Inyang Cave Heaven disciples in charge of recovering them were tasked with engraving the names of the participants onto them. Each golden wristband corresponded to only one person, so there could be no mistakes. In other words, the name and score recorded on this golden wristband was completely accurate. Brother Su seems to have been met with quite a pleasant surprise. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master who spoke up earlier couldn't help making a joke when he saw the strange expression on Su Linggong's face. At the same time, he glanced at the golden wristband in Su Linggong's hand and immediately looked stunned at the result. The two large characters on the golden wristband shone so brightly with a golden light that he nearly couldn't open his eyes. Who is it? Who took the top spot? Somebody else looked over curiously. Everybody who saw the results couldn't help falling silent and wrinkling their brow. The reason why they sent their core disciples to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly was to prevent this exact situation. But contrary to their expectations, their efforts proved fruitless, even though more than a dozen Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had participated. Su Yingxue and Qin Ke, who had been standing behind Su Linggong all this time, saw the two large characters on the golden wristband from the beginning. Xianxia. They couldn't help feeling absolutely shocked. Moreover, the number of stars on this golden wristband was almost twice that of the second place, so there was no comparison. This result was simply overwhelming. He took the top spot. They exchanged a glance with each other, feeling a little incredulous. Xianxia might also be in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, but his background was nothing special. He did not have any elders teaching him or providing him with resources, artifacts, or powerful techniques. Therefore, there should be a huge gap between him and the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Now, however, it seemed it was the disciples of the Cave Heavens and Paradises who were very far behind him. When they allowed Xianxia to enter the Tao Theory Assembly, neither Su Linggong, Su Yingxue, nor Qin Ke held many expectations for him. Su Linggong's original intention was only to muddy the waters of the Tao Theory Assembly with the help of a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Xianxia. They never imagined that they would stumble upon such fortune. Su Yingxue came back to her senses and immediately sent a message to Chu Huashang, who was waiting for news. When she told Chu Huashang about the results, she could only imagine how happy her junior sister would be. It was just that the current atmosphere was a little strange. Many participants standing below, including the elders of the great forces who led their teams here, were eagerly waiting for Su Linggong to announce the results. However, Su Linggong and the dozen or so high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters fell into an eerie silence. Nevertheless, Su Linggong quickly came back to his senses. It might be unexpected, but the result that came out was not something he could not accept. Holding up the golden wristband in his hand and revealing the two large characters to the crowd, he raised his voice and announced, "The winner of the Tao Theory Assembly is Voidland's Xianxia." As soon as that statement came out, everybody turned to look at Xianxia again. Lin Feng cupped his fist, "Congratulations." Likewise, Ning Dao Ran and Gu Pan also congratulated Xianxia. On the other hand, Xianxia was not sure how to respond. Although he knew that he would obtain the top spot with no issues, winning first place in the Tao Theory Assembly meant that he would become a Yin Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law. In other words, he would have to marry into Yin Yang Cave Heaven. But I don't want to marry into Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Besides, how am I supposed to explain this to Su Yin and the others? For a time, Xianxia suffered a headache and gastric pains. Many thanks for coming from afar to participate in Yin Yang Cave Heaven's Tao Theory Assembly. This event has ended on a successful note. In 3 days, this monarch will hold a banquet. Please be sure to show up. Su Linggong announced. The Open Heaven Realm Masters of the second-class Great Forces quickly responded to his invitation, while one of the elders from the Cave Heavens and Paradises stood up. "Brother Su, there is something I need to attend to back in the sect. I'm afraid I won't be able to participate in the banquet. Let's meet again in the future." After saying that, he summoned his disciples and soared into the sky. Su Linggong did not stop them. Similarly, the other high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters slowly got up one after another to leave with their respective disciples. It did not take long before only the elders of Myriad Demons Heaven, Xin Yuan Cave Heaven, and Azure Nether Paradise remained. They wanted to leave, but their disciples were still on the prison star, so they couldn't depart even if they wanted to. They glanced at each other with helpless expressions on their faces. The result of the Tao Theory Assembly could be said to have embarrassed all the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Outsiders would not think too much once the results of this event got out. All they would know was that Voidland's Xianxia had suppressed more than a dozen Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises to come out on top and win the Tao Theory Assembly. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4475, Son-in-Law. Junior Brother Yang, please rest here for now. I need to help Honored Master handle the rest of the Tao Theory Assembly. Then I'll come and speak with you. After Xianxia led Xianxia to the reception hall on a certain spirit peak, he patted Xianxia on the shoulder. His attitude was undoubtedly more affectionate compared to before. Xianxia had taken the top spot and could now be considered a Yin-Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law. With the status set in stone, it was not strange that Qin Kuei's attitude would change with a connection like that. Qin Kuei might not have imagined such an outcome at first, but it was what Chu Huashang had been hoping for. So as her senior brother, he was happy for her. Please go ahead, senior brother. Xianxia cupped his fist lightly. Qin Kuei winked at Xianxia. Don't you dare mess around. What? Xianxia was flabbergasted. However, Qin Kuei had already turned around and left. Watching Qin Kuei's figure disappearing out of sight, Xianxia finally shook his head before he turned around and walked towards the palace. There were maidservants elegantly bowing to him on both sides who all gave a crisp greeting. Greetings, young master. These Yin-Yang Cave Heaven maidservants were all in the Emperor realm. Moreover, their figures and appearances were far above average. Their slim waists and ample peaks were very eye-catching. Xianxia gave a non-committal response, but just as he was about to enter the palace, his gaze suddenly landed on a certain maidservant and he failed to stifle his laughter. Senior Sister Chu, what are you doing here? The maidservant had her head lowered so that her hair covered her face, but even though she was trying hard to disguise herself, how could she hide from his keen eyes? Chu Huashang looked up and smiled at him when he saw through her ruse and quipped, "Have I been discovered?" While speaking, she walked over and reached out to hold his arm. Her ample bosom pressed against his arm without hesitation as she murmured sweetly, "You've worked hard, junior brother." He smiled. It's nothing. There's really nothing difficult about the Tao Theory Assembly for Xianxia. As with his current strength, there was basically nothing on the prison star that could endanger him as long as he was not besieged by the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Prison League. Chu Huasheng then instructed the rest of the maidservants. My fiancé has worked hard for a whole year. Prepare the scented bath. Yes. The maidservants around them quickly responded. A short while later, a huge bath was filled with warm water. Colorful flower petals floated on the surface, while little waves made the water sparkle and steam permeated the air. Xianxia leaned against the wall of the bath and soaked his body in the water. This scented bath was probably filled with all sorts of expensive spirit herbs that had the effect of relieving fatigue and relaxing the spirit. There might not have been any danger on the prison star, but it was quite tiring after spending a year there. Hence, his fatigue was greatly relieved at this moment. Xianxia was generally not one to enjoy such luxuries. However, he simply went with the flow since Chu Huashang had made these arrangements for him. Suddenly, the sound of fine footsteps rang out. Xianxia turned to look in that direction and saw several slender figures slowly walking towards him through the hazy steam filling the air. Waving his hand dismissively, Xianxia declared, "Stop. I don't need your service." Those people ignored his instructions, however, and continued walking over. When they drew closer, Xianxia discovered that these maidservants were only dressed in gauze that was as thin as a cicada's wings. Their most precious places gleamed in and out of sight amidst the steam. They lowered their heads and entered the water lightly, with slightly blushing faces. Disregarding whether he approved or not, they pressed against him from both sides and carefully helped to wash his body for him. The situation left Xianxia absolutely uncomfortable, and just as he was about to leap out, he suddenly heard a peal of giggling and charming laughter. "Junior brother, are you feeling shy?" The voice came from behind him, and leaning his head back, he looked up and saw Chu Huashang crouching in front of him, smiling down at him. The beautiful womanly scenery under her skirt was faintly discernible, so he could only withdraw his gaze speechlessly and mutter, "Senior sister, what are you doing?" Chu Huashang reached out her hand and made a light, sliding movement. Slowly stroking her fingers over his firm chest, she murmured softly, "I heard you speak so eloquently about the Yin-Yang Union cultivation in the past, so I thought you were a veteran of such matters. It turns out that you were just talking big. Senior sister, be careful when playing with fire. You might accidentally burn yourself. Most people won't be able to withstand my passion once this junior brother gets started." Yang Kai closed his eyes slightly and suddenly understood why Qin Kuei told him not to mess around before leaving. Chu Huashang giggled softly. "Go ahead and burn with passion. These girls can help you put out that fire if you're willing." The maidservants helping him wash his body on both sides flushed even redder. Meanwhile, Chu Huashang leaned down lightly and exhaled an orchid scent next to his ear. "Junior brother, can you really hold yourself back? After this, I'm going to be cultivating in retreat for 100 years. You can devour every single person here if you want, including me." Yang Kai grabbed her small hands that were wandering across his chest and declared, "Senior sister, stop fooling around." In response, she pouted, "How boring." Releasing her hand, he asked one question in concern, "Senior sister, do you really have to cultivate and retreat for 100 years? She nodded, "That's right. This is supposed to be one of the methods for the sect to protect me. Since it has been announced to the public, we cannot fake it. But it doesn't matter. It will only be for 100 years. I've only just advanced into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm anyway, so this is actually perfect for me to carefully consolidate my cultivation." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "I'm glad you think so, senior sister." He couldn't help feeling slightly relieved. These 100 years could be considered a buffering period. Although he had won the top spot in the Tao Theory Assembly and was now a Yin-Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law in name, many things could change in a century. Chu Huashang might have different ideas by the time she comes out of her seclusion. After Yang Kai was bathed and dressed by the maidservants, he thoroughly learned how passionate a woman from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven could be. Throughout the entire process, Chu Huashang not only showed no intention to shy away, but watched everything with great interest. However, Chu Huashang did not stay for long because Suing Shui soon rushed over to take her away. Before they left, Suing Shui even threw a fierce and dirty glare at Yang Kai that made him feel like he was wrong. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, Su Ling Gong hosted a banquet for all the representatives of the great forces who participated in the Tao Theory Assembly. The banquet was held on the open-air platform of a wondrous spirit peak, making for a grand and lively scene. Yang Kai had been magnificently dressed up by Yin-Yang Cave Heaven in festive red robes, to the point that those who didn't know better would have thought that he was getting married today. In addition, he was seated in the first spot to the left and below Su Linggong's seat. Young girls sang and danced in the square, showing off their beauty to the fullest. Plate after plate of delicacies were presented to the table, while precious vintage wine emitted a charming fragrance. The atmosphere of the banquet was lively as masters from various great territories weaved about the crowd and exchanged drinks with each other. Such a large-scale gathering was rare across the whole 3,000 worlds. Although many of their disciples suffered disastrous defeat and even death in the process, this was still an opportunity for these people to build relationships with other great forces and open up new opportunities for their own sects. Therefore, except for the high-rank Open Heaven realm masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises who left early, everybody else was basically in attendance. Yang Kai looked at Pei Wenxian and Yin Xian Zhao sitting opposite him, feeling absolutely speechless. After being ambushed by the Prison League, Yang Kai had used his space principles to escape along with Hui Gu, Lu Jing, and Wu Kuang, leaving Pei Wenxian and Yin Xian Zhao behind. Yang Kai thought that those two would definitely end up dead, but who could have known that they would survive? What is wrong with the Prison League? Why didn't they kill them? Yang Kai frowned slightly and quietly sent a transmission to Qin Kuei to ask about the situation. Only then did he learn the entire story. The truth was that the Prison League had not killed Yin Xian Zhao or Pei Wenxian. Additionally, they even caught another core disciple from Azure Nether Paradise later. Even Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch knew that the core disciples from the various cave heavens and paradises could not be killed at will, as doing so would surely invite the wrath of the cave heavens and paradises. If that were to happen, they might not enjoy a peaceful life, even if they hid away on the prison star. It was a better choice to capture those people alive to use them as bargaining chips to negotiate with Yin Yang Cave Heaven. The final result of the negotiations was that the Prison League would return the 3 core disciples from the cave heavens and paradises. In return, 3 sixth-order open heaven realm masters from the Prison League would be freed. This was similar to what Su Ling Gong promised from the very beginning, where the prison star criminals could earn their freedom as long as they killed enough participants. Needless to say, a negotiation between 2 parties required leverage. Prison League had used the 3 core disciples from the cave heavens and paradises as their bargaining chips. This situation distressed Zhuobu Kun and the other elders so much that they nearly spat blood. Although Zhuobu Kun, Yu Huan, and Lu Jinyang joined forces to pressure Su Ling Gong into agreeing to the Prison League's demands, how could somebody like Su Ling Gong accept such demands so casually? Moreover, the 3 people caught by the Prison League were not Yin Yang Cave Heaven disciples, so their lives had nothing to do with Yin Yang Cave Heaven. However, it was still true that their lives hung on a single thought from Su Ling Gong. In the end, the 3 cave heavens and paradises were forced to pay a huge price, and only then did Su Ling Gong relent and pardon the crimes of 3 Prison League 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. By doing so, they finally got Yin Xen Zhao and the others back in exchange. As for what price the cave heavens and paradises had to pay, even Qing Kuei did not know. That was the result of a secret discussion between Su Ling Gong, Zhuobu Kun, and the other high-rank elders. A total of 4 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and a dozen others below the 6th Order from the Prison League had received their freedom. Aside from the 3 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who received special pardons from Su Ling Gong, the rest had accumulated enough stars to obtain their freedom themselves. Among them included the Prison League's League Master, Huang Quan. Huang Quan had personally killed Zhuang Wei of Xianyuan Cave Heaven, earning him an astonishing 67 stars in an instant. Such achievements were enough for him to escape the prison star. After knowing the truth of the matter, Yang Kai could barely stifle his laughter. There was nothing he could say about the transaction that Su Ling Gong made, as it was practically a free deal. No wonder Zhuobu Kun and the others had such ugly expressions during the banquet. It was obvious that they were hurting from being bled dry. It's just a pity. I originally wanted to murder with a borrowed knife. In the end, my plans failed thanks to the Prison League's petty greed. There is no doubt that the protagonist of today's banquet was Yang Kai. As a Yin Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law, countless people should have come to offer him a toast on their own initiative. This was not out of consideration for him, but rather to honor the prestige of Yin Yang Cave Heaven and Su Ling Gong. However, the truth was that he simply sat there unnoticed. It was not that the participating Open Heaven Realm Masters were being disdainful. It was just that they were afraid of Thousand Cranes Paradise. Zhao Xing had been killed by Yang Kai. So even though Su Ling Gong had relied on his advantage as host in this place to forcefully suppress Zuoquan Hui, who led the team from Thousand Cranes Paradise, everybody knew that Thousand Cranes Paradise would never let this matter rest. They might be targeted by Thousand Cranes Paradise if they went up to congratulate Yang Kai at a time like this. So who would dare to be so bold? Marshall Peak, Chapter 4476, Opportunity has come. Being aware of this fact, Yang Kai was not bothered by the issue. He was happy and content just to eat and drink by himself. On the other hand, Lu Jing brought the elders of Gathering Yuan Union over to offer a toast out of gratitude for Yang Kai's protection on the prison star. Even so, he was soon dragged away by his elders. The banquet ended, and Yin Yang Cave Heaven's guests gradually left. Before leaving, Lu Jing met with Yang Kai one more time to inform him that the 6th Order Yang Element treasure he previously promised will be sent directly to Voidland. 3 days later, Yangkai was led by Qin Kuei to the Spirit Peak, where Su Linggong lived. Su Linggong sat confidently inside the Grand Hall on the Spirit Peak, studying Yangkai, who was sitting below, with piercing eyes and a strong sense of scrutiny. After bowing and greeting, Yangkai stood there quietly with a calm look on his face. He had no idea why Su Linggong had summoned him, but Chu Huashang was Su Linggong's disciple. Now that he was an Yingyang Cave Heaven's son-in-law, they had a much closer relationship with each other than most ordinary people. After a while, Su Linggong finally raised his hand and said, "Take a seat." "Many thanks, Senior," Yangkai responded before he turned around and walked over to a chair by the side. Flicking his outer robe slightly, he took a seat. "To be honest, this monarch was very surprised that you managed to win the top spot in the Tao Theory Assembly," Su Linggong said. The outcome had certainly astonished him. In his opinion, only disciples from the cave heavens and paradises could have won, so Yangkai coming out on top was a shock. After all, the heritage of those who came from the various cave heavens and paradises was generally superior to others, especially since they were newly advanced sixth-order open heaven realm masters. Su Linggong believed that was true even if he had heard the rumors about how Yangkai had planned to advance directly 7th-order open heaven realm and refine multiple 7th-order powers to that purpose. However, the reality was that Yangkai had taken the top spot with almost double the achievements of the person in second place. In terms of performance, Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch was the only person who could compare. "It's good that I didn't disappoint you, Senior." Yangkai bowed. Su Linggong chuckled. "You definitely didn't disappoint me. For this monarch, it doesn't matter who takes the top spot as long as it's not those old farts in the 5th order. This Su's disciple cannot be humiliated by others." His smile faded, and he quickly said, "But the fact that you killed Zhao Xing is still quite a hassle." At the mention of this matter, Su Linggong couldn't help feeling a headache. He had been resisting the pressure from Thousand Cranes Paradise and protecting Yangkai in order to maintain Yingyang Cave Heaven's face. After all, the Tao Theory Assembly was organized by Yingyang Cave Heaven, and he was the one who claimed that one would not be held accountable for any loss of life. Zhao Xing had been killed by Yangkai. So if Yangkai was killed by Zuoquan Hui as soon as the Tao Theory Assembly ended, what would happen to the reputation of Yingyang Cave Heaven? At the time, he had not known that Yangkai would end up taking the top spot and simply wanted to protect Yingyang Cave Heaven's reputation by defending him in public. As for whether Yangkai could survive Thousand Cranes Paradise's retaliation in the future, that was entirely on Yangkai. He could not be bothered to care that much. Unfortunately, the situation was different now. Yangkai was now a Yingyang Cave Heaven son-in-law and the future husband of his disciple. Su Linggong had no choice but to meddle in this affair even if he didn't want to. Otherwise, Chu Huashang would become a widow if Yangkai was killed. "It was an accident," Yangkai replied. At the time, he had not intended to kill Zhao Xing. It was just that he used a bit too much strength. Su Linggong waved his hand. "It doesn't matter whether it was an accident or not. It has already happened. You heard what Zuoquan Hui said before he left." Yangkai nodded lightly. Voidland will not be bullied so easily. Why is Su Linggong telling me this? Could it be that he feels I have caused too much trouble and Yingyang Cave Heaven does not wish to be involved in this matter? If that's the case, I can understand. Su Linggong coldly snorted. "Do you think they will let you return to Voidland? If my guess is correct, they are waiting for you along your return path. There will be no escape for you the moment you show up." "Senior, do you mean to say?" Su Linggong continued. "If you're in no hurry to return to Voidland, you should remain here for the time being. As for Thousand Cranes Paradise, this monarch will try to negotiate with them to see if there's any room for mediation." He glanced at Yangkai and added, "Don't worry too much. Yingyang Cave Heaven is perfectly capable of withstanding the pressure from Thousand Cranes Paradise. Zhao Xing was killed during the Tao Theory Assembly, and this monarch openly declared that no will be held accountable for deaths during the trial. It would be best if they give up on this matter, but if they refuse, this monarch will show them whose fist is bigger." Yangkai was slightly touched. The meaning behind Su Linggong's words could not be clearer. He would deal with this troublesome matter. Thus, Yang Kai's impression of Su Linggong improved considerably. He stood up and bowed deeply. "Many thanks, Senior." Su Linggong nodded lightly. "Also, you should carefully regulate your condition in the near future. Inyang Cave Heaven might have another opportunity for you." An opportunity? Yang Kai raised his brow at those words, keenly aware of the astonishment on the faces of Su Yingxue and Qin Kuei, who had been standing behind Su Linggong all this while. It was obvious that this potential opportunity was not small. "I can't confirm anything yet. I'll tell you when the time comes." Su Linggong did not provide any further explanation. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Then, he suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Senior, this junior has a favor to request." Su Linggong glanced sideways at Yang Kai. "You are now my Inyang Cave Heaven son-in-law, which makes you part of Inyang Cave Heaven. As long as your request is not excessive, this monarch can fulfill your request." "I would like you to help me free someone, Senior," Yang Kai said. "Who?" "Greybone's heavenly monarch from the prison star." A short while later, Qin Kuei led Yang Kai back along the way they came. Su Linggong had readily agreed to Yang Kai's request. As an inner elder of Inyang Cave Heaven, who was in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, he held a high position and great authority in the sect. Aside from the supreme elders who essentially never came out of retreat, he was one of the most influential people in the entire Inyang Cave Heaven. Setting someone free from the prison star was a simple task. It was also not until this moment that Su Linggong understood how Yang Kai could obtain such great achievements during the Tao Theory Assembly. It turned out that it was all thanks to Hui Gu secretly helping Yang Kai from the shadows. Be that as it may, Hui Gu had a criminal record, so Su Linggong was honestly quite uneasy about releasing the former from the prison star. However, he happily agreed to the request after Yang Kai revealed the loyalty list to him. "Senior brother Qin Kuei, what is the opportunity Martial Uncle Su mentioned earlier?" Along the way, Yang Kai raised this question. Judging by Su Yingxue and Qin Kuei's reaction earlier, they definitely knew the secret behind this mystery. Qin Kuei smiled and shook his head. "I can't say. If you receive approval, then you will be told in due time. If the matter falls through, then there's no point in knowing. Just wait patiently. I can only tell you that even in Inyang Cave Heaven, only very few people are eligible to obtain this opportunity." Yang Kai was slightly moved hearing that. He never imagined that the so-called opportunity would be so precious that only a few people were eligible to obtain it, even in Inyang Cave Heaven. Unfortunately, he was not in a position to ask further questions, seeing as Qin Kuei was not willing to talk. It didn't take long for Yang Kai to return to his living quarters. After waiting for another 2 days, Hui Gu was brought out from the prison star by Qin Kuei. Hui Gu couldn't help sighing softly when master and servant reunited. From the day he was thrown into the prison star, he never even imagined that he would one day leave that place alive. It was just a pity that Bai Mo, who had served him loyally for so many years, had not survived. Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch has also been released, but I don't know his current whereabouts. Rest assured, I will ask somebody to investigate him in the future. There will always be a chance to seek revenge. Yang Kai comforted Hui Gu. Hui Gu bowed. "Many thanks, sir. If I can avenge Bai Mo, then this Hui Gu will have no other regrets in life." Bai Mo's strength was not impressive, but he was extremely loyal. It was impossible not to develop feelings after spending so many years together. Hui Gu had long since considered Bai Mo to be his disciple and family. Therefore, Bai Mo's murder that took place in front of him had caused him to thirst for revenge. As time passed, Yang Kai and Hui Gu remained inside the residence. During this time, Chu Huashang came to inform Yang Kai that she was going to enter retreat. She also asked him to look forward to seeing her again in 100 years. Yang Kai naturally agreed, and after spending 3 days together, they parted ways for now. After a few more days, Qin Kuei suddenly dropped by the residence. He looked at Yang Kai with admiration and envy. "Congratulations, junior brother. The opportunity has come. Accompany me." Yang Kai was stunned, but suppressing the overwhelming curiosity in his heart, he instructed Hui Gu to wait for him and not to wander around arbitrarily. Then he followed Qin Kuei out. They traveled at a hurried pace, though Yang Kai did not know where they were heading. In the beginning, they occasionally encountered some Yin-Yang cave heaven disciples along the way. When these people noticed Qin Kuei, they quickly stopped in their tracks and bowed deeply. However, the further inward they went, the fewer people they met. At one point, there were no traces of anybody else. It could be seen that the place they were going was located at an extremely isolated location. Sometime later, up ahead of them was a figure standing proudly in the void, quietly waiting for their arrival. It was none other than Su Linggong. Qin Kuei led Yang Kai straight to Su Linggong. Cupping his fist, he reported, "Honored master, I've brought him here." Su Linggong nodded. "You should head back first." Qin Kuei responded, "Yes." After that, Qin Kuei turned around and returned along the way he came. Su Linggong gestured towards Yang Kai. "Let's go." Up ahead is one of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's restricted areas. Nobody is allowed to enter this place without permission. Those who try will be killed without mercy. Yang Kai's expression hardened. It was only natural for a giant organization like Yin-Yang Cave Heaven to have their own restricted areas. However, even a sixth-order open heaven realm master like Qin Kuei could not enter this place at will. It could be seen just how much Yin-Yang Cave Heaven valued this restricted area. He was becoming more and more curious about this so-called opportunity, as well as the restricted area he was about to enter. Whilst traveling, Su Linggong's voice entered Yang Kai's ears. "You might have taken the top spot in the Tao Theory Assembly, but it was only thanks to a convenient strategy. When it comes to your strength among the sixth-order open heaven realm masters, you're no different from the little ones who participated in the Tao Theory Assembly. All of you rank at the bottom of the sixth order since you've only advanced into the open heaven realm recently." Yang Kai nodded, "Yes, senior." He knew that Su Linggong was unaware of his actions on the prison star, but it made sense when he thought about it. Almost all who witnessed his true strength were dead. Although the core disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises had witnessed his strength when he killed Zhao Xing, they left the Yin-Yang cave heaven as soon as they came out. On the other hand, Lin Feng and the others who remained were Yang Kai's friends and would not spread his secrets if they were not forced to. Therefore, Su Linggong believed that Yang Kai's strength was ranked at the bottom of the sixth-order open heaven realm since he had only just advanced into the open heaven realm recently. In addition, he also believed that Yang Kai obtained the achievements that allowed him to win the Tao Theory Assembly only thanks to Hui Gu's help. Martial Peak, Chapter 4477, Shortcut. As for how Yang Kai persuaded Hui Gu into cooperating with him, that was the result of his own ability and charisma. Su Linggong didn't bother to pay much attention to that matter. The cultivation of open heaven realm masters comes from the accumulation and precipitation of time. Refining open heaven pills, or cultivation materials of various orders, has been the most orthodox cultivation method among open heaven realm masters since ancient times. Although this is a lengthy process, it is also the safest and simplest method. Naturally, there are people who want to take shortcuts. Refining the heritage of universe worlds for one's own use is one such method, but it has many drawbacks. The heritage of those universe worlds that have been refined might not be perfectly compatible with oneself. If any rejection occurs, one's heritage might even plummet as a result. The benefits are simply not worth the loss. Moreover, every single universe world is unique. That includes the small universes within open heaven realm masters like ourselves. It is unimaginably difficult to find a small universe that complements perfectly with your cultivation. Su Linggong's voice slowly entered Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai nodded lightly. He once met an open heaven realm master who tried to refine the heritage of the demon realm to restore his strength. It was just that he stopped that open heaven realm master from succeeding and eventually killed him for trying. On the contrary, the world force released during the death of that open heaven realm master had nourished the demon realm instead. But just because it is difficult to use shortcuts does not mean that there are no shortcuts. Yang Kai's expression changed with those words, and he asked, "Senior, do you mean?" Su Ling Gong glanced at Yang Kai meaningfully. "You had high ambitions in the beginning and aimed to advance directly into the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. Unfortunately, your actions touched on the tolerance of many people. In the end, you were forced to advance into the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm in Shattered Heaven. It has only been a few years since then. So how is it possible for a Fifth Order Open Heaven realm master to advance into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm in such a short period? I believe that the information I received is accurate, so you should have only advanced into the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm in Shattered Heaven, not the Sixth Order." Yang Kai remained silent. That was not something he could hide, even if he wanted to. Many people were there to witness his advancement, after all. Even Chu Huashang had been present, so it was not strange for Su Linggong to know about this matter. It is rumored that there is a miraculous medicine in this world known as the World Fruit. World Fruits can be divided into low, mid, and high rank. The rank of the World Fruit corresponds with the rank of the Open Heaven realm. More importantly, the World Fruit allows a cultivator to safely and directly advance to the next order without any hidden dangers. Su Linggong continued speaking without regard for Yang Kai's opinion. "Both you and Chu entered the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary in the past. Around that time, someone auctioned off a low-rank World Fruit in Yinyang territory. That person had also entered the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary before. According to the information obtained by Yinyang Cave Heaven, that person obtained their low-rank World Fruit from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. That is why I believe that you managed to advance from the Fifth Order to the Sixth Order in such a short time by consuming a mid-rank World Fruit. Senior is indeed insightful." Yang Kai admitted frankly, "Indeed, I advanced into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm by consuming a World Fruit." "Good." Su Linggong smiled slightly. "If that's the case, then you and Chu are definitely a good match for each other. I was initially worried that there might be a gap between Chuer's future limit and yours. It looks like I was worried for nothing. If Yang Kai had advanced into the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, then his limit was the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. However, if he reached the Sixth Order with the help of a World Fruit, then his future limit would be the Eighth Order, which was the same as Chu Huashang. With aptitudes like theirs, as long as they were given enough time, it was only a matter of time before they advanced into the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm. You sure had good fortune to obtain such a precious treasure like a mid-rank World Fruit. No wonder you were willing to advance into the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm back at Shattered Heaven." Su Linggong nodded lightly and glanced at Yang Kai approvingly. "Consuming the World Fruit is the best-known shortcut in existence. Senior, are you saying that there are other shortcuts?" Su Linggong smiled slightly. "Of course. The 3,000 worlds is vast and contains endless mysteries. Even a high-rank Open Heaven realm master like me may never discover all its mysteries in my lifetime. The only reason you've never heard of these shortcuts before is that you have not seen or experienced enough of the world yet." Yang Kai said seriously, "Please enlighten me, Senior." Su Linggong asked, "Have you ever heard of Temporal River?" "A temporal river?" Yang Kai was astonished. "It is an innate phenomenon filled with the mysteries of time. The flow of time inside a temporal river is different from the outside world. It can be 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times faster. Do you know what that means?" Yang Kai expression stiffened in surprise. "Does Senior mean that if one cultivates in a temporal river for 1,000 years, only 1 year will pass in the outside world?" And Su Linggong revealed an expression of nostalgia. "Although only 1 year passes in the outside world, you can cultivate for tens, hundreds, or thousands of years inside. The heritage you accumulate will naturally be stronger than others. Moreover, this is the standard process of accumulation and precipitation, so there will be no hidden dangers whatsoever. Back then, I entered a temporal river and gained great benefits as a result." Yang Kai looked shocked. "I can't believe there is something as strange as a temporal river in this world. If I didn't hear this from Su Linggong himself, I might not believe something like that exists. However, he soon remembered about Flowing Time, Great Emperor. Flowing Time, Great Emperor was proficient in the Tao of Time, and the Flowing Time Temple he left behind was once sealed a rich amount of time principles. The two little ones, Xianxia and Xianxia, had cultivated in retreat for several hundred years inside the Flowing Time Temple, but only several years passed in the outside world. Hence, the Flowing Time Temple was akin to an artificial temporal river that Flowing Time Great Emperor created. It was a pity that the time principles sealed within had long been exhausted, and the flow of time in the Flowing Time Temple had returned to normal. Looking at things from this point of view, it could be seen that Flowing Time Great Emperor was an unprecedented genius. If he had not died after his encounter with Imo Sheng, he would certainly have a place in the 3,000 worlds. At that thought, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Senior, could the opportunity you mentioned be a temporal river? Su Ling Gong burst into laughter. You wish. If anybody were to come across a temporal river, they would have gone in to cultivate a long time ago. They would never leave that place until the time principles inside had been exhausted. So you should stop dreaming about temporal rivers. Yang Kai was astonished. Only then did he realize that a temporal river was something like a consumable resource. If somebody were to discover one, it only made sense that they would not leave anything behind for others. Don't bother dreaming about temporal rivers for the time being. It is a very rare occurrence in the 3,000 worlds. Even if one did appear, you would not get a chance to experience it. Su Linggong paused for a moment before he continued. A temporal river is one of the shortcuts, but another type is small source worlds. Small source worlds. Yang Kai furrowed his brow slightly and revealed a dubious expression. He had never heard of such a thing before. Since you obtain a world fruit, you must have entered the world inside the world fruit. Yang Kai nodded. That's right. Furthermore, he had done so more than once. Yang Kai couldn't help recalling that time in the grand ancient ruins boundary. Using the small sealed world to cheat, he carried a group of people with him to experience more than a dozen worlds within the various world fruits. He eventually angered the world tree, which caused it to beat him up badly. That incident was truly traumatic. A small source world is similar to what you experienced when you entered the world within the world fruit. It can be said that a small source world is a weaker version of the world fruits world. Please enlighten me, Senior, Yang Kai humbly said. The flow of time in a small source world is different from the outside world. And if you can refine part of the small source world's source strength, then you will only obtain a part of the small source world's world force. If you integrate this world force into your body, it will strengthen the heritage of your small universe and save you many years of cultivation. Yang Kai's eyes brightened at those words. If he could obtain the small source world's world force by refining the small source world's source strength, then it was certainly, as Su Ling Gong mentioned, he would strengthen his heritage and save a lot of hard cultivation time. No wonder he mentioned that a small source world is a weakened version of the world fruit. A world fruit can help an open heaven realm master advance directly into the next order, but a small source world cannot. Even so, the small source world has its own advantages compared to a world fruit. A world fruit can only be used by one person once. On the other hand, a small source world can become a training ground for many people. Small source worlds are one of the foundations that support the cave heavens and paradises. Every cave heaven and paradise will have at least one small source world. Yin Yang Cave Heaven has a total of 3 small source worlds. Yang Kai looked excited. So, the opportunity you mentioned earlier. Su Ling Gong replied, That's right. The opportunity this monarch prepared for you is the chance to enter one of the small source worlds. This small source world is the highest ranked among the small source worlds in Yin Yang Cave Heaven. If you can refine part of the source strength, you will surely obtain great gains. Yang Kai gratefully said, Many thanks, martial uncle. Such a precious gift was incredibly generous. Qin Kuei also mentioned that few people receive this opportunity, even among those in Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Yang Kai could roughly guess the reasons for such strict restrictions. Su Ling Gong had mentioned that a small source world could become a training ground for many people. However, The small source world would weaken every time somebody refined a portion of its source strength. If care was not taken, the small source world would vanish completely one day. Compared to a one-time use consumable item like the world fruits, a small source world could be used many times, although the effect were not as good as the world fruit, but had their respective advantages. Be that as it may, there was a limit to how many times a small source world could be used within a certain amount of time. That was why only the most talented cultivators in Yinyang Cave Heaven could enter the small source world. In any case, the existence of a small source world was no doubt more important for a sect than a world fruit. After all, the former could help increase the strength of many disciples over time, while the latter would only benefit a single person. Su Ling Gong must have gone through a lot of trouble to let a semi-outsider like Yang Kai into the small source world. You don't need to think too deeply. This monarch is only doing this for Chuer. Since you only just advanced into the sixth order open heaven realm, your foundation is unstable and your heritage is lacking. Entering the small source world will give you a chance to accumulate and precipitate some strength. Otherwise, it would be unfair for Chuer if you encounter danger and die early, Su Ling Gong said lightly. Besides, there's no guarantee you will gain anything even if you enter the small source world. It all depends on your own effort and luck. Rest assured, Martial Uncle, this junior will do his best. Yang Kai promised solemnly. We're here. Su Ling Gong suddenly stopped in his tracks and stood in the middle of the void. Yang Kai looked around but saw nothing. Meanwhile, Su Ling Gong formed a set of hand seals before he suddenly pointed to the front and shouted, "Please answer my call, ancestor." A stream of light burst forth, causing ripples to spread out in the void ahead. After the ripples settled, an old man sitting cross-legged eerily appeared in Yang Kai's vision without warning. The old man had white hair and a white beard. His brows were so long that they drooped to his chest. His upper body was unclothed and covered in firm muscles that gleamed with a bronze glow that seemed to contain an endless amount of power. His lower body was only covered in a pair of plain linen trousers. To top it off, he was barefooted. When the old man opened his eyes, though, it felt as though two bright suns flashed into existence.